After awakening the Sect System, he ended up insanely busy because he took in 2 living treasures as disciples. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Emperor Realm Advancement card. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Heaven-Defying Comprehension. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate Divine Demon Body. Ding! Congratulations. The sect has obtained 1 Divine Beast Egg. On the Xuanhuang Continent, Quasi-Emperors do not emerge and Great Emperors do not appear. The male protagonist starts directly at the Great Emperor realm and leads his sect to slaughter their way through all the major holy lands. The story begins. Disciple, my time has come. After I'm gone, you must protect the sect well and help my Xuanhuang sect grow, the dying old man said with difficulty. Old man, don't die on me. How am I supposed to live if you leave me alone? You haven't even taught me any real skills yet. If you really kick the bucket, I might not even survive past the second day. The old man shakily pulled a book out of his robe. Disciple, this is our sect's supreme inherited technique. You must keep it safe and never lose it, or I won't be able to rest in peace even in death. Lu Chan took the technique manual and saw 4 large words written on the cover, complete bedroom arts. What the hell is this? Old man, did you grab the wrong one? This is your sect's supreme technique. Why is it a book about exercise? Shouldn't a supreme sect technique be the kind that kills the heavens, kills the earth, kills the air itself? Old man, do you have one with a super domineering name or something? Hurry up and take it out. This book is a treasure I've treasured for many years. I'm only passing it on to you because you're my disciple. You must keep it well. Old man, do you have any other treasures? Take them all out while you're at it. Like powerful magic treasures, immortal pills, stuff like that. The old man stayed silent for a long time. When he turned to look, the old man had already stopped breathing. Old man, wake up. Without you, I might not even survive past the second chapter. After confirming that his bargain bin master had already passed away, he collapsed onto the ground helplessly. The old man said there are lots of demon beasts around Xuanhuang sect. What am I supposed to do? Lu Chan could only bury his bargain bin master on the back mountain first. Sitting in front of his master's grave, he muttered dejectedly, Master, didn't you say our sect used to be very powerful? Then why was it just the 2 of us, master and disciple? And now you're gone too. Where am I supposed to go all by myself? The technique is even a shameless one. I came to this world knowing absolutely nothing. Tell me, how am I supposed to grow the sect? Maybe I should just disband it. That's right, Lu Chan was a transmigrator. His soul had crossed over from Blue Star into a young man with the exact same name. The original owner of this body was an orphan. A few days after transmigrating, Lu Chan discovered that this was a cultivation world. The cultivators here could fly through the skies, tunnel through the earth, move mountains, and fill seas. Every one of them was unbelievably powerful. Lu Chan was stunned for several days before finally accepting the fact that he had come to this world. Just a few days ago, an old man had walked up to Lu Chan and said, Young man, you have extraordinary bones and are a good seedling for cultivation. Are you willing to take me as your master and return with me to cultivate in Xuanhuang sect? When Lu Chan heard that he could cultivate too, he got so excited that he immediately bowed to the old man as his master. But after being brought back to Xuanhuang sect, Lu Chan was dumbfounded. How did this look even remotely like a sect? There were only a few rundown huts that looked like they'd collapse if the wind got any stronger. Still, Lu Chan could only accept it helplessly. After all, he had just arrived in this cultivation world and understood nothing. Having a place to stay was still better than wandering outside. During the past few days in Xuanhuang sect, his bargain bin master had also told Lu Chan some things about this world. This world was called the Xuanhuang Continent, divided into the 4 regions of East, South, West, and North, plus 1 central continent. Each region had more than a dozen prefectures, and every single prefecture was bigger than Blue Star from his previous life. This world had demon beasts, demonic cultivators, and incomparably powerful holy lands. Xuanhuang sect was located in the Shengtian mountain range of Kangwu Prefecture in the eastern region. As for anything else, the old man didn't know much either. After burying his bargain bin master, Lu Chan returned to the house and began thinking about where he should go from here. Asking a complete cultivation newbie like him to grow a sect was basically a fantasy. He didn't even have a proper cultivation technique, and as for other cultivation resources, he had none at all. If he stayed here, maybe one day he'd end up as food for demon beasts. Maybe I should join another sect? Who knows, maybe my talent really is heaven-defying, and maybe I have some powerful physique? Lu Chan couldn't help complaining inwardly. When other people transmigrate, they become divine sons, holy sons, or young masters of great families. But me? I'm just an orphan. System? Bro system, are you there? Hello? Come out, bro system. Ding. Suitable host detected. The Myriad Heavens Super Sect System is loading. Load complete. When Lu Chan heard the voice in his head, he was so excited he nearly jumped up. As a novel fan in his previous life, of course he knew how powerful a system was. System. Is that you? Bro system. Ding. It's me. Please do not get too excited, host. System. If you come any later, you might not have found me alive. Hurry and tell me, what functions do you have? Ding. Host. This system is called the Myriad Heavens Super Sect System. As long as the host develops the sect, the host can obtain abundant rewards. This system will assist the host in building the strongest sect in all the myriad heavens. Myriad Heavens Super Sect System. Develop the sect. Lu Chun thought to himself, didn't his bargain bin master tell him to grow the sect too? Now that he had the system's help, growing Xuanhuang sect would be perfect. It would be hard not to rise. Ha ha ha. System, do you have a newbie gift pack? Ding. One newbie gift pack has been awarded to the host. Please check it. System, quick, open the newbie gift pack for me. Congratulations, host, for obtaining one first-level sect construction card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining one Great Emperor Realm cultivation card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 4 white character summoning cards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5 top-grade spirit veins. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 sect formation. Please check it. Damn, this newbie gift pack is way too generous. Lu Chun said in surprise. System, where this first-level sect construction card and cultivation card? Ding. Host, the first-level sect construction card includes 1 sect main hall, sect master residence, disciple residences, cultivation rooms, and so on. The Great Emperor cultivation card can raise the host cultivation to the initial stage of the Great Emperor realm with no side effects whatsoever. The white character summoning card can summon figures at the peak saint level. The summoned figures are 100% loyal to the host. The grades of character summoning cards are white, yellow, green, red, purple, and gold. System, what does the cultivation realm hierarchy in this world look like? And what levels are Great Emperor and Saint? Ding. Host, the cultivation system of this world is Body Tempering Realm, Chi Refining Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Hollow Void Realm, True Person Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Saint Entry Realm, Saint King Realm, Great Saint Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. Each realm is divided into initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak. Damn. So if I use this Great Emperor cultivation card, wouldn't that make me invincible in this world? System, quick, use the Great Emperor cultivation card for me. Ding. Host, cultivation card in use. Before Lu Chun could say anything else, a vast and surging stream of spiritual energy rushed straight into his dantian and meridians. As a burst of crackling, bone-popping sounds erupted throughout his entire body. Body tempering, chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, purple mansion, hollow void, true person, heavenly king, saint entry, saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor, middle stage quasi-emperor, late stage quasi-emperor, peak quasi-emperor, boom, great emperor. Every bone in Lu Chun's body was evolving, and his cells were also undergoing transformation, completely breaking through the limits of the human body. Countless Tao rhythms circled around him. Just the slightest trace of aura leaking from him was enough to make the demon beasts in the mountain range tremble in fear, not daring to make a sound. At the same time, in every part of the Xuanhuang Continent, some old monsters who had long hidden themselves from the world all turned their gazes toward the eastern region. This is Imperial might. A great emperor has appeared. These are troubled times. It seems the continent is about to become restless again. No one knew how much time had passed before Lu Chun finally became fully familiar with the world-destroying power inside his body. Right now, he felt like he could shatter an entire prefecture with just a single wisp of aura. Too strong. Who dares claim invincibility? Who dares speak of never being defeated? Ha! Lu Chun looked at Xuanhuang Sect's crumbling base and had just been about to take out the sect construction card when he heard the system's voice. Ding. Mission issued. Host, if you want to become the strongest sect in all the myriad heavens, how can you have no disciples? 2 geniuses have been detected nearby. Please go and accept disciples. Lu Chun was a little speechless. So even after becoming a great emperor, I'm still stuck with the fate of a working stiff. Once I develop the sect properly, no matter what, I'm getting myself 2 maidservants to serve me, on the outskirts of the Shengtian mountain range. Quick, don't let them get away. If we fail, we won't be able to report back, and we'll all be punished when we return. A boy of 11 or 12 was desperately running toward the Shengtian mountain range while carrying a little girl of 3 in his arms. The little girl looked nervously at her brother's face from his embrace. Don't be afraid. The Shengtian mountain range is right ahead. If we run in there, we'll be able to find a place to hide. The young boy comforted his little sister as he ran. The people behind them were getting closer and closer. He could see more than a dozen men in black flying through the air as they pursued them closely. Run? I'd like to see where you think you can run to. The boy was tripped by something and fell. Run then? Why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you pretty good at running? A group of men in black let out sinister laughter. The boy held the little girl tightly and looked at the group. Don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. In a moment, after I go fight them, you run deeper into the Shengtian mountain range, understand? Woo-woo. Big brother, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with you. The little girl cried out. Leave? Neither of you is going anywhere. Ha ha. We're not allowed to hurt my brother. The little girl stood up, spread her arms, stood in front of the boy, and shouted loudly. Ha ha. You 2 little brats should just obediently come with us. At that moment, a voice slowly rang out. How shameless. A bunch of grown men bullying 2 children. Oh, that's putting on airs here. Come out and die. A figure slowly appeared beside the 2 children. Seeing the strange scene, the men in black couldn't help but grow tense and slowly took a few steps back. Who are you? If you know what's good for you, get lost, or we'll kill you too, said the black-clothed man in the lead. Boring. If you don't want to die, get lost right now. Otherwise, Lu Chen looked at the men in black. Every single one of them was at the Dongshu realm, and the strongest was at the true person realm. You want to make an enemy of our shadow tower? Attack together and kill him. A mere shadow tower. I can wipe it out with one hand. Lu Chen slowly raised a finger and pointed into the void. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, the men in black exploded into clouds of blood mist. I told you to get lost, but you insisted on coming here to die. Sigh. Boring. Seeing this scene, the boy looked at Lu Chen nervously and thought to himself, could this senior be an expert at the Heavenly King realm or even the Saint Entry realm? The strongest ancestor in our family is only at the true person realm, and even he couldn't do something like this. Ning Tian cupped his hands and said with a trembling voice, thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Little sister, hurry and step forward to thank senior. Little Ning Yin stepped out from behind her brother. Imitating her brother, she also gave Lu Chen a deep bow and said, thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Lu Chen smiled faintly, feeling secretly delighted. If you're going to show off, this was the kind of great expert style to do it with. Then information about the 2 of them appeared on Lu Chen's system panel. Name, Ning Tian. Age, 12 years old. Realm, 4th level of Qi refining. Physique, Supreme Bone, a born supreme. Heavenly Tribulation Light is known as the most terrifying tribulation light. It can break all things and possesses boundless power. Potential, 10 stars. Experience. After the master of Shadow Tower discovered Ning Tian's Supreme Bone, he wanted to capture Ning Tian and transplant it into himself. So he sent people to exterminate the entire Ning family. Their parents used a teleportation talisman and desperately escorted the siblings to escape. Name, Ning Yun. Age, 3 years old. Realm, Un. Physique, dual pupils, unawakened. With dual pupils, one already walks an invincible path. Dual pupils illusion art can drag people into an illusion and cause them to die within it. Dual pupils tribulation light. Both pupils shoot out world-destroying purple light. Descent of the dual pupils. A gigantic pair of dual pupils appears in the sky. Once the pupils open, all things are destroyed, and even gods cannot escape. Potential, 10 stars. Looking at the information above, Lu Chen sucked in a breath. These physique attributes really are absurd. One has a supreme bone, and the other has dual pupils. No wonder the system wanted me to come here and take disciples. What are your names? I can see that both of you are intelligent and gifted with extraordinary talent. One look, and it's obvious you're excellent seedlings for cultivation. Are you 2 willing to take me as your master? The older brother gave Lu Chen a slight bow and said, my name is Ning Tian, and my younger sister is Ning Yun. Are you willing to take me as your master and return with me to the myriad Dharma sect to cultivate? Ning Tian thought for a while. After considering it, he realized that he and his sister had nowhere to go now, and with no one to protect them, those men in black definitely wouldn't let the 2 of them off. So he stopped hesitating and knelt directly on the ground. This disciple greets master. Ning Tian directly kowtowed 3 times. He tugged at his little sister's sleeve and said, little sister, kneel down too and greet master. Ning Yin didn't understand much, but she also followed along and knelt on the ground as she asked, if I become your disciple, will you teach me how to beat bad people? Ha ha. Yes, of course. That's great. Those bad people killed my father, my mother, and my family. When I become strong, I'm going back to beat them to death. As little Ning Yin spoke, she started crying. No need to cry. When you become strong in the future, you'll be able to take revenge. You just need to cultivate properly from now on. From this moment on, you brother and sister are disciples of me, Lu Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of aura steadily lifted the siblings to their feet. Then, congratulations to host for accepting 2 disciples with 10-star potential. Reward, 2 disciple recruitment gift packs. System, open the 2 disciple recruitment gift packs. Opening disciple recruitment gift packs. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the innate divine demon body. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 technique hall. The technique hall contains the myriad techniques of the heavens. Upon entering, it can automatically match each person with the most suitable cultivation method and martial skill. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 enlightenment tea tree. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 divine demon art cultivation technique. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 50 peach of immortality trees. Eating 1 fruit can increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 cultivation tower. The time flow on the first floor is 100 times that of the outside world. 100 days inside the tower equals 1 day outside. Currently, only the first floor is open. Looking at these rewards, Lu Chen's grin nearly reached his ears. Come on, Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun. Your master will take you back to the sect. Lu Chen swept out his hand, and the three of them vanished directly. After returning to the mountain gate of the Myriad Dharma sect, Ning Tian was dumbfounded when he saw the few dilapidated houses there. He thought to himself, S realm is so high, so how could the sect be this shabby? That's impossible. Master, is this our sect? Lu Chun awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ahem, ours is a hidden sect. This is just an outward appearance meant to mislead people. You can't be deceived by the surface. Right now, your master will show you the sect's true appearance. System, quickly use the sect construction card. Ding, using first level sect construction card. Lu Chun waved his hand in a showy manner, and pavilions and towers rose from the ground one after another. Ning Tian sucked in a cold breath. Where had he ever seen a scene like this? The brother and sister stared at everything in shock, speechless for a long time. Let's call it the Myriad Dharma sect. It can count as doing right by the old man. The sect master's main hall will be called the Myriad Dharma Hall. The three words Myriad Dharma sect slowly appeared on the majestic sect archway. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, let's go in. Ning Tian held his little sister's hand and slowly followed behind Lu Chun. After arriving inside the sect master's main hall, Lu Chun sat on the high sect master's seat and silently said in his heart, System, use the sect protecting grand formation. Ding, manifesting sect protecting grand formation. System, use 5 spirit veins. Lu Chun took out a small tower and tossed it outside. The small tower landed steadily on an open space within the sect, and he planted the enlightenment tree beside the sect hall. System, plant the 50 peach of immortality trees on the back mountain, and use 4 white character summoning cards. Deep within the sect, 4 figures slowly appeared and were flying toward the sect master's main hall. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, come, eat a peach first to fill your stomachs. With a wave of Lu Chen's hand, 2 peaches landed steadily in their hands. Ning Yun's eyes lit up the moment she saw the pink peaches. Thank you, master. Little Ning Yun grabbed the peach and immediately started gnawing on it. Peach juice all over her face, looking extremely adorable. Ning Tian, on the other hand, carefully accepted the peach and said, This disciple thanks master. After running for half a day, Ning Tian was indeed starving. He took a big bite of the peach, and his face instantly filled with shock. Master, this peach? It's fine, eat. Lu Chun casually sent out 2 streams of aura into their bodies. Otherwise, the massive energy would be more than the 2 of them could digest. After finishing the peach, Ning Tian quickly sat down and began circulating his cultivation technique. Boom! Qi refining 5th level. Qi refining 6th level. Qi refining 7th level. Only after reaching Qi refining 7th level did it slowly stabilize. Although the flat peach was a holy medicine, what it mainly increased was lifespan. Ning Yun did not begin cultivating, so the energy inside her body was sealed by Lu Chun to be slowly unsealed after she started cultivating. At this moment, 4 figures appeared at the entrance of the main hall, 3 men and 1 woman. Come in, Lu Chen's voice slowly rang out. Hearing this, the 4 of them walked into the hall in unison and cupped their fists in salute. This subordinate is Jiang Yu. This subordinate is Jiang Ba. This subordinate is Jiang Dao. This subordinate is Shun Jixia. Greetings, sect master. Lu Chen looked them over. The 3 men all appeared middle-aged, with steady temperaments and energetic spirits. Shun Jixia, meanwhile, looked noble and cold, calm and composed, with a pair of full breasts pushing against her chest. Not bad. Not bad. All of you rise. Lu Chun thought to himself. With 4 more Peak Saint Realm subordinates helping me, the burden on my shoulders will be much lighter. The 4 of you will temporarily serve as protectors of the sect and be responsible for guarding the sect's safety. Once the sect expands in scale in the future, I'll assign your duties separately. Yes, sect master, the 4 replied in unison. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, I'll teach you about cultivation tomorrow. For today, go down and get some proper rest first. Yes, master. Ning Tian gave Lu Chen a slight bow. After walking out of the hall, Ning Tian held his younger sister's hand and swore inwardly. Father, mother, I will definitely cultivate diligently and protect my sister well. You killed my family and wiped out my clan. Just you wait. If I do not kill you, I, Ning Tian, swear I am not human. You 4 may withdraw as well. Yes, sect master. Lu Chun turned his gaze to the system panel and asked, System, what kind of physique is the innate God-Fiend body? Ding, host, the innate God-Fiend body is the number 1 physique in all the heavens, above the chaos body, the ancient sacred body, the samsara body, and the void sword body. Once the God-Fiend body appears, gods and fiends will kneel, and all immortals will submit. Damn, it's that powerful? Then what are we waiting for? System, fuse it now. Host, do you wish to suppress the heavenly phenomenon? Suppress it. Ding, fusing the innate God-Fiend body. At this moment, Lu Chen's entire body radiated dazzling light, and his form became crystal clear, with great Tao fortune circling around him. He could clearly feel his body becoming stronger little by little. His whole body began to boil. His flesh felt as if it were being torn apart by ancient ferocious beasts. It was as if countless bolts of thunder were exploding inside him. Every muscle was being reforged, becoming tighter and harder, as though tempered 1,000 times over. Ding, fusion of the innate God-fiend body, successful. Now, Lu Chen's features had become sharper, and his entire body seemed perfectly sculpted. Lu Chen gently clenched his fist, and even the surrounding space seemed somewhat unable to withstand this power. Too strong. Ha. Right now, I feel like I can shatter a star with a single punch. Host, please remove the words I feel. As the number one physique in all the heavens, the innate God-fiend body naturally possesses such might. Right. Tongzi bro, everything you say is right. System, help me cultivate the God-fiend art. In an instant, countless scriptures poured into Lu Chen's mind. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. Ding, the God-fiend art has been cultivated to the minor success stage. System, why is it only minor success? Host, the God-fiend art is a great Tao-level cultivation technique. It is extremely difficult to cultivate. You will need to wait until your cultivation advances further before you can cultivate it to the next stage. Fine then. Lu Chen eagerly began circulating the God-fiend art. The originally dense, spiritual energy inside the sect's main hall was instantly drained completely. Lu Chen sucked in a cold breath and said, "Isn't this way too overbearing? I only casually cultivated for a bit, and it drained all the spiritual energy in the entire hall. The Myriad Dharma sect has 5 top-grade spirit veins buried within it. The spiritual energy here is extremely dense. It can only be said that the God-fiend art is just too powerful. System, can you help me understand all kinds of cultivation knowledge on this continent? Right now, I only have a body full of cultivation, but know absolutely nothing about immortal cultivation. I'm a complete newbie, a great emperor who can't even recognize a spiritual herb. I can't afford that embarrassment. Ding, the system will now grant all cultivation knowledge of this continent. Please receive it, host. System, receive. A vast amount of knowledge poured into Lu Chen's mind. All kinds of king bodies, sacred bodies, spirit grasses, spirit herbs, medicinal pills, heavenly treasures, sect forces, holy lands, cultivation techniques, weapons. Xuanhuang Continent, deep within the northern mountain forests. The headquarters of the assassin organization Shadow Tower was located here. In the main hall, the leader's face was dark, as if he might erupt at any moment. Below the hall, more than a dozen people knelt on the ground. One of them reported in a trembling voice, "Tower Master, the mission failed. The Ning family has already been exterminated by us, but someone in the Ning family used a teleportation talisman at the cost of their life to send 2 children away. Trash. Useless trash, all of you. I sent more than 20 people out, and you still couldn't even bring back a child? What use do I have for keeping you?" The Tower Master roared. Answer me. In his fury, he struck down with one palm, and the person who had just spoken instantly turned into a mist of blood. The rest were so frightened that their entire bodies trembled. Tower Master, after we finished dealing with the Ning family, we immediately gave chase. When we reached the outer area of the Shengtian mountain range, we discovered a strong smell of blood. The ones who died should have been our people. Those 2 children were probably rescued. The ones we sent out were all at the Golden Core and Purple Mansion realms. There were even 2 at the True Person realm. There is absolutely no way those 2 children could have escaped on their own. The only explanation is that someone saved them. Trash. Rescued by someone? The Tower Master gritted his teeth. Could it be that some other sect has also set its sights on that child? Could it be the Evil Moon sect? But those people from the Evil Moon sect only know how to capture cultivators, draw their blood, and refine their souls. It's unlikely they would pay attention to that child. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? The Tower Master thought for a while and said, "I don't care what methods you use. You must bring that child back to me. If you can't do it, then come see me with your heads in your hands. Send more people immediately. Search the Shengtian mountain range for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find them." "Yes, Tower Master. We'll take care of it right away." A trace of greed flashed in the Tower Master's eyes. "That child is my chance to become a saint. I must obtain him. He is mine, my supreme bone. Haha." Early the next morning, inside the Myriad Dharma sect. At the entrance of the sect master's main hall stood 2 figures. One little head was sneakily peeking into the hall. Lu Chen's divine sense was so powerful. How could he not know who the 2 people outside the door were? So a gentle voice entered their ears. "Both of you, come in." The little head realized she had been discovered and ran into the hall with a childish laugh, saying in a milky voice, "Master, Yun'er is hungry." Ning Tian followed her in and respectfully bowed to Lu Chen. "Disciple greets Master." Rise. Little Yun'er wasn't shy either. She knew Master was a good person and had even saved her and her brother, so she directly ran up and hugged Lu Chen's leg. "Master, Yun'er wants to eat meat." Looking at that adorable little face, Lu Chen pinched Ning Yun's little cheek and smiled. "All right, I'll have someone prepare some food right away. Xuanyu, go to the mountain range at once and bring back more wild chickens and wild rabbits. Prepare some food for my 2 disciples. Neither of them has reached the fasting stage yet." Hearing the sect master's voice transmission, Xuanyu did not dare delay and immediately flew toward the Shengtian mountain range. After picking up little Yun and sitting down on his sect master's chair, He then looked at Ning Tian and said, Xiao Tian, I already know about your family's matter. Do you want me to take action and help you get revenge? Or do you want me to pass on teachings to you so that after you succeed in cultivation, you can take revenge yourselves? After saying that, Lu Chun simply looked at Ning Tian quietly. In Lu Chen's eyes, Shadow Tower was nothing but a bunch of ants that could be wiped out with a wave of his hand. But in his heart, he wanted Ning Tian to take revenge personally even more. That way, it would not only temper them, but also use revenge itself to force him to grow. Ning Tian immediately cupped his fists and said, Master, I want to personally avenge my parents and my clansmen. I have the supreme bone. I am a born supreme being. I fear no enemy. No matter how many come, I will suppress and kill them all. Looking at the mature and steady Ning Tian, Lu Chun burst into laughter. Good. As expected of Lu Chen's disciple. Xiao Tian, you must remember this. The path of the strong is full of challenges. If you want to become strong, you must have an invincible heart. If your heart is invincible, then you will be invincible under heaven. An invincible heart? If the heart is invincible, then one is invincible under heaven. Ning Tian was shocked inside, repeatedly muttering that sentence under his breath. Then he gave Lu Chun a deep bow and said, This disciple thanks Master for the teaching. Seeing his disciple's face full of admiration, Lu Chun secretly felt pleased. Using those overpowered web novel lines from his previous life to act like an expert in front of his disciple really was satisfying. Ning Yun sat at the side without understanding a thing. The only thing on her mind was when she would finally get to eat her meat. At this moment, Jiang Yu was slowly walking into the Sect Master's hall. He gave Lu Chun a light bow and said, Sect Master, the food is ready. Very good. Xiaoyan, eat first. After that, I'll take you to the technique hall. The moment little Ning Yun saw the meat on the table, she had already thrown everything Lu Chun had said out of her mind. Jiang Yu, make the arrangements. Send one person to guard the Pan Peach Forest and another to defend the sect. You go guard the technique hall. Have Protector Shun come stay by my side and handle some trivial matters. Lu Chun thought to himself, I don't want a man pouring tea and water for me. Besides, isn't admiring Shun Zhixia's long legs way better? Yes, subordinate will handle it right away. After the two had eaten their fill, Lu Chun brought Ning Tian and Ning Yun to the mysterious technique hall. The hall was enormous and majestic. One look at it was enough to make anyone feel awe and reverence. At the entrance hung a domineering couplet. First line, techniques spanning past and present. One sword settles the universe. Second line, merit reaching heaven and earth. One fist breaks 10,000 laws. Horizontal inscription, housing all the myriad laws of the heavens. Lu Chun thought to himself, as expected of something produced by the system. It's really domineering. Xiao Tian, your supreme bone has already awakened, but supreme bones also differ in strength. What you'll mainly cultivate in the future are the runes within your supreme bone. The more runes you excavate, the stronger your supreme bone will become. You siblings both have special constitutions. Each of you naturally carries your own divine ability and cultivation art. One cultivates the supreme art, and the other cultivates the double pupil technique. Right now, I'll first activate Xiaoyan's double pupils. Double pupils? Little sister has double pupils. Master, are you saying Xiaoyan has double pupils? Ning Tian asked in disbelief. That's right. Xiaoyan is just like you. She also has a special constitution. Yours is the supreme bone, and hers is the double pupils. Ning Tian said excitedly, that's great. Little sister has double pupils. Close your eyes first. Okay, master. Little Ning Yun responded in a childish voice. Ning Tian watched his little sister nervously from the side. Then he saw Lu Chun press a finger against Ning Yun's forehead. A powerful aura slowly flowed into her body, then poured into her eyes. Little Ning Yun only felt her eyes growing hotter and hotter until she suddenly opened them. Boom! Two beams of pupil light shot out from little Ning Yun's eyes, piercing through the sect's grand formation and soaring into the sky. The massive pillar of light pierced through the clouds and stretched across heaven and earth. It was precisely the phenomenon of double pupils opening the heavens. At this moment, Ning Yun's eyes now contained two pupils each, one large and one small. Terrifying laws flowed within them, and Tao fortune swirled around her body. At that moment, this heavenly phenomenon was observed all across Dongzhou. In Qingtian Holy Land, inside the Sect Master's main hall, a man was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and looked toward the Shengtian mountain range. A heavenly phenomenon? Could some supreme treasure have appeared? No. This is someone awakening a constitution. Such a vast heavenly phenomenon can only mean an unparalleled, monstrous genius. Such an unparalleled, monstrous genius can only belong to my Qingtian Holy Land. Men, get in here now. An elder hurried into the hall. Greetings, Holy Master. Holy Master, has something happened? Someone in the Shengtian mountain range is awakening a constitution. Immediately send people to investigate. No matter who it is, you must bring that person back to me and make him join our Xintian Holy Land. Yes, Holy Master, I'll send people at once. At the same time, similar events were taking place in Daoi Holy Land and several other super first-rate sections. Within Daoi Holy Land, the Holy Master said, Elder Songlin, this time you'll personally handle this matter. The disciples of our sect over the past several hundred years have been getting worse with each generation. There are already faint signs that our power is being surpassed by Xintian Holy Land. Worry, Holy Master, I will definitely bring this genius back to our Daoi Holy Land. Be careful. Go. For a time, the two great holy lands of the eastern region and several super first-rate sects all sprang into action, all wanting to find the source of this phenomenon. In the Shangtian mountain range, within Myriad Law's sect. You've awakened the double pupils. At the beginning, don't rush things. The cultivation of double pupils depends on the physical body and blood chi. In the body-tempering realm, you must cultivate to the absolute limit. Master, I feel like my eyes are really amazing now. I can see a lot of things, little Ningyun said in her childish voice. Lu Chun rubbed little Ningyun's head and said, all right, you just awakened your double pupils and haven't started cultivating yet. Don't use your eyes recklessly. Shouty Yan, take little Ningyun with you into the technique hall. I understand, Master. As soon as the two stepped into the technique hall, they found that the inside was vast as the sea. Points of light flickered in the air like countless stars, yet there was no trace of any cultivation technique to be seen. Big brother, it's so big and so pretty here. At that moment, Lu Chen's voice transmission entered both of their ears. Sit down cross-legged, close your eyes, and quietly comprehend. Only then can you obtain the cultivation technique you want. The siblings answered together, we understand, Master. The two immediately sat down, closed their eyes, and focused on comprehension. No one knew how much time had passed, when suddenly, 4 balls of light flew toward the two of them, and each sibling caught 2. Ning Tian immediately sent his divine sense into one of the light balls. Dominion Fist, immortal grade. It dominates one side of heaven and earth. Its fist force is like divine punishment. This fist art can cultivate a domain, and within the domain, one is invincible. Ning Tian then looked at the other light ball. Kuanping art, immortal grade, the evolution of yin and yang, unmatched supreme speed, fused with the laws of space, covering 10,000 li in an instant, offense and defense as one. Seeing the descriptions of these two cultivation arts, Ning Tian froze. Immortal grade cultivation arts? The immortal above the great emperor from the legends? What kind of sect is Master's Myriad Law's sect exactly? It actually even has immortal grade cultivation arts. Ning Tian was deeply shaken inside. Master was even willing to give him immortal grade cultivation arts. Ning Tian swore that he would definitely cultivate properly and repay Master in the future, not letting down Master's expectations. Big brother. At that moment, little Ning Yun's voice interrupted Ning Tian's thoughts. Big brother, I got 2 cultivation arts. One is Kirin Step, and one is Heaven Mending Art. Very good. Let's go back and report to Master. At this moment, Lu Chun had already returned to the Sect Master's Hall, and Shun Jixia was brewing enlightenment tea beside him. As for which cultivation arts the siblings had obtained, the system had already given him a prompt. Lu Chun thought to himself, a little milk baby who only uses Kirin Step to walk and only uses double pupil techniques to look at people. That image is basically a little demon king of the Xuanhuang Continent. Master, we're back. Before they even arrived, little Ning Yun's voice had already come first. Greetings, Master. Ning Tian respectfully bowed to Lu Chun. Mitchum, get up. You also have to cultivate properly from now on, understand? Ning Yun's eyes rolled, and she hugged Lu Chen's leg as she said, Master, can I wait until I've grown up before cultivating? Why? Because if I cultivate, I won't have time to play. Hearing this, Lu Chun helplessly held his forehead. This little milk baby was at exactly the carefree age. Yesterday, she had still been hunted down, and today, she had already forgotten it all completely. No, he still had to scare her a little. Otherwise, if she really only cared about playing every day, that would be troublesome. Lu Chun said no. If you don't work hard at cultivation, what if those men in black come again? The moment little Yinner heard the words men in black, she immediately shrank her neck. Lu Chun rubbed Ning Yun's head and gently said, so Yinner has to work hard at cultivation. Once you become strong, no one will be able to bully you and your brother in the future. Little Ning Yun clenched her tiny fists tightly and said, Master, I understand. I will cultivate. Lu Chun rubbed Ning Yun's head and said, Shouty Yan, take Yinner to the cultivation tower to cultivate. Cultivate for 100 days inside the cultivation tower, and only 1 day will pass outside. If there's anything you don't understand in cultivation, come ask Master. Hearing this, Ning Tian was shocked once again. 1 day outside, 100 days inside. If that was the case, then he would be able to take revenge faster. Yes, Master, we'll go right away. After the siblings left, Shun Jixia said as she poured tea, Sect Master, your 2 disciples truly have extraordinary talent. One has a supreme bone, and one has double pupils. With the support of the cultivation tower, becoming great emperors in the future will not be difficult for them. Great emperors? Lu Chun said, domineeringly. Great emperors are only their starting point. What a joke. With the system here, I could casually raise them into great emperors. It might even be possible for them to become immortals. Oh, right, Protector Shun, go to the peach garden and pick 2 peaches to trade for some resources. Bring back clothes and food for my 2 disciples, along with some cultivation resources they can use, yes, Sect Master. I'll take care of it right away. Watching Shun Jixia leave with that swaying step, she really was graceful and charming. Sigh. This world truly is wonderful. Time passed, and 2 days later, the 2 disciples were cultivating peacefully, while Lu Chun leisurely sipped enlightenment tea. At this moment, Jiang Ba walked in. This subordinate greets Sect Master. You may rise. Protector Jiang Ba, is there something you need? Sect Master, this subordinate has something to report to you. Oh, speak plainly. Sect Master, over the past 2 days, several suspicious groups have appeared outside the sect. They seem to be searching for something. Should we drive them away? I already know about this. As long as they do not trespass against my Myriad Dharma sect, there is no need to bother with them for now. Just keep an eye on them. Yes, Sect Master, if there's nothing else, you may leave. In truth, Lu Chun had already discovered all of this long ago. Under the divine sense of his Emperor realm cultivation, almost nothing in the world could hide from him. He simply could not be bothered to pay attention to this group of ants. Lu Chun guessed that they had most likely been drawn here by the heavenly phenomenon caused 2 days ago when little Ning Yun awakened her physique. As long as they did not court death, Lu Chun was too lazy to care about them. Kanglin Prefecture, inside the main hall of Shadow Tower. Tower Master, after 2 days of investigation, this subordinate has found some clues and has come specifically to report them to you. Oh, what clues? Speak quickly. Tower Master, we discovered a sect within the Shengtian mountain range. However, that sect is protected by formation, so we did not dare force our way in rashly. Combined with the heavenly phenomenon from 2 days ago, this subordinate suspects that phenomenon was caused by this sect. It is even very possible that those 2 children entered this sect. Oh, a sect? Since when did the Shengtian mountain range have a sect? This subordinate does not know. But the archway of the sect had the 3 words Myriad Dharma Sect written on it. So presumably this sect is called Myriad Dharma Sect. Myriad Dharma Sect? Why have I never heard of it before? Could it be some second-rate or third-rate sect? Tower Master, it probably is not. This subordinate could sense that the sect's formation is very powerful. No second-rate or third-rate sect could possibly possess such a powerful protective grand formation. And that magnificent sect archway as well. An ordinary sect simply could not build something like that. That is strange. A completely unheard of sect? Notify the Deputy Tower Master at once. Have him bring a group of people to test the foundations of this Myriad Dharma sect. If they can break through the sect protecting formation, then Myriad Dharma sect is nothing more than some insignificant sect. Once inside, directly force them to reveal the child's whereabouts. Make sure to bring that child back. As for that Myriad Dharma sect, whether they have anything to do with the child or not, just wipe out the sect. Yes, Tower Master. This subordinate will notify the Deputy Tower Master immediately. Eastern Region, Feng Prefecture, Qingtian Holy Land. Holy Master, that is the situation. This Myriad Dharma sect is like something that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I asked the people nearby, and none of them had ever heard of this sect or knew of its existence. Oh, you mean the one who awakened a physique is very likely a disciple of their sect? That's right, Holy Master. The person who awakened the physique appeared in the Shengtian mountain range, and Myriad Dharma sect is also in the Shengtian mountain range. There cannot be that many coincidences. Then make a trip to this sect personally. If this sect strength is ordinary, then bring back the person who awakened the physique directly. If they refuse to cooperate, then kill them all. Also, tell the one who awakened the physique that as long as he is willing to join our Qingtian Holy Land, we will pass on stronger cultivation techniques to him and provide him with more resources. Only with stronger techniques and resources can his physique be brought out perfectly. Yes, this subordinate knows what to do. Ling Prefecture, inside Dao, One Holy Land. What a pity. Such a peerless genius has actually already joined another sect. Elder Songlin, go pay a visit to this Myriad Dharma sect in the name of my Dao, One Holy Land, and see whether this disciple can be persuaded to transfer to our Dao, One Holy Land. As long as he is willing to come, I can promise to accept him as my personal disciple. Elder Songlin looked at the Holy Master in shock. The Holy Master had never taken a disciple before, yet now he was actually willing to make an exception. Yes, Holy Master. I will take care of this at once, and definitely bring that person back to you. Xintian Sword Sect, a super first-rate sect of Xintian Prefecture. Great Elder, I've already searched the entire Xing'an mountain range and found no heavenly treasures at all. At the same time, I ran into people from Qingtian Holy Land and Dao One Holy Land. They were searching too. However, I did discover a sect called Myriad Dharma Sect. The treasure is very likely inside that sect. Great Elder, Should we report this matter to the sect master? Report what? Are you going to alarm the sect master over such a trivial matter? Then what use are we? For this matter, I'll personally take a few of you to Myriad Dharma sect and have a look. If this Myriad Dharma sect has a treasure but refuses to hand it over, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At that time, I hope they know what's good for them, Eastern region, inside Tianbao Pavilion. A woman was seated upright in the place of honor. Her skin was as lustrous as jade, her face exquisite and breathtakingly beautiful. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and every movement she made radiated an elegance that was impossible to conceal. Miss, why didn't you press her for the source of those 2 saint medicines? If we can get control of that kind of saint medicine, the lifespan problem of several old ancestors can be solved. Foolish. Do you know what Uncle Wang told me? Uncle Wang said he could not see through that woman's cultivation. Do you understand what that means? Even Uncle Wang couldn't see through that woman's cultivation. Uncle Wang is at the peak of the saint entry realm. Then this woman is very likely a saint. That's right, very likely a saint, and a high-level saint at that. That is why I did not ask further about the whereabouts of the peach saint medicine. Besides, she's not very old. To already be a saint at such a young age, she must have a major power backing her. There is no need for us to make an enemy of her. On the contrary, as long as we build a good relationship with her, we may even be able to trade for peach saint medicine from her again in the future. Mrs. Wise, this old man thanks Miss for her teaching and guidance. The shopkeeper respectfully bowed to the woman as he spoke. Enough. If she comes again to trade in the future, you must treat her well. I have already given her the black gold token of our Tianbao Pavilion. No matter what she comes to buy in the future, give her a 30% discount across the board. Miss, please rest assured. I know what to do. I will definitely satisfy her. I am now going to personally deliver these 2 peaches back to Central Continent for the old ancestors to consume. During this period, you are to watch over Tianbao Pavilion properly. Miss, please rest assured. This old man will definitely manage Tianbao Pavilion with care. Shengtian Mountain Range, Myriad Dharma Sect. These past 2 days, the idol Lu Chun had set up a pavilion beside the Enlightenment Tea Tree, and even got himself a recliner. At the moment, he was leisurely lying there like a corpse. This subordinate greets Sect Master. Oh, Protector Shun is back. How do things go? Sect Master, I've already bought back everything you instructed me to get. Very good. Take all the things Xiao Tian and Xiao Yun can use and deliver them to them first. System, open personal panel, ding name, Lu Chun. Age, 23. Cultivation, initial stage, Great Emperor Realm. Physique, innate divine demon body. Cultivation method, divine demon art. Disciples Ning Tian, supreme bone, Ning Yun double pupils. Myriad Dharma sect still has great room for development. Please work hard to develop the sect host. System, even the donkey on a production team wouldn't dare work like you. I only just took in 2 disciples, and you still won't let me rest for a while. The cold wind of the night brushed past the treetops. Ancient trees intertwined into a dark green canopy, and under the moonlight, more than a dozen figures in black moved forward in silence. They were sneakily approaching the mountain gate of Wanfa sect. Inside Wanfa sect, Jiang Ba curled his lips into a disdainful cold smile and said, "These suicidal fools actually dare to break in my Wanfa sect and cause trouble." Before his words even finished, his figure shifted slightly and vanished from where he stood in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already standing behind the group of black-clothed men, his voice icy as he said, "A bunch of ignorant ants actually dare to come to my Wanfa sect and run wild." The black-clothed men were instantly shocked and hurriedly turned around. They saw a man standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze locking onto them like icy blades. The Vice Tower Master looked at the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared, completely unable to see through the depth of his cultivation, and for a moment did not dare act rashly. "Who are you, sir?" "We are people from Shadow Tower. You'd better know what's good for you and not interfere with our business. Or else what? You want to make a move on me?" Jiang Ba coldly asked in return. Jiang Ba said no more and directly unfolded his saint domain. In an instant, the more than dozen people within the domain were crushed into blood mist. He deliberately left the Vice Tower Master with one last breath, grabbed him, and flew straight toward the Sect Master Hall. Inside the Sect Master Hall, Lu Chun was watching all of this. "What a Shadow Tower. I wasn't even looking for you, and yet you came knocking at my door instead." Ding! The system has issued a mission. As the future strongest sect in all the heavens, how can it allow others to bully it? Please destroy Shadow Tower, host. Upon completion, you will receive generous rewards. Oh, the system gave me a mission. Destroy Shadow Tower. Lu Chun pondered briefly. I originally planned to leave Shadow Tower for Ning Tian to use for training. If I wipe it out now, how am I supposed to explain it to Xiao Tian? Forget it. I'll complete the system mission first. At this moment, Jiang Bao walked into the hall, carrying a person. This subordinate greets Sect Master. Sect Master, just now more than a dozen people claiming to be from Shadow Tower came and tried to break into our sect. Before they could even make a move, this subordinate had already killed them all. This is their leader. Luchan looked at the half-dead man on the ground and asked, "What position do you hold in Shadow Tower? Why did you come to my sect? You'd better let me go, or our tower master will never let you off." The man threatened with bluster, hiding his fear. "Oh, you still dare threaten me?" Luchan said flatly. "Jiang Ba Hufa, show him a little color." When Jiang Ba heard this, he lifted his foot and lightly stepped on a man's arm. A crisp crack rang out, and every bone in that entire arm shattered. "Ah!" A miserable scream sounded, followed by intermittent cries of pain. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The man was in such pain that his soul nearly left his body, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "I am Shadow Tower's Vice Tower Master. Tower Master sent me to capture a child with a supreme bone. Tower Master wants to obtain the supreme bone in his body and then transplant it into himself. I was only following orders. Please, I beg you, spare me." "How many people are currently in Shadow Tower?" Luchan pressed. "Shadow Tower is deep in the mountain forest north of Kanglan Prefecture. There are probably more than 5,000 people. Please, I beg you, spare me," the Vice Tower Master answered while trembling. "Jiang Ba, cripple his cultivation," Luchan ordered. "Yes, Sect Master." Jiang Ba casually struck the Vice Tower Master's Dantian with one palm, directly shattering his Qi Si. "Xiao Tian, come to the Sect Master Hall," Luchan transmitted his voice. Ning Tian, who was in the middle of cultivating, suddenly heard his master's voice transmission. "It's so late. Why is Master calling me over? Did something happen?" He was puzzled, but did not think too much about it. He immediately got up and headed over. After arriving in the hall, Ning Tian gave Luchan a slight bow and said, "Disciple greets Master." After entering the hall, Ning Tian saw at a glance that there was someone lying on the ground. When he saw that person's face clearly, his eyes instantly turned red. He clenched his fists and stared fixedly at the other man. This was someone he would never, ever forget. It was this very man who had led people to murder his parents and destroy his clan. Seeing Ning Tian's reaction, Luchan knew at once that he had recognized him. "Xiao Tian, this is the man who led others to wipe out your clan. He is the Vice Tower Master of the assassin organization Shadow Tower. Because the Shadow Tower Master coveted your supreme bone, he sent people to exterminate your entire clan and planned to abduct you, then transplant your supreme bone. Tonight, he also brought more than a dozen men and tried to break into my Wanfa sect to capture you. Now I'm handing him over to you. Take your revenge with your own hands." When Ning Tian learned that his supreme bone was actually the reason his clan had been destroyed, overwhelming guilt surged into his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Xiao Tian, you do not need to blame yourself. Possessing a supreme bone is not your fault. Go on, take revenge with your own hands," Luchan said gently. How could he fail to see that the child was blaming himself, thinking he had caused his loved ones' deaths? Looking at the half-dead Vice Tower Master on the ground, there was not the slightest trace of fear in Ning Tian's eyes. Step by step, he walked over, circulated his cultivation art, condensed all his anger and grief in his right fist, and smashed it viciously into the Vice Tower Master's head. Bang! With a dull sound, the Vice Tower Master's head instantly burst into pieces. Then, with a thump, Ning Tian dropped to his knees and heavily kowtowed to Luchan. "Thank you, Master, for avenging my parents and clan members. Get up." Luchan used his aura to help Ning Tian to his feet. "Xiao Tian, none of this was your fault. Stop blaming yourself. You still have little Yuner to take care of. In a bit, I'll arrange for Hufa Shun and Hufa Jiangba to go capture the Shadow Tower Master and bring him back to you, so you can personally take revenge. If they fail to capture you, they'll keep sending people to watch you at Wanfa Sect, just like tonight. So we might as well directly capture the Tower Master and hand him over to you to deal with," Luchan said as he fooled him. "This disciple understands." After walking out of the hall, Ning Tian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. "Master is right. I still have my little sister to take care of. I can't keep drowning in grief. I have to become stronger." Luchan turned to Jiangba and instructed, "Hufa Jiangba, make the trip with Hufa Shun. Completely wipe out Shadow Tower. After crippling that Tower Master's cultivation, bring him back and let Xiao Tian personally finish him off." "Yes, Sect Master." This subordinate understands what to do. Kanglan Prefecture, Shadow Tower. The disciple guarding the Soul Hall was dozing off when suddenly, crack, crack, a series of brittle sounds rang out, and more than a dozen soul plaques shattered one after another. The disciple instantly jolted awake and rushed in terror toward the soul plaque shelf. Looking at the rows of shattered soul plaques, his legs went weak from fright. How was it possible for more than a dozen to die at once? Before he could recover from the shock, the soul plaque above, the one representing the Vice Tower Master, also shattered with a snap. The Vice Tower Master is dead too? His soul nearly flew out of his body. Rolling and crawling, he ran toward the main building, shouting as he ran, "Tower Master, this is bad. Something happened. Tower Master." The disciple stumbled as he shoved open the doors to the main building and cried out, "Tower Master, something happened. What are you making such a fuss about? Are you looking to die?" The Shadow Tower Master barked impatiently. "Be bad news, Tower Master." The soul plaque of the Vice Tower Master, and the soul plaques of more than a dozen brothers, they've all shattered. What did you say? The Shadow Tower Master shot to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say? Say it again. The Vice Tower Master, and more than a dozen heaven-ranked and earth-ranked assassins' soul plaques have all shattered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Ying is at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. In Kanglan Prefecture, who could possibly kill him? Are you lying to me? The Shadow Tower Master demanded sharply. That disciple answered while trembling. Tower Master, how would this subordinate dare deceive you with something like this? Why you? You should hurry and go take a look at the Soul Hall. Just as the Shadow Tower Master was about to head for the Soul Hall, the entire Shadow Tower was suddenly enveloped by a powerful Saint Domain. The pressure of the Saint Domain grew stronger and stronger, and the assassins inside the tower were silently crushed into blood mist one by one. The Shadow Tower Master's expression changed drastically. He turned and tried to flee, but an invisible force from the Saint Domain pressed him firmly to the ground, leaving him unable to move. At the doorway, a man and a woman slowly walked in. Saints! The Shadow Tower Master's eyes were full of horror. My lords, is there some misunderstanding between us? I don't seem to have offended either of you, have I? The Tower Master hurriedly struggled and begged for mercy. It's true you haven't offended us, but you offended a personal disciple of our sect, Jiang Ba said coldly. Huh? Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't even know who your sect's personal disciple is, so how could I have offended them? The Shadow Tower Master hurriedly argued. Our sect is called the Myriad Dharma Sect. Think carefully again. Shun Jixia sneered from the side. Myriad Dharma Sect? The Shadow Tower Master muttered to himself. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be the sect Zhu Ying wanted to test? All right, Protector Jiang, stop wasting words with him. Hurry and take him back to personal disciple Ning. Shun Jixia said. True enough. What a bore. Jiang Ba curled his lips and said. Then Jiang Ba casually sent a stream of aura into the Shadow Tower Master's Dantian. Ah, you actually dared to cripple my Dantian. The Shadow Tower Master let out a shrill scream. You talk too much. Jiang Ba impatiently slapped him again, directly knocking out all the teeth in his mouth. Shun Jixia casually tore open a crack in space before her and stepped in first. Jiang Ba carried the Shadow Tower Master, limp like a dead dog, and followed right behind into the rift. The spatial crack then closed at once. In the Sect Master Hall of Wanfa Sect, Lu Chun and Little Ning Yun were sitting in the Sect Master's chair. Yin'er, Xiao Tian, he's the Master of Shadow Tower. He's the one who sent people to kill your parents and clansmen. At this moment, Little Ning Yun was also glaring angrily at the person on the ground. Big brother, hurry up and beat this bad man in black to death and avenge father and mother, Little Ning Yun said fiercely in her childish voice. Looking at the Shadow Tower Master below, who was like a dead dog, Lu Chun asked, So it was you who coveted my disciple's supreme bone and slaughtered my disciple's entire clan? Guaji, are you trying to fool me with gibberish? Lu Chun said angrily. Jiang Ba awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, Sect Master, I knocked all his teeth out, so his speech leaks a bit. At this point, Lu Chun also realized it was a little awkward, so that's how it is. Xiao Tian, I'll leave this man to you. Yes, Master. Ning Tian showed no mercy at all, only anger and grief. He gathered all his strength and threw out a punch. Boom! The Shadow Tower Master's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering all over the floor. The Shadow Tower Master, dead. Though little Ning Yun was still young, she also understood that this person had killed their parents, so Lu Chun had let her come over to witness and understand all of this. Otherwise, it might affect her future cultivation. Lu Chun casually waved his hand, and there was no trace of blood left in the hall. Everything restored to how it was before. The Shadow Tower Master's storage ring also appeared in Lu Chen's hand. At this moment, little Ning Yun kept staring at the ring in Lu Chen's hand and spoke in her childish voice. Master, are there lots of treasures inside the ring? Hee. How could Lu Chun not see through this little girl's thoughts? She definitely wanted this spatial ring. He checked the inside of the ring, and after confirming there was no problem, he took out several sinister items and destroyed them before handing the ring to her. From now on, you have to cultivate properly. If there's anything you don't understand, come find your master, got it? The moment little Ning Yun got the spatial ring, she immediately put it away, afraid someone might snatch it. Hearing Lu Chen's words, little Ning Yun happily said, I know. I'll cultivate properly. Lu Chen looked at the little girl helplessly. She really was a little money grubber. In the past few days, little Ning Yun's cultivation had also reached the 3rd level of body tempering, while Ning Tian had already reached the 9th level of qi refining. Alright, Xiao Tian, take Yin'er back first, and the rest of you, withdraw as well. Ding, congratulations, host. Shadow Tower has been destroyed. Mission complete. Reward gift pack has been distributed. After everyone had withdrawn, Lu Chun said, System, open the gift pack. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 sect treasury with 1 billion spirit crystals included. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the Great Dao Cauldron, an extreme Dao Imperial weapon. It can suppress the sect's fate and measure talent. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining 4 yellow character summon cards. Not bad, not bad. Looking at these rewards, Lu Chen's mood improved quite a bit. He had gained 4 more character cards, and they were even yellow character cards. Right now, such a huge sect only had a few people in it. It really did feel too deserted. System, use the character summon cards and the treasury. Ding, summoning characters. Ding, manifesting treasury. Suddenly, Jiang Yu and the other 3 all looked toward the depths of the sect at the same time. After discovering 4 figures with the same kind of aura as theirs, they stopped paying attention. Lu Chun played with the great Dao cauldron in his hand. Looking at the Dao fortune flowing across its surface and the imperial might it emitted, he nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad, not bad. At this moment, 4 people walked into the hall. This subordinate Wang Lin. This subordinate Wang Xing. This subordinate Wang Hong. This subordinate Wang Bo. Greetings, Sect Master. Looking at their panels and seeing that all 4 were at the peak of the Saint King realm, Lu Chun thought to himself, very good. You may all rise. Right now, the sect has few people, so there's nothing to arrange for the time being. You should go familiarize yourselves with the sect first. For now, just guard the sect. Yes, Sect Master. This subordinate takes his leave at noon the next day on the outskirts of Shangtian mountain range. People from Qingtian Holy Land? Song Lin looked at the few people not far away and thought inwardly. Could they also be here for that genius? Looks like bringing the person back to Daoi Holy Land this time is going to be a little troublesome. Naturally, the people from Qingtian Holy Land also saw Song Lin, and a trace of contempt swept through their eyes as they looked at him. Looks like Daoi Holy Land is also here to poach someone. You think Daoi Holy Land is worthy of competing with our Qingtian Holy Land for people? At this moment, Song Lin had already walked over and said with a smile, Elder Qi is also here to visit Wanfa sect? Song Lin asked tentatively, could it be that Elder Tsong isn't? Ha! What a coincidence that we're all headed the same way. Elder Qi, how about we go visit Wanfa sect together? Ha! Exactly what I was thinking. So the 2 groups headed toward Wanfa sect together. Inside Wanfa sect, Jiang Ba, who was cultivating, suddenly sensed that someone had arrived at the sect gate. He opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowing. Protector Jiang Ba, send the people outside away. They should have come for little Yunner's physique. There's no need to pay them any attention. Lu Chun transmitted his voice. Upon hearing the Sect Master's voice transmission, Jiang Ba immediately moved into action. Yes, Sect Master. I know what to do. Very soon, voices came from outside. Daoi Holy Land and Qingtian Holy Land have come to visit Wanfa sect. Jiang Ba walked out of the mountain gate and looked at the people from the 2 holy lands. And you are? I'm Song Lin of Daoi Holy Land. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Qi Guang, meanwhile, looked at Jiang Ba with a face full of disdain. I am Qi Guang of Qingtian Holy Land. Then Elder Qi of Qingtian Holy Land changed the topic and immediately asked, I heard that Wanfa sect recently accepted a disciple with outstanding aptitude. There was a trace of covetous intent in his words. Seeing this, Song Lin also followed up, fellow Daoist, may we meet the genius of your sect? As Sect Master said, both openly and secretly, these words are all saying they want to poach from our sect. Jiang Ba sneered inwardly, but his face showed nothing. The direct disciple of our sect is currently in secluded cultivation and cannot be disturbed. Also, our sect gate is not open. You should all leave. Qi Guang and Song Lin exchanged a glance, displeasure flashing through their eyes. They had come to visit, yet they could not even enter the sect gate. What? Do you want to make a move? Jiang Ba said with a slight curl of his lips, carrying a hint of mockery. But very soon, both Qi Guang and Song Lin discovered that they could not see through the cultivation of the person before them. After suppressing his anger slightly, Qi Guang said, your sect really is quite the nerve. Our Qingtian Holy Land has come to visit, yet we can't even enter the sect gate. Are you giving no face at all to Qingtian Holy Land? Qi Guang immediately used the name of Qingtian Holy Land to pressure Jiang Ba. Is the face of your Qingtian Holy Land that impressive? Why should I give you face? As soon as these words came out, Qi Guang instantly became furious. How dare you? With a backhand motion, he took out the soul-extinguishing blade from his spatial ring and, without another word, slashed straight at Jiang Ba. He roared, soul-extinguishing slash. The blade shone with a chilling gleam, even causing the surrounding space to twist slightly. Jiang Ba, a mere ant in the Saint Entry realm dares cause trouble at my sect gate. With a swing of Jiang Ba's hand, an even more terrifying blade intent burst out from his hand and slashed directly toward Qi Guang. When Qi Guang saw this terrifying blade intent chopping toward him, cold sweat instantly poured down his back. Not good. He immediately brought out a defensive treasure. But Jiang Ba's blade intent directly shattered the shield and struck Qi Guang viciously. Then Qi Guang's whole body was sent flying several hundred meters away like a kite with its string cut. Elder Qi, are you all right? The people from Qingtian Holy Land looked at Jiang Ba with furious expressions, but they did not dare attack him. They hurriedly chased after Qi Guang to check his injuries, only to find that Elder Qi had already stopped breathing. Several people from Qingtian Holy Land clenched their teeth tightly. Seeing this scene, Song Lin quickly retreated a few steps and hurriedly cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, I was rude to disturb you. We mean no harm. Daoi Holy Land will leave at once. After saying that, they did not waste another word and immediately took their people far away from the place. Jiangba looked disdainfully at the people from Qingtian Holy Land and said, if you don't leave now, then all of you can stay behind. Just you wait. Our Qingtian Holy Land will not let this matter go so easily. Let's go. Jiangba let out a light laugh, not taking Qingtian Holy Land seriously at all. Lu Chan was also watching all of this from within the sect and sneered. These people really did come for little Yun'er. I just hope you don't have a death wish. Inside the grand hall of Qingtian Holy Land, a disciple hurried into the sect master's hall and shouted in panic. Holy Lord, something terrible has happened. Elder Chi's soul tablet. It's shattered. What kind of behavior is this, panicking like that? What exactly happened? The Holy Lord asked in a deep voice. The disciple reported with a trembling body. Holy Lord, Elder Chi's soul tablet. Shattered. What did you say? The Holy Lord's expression changed. Didn't I send Elder Chi to the Wanfa sect? How could he have suddenly died? What exactly happened? This disciple also does not know the details. Please, Holy Lord, go to the Soul Hall and take a look at once. Just as the Holy Lord was about to get up and head for the Soul Hall, several more people came in crying. They were the stewards who had gone to the Wanfa sect together with Elder Chi. Holy Lord, you must seek justice for Elder Chi. The moment they entered the hall, they cried out loudly. What exactly happened? Tell me everything clearly, from start to finish. The Holy Lord forcibly suppressed his anger. Holy Lord, we followed your instructions and respectfully went to visit the Wanfa sect, but as soon as we arrived at the mountain gate, they refused to let us in and even spoke wildly, saying what kind of thing Qingtian Holy Land was. Elder Chi stepped forward to explain that we were only there to pay a visit, but the other party slapped Elder Chi without another word. That man's cultivation was extremely high, so Elder Chi could only lead us away first. But that man still refused to let it go and even told Elder Chi to bring you a message. He said you were to go to the Wanfa sect on your knees, performing 3 kneels and 9 kowtows to apologize. When Elder Chi heard such insulting words toward you, he was furious beyond measure and charged forward with his blade. In the end, he was killed by that man in a single move. What? Outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. At once, the atmosphere in the entire hall turned heavy. The Holy Lord's eyes were wide with fury, and he slammed the table hard. Wanfa sect, you've got some nerve. You dare insult me like this and humiliate my Qingtian Holy Land to this extent. The Dharma Protector Elder at his side was also trembling with anger. Holy Lord, if this grudge is not avenged, we are no better than cowards. Let us gather our forces at once and kill our way to the Wanfa sect. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation, an elder who looked wise stepped forward and said, Holy Lord, for the Wanfa sect to act so arrogantly, there may be another force backing them from behind. We must not act rashly. Why not first send people to investigate the Wanfa sect's true strength before making a decision? It will not be too late then. The Holy Lord took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his heart. What you say does make sense. This matter is of great importance. Allow me to consider it carefully. Afterward, the Holy Lord arranged for several sharp disciples to go investigate the area around the Wanfa sect. At noon the next day, several more people arrived in front of the Wanfa sect's mountain gate. The leader wore a black robe and had a cold temperament, with several overconfident fellows following behind him. Jiangba immediately appeared before the gate and asked, And who are you people now? The black-robed man let out a cold laugh. Go inform your sect master. Tell him the Grand Elder of the Xiantian Sword Sect has come to pay a visit. As soon as Jiangba heard that there were more people wanting to enter the sect, his face immediately darkened. The mountain gate of my Wanfa sect is not open. We are not receiving visitors for the time being. Please leave. The black-robed man frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. Our Xiantian Sword Sect came sincerely to visit, yet your Wanfa sect is being so rude. Could it be that you have something to hide? Jiangba snorted coldly. Stop trying to use the Xiantian Sword Sect to pressure people. I don't care what dog's-hit sword sect you are. Get the hell out right now. You got guts insulting my Xiantian Sword Sect like that. The Grand Elder suddenly raised his hand and waved it, sending a sharp sword chi straight at Jiangba. Jiangba had not expected the other side to attack the moment he said so. Furious from shame and anger, Jiangba said, A few ants dare attack my Wanfa sect too. After speaking, Jiangba stretched out his large hand and directly smashed the sword chi apart with one slap. Then a giant hand formed from spiritual power instantly appeared in the air and tightly seized the Grand Elder of the Xiantian Sword Sect. When the others saw this, they also attacked Jiangba at the same time. Jiangba directly unfolded his Saint Domain and crushed those few ants into a mist of blood. Immediately after, he clenched his hand hard, and the Xiantian Sword Sect's Grand Elder was directly crushed to pieces. With a wave of his hand, After cleaning up the mountain gate, Jiangba looked into the distance, then let out a cold laugh and paid it no more attention. The few disciples of Qingtian Holy Land hiding in the distance saw this scene and were scared out of their wits. They immediately turned and ran. Go. Hurry back to the Holy Land and report. One day later, inside Qingtian Holy Land, a Dharma Protector Elder was reporting to the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, the disciples who went to investigate near the Wanfa sect have sent back news. The Wanfa sect also clashed with the Xintian Sword sect, and even the Xintian Sword sect's Grand Elder was killed by them. Oh, a sharp gleam flashed through the Holy Lord's eyes, and he immediately said, should we join forces with the Xintian Sword sect and attack the Wanfa sect together? When the time comes, we can split the Wanfa sect's treasury 80-20. We take 80, they take 20. Holy Lord, this plan is feasible, the Dharma Protector Elder echoed. I refuse to believe an obscure sect can withstand our two great sects joining forces. Good. Then contacting the Xintian Sword sect will be the Dharma Protector Elder's responsibility. Holy Lord, rest assured, this subordinate will send someone to contact the Xintian Sword sect at once and see what they think. Just as the Dharma Protector Elder was about to withdraw, a disciple came to report, Holy Lord, an envoy from the Xintian Sword sect has arrived. Oh, so they came knocking first? Dharma Protector Elder, it seems you won't need to make the trip. The Holy Lord straightened his robes, sat properly in the main seat, and signaled for the envoy to enter. Greetings, Holy Lord of Qingtian. After performing the proper salute, the envoy directly said, our sword sect's Grand Elder has unfortunately fallen at the hands of the Wanfa sect. I have heard that your Holy Land also has grievances with the Wanfa sect. Our sect master intends to join forces with your Holy Land and attack the Wanfa sect together. I wonder what the Holy Lord thinks. The Holy Lord smiled faintly. An alliance is fine, but my Qingtian Holy Land wants 80% of the resources inside. No problem. Our sect master said that as long as the Wanfa sect is destroyed, that is enough. Very good. How about this? In 3 days, our two sects will gather at the outer region of the Xingtian mountain range, and then we will attack the mountain together. What do you think? The Holy Lord of Qingtian asked. After thinking for a moment, the envoy said, good. Our Xintian Sword sect has no problem with that. We will act according to the Holy Lord's plan. The two sides quickly settled the specific details. One day later, in a tea house, have you heard? Qingtian Holy Land and the Xintian Sword sect are joining forces to attack a sect called the Wanfa sect. Wanfa sect? What kind of sect is that? Why haven't I heard of it? I don't know either. It seems like it's a sect that only appeared recently. I heard that someone from the Wanfa sect told the Holy Lord of Qingtian to go to the Wanfa sect on his knees, performing 3 kneels and 9 kowtows to apologize. The Holy Lord of Qingtian flew into a rage after hearing that. So that's why he wants to attack the Wanfa sect. Is this Wanfa sect really that formidable? They even dare humiliate a Holy Lord. Exactly. Just as everyone was discussing it heatedly, an old man wearing a tattered Taoist robe walked into the tea house. He slowly made his way over and sat beside the crowd, took a sip of tea, and said mysteriously, do you really think this Wanfa sect is some nobody? I heard that behind the Wanfa sect sits a peerless mighty figure. When the crowd heard this, all of them showed doubtful expressions. A sect that just popped up can have what kind of mighty figure? Someone said disdainfully. But the old man continued unhurriedly. That mighty figure is said to have already reached the saint realm in cultivation. He usually remains in secluded cultivation and rarely appears in the world. Before the great battle to attack the Wanfa sect had even begun, it had already filled many people with anticipation. And whether the mysterious saint realm mighty figure behind the Wanfa sect would make a move became the greatest suspense in everyone's hearts. 3 days later, the forces of Qingtian Holy Land and the Xintian Sword sect arrived as scheduled, and warships filled the outer region of the Xingtian mountain range. In the distance, crowds had gathered to watch this great battle. Why is the Wanfa sect still keeping its mountain gate tightly shut? Don't they know that Qingtian Holy Land and the Xintian Sword sect are coming to attack their gate? How can they not know? The news has spread across the entire Kangwu province these past few days. Do you think they're scared? How could they not be? On one side is a Holy Land, and on the other is the Xintian Sword sect. It looks like the Wanfa sect will have a hard time surviving this one. What a pity. After offending 2 great powers, it seems there will be no more Xuanhuang sect on the Xuanhuang Continent from now on. And at this moment, inside the Xuanhuang sect, there was not the slightest sign that they were preparing for a great battle. Lu Chun was still lying in a rocking chair, while little Ning Yun sat on his lap, nibbling on a flat peach, her mouth covered in peach juice. Whenever this girl got lazy, she would run over and cling to him, and Lu Chun could do nothing about it. After all, she was his disciple. Master, what are all those people outside here for? Little Ning Yun's double pupils had long since seen through the sect's grand formation and the situation outside. Yinner, they're all bad people. They've come to attack our myriad Dharma sect. So many people are coming to attack us? Then what should we do? Little Ning Yun asked worriedly. But very quickly, she patted her little chest and said, Master, don't be scared. When they get here, I'll help you beat them up. I've already reached the 5th level of body tempering. I can protect Master now, too. Hehehe. Hearing that, Lu Chun burst into laughter. At least all the doting he had given this little girl hadn't been for nothing. Ding, the system has issued a mission. Since someone has attacked your sect, how can there be no counterattack? Host, please wipe out Xintian Holy Land and Xintian Sword Sect. Completing the mission will grant generous rewards. At this moment, inside the Sect Master's main hall, Lu Chun looked at the 4 men kneeling on one knee. One of them spoke up, Sect Master, we 4 brothers have just returned to the sect. We ask that you give this opportunity to us and let's earn merit for the sect. Lu Chun smiled. Do those ants outside really require all 4 of you to act together? Wang Lin, Wang Xing, the 2 of you go outside the mountain gate and deal with those people. Perfect timing. Each of you can handle one sect. Wang Heng, Wang Bo, the 2 of you go wipe out Xintian Holy Land and Xintian Sword Sect. Remember to control your strength when you make a move. Don't collapse their treasure vaults. Move all their books back here, so the disciples can read them later and learn more about the Xuanhuang Continent. Sect Master, rest assured, Wang Bo and I will definitely bring back all the resources from those 2 sections. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement. Wang Lin and Wang Xing flashed away and appeared in front of the myriad Dharma sect's mountain gate. Looking at the hundreds of warships surrounding the sect gate tightly, both of them burst into excited laughter. When the surrounding crowd saw that only 2 people had come out from the myriad Dharma sect to face the battle, they were all extremely confused. What's going on? Did the people of myriad Dharma sect run away in advance? Did they send these 2 out to die just to buy time? You know, that's actually possible. Who wouldn't be afraid when facing 2 top-tier sects? If they don't run, are they waiting to die? Sigh. This myriad Dharma sect has only just appeared in the world, and now it's about to be destroyed. Well, who told them to be so outrageously bold, offending 2 major sects at the same time? At this moment, Wang Lin shouted angrily. So it's you ants who want to attack my myriad Dharma sect? When the Xintian Holy Lord heard that he, a mighty expert at the peak of the Saint Entry realm, was actually being called an ant by the other side, his face instantly turned livid. He immediately said to the Xintian Sword Master, Xintian Sword Master, let's attack together and destroy myriad Dharma sect. Wang Lin looked at Wang Xing and said, hurry up and make your move. After this is dealt with, I still need to go back and cultivate. All right, Wang Xing answered with a smile. The 2 of them each raised one hand, and 2 enormous spiritual energy palms instantly appeared in the sky, one from the left and one from the right, attacking together as they slammed toward the warships. Looking at the 2 giant palms that had suddenly appeared, everyone cried out in alarm. Not good. Everyone, quickly form up, the Xintian Holy Lord shouted loudly. But the moment the warships came into contact with the giant palms, the formations shattered with a loud crash, and ship after ship exploded under the blows of the palms. Seeing this scene, the Xintian Holy Lord and the Xintian Sword Master immediately tried to flee, but before they could even move, they were frozen in place by a saint domain. You cannot kill me. I am the Xintian Holy Lord. If you kill me, my family ancestor will never let you off. As for the Xintian Sword Master, his legs were trembling, and at some point, a puddle of water had appeared beneath his feet. He cannot say a single word. No matter how the Xintian Holy Lord screamed, Wang Lin and Wang Xing paid him no attention. The 2 giant palms did not pause in the slightest, and the 2 men could only watch the giant hands slam down in despair. Boom! After a deafening explosion, dust billowed everywhere. A moment later, as the dust gradually dispersed, not a single person from Xintian Holy Land or Xintian Sword Sect could be seen at the scene anymore. When the onlookers saw this, they all involuntarily swallowed hard, their entire bodies trembling. The scene fell into dead silence, silent, terrifyingly silent. After a while, someone finally spoke first. Teach, this has to be fake, right? How can they be this strong? Everyone was gone with a single slap? That was even faster than me spending spirit stones. Saints. Those 2 from myriad Dharma sect must both be saints. Xintian Sword Sect and Xintian Holy Land are finished. Go, hurry back to the family and tell them myriad Dharma sect has saints. Go back and inform the sect. Myriad Dharma sect absolutely must not be provoked. Meanwhile, above Xintian Sword Sect and Xintian Holy Land, space rippled slightly, and a figure slowly stepped out after tearing through space. When Wang Heng and Wang Bo arrived above the 2 sects, the people in both sects were still dreaming of surrounding and attacking myriad Dharma sect. Wang Heng formed seals with both hands, and a gigantic rune descended from the sky, smashing into Xintian Holy Land's defensive formation and instantly battering it to the brink of collapse. Cracks appeared all over the surface of the formation. Who is it that dares attack our Xintian Holy Land? The elders of Xintian Holy Land flew out one after another. When they saw the cracks in the sect's grand formation, they shouted, everyone, come with me and reinforce the formation. Someone, quickly go invite the ancestor. Wang Heng gave them no time to prepare. His second attack had already fallen. The formation shattered instantly, and the powerful aftershock blasted toward the elders and disciples inside the Holy Land. Everywhere the terrifying shockwave passed, people exploded into clouds of blood. Just then, an aged voice rang out. Who dares destroy my Xintian Holy Land? Noisy. Wang Heng slapped toward the direction the voice had come from. What followed was a miserable scream. Xintian Holy Land's Saint Realm ancestor had fallen. Wang Heng then walked straight toward the treasure vault and the scripture repository. On the other side was Xintian Sword Sect. Wang Bo drew his long sword and lightly slashed toward Xintian Sword Sect. A massive sword intent descended, sword chi crisscrossing everywhere. Xintian Sword Sect's sect formation did not even last for 1 second before it shattered. The huge sword intent still did not stop and continued falling toward the elders and disciples. A moment later, the ground was in complete ruin. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wang Bo felt no pity at all. Anyone who dared move against Myriad Dharma Sect could only die. He had kept the sect master's instructions firmly in mind and had deliberately controlled his strength just now. He absolutely could not blow up the treasure vault, or he would have no way to explain himself when he returned to the sect master. As the two great sects were destroyed, all their resources also fell into Myriad Dharma Sect's hands. Ding. Congratulations, host, for destroying Xintian Holy Land and Xintian Sword Sect. Reward, 1 gift pack. Please check it. System, open the gift pack. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 evolution pool. Soaking in it can help the user improve aptitude and evolve the body. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 mu of evolution soil. Any spiritual plant grown in evolution soil can have its growth speed increased by 100 times. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Xianling fruit trees. Each Xianling fruit can grant a person 10 years of cultivation, and only the first Xianling fruit works for each person. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 divine weapon tower. Inside the tower are countless divine weapons and sharp blades. As long as one has fate with them, anything from spirit treasures to extreme Tao Emperor weapons may be obtained. System, leave enough evolution soil for the enlightenment tea. Place the remaining evolution soil in the Pan Peach Forest, manifest the 100 Xianling fruit trees beside the Pan Peach Forest, and manifest the evolution pool in the back mountain. Understood, host. Manifesting evolution pool. In the blink of an eye, the 10 mu of evolution soil settled steadily into the Pan Peach Forest, and the Xianling fruit trees were neatly arranged beside it. The trees were already laden with heavy fruit, radiating an enticing glow. The evolution pool also manifested in the back mountain, its waters rippling softly and faintly giving off a mysterious aura. Lu Chun then casually took out the divine weapon tower and placed it not far from the cultivation tower. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Chun's heart was filled with joy. Ding, the system has issued a mission. If you want to become the strongest sect, how can you be without disciples? Please open a mountain and recruit disciples. Mission, recruit 3,000 disciples. Complete the mission to receive generous rewards. Lu Chun thought about it for a moment and felt that it really was time to open the mountain and recruit disciples. Wang Lin, come here for a moment. I have something for you to handle. Before long, Wang Lin appeared in front of Lu Chun. Sect Master, did something happen? Nothing major. I wanted to spread a message throughout the Eastern Domain. Tell them that our Myriad Dharma Sect will open the mountain and accept disciples 1 month from now. Yes, Sect Master, I will definitely make sure everyone in the Eastern Domain knows that we are recruiting disciples. At the same time, the mighty name of Myriad Dharma Sect also spread rapidly across the Eastern Domain. When other forces heard that Xintian Holy Land and Xintian Sword Sect had been destroyed, they were all terrified and no longer dared to harbor any thoughts about Myriad Dharma Sect. As for those smaller forces that had still been watching from the sidelines, they all began trying to build good relations with Myriad Dharma Sect. Lu Chun stood at a high place within the sect, looking at all of this, and understood clearly in his heart that the rise of Myriad Dharma Sect was already unstoppable. At this time, all of the Eastern Domain was discussing the destruction of Xintian Holy Land and Xintian Sword Sect. Hey, fellow Taoist, have you heard? Xintian Holy Land and Xintian Sword Sect have both been destroyed. No way. Who did you hear that from? Of course I heard it from my 8,000-year-old old treasure. Someone from her family joined Xintian Holy Land. I heard it was wiped out by a sect called the Xuanhuang Sect. I heard the Xuanhuang Sect only sent out 2 people, and they slapped everyone besieging the mountain gate to death with a single palm strike. That terrifying? Then do you know when this Xuanhuang Sect will open its mountain and accept disciples? How would anyone know that at that moment, a voice rang out across the sky above Xuanhuang Continent? It was not loud, yet it entered the ears of every person in Xuanhuang Continent. My Xuanhuang Sect will open its mountain and accept disciples 1 month from now. Regardless of background, regardless of aptitude, as long as you have perseverance, you may come to my sect and participate in the selection. Please spread the word far and wide. After Wang Lin finished speaking, without waiting for the people below to react, he vanished from where he stood and flew toward the next continent. What? The Xuanhuang Sect is going to accept disciples? I must go take part. Quick, hurry back and inform the young master. Tell him to return at once and take part in the Xuanhuang sect disciple selection test next month. Miss, this time you absolutely must join the Xuanhuang sect. I heard there are Saint Realm mighty experts inside the Xuanhuang sect. Really? Of course it's true. And there's more than one. There were 2 saints seen that very day. Things like this were happening all across the eastern region. Everyone wanted to join the Xuanhuang sect. Lingzhou, Dao, Yi Holy Land. At this moment, inside the main hall of Dao, Yi Holy Land, all the elders had gathered together. The Grand Elder was the first to speak. Holy Lord, although we only had a minor conflict with the Myriad Dharma sect, I believe we should show enough sincerity. If we only bring out a few bottles of pills and some spiritual herbs and medicine, they might not even take it seriously. Grand Elder, in your opinion, how should we compensate them? The Dao, Yi Holy Lord asked. My suggestion is 1 million top-grade spirit stones, plus 3 bottles of Heavenly King pills. The second elder immediately objected. Isn't that too much? 1 million top-grade spirit stones is our Holy Land's entire annual income. And on top of that, 3 bottles of 8th grade Heavenly King pills. We don't have much of that pill in stock ourselves. Second elder, if we can't repair our relationship with the Myriad Dharma sect, we may not even be able to keep our sect. At that point, what would these resources even mean? Hearing this, the second elder fell silent and tacitly agreed to the Grand Elder's proposal. That's right. If the sect was gone, why care about that bit of resources? The other elders also nodded in agreement. The Holy Lord looked at the silent elders and understood that everyone agreed with the Grand Elder's words. Since no one has any objections, then Grand Elder, you will personally deliver the compensation. Yes, Holy Lord, I will handle this matter properly and make sure they can find no excuse to make trouble for us. At this time, the Shengtian mountain range was extremely lively. In order to smoothly participate in this Myriad Dharma sect disciple selection, some people had already arrived in advance. Meanwhile, inside the Myriad Dharma sect, everything was quiet and peaceful. Little Ning Yun sat beside Lu Chun, eating a profound spirit fruit. Master, this fruit is so delicious. It's fragrant and sweet. You little foodie, sneaking off to slack again. Lu Chun said with a smile. Cultivation is no fun at all. Hearing this, Lu Chun shook his head helplessly. What could he do? He couldn't hit her, and he couldn't scold her. Besides, even though little Ning Yun barely cultivated, her cultivation was still rising. The current little Ning Yun was already at the 7th level of body tempering. Protector Shun, have the sect uniforms, sect tokens, soul plaques, and the rest all been prepared? Sect Master, I've already informed the people from Tianbao Pavilion to prepare them. It should be almost done. This time, all our purchases were made to high standards. The uniforms for ordinary outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples are all made from high-grade spirit garments, just with different styles to distinguish them. The inner disciples all use top-grade spirit garments, and for your direct disciples, Sect Master, they all use spirit treasures. This matter was handled well. Ding, system mission issued. Host, please go to Yuzhou City to take in a disciple. After successfully accepting the disciple, you will receive generous rewards. Oh, another new disciple has appeared? Looking at the system prompt, the disciple was in Yuzhou City. Protector Shun, watch over little Ning Yun. I'm going out to take in a disciple. After saying that, Lu Chun casually tore open a spatial crack in front of him and stepped inside. When he appeared again, he was already above Yuzhou City. Miss, we snuck out this time. Master will definitely be furious. What should we do next? Where should we go? Who told him to marry me off to that first prince? That first prince is arrogant and conceited, obsessed with pleasure, and has countless women around him. There's no way I'm marrying that kind of person. Now that we've come out, the world is so vast. Where can't we go? Let's find a place to rest first, then set out tomorrow. This place isn't far from the capital. He'll discover us very easily. At this time, Lu Chun was looking at the lively streets and strolling leisurely. Young master, want to buy a cultivation technique manual? This is a Saint-tier cultivation technique. Only 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper, your heart is really black. You take out a random book and call it a Saint-tier cultivation technique. Lu Chun said with a smile. What the hell do you know? You're just some clueless fool. I'm not doing business with you anymore. Scram, scram, scram. Lu Chun smiled and ignored him, continuing to slowly walk in the direction of his disciple. Judging from his system's prompt, the target was in a restaurant ahead. Before he even reached the restaurant, Lu Chun saw a group of people surrounding it. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out right now. Judging by how these people were dressed and how they acted, it was obvious at a glance that they were the young master of some great family. Everyone was furious but dared not speak. They all obediently walked out of the restaurant. Mu Qingsheng, you'd better obediently come back with me and complete the marriage. Your father has already settled the marriage agreement with my imperial father. You're already my woman. After you ran away, your father notified me immediately and told me to capture you and bring you back. Ha. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. Only a woman as beautiful as you is qualified to be my princess consort. Ha. Miss, it's the first prince. Seeing who had walked in, the two women were a little panicked. Li Haoyang, I will never marry you. There is absolutely no possibility between us. Please leave this place. It's impossible for me to go back with you. Mu Qingsheng, that's not up to you. Will you obediently come back with me and complete the marriage? Or shall I just take you right here and now? You shameless degenerate. I'd rather die than go with you. Oh, is that so? Men, seize this maid first. Li Haoyang, how dare you? What is there I wouldn't dare to do? If you still refuse to come back with me right now, I'll kill this little maid beside you first, then take you back. Xiao Qing, stand behind me. Miss, I'm not afraid. Later, you run first. I'll hold them back. What deep affection between master and servant. Just as both sides were at swords drawn, a voice came from the doorway. In broad daylight, there are actually people daring to seize a civilian woman by force. Truly lawless. Who are you? You dare meddle in my business too? Do you want to die? Lu Chun ignored Li Haoyang and looked directly at Mu Qingqing. At the same time, the system also provided Mu Qingqing's information. Ding, name, Mu Qingqing. Age, 20 years old. Realm, 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Physique, reincarnation body. 1 life, 1 reincarnation. With each reincarnated life, she grows stronger. A perfected reincarnation body can control the power of reincarnation, reverse life and death, and reshape the path of the Tao. She is currently reincarnated 9 times. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, daughter of Mu Long of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. Dissatisfied with the marriage arrangement her father made with the first prince of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, she secretly fled the Mu residence with her maid. Ambition, not bad. A good disciple. Kid, are you looking to die? My young master is talking to you. Miss, I see that your talent is extraordinary, your aptitude is outstanding, and your spirit is intelligent and perceptive. You're a good seedling for cultivation. Are you willing to take me as your master? If you do, I can help you deal with this bunch of annoying flies. Li Haoyang instantly flew into a rage. Damn it, where did this ant come from? Are you pretending I don't exist? Men, kill him for me. Lu Chun didn't even look at those people. Just a wisp of his aura was enough to pin them in place, so they could not move. Miss, you only need to answer whether you are willing to take me as your master. I'll drag you down. These people have powerful backgrounds. There is no need to worry. If you become my disciple, I will solve all your problems. Really? Of course. I never lie. Then all right, I'm willing. This disciple Mu Qingsheng greets Master. After knocking her head 3 times, Mu Qingsheng asked, Master, can I bring Xiao Qing with me? If she goes back by herself, she'll definitely have a miserable fate. Get up first, then we'll talk. Lu Chun checked Xiao Qing's information. Ding, name, Yunwan Qing. Age, 20 years old. Cultivation, 6th level of Qi refining. Physique, Heaven Tier Spirit Root. Experience, Mu Qingqing's maid. The two grew up together and are as close as sisters. She's acceptable too. Counts as a little genius. Yes, she can come back with us to the sect and become an outer disciple. Xiao Qing thanks you, senior. Don't call me senior. From now on, just call me sect master. Master, should these people be killed? Master, no need. If they're killed, the entire Mu residence will be implicated. All right, then now follow your master back to the sect. Lu Chun casually swiped lightly through space, and the space before them was torn open directly. As the 3 of them stepped inside, the space slowly closed. Elder Yi, why didn't you make a move and kill that man just now? You actually let him take Mu Qingqing away. Li Haoyang's face was gloomy, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, and with one kick, he shattered the table beside him. Your Highness, it is not that this old man was unwilling to act, but that I was also restrained at the time. This person's cultivation is unfathomably deep. I am ashamed to admit I am inferior. How is that possible? Even you weren't his match? You're a mighty saint entry realm expert. Li Haoyang said in shock. This old man truly could not see through his strength. This person is very likely a saint. What? A saint? He looks about the same age as me. How could he possibly be a saint? Elder Yi, you aren't lying to me, are you? Your Highness, every word this old man said is the truth. To silently restrain me like that, only a saint could do it. I don't care whether he's a saint or not. Go investigate him for me right now. You must find out his identity. If he dares oppose me, then even if he's a saint, he has to die. The ancestor of my Tianyu Imperial Dynasty is a late-stage saint, yes, Your Highness. We will send people to investigate immediately. Shengtian Mountain Range. Myriad Dharma Sect. Master, is this our sect? The spiritual energy is so dense. Just taking one breath makes me feel like I'm about to break through. Mu Qingsheng said, That's right. This is our Myriad Dharma Sect. I'll take you to meet your 2 senior fellow disciples. Master, then how many senior brothers and sisters do I have in total? Only 2. I took them in not long ago. You are the 3rd. Xiaotan Yin'er, come to the Sect Master Hall for a moment. After hearing Lu Chen's voice transmission before long, Ning Yun's voice was heard. Master, why are you looking for me? Is there tasty food again? You little foodie, all you know is eating. Come here. Your master is introducing someone to you. This disciple greets master. Ning Tian gave a slight bow. And No need for so much formality. I called you here so you can get to know your junior sister. Master, what is a junior sister? Is a junior sister fun? Lu Chun helplessly rubbed his forehead. A junior sister isn't something. A junior sister is a person. What do you mean something or not something? You got dragged into her nonsense, old man. Lu Chun pointed at Mu Qingcheng. See her? She is your junior sister, the disciple I just accepted. Ning Tian noticed there was also a woman standing in the hall, and the two of them sized each other up. Qingcheng, these two are your junior brother and junior sister. Don't be fooled by how young they are. Xiao Tian has a supreme bone, and little Yuner has double pupils. Their talent is no worse than yours. What? Supreme bone and double pupils. Hearing Lu Chen's introduction, Mu Qingcheng finally understood why the two of them had been accepted as disciples by Master at such a young age. So they were both monstrous freak geniuses. Xiao Tian, Yuner, this is your junior sister Mu Qingcheng. Get to know each other. Before Mu Qingcheng could recover, she heard Ning Tian's voice. Hello, junior sister. My name is Ning Tian. Hello, junior sister. My name is Ning Yun. Junior sister, can you take me out to play in the future? Qingcheng greets senior brother Ning Tian and senior sister Ning Yun. Junior sister Qingcheng, no need to be so formal. Senior sister, when I have time in the future, I'll take you out to play. Alright, since you all know each other now, Xiao Tian, Yuner, take your junior sister around to get familiar with Myriad Dharma Sect, and bring Qingcheng to the Cultivation Method Hall to choose cultivation methods while you're at it. Qingcheng, take Xiao Qing with you to the Cultivation Method Hall to choose cultivation methods as well. This disciple thanks Master on Xiao Qing's behalf. MHM, you may all leave. Junior sister, see those two towers? The one on the left is the cultivation tower. The time ratio is 1 to 100. 100 days inside equals only 1 day outside. Senior brother, what did you say? 1 to 100. Mu Qingcheng froze in place, staring at the distant cultivation tower with her mouth slightly open, her heart shaken. How is this any different from cheating? 1 year inside can match 100 years for others. How are they supposed to compete? This is way too outrageous. If that's the case, then becoming a saint in the future won't be difficult at all. That's right, the time ratio is 1 to 100. The tower on the right is the Divine Weapon Tower. Master said it contains countless divine weapons and treasures. As long as you have the ability, you can obtain whatever divine weapon or magic treasure you want. As they listened to Ning Tian introduce the sect's various features one by one, Mu Qingcheng and Xiao Qing both had their entire worldview overturned. There were many things they had never even heard of before. Ning Tian greets Protector Xuanhuang. Haha. Personal disciple Ning, you are too polite. Protector, this is Mu Qingcheng, Master's newly accepted disciple. This is Xiao Qing, an outer sect disciple of our sect. Master told me to bring them here to choose cultivation methods. MHM, not bad. Both are good seedlings. Then you two may go in. Qingcheng greets Protector Jianyu. Xiao Qing greets Protector Jianyu. MHRIs. No need for so much formality. Junior sister, after entering the cultivation method hall, all you need to do is sit down calmly and comprehend with your heart. The hall will choose the cultivation methods most suitable for you. Understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Alright, you two may go in now. Personal disciple Ning has already told you everything you need to pay attention to, Protector Jianyu said. After entering the cultivation method hall, the two of them had already lost count of how many times they had been shocked today. They had gone inside. Following senior brother's instructions, the two of them sat down calmly and focused on sensing. Half an hour later, four balls of light shot toward the two of them. Mu Qingcheng examined the cultivation method inside the light ball. Reincarnation Immortal Scripture cultivates the law of reincarnation, able to control life and death and reverse heaven and earth. Immortal Scripture? Could this be an immortal tier cultivation method? Mu Qingcheng examined another one. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Immortal Grade. The first fist, Heavenly Tao Fist. The second fist, Human Tao Fist. The third fist, Azura Fist. The fourth fist, Beast Fist. The fifth fist, Hungry Ghost Fist. The sixth fist, Hell Fist. 6 fists as one, Reincarnation Extinction. Looking at the two cultivation methods, Mu Qingcheng was silent for a long time. What kind of sect have I joined, exactly? And what kind of person is Master? Miss, I chose 2 cultivation methods. Both are Emperor-grade cultivation methods. One is the heart scripture of water control, and the other is the free and easy art. Miss, do you think this Emperor grade refers to that emperor from the legends? Xiao Qing, it's enough that we know it ourselves. From now on, cultivate properly. Being able to meet Master is our good fortune. Xiao Qing nodded heavily and said, Miss, I understand. Don't worry. I'll work hard to cultivate. At this moment, Lu Chun leisurely opened the disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 1 cultivation increase card, which raises cultivation by 1 minor rel without any side effects. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 1 illusory spirit stairway. There are a total of 99 floors inside, each floor containing 1 illusion that can test a person's temperament and perseverance. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 4 yellow character summon cards. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 1 Xuanhuang Challenge Tower. The Xuanhuang Tower has a total of 99 floors. If challengers fail, they will automatically be sent out of the tower. MHM. The rewards this time are pretty good. System. Use the cultivation card. Ding. Using cultivation card. Lu Chun closed his eyes and silently circulated the divine demon art. The spiritual plants around him seemed to be drawn by some force and tilted slightly toward him, while the surrounding spiritual energy crazily gathered around him. The sect master is breaking through. He's truly too strong. Shun Jixia quietly watched everything from the side. Half an hour later, Lu Chen opened his eyes and felt the power within his body. Mid-stage Great Emperor Realm. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. The Great Emperor Realm truly was one level, one whole new heaven. System. Use the 4 character cards. System. Place the Xuanhuang Tower beside square. Ding. Manifesting the Xuanhuang Tower. All elders and protectors, come to the Sect Master Hall. After hearing Lu Chen's voice transmission, everyone flew toward the Sect Master Hall. Protector Shun, return to the main hall for a meeting. I have matters to arrange. Before long, Lu Chun sat in the Sect Master's chair and looked at the 12 people below in the main hall as he said, the Sect will soon open its gates to recruit disciples, so we must establish Sect rules and improve every department within the Sect. There must be an enforcement hall, an alchemy hall, a mission hall, inner and outer Sect elders, and the Sect facilities also need people guarding them, such as the several towers, the cultivation method hall, the spirit plant garden, and so on. We also need to create a contribution points system for the disciples. In the future, whatever missions the disciples take on and how many contribution points they receive after completing them all need a plan worked out by you elders. For example, how many contribution points it costs to enter the cultivation tower once, or how contribution points can be exchanged for cultivation resources, and so on. You all need to organize a complete plan for these things. If we don't have enough manpower, then when the time comes, I'll have another batch of elders come out of seclusion. Jiang Yu, Jiang Ba, Jiang Dao, Shun Jixia, from now on, you are no longer protectors. From now on, in the Myriad Dharma sect, those at the Saint realm will serve as outer sect elders, those at the Saint King realm as inner sect elders, great saints as core elders, and Quasi-Emperors will hold the various key positions of the sect. Wang Lin will serve as the grand elder of the inner sect, and Wang Ba will serve as the grand elder of the outer sect. After that batch of elders comes out of seclusion, when it comes to the miscellaneous affairs elders, Elder Wang Ba, you can choose a few to take the posts. Yes, Sect Master, we will discuss a plan and come up with one as soon as possible, Wang Lin replied. Sect Master, people from the Tao, Ye Holy Land came today to offer an apology. I did not let them enter the sect. I only accepted the gifts and then had them leave. There's no need to report trivial matters like this to me in the future. You can make the decision yourselves. Shopkeeper Sue, are all the goods Xuanhuang ordered ready? Yes, miss. Everything has already been prepared. Should I arrange for people to deliver them right away? No need. I'll deliver them personally. Having Uncle Wang accompany me will be enough. Those 2 peaches of immortality last time made several old ancestors quite satisfied, and they even asked me whether more could be traded. So I plan to personally make a trip to Xuanhuang and maintain a long-term relationship between both sides. All right then, miss. Everything Xuanhuang needs is inside this storage ring. After Lu Yi took the ring and checked it, she said, Uncle Wang, let's set out. At this moment, the Shengtian mountain range was packed with people and bustling with excitement. People who knew each other sat together, discussing Xuanhuang's mountain opening disciple recruitment this time, and there were also people laying bedding all over the place. Fellow Taoist, may I ask where there's a restroom nearby? I've been holding this pee in for 3 days and 3 nights already. I really can't take it anymore. What restroom would there be here? Yesterday, I waited until everyone was resting at night before taking care of it. It even made the person next to me mumble in his sleep about dreaming that it was raining heavily. Oh, that works too? Then, fellow Taoist, could you help watch my spot? I'm afraid that after a while, someone will take it. Sure, but go and come back quickly. If you take too long, someone will definitely occupy it. At this time, Lu Yi of Tianbao Pavilion and Uncle Wang were already standing before Xuanhuang's mountain gate. Uncle Wang, go inform the people of Xuanhuang. Uncle Wang stepped forward and transmitted his voice toward the mountain gate. Tianbao Pavilion has come to deliver supplies. Seeing 2 people standing at the mountain gate, Jiang Ba immediately sent a voice transmission to Lu Chun. Sect Master, the people from Tianbao Pavilion have delivered the purchase supplies. Bring them in. Not long after, Jiang Ba came out to receive them. Sorry to keep you waiting, you two. Please come with me. The Sect Master is waiting in the main hall. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Thank you for leading the way, Senior. As soon as they stepped through the mountain gate, dense spiritual energy rushed at them head-on, almost condensing into mist and rain. Lu Yi and Uncle Wang exchanged a glance, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. The spiritual energy here was several times richer than the spiritual energy in their ancestral land of Central Continent. When the 2 walked to the plaza and saw the 3 towering pagodas, Lu Yi could not help asking, Senior, may I ask what these towers are? Oh, these are all for disciples to cultivate in. Nothing special. If not for the extraordinary Tao aura flowing around the tower bodies, Lu Yi, would have almost believed it. Could this Xuanhuang be some hidden ancient sect? It's truly powerful and mysterious. This subordinate greets, Sect Master. The people from Tianbao Pavilion have been brought here. You may rise. Elder Jiangba, no need for so much formality. System, check the woman's information. Ding. Name, Lu Yi, age, 28, cultivation, 5th level of Dongshu realm, identity, daughter of Lu Bai, head of Tianbao Pavilion's Central Continent headquarters. Because the 2 peaches of immortality from the last transaction extended the old ancestors' lifespans, she wants to build a good relationship with Xuanhuang in hopes of continuing to trade for peaches of immortality from Xuanhuang in the future. So that's how it is. No wonder she came in person. When Lu Yi looked toward the person seated high above, an invisible aura spread out from him, making people not dare meet his eyes. This young woman, Lu Yi, greets Sect Master Xuanhuang. Pavilion Master Lu is too polite. Sorry to trouble Pavilion Master Lu to personally deliver the goods. It's no trouble at all. Your sect purchased so many resources from our Tianbao Pavilion in one order. You're already one of Tianbao Pavilion's major clients. On the contrary, it should be Tianbao Pavilion thanking your sect for your trust and support. Pavilion Master Lu really knows how to speak. Elder Shun, settle the remaining balance with Pavilion Master Lu. Sect Master, this little woman has an improper request. I hope Sect Master won't blame me. Oh, then Pavilion Master Lu, tell me what it is. Sect Master, could our Tianbao Pavilion use these resources to exchange for 2 of your sect's Saint-grade peaches of immortality? Oh, you want to trade for peaches of immortality? Yes. If Sect Master feels at a loss, we can add some more resources. No need. Elder Shun, go bring 2 peaches of immortality for Pavilion Master Lu. There were plenty of peaches of immortality anyway. Only little Ning Yun occasionally went to take some to eat. This little woman thanks Sect Master for granting my request. No need to be polite. We're all just taking what we need. Sect Master, the Xuanhuang Secret Realm will open in 1 month. I wonder whether Sect Master is interested? I can secure 5 slots for your sect. Oh, Pavilion Master Lu, tell me what kind of secret realm this is. This Xuanhuang Secret Realm has been passed down for a very long time. It opens once every 5 years. There are many precious spiritual herbs and treasures inside, and it is said there is also the inheritance of a mighty expert within. However, after all this time, no one has ever managed to obtain that inheritance. Those who enter the secret realm cannot be above Purple Mansion Realm. Ding, system mission issued. Send 5 disciples into the secret realm in 1 month. Mission completion reward, 1 gift package. The system issued a mission? Fine then. Even if I didn't want to go, now I have to. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Lu to secure 5 slots for my Xuanhuang. It's no trouble. If there's ever anything else this little woman can help with in the future, Sect Master need only send someone to inform me. At this time, Shun Jixiao also returned. Pavilion Master Lu, here is what you wanted. Many thanks, Elder Shun. Sect Master, before the secret realm opens, I will send someone to notify your sect. We won't disturb you any longer. We'll come visit your sect again next time. Elder Jiangba, help me see Pavilion Master Lu Ah. After Lu Yi and the other walked out of Xuanhuang's mountain gate, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Miss, this Xuanhuang is far too mysterious and far too powerful. As for the people inside, I couldn't see through the cultivation of a single one of them. Every single aura was incomparably powerful. It was truly terrifying. Yes, the oppressive feeling it gave me was also extremely strong. I've only felt this kind of sensation from the old ancestors before, especially Xuanhuang's sect master. When I looked at him, it was like looking into an abyss. He feels much stronger than even the old ancestors. With this kind of sect, we can only befriend them, not make enemies of them. Let's go. We'll head back first and talk later. Early the next morning, the area before Xuanhuang's mountain gate was already packed to the brim with people. Inside Xuanhuang's main hall, aside from the few guarding the scripture hall and the gardens, everyone else had arrived. Ning Tian, Ning Yun, and Mu Qingxiang had also put on the attire of personal disciples, with the waist tokens of personal disciples hanging at their waists. Today is the day my Xuanhuang opens the mountain to accept disciples. Everyone must handle the disciple recruitment properly. Elder Wang Lin, this is the illusory spirit stairway. It has a total of 99 levels. Each level is 1 illusion. The first 66 levels are illusions and can test one's true heart. The last 33 levels are gravity and can test the disciple's perseverance. Our sect must rather lack than lower our standards. No matter how good someone's talent is, if their character is bad, we absolutely will not accept them. This is the Great Tao Cauldron, which can test talent. 1 to 3 chimes means ordinary disciple. 4 to 6 chimes means ordinary genius. 7 chimes means genius. 8 chimes means super genius. And 9 chimes means monster talent. Therefore, 1 to 3 chimes means miscellaneous labor disciple. 4 to 6 chimes means outer sect disciple. And 7 to 9 chimes means inner sect disciple. Today's disciple recruitment ceremony will be presided over by you. Sect Master, please rest assured. We will definitely handle this mountain opening disciple recruitment properly. Wang Lin responded. Very good. Let's go. We should all head out and have a look. Below Wanfazong's mountain gate. Fellow Taoist, thank you for helping me watch my spot yesterday. Otherwise, my place would have been taken. May I ask your honorable surname? My name is Kai Kunkin. What about you, fellow Taoist? My surname is Hua. Just call me Mage. Fellow Taoist Kunkin, the Dharma treasure in your hand that looks like a ball is quite special. Brother Mage, you've got good eyes. This is my natal Dharma treasure, a yo-yo. It can attack and defend, and it's incomparably powerful. Brother Mage, why don't I see your Dharma treasure? Brother Kunkin, I don't know how to use sabers and swords and the like. What I'm best at is Tao arts and talismans. Jump rope and draw talismans? Brother Mage, talismans really match your name perfectly. Brother Kunkin, you also think talismans suit me well? I think so too. Brother Kunkin, later we absolutely have to work hard to get into Wanfazong. Then we'll be fellow disciples from then on. Don't worry. Just based on the temperament of the two of us, we're already qualified to enter the sect. Haha, heroes think alike. On the broad plaza, a group of elders sat upright. Lu Chun sat in the center, with several personal disciples beside him, all watching the crowd below together. Quick, look, is that the sect master of the Myriad Dharma sect? So young. And who are those kids next to him? Didn't you see the waist tokens on them? Those are personal disciples. Those two became the sect master's personal disciples at such a young age already. And that beauty. A group of people discussed in hushed voices. Elder Wang, if everything is ready, then begin. Lu Chun said. Yes, sect master. Wang Lin responded and walked to the mountain gate, raising his voice. Silence. Today is the day my Myriad Dharma sect opens the mountain and accepts disciples. Those of you who wish to join my Myriad Dharma sect must hold sincerity in your hearts and set your will on seeking the Tao. This disciple recruitment will go through 2 rounds of trials. The first round is the illusory spirit staircase. Anyone who successfully reaches the top may join my Myriad Dharma sect. Even if your talent is slightly lacking, you may still enter the sect as a menial disciple. What? Joining the Myriad Dharma sect? Is that easy? Even if your talent is a little worse, as long as you reach the top, you can become a menial disciple. A wave of whispered discussion came from the crowd. Those who want to take the test, line up properly. With a wave of Wang Lin's large hand, a huge staircase of black jade appeared out of thin air before the mountain gate. Dense and mysterious runes covered the steps, stretching from the foot of the mountain all the way to the gate, with a total of 99 steps. The stair climbing test officially begins. Wang Lin's gentle voice entered everyone's ears. Brothers, charge with me. Climb faster. I'm going to be the first to reach the top. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of men and women surged onto the staircase. Brother Kuan, let's go climb the stairs too. All right, Brother Mage. How could this tiny illusory spirit staircase block our steps? The moment the two stepped onto the staircase, the scene before their eyes changed drastically. An illusion suddenly appeared of the demon race attacking the Myriad Dharma sect. A bunch of demon brats dare come make trouble in my Myriad Dharma sect. Kai Kunkin was seen playing with his yo-yo so skillfully that it flew all over, his shoulders swaying with the motion of the ball. One shoulder slam sent one flying, and one flick of the yo-yo blew apart a demon cultivator. Hua Fashi was not to be outdone either. He flung talismans east and west, one after another, his movements swift like jumping a long rope, blasting a group of demon cultivators until they fled in panic with their heads in their hands. Similar scenes could be seen everywhere on the illusory spirit staircase. Haha, I found a Myriad Dharma sect's treasure vault. I'm going to get rich. Hee, I discovered the Myriad Dharma sect's secret. Once I send this information back to my sect, I'll get a huge amount of sect contribution points. Then I can exchange them for a heaven-tier cultivation technique. The senior sisters of the Myriad Dharma sect are all so beautiful. You're all mine. Come, give me a kiss. As he said that, he actually grabbed the brother next to him and kissed him. Master, what is young master doing? Why is he laughing out loud on the staircase? That unfilial son is indulging in lust in the illusion. He's always been lazy, gluttonous, arrogant, and overbearing. Truly useless. When we go back, I'll break his legs. Seeing all these messy people, Wang Lin directly threw them out of the illusory spirit staircase one by one. Those who fail the test, leave this place at once. Wang Lin's voice rang out again. At this moment, the one climbing at the very front was actually a young girl with a wooden sword on her back and clothes washed so many times they've faded a bit. Lu Chun immediately checked the girl's information. Ding. Name, Xuanhuang, age, 18, cultivation, 4th layer of body tempering, physique, sword bone Dao body, born with sword bones, innately close to the sword, with sword path talent at the very limit, experience. Her entire village and her parents were killed by bandits. Because she went out to gather herbs that day, she escaped disaster. After hearing that the Myriad Dharma sect had opened the mountain to recruit disciples, she hurried day and night to come participate in the disciple selection. Very good. She's a fine seedling for sword practice. Lu Chun nodded to himself. Then he opened the information of Kai Kunkin and Hua Fashi behind her. Name, Kai Kunkin, age, 20, cultivation, 8th heaven of foundation establishment, physique, barbaric wilderness battle body, peerless physical body, grows braver the more he fights, and can break through during battle every time. Ding. Name: Hua Fashi. Age: 21. Cultivation: Foundation Establishment. Peak: Physique: Mysterious Dharma Dao body, innately close to Dao arts, with extremely high comprehension. Note: this person favors the talisman path. They're all good seedlings. Lu Chan said in satisfaction. Elder Wang Lin, I'll head back first. Continue maintaining order here. Yes, Sect Master. We guarantee we will complete the disciple recruitment task. At this time, more and more people were being eliminated. Those who could still remain on the staircase were now less than 1 or 2 out of 10. The failed people left the Shungtian Mountain Range one by one unwillingly. What bullshit myriad Dharma sect? Even the first test is this hard. I think they're deliberately making things difficult for us. The person beside him immediately covered his mouth and said, talking that loudly, do you have a death wish? On this illusory spirit staircase, the first 66 steps were all kinds of illusions used to test one's heart and character. Anyone with poor character would be eliminated. The last 33 steps tested gravity, and only those with firm willpower could pass. Quick, look, someone reached the top. It's a little girl. At the moment she reached the top, a trace of relieved smile finally appeared at the corner of Su Qingruo's mouth. Even if her talent was poor, she could still stay in the myriad Dharma sect to cultivate. Brother Mage. Who would have thought the two of us would actually be surpassed by a girl? That's a little embarrassing. Brother Kuan were second and third, so it doesn't really count as embarrassing. When we test talent a bit, we'll definitely surpass her. As time passed, more and more people reached the top. There were already more than 500. Wang Lin sized up the group of youths and said, the second round is testing talent. Circulate your cultivation technique and strike this cauldron with force. 1 to 3 rings means menial disciple. 4 to 6 rings means outer sect disciple. 7 to 9 rings means inner sect disciple. And 10 rings means you may become the sect master's personal disciple. Even if you become a menial disciple, don't lose heart. In the future, you can still enter the outer sect through the sect examination. Outer sect disciples likewise have a chance to enter the inner sect, and inner sect disciples who pass the examination may all become core disciples. Before the test, go to Elder Jiangba to register your name and information, then come forward one by one for the test. First, Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang circulated his cultivation technique and struck the cauldron with a full force palm. Talent of 4 rings. Outer sect disciple. Second, Chun Jiaojiao. Talent of 6 rings. Outer sect disciple. Brother Kuan, are you confident you can enter the inner sect? Of course. I'm gifted with extraordinary talent. 10th, Kai Kunken. Finally, it's my turn. Brother Mage, watch my performance. Kai Kunken played with his yo-yo a few times, rolled his shoulders a few times, then suddenly exerted force, and smashed a punch onto the cauldron. Boom! After a loud blast, the cauldron rang out in succession. 1 ring. 2 rings, 5 rings, 7 rings, wow. Finally, someone has entered the inner sect. Before the voice had even fallen, the great cauldron rang once more, wow. Talent of 8 rings. Just how high is that talent? Everyone cast envious looks at him. Kai Kunken asked Hua Fashi with a smug expression, how's my talent? Ha ha. Brother Kuan, not bad. Just wait and watch me in a moment. Kai Kunken, talent of 8 rings, inner sect disciple. 11th Hua Fashi. Brother Kuan, this time watch my show. Alright, I believe you can enter the inner sect too. Holding a talisman in his hand, Hua Fashi began chanting a spell. All the audience big shots are handsome guys. All the readers are pretty girls. May everyone make a fortune this year. Urgent, as the law commands. Then he struck out with a palm. Boom. 1 ring, 3 rings, 5 rings, 7 rings, 8 rings. Wow. That's way too awesome, right? Another talent of 8 rings. Is the inner sect really that easy to enter? How about it, Brother Kuan? Not worse than you, right? As expected of a good brother. Ha ha, Hua Fashi, talent of 8 rings, inner sect disciple. Next, Su Qingruo. Oh, it's that girl who reached the top first. Brother Mage, guess what her talent is like? Is she as strong as us? No idea, but it probably won't be bad. Su Qingruo made no extra movements. She simply circulated all her strength and struck the cauldron with 1 palm. 1 ring, 3 rings, 5 rings, 7 rings, 8 rings. Just when everyone thought that was the end, the great cauldron suddenly gave another clang and rang once more. 9 rings. Silence. The stillness was terrifying. Everyone looked at Su Qingruo as if she were a monster, their faces practically spelling out the word envy. Her talent is way too monstrous. No wonder she was the first to reach the top. Su Qingruo, aptitude of 9 chimes, inner sect disciple. Looking at her result, Su Qingruo let out a sigh of relief. Father, mother, and everyone in Su family village, did you see that? Don't worry. Once I achieve success in cultivation, I will definitely slaughter every last one of those thieves for you. As one disciple after another finished testing, Wang Lin walked to the mountain gate and called out, today's testing is over. Those who have not yet been tested can come back tomorrow. Wang Lin looked at those who had passed the test and calculated inwardly. Over the course of the whole day, we recruited more than 1,800 disciples in total. Fewer than 20 entered the inner sect, more than 1,200 became outer sect disciples, and more than 600 became servant disciples. Having this many outer sect disciples was normal as well. Those who could pass the illusory spirit ladder would not be lacking in either talent or perseverance. From this moment on, you are disciples of the myriad Dharma sect. Later, elders will take you to the living quarters for the servant area, the outer sect, and the inner sect. After the disciple selection is completely over, the sect will distribute cultivation resources and cultivation techniques to you. Now, you have one day to go outside and say goodbye to your relatives and friends. Anyone who needs to leave can report to the elders now. You must return to the sect after one day. Kunkin brother, are you going to take leave and head out? No need. I'm by myself anyway. Mage brother, are you going out? I don't need to either. I came alone. Then let's enter the sect together. I want to see what our sect is really like. A group of new disciples who had never gone down the mountain before followed behind the three elders. As newcomers entering the sect, everyone was filled with anticipation. Following the elders, they stepped through the mountain gate of the Xuanhuang sect. The moment they entered, they saw dense spiritual energy within the sect, immortal mist curling through the air, pavilions and towers arranged in neat layers, and rare flowers and exotic plants giving off a faint fragrance. The group looked around curiously. One disciple couldn't help asking, "Elder, what are those tall towers for?" "Oh, you mean those towers?" Though they're all towers, their uses are all different. The one on the left is the cultivation tower. Cultivating inside for 100 days means only one day passes outside. The one on the right is the Xuanhuang Tower, with a total of 99 floors. The higher your rank in clearing it, the greater your rewards. The one a bit farther back is the Divine Weapon Tower. Inside are countless divine weapons and treasured swords. Whether you can obtain one of the divine weapons inside will depend on your ability and your fate. The more they heard, the more excited everyone became. Forget seeing such divine objects. They had never even heard of them before. The Xuanhuang sect truly had not disappointed them. It was simply too powerful. All right, go to your quarters and rest well first. I'll tell you everything one by one after the selection is over. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Elder, for clearing up our confusion. After that, the group was taken to various places throughout the sect. Wang Lin came to the Sect Master Hall to report. Sect Master, these are the results of today's selection. Taking the jade slip, Lu Chun looked at the number of selected disciples in his hand. On the first day alone, there were more than 1,800 people. Over the remaining days, he only needed to recruit another 1,200 to complete the system mission. Well done. Over the next few days, make sure to preside over things properly. Don't let anything go wrong. Yes, Sect Master. This subordinate guarantees the mission will be completed. The next 2 days of disciple selection also went very smoothly. Although not many disciples were recruited, the Xuanhuang sect believed in quality over quantity. Master, this is so boring. No one's playing with me. Ning Yin was lying across Lu Chen's lap, muttering to herself. You little girl, you're about to become the eldest senior sister of the entire sect, and you're still this playful. Look at you. You're still only at the peak of body tempering. By now, Ning Yun's physical body could be called that of a little ancient, ferocious beast. An ordinary person at the peak of body tempering could only punch with about 100,000 gene of force, while a genius might reach 300,000. Even Ning Tian, with his supreme bone, could only reach 800,000 gene with one punch. But now, Ning Yun's punch had already reached 1,100,000 gene. It was not surprising. Every time this girl got lazy, she would run off to the garden to pick peaches of immortality and Xianling fruits to eat. The energy in those spirit fruits was constantly tempering her body every moment. By now, Ning Yin had even become quite familiar with Wang Dao, who guarded the garden. Come, I'll take you to the evolution pool and evolve your body a bit. Before the little girl could react, Lu Chun directly picked her up and arrived at the evolution pool. Master, why is there a bath here? Did you bring me here to bathe? This pool isn't for bathing. It's for refining the body. All right, get in. After you go down, circulate your cultivation method. Oh, then I get it. Soaking in the evolution pool, Ning Yin slowly absorbed the energy within it, and that gentle energy gradually transformed her body bit by bit. The energy slowly entered her bones, strengthening their density. At this moment, Ning Yun's entire body looked crystal clear, and even the blood vessels in her fleshly body could be seen clearly. Time passed in a flash. 3 days went by, and Ning Yun slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Chun was quite satisfied. Now this girl's physical body and chi blood were no weaker than those of newly born ancient ferocious beasts. Ning Yun's punch, now, was probably around 1,300,000 gene. In all of history, the strongest recorded body tempering strength had only been 1,100,000 gene. Little Ning Yun felt her body for a moment, then said with a smile, Hee hee. Master, I got stronger again. Lu Chun rubbed little Ning Yun's head and smiled. Not bad. Your physical body has already reached the limit. After we go back, break through to the Qi refining realm. This girl's cultivation was still at the body tempering realm. The main reason was that Lu Chun had required her to polish her physical body and Qi blood while in that realm. At dusk, Lu Chun was listening to Wang Lin's report. Sect Master, this mountain opening disciple recruitment has come to a perfect end. A total of 32 inner sect disciples for 1,550 outer sect disciples and 1,600 miscellaneous disciples were recruited for a total of 6,182 disciples. The most regrettable thing this time is not a single one met the standard to become the Sect Master's personal disciple. It doesn't matter. Where would there be so many peerless heavenly geniuses? Do you really think people like their cabbages growing by the roadside? Lu Chun said with a smile. Elder Wang Lin, send word down. Tomorrow we'll hold a sect assembly. All disciples must attend. Yes, Sect Master. I'll take care of it right away. Ding, congratulations to host for completing the mountain opening disciple recruitment mission. Reward, 1 super grand gift pack. A super grand gift pack? It's usually just a grand gift pack. This time it's super. System, open the super grand gift pack. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 alchemy hall. Refining pills inside the alchemy hall increases success rate by 30%. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 artifact refining hall. Refining artifacts inside the artifact refining hall also increases success rate by 30%. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 5 green character summon cards, 10 yellow summon cards, and 20 white summon cards. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 divine beast egg. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 50 soul spirit trees. Every soul fruit can strengthen the divine soul. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining a total of 1,000 sacred herbs of various kinds. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 10 Wanfa warships. The warships can withstand attacks from a Quasi-Emperor. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining the Emperor-grade cultivation technique. Myriad laws return to 1 art. It is the exclusive cultivation technique for miscellaneous and outer sect disciples. Not bad. This time I got 35 elders as a reward. With these 35 people, we won't be short on manpower anymore. System, summon all the character summon cards. Ding, summoning characters. The elders within the sect all turned in unison to look toward the depths of the sect. After sensing dozens of auras from the same source, they paid it no further mind. It was probably just elders arranged by the Sect Master coming out of seclusion. System, use the Alchemy Hall and the Artifact Refining Hall. Ding, manifesting Alchemy Hall and Artifact Refining Hall. On 2 mountain peaks within the sect, 2 grand halls rose from the ground with a rumbling roar. One was filled with rich medicinal fragrance, while the other looked imposing and majestic. Look, a grand hall appeared on each of those 2 mountain peaks. I wonder what they are. The disciples in the sect all looked at the 2 halls curiously. At that moment, Wang Lin's voice rang out. Don't panic. It's only the sect's facilities manifesting. Oh, so it's the sect's things manifesting. Kunkin brother, could it be that our Wanfa sect is a hidden world sect? It should be. Otherwise, why would some of the sect's facilities be sealed away? Now that the sect is opening the mountain to recruit disciples, it's the perfect time to unseal some things. Kunkin brother, doesn't that mean we joined a hidden great sect? That's very possible, Mage brother. Tonight, we definitely need to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's sect assembly. People all across the sect were quietly discussing this matter. System, plant the 50 soul spirit trees and the sacred herbs in the garden. Put the 10 warships into the sect treasury. System, what is this divine beast egg? What's inside it? Host, I don't know either. Huh? System, even you don't know? You didn't steal this thing, did you? Please do not slander me. Host, this system would never do something as shameful as stealing. Then how do I hatch this egg? First, use your essence blood to make it acknowledge you as its master. Then use your spiritual power to slowly hatch it. Oh, then I'll give it a try. Lu Chun forced out a drop of essence blood and dripped it onto the eggshell. The moment the essence blood touched the shell, it was directly absorbed into the egg. System, it's done just that easily? Rest assured, host. Unborn divine beasts are the easiest to make acknowledge a master. As long as it absorbs your essence blood, it will be close to you after it is born. Lu Chun immediately began channeling his spiritual power into the egg. He spent a full 2 hours, yet the eggshell still did not crack. Even Lu Chun, who was in the Great Emperor realm, had a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead by now. System, what kind of egg is this? How can it absorb so much? Host, this is a divine beast egg. Of course, it needs to absorb a huge amount of energy. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger it will be when it is born. All right then. Lu Chun could only place the egg on the offering table for now, planning to nourish it with spiritual power every day from now on and see just how much it could absorb. At that moment, a group of people walked into the Great Hall from outside. Your subordinate Qin Tian. Your subordinate Lu Qingfeng. Your subordinate Jun Xiaoyao. Your subordinate Xia Lin Jinghong. Your subordinate Mo Wentian. We greet the sect master. Lu Chun looked at the more than 30 people below. 20 were at the peak of the Saint Realm, 10 at the peak of the Saint King Realm, and 5 at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Rise all of you. Qin Tian, the 5 of you will establish the Enforcement Hall, and Qin Tian will serve as the Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall. The 10 in the Saint King realm are to go report to Grand Elder Wang Lin of the Inner Sect. Those in the Saint realm are to go report to Grand Elder Jiangba of the Outer Sect. You are all dismissed. Yes, Sect Master. This subordinate takes his leave. Early the next morning, Lu Chan straightened his clothes while Shan Jixia and little Ning Yin stood at his side. Sect Master, everyone has arrived, Shan Jixia reported. Good. Then let's set out as well. At this moment, more than 6,000 disciples had gathered in the square. Every one of them looked spirited and full of anticipation for the upcoming sect assembly. Just then, 3 people walked over from the distance. At the front were 2 figures, one tall and one small, with a woman following closely behind. Is that our Sect Master? He's so young and so handsome. Who's the little girl next to the Sect Master? Didn't you see her identity token? She's the Sect Master's direct disciple, which means she's our little senior sister. What? Our little senior sister? She looks only 3 or 4 years old, and the Sect Master already took her as a disciple? Her talent must be insanely shocking, right? After Lu Chan sat down, all the elders and disciples saluted in unison. Your subordinate greets the Sect Master. This disciple greets the Sect Master. More than 6,000 disciples also saluted together. No need for formalities. Everyone rise. Lu Chan stood up and walked in front of the disciples, speaking calmly. Today is the sect assembly of our Myriad Dharma sect. First of all, welcome, all of you, to the Myriad Dharma sect. Remember this well. Enter my Myriad Dharma sect. Cultivate my Myriad Dharma path. Let all dharmas be used by us. Let all dharmas return to the sect, where the Tao is supreme, and let all dharmas submit before the Tao. Those of you with outstanding talent, I hope you do not become arrogant or complacent, because there will always be someone with even greater talent than yours. The slightest slackness, and those behind you will catch up head on. Those whose talent is a little lacking also need not be discouraged. Talent cannot decide the future. What truly matters is every breath of cultivation you take right now. Every time you grit your teeth and persevere, every time you refuse to yield. The sect has given you a path, but how far that path can go and where it will lead depends on your own effort. No one can help you with that. What kind of answer your future self will hand over to the sect and to yourself will depend on your daily effort and unrelenting persistence from this moment on. I hope all of you can become the pride of the sect in the future. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, yet it reached every person's ears. Listening to the Sect Master's speech, some disciples fell into thought, some showed excited expressions, and even more were stirred beyond measure. First, you must firmly remember the rules of our Myriad Dharma sect. First, sect cultivation methods are strictly forbidden for being past outsiders. Second, do not oppress mortals without cause, and do not slaughter innocents indiscriminately. Third, fellow disciples are forbidden from harming one another. Fourth, colluding with the demonic path is forbidden. Fifth, colluding with outside sects is forbidden. Sixth, betraying the sect is forbidden. Anyone who violates the sect rules will be severely dealt with by the Enforcement Hall. Starting tomorrow, the elders will arrange for each of you to enter the evolution pool once. The evolution pool can temper the body, improve bone structure, and raise aptitude. At that time, you will enter in batches, 500 people each time. If you wish to enter again in the future, you will need to spend contribution points. As for the cultivation tower, handyman disciples may enter for free for 5 days each month, outer disciples for 7 days, inner disciples for 10 days, core disciples for 15 days, sequence disciples for 20 days, while the sect master's direct disciples have no restrictions. In addition, entry privileges for the cultivation tower may also be exchanged with contribution points. If you still have any other questions within the sect, you may consult the elders, and they will answer them for you. Alright, that is all I wish to say. Thank you for the sect master's guidance. We disciples will remember it well. More than 6,000 disciples responded in unison. Master is so impressive. In the future, I want to be just like Master too. Little Ningyan muttered to herself. At this time, Wang Lin slowly stepped forward and said, from this moment on, outer disciples to the left, handyman disciples to the right, inner disciples stand in the middle. Receive your identity tokens, cultivation resources, and cultivation methods in order. Hearing this, all the disciples excitedly moved according to the elder's instructions. Elder Wang Lin, after the inner disciples' resources have been distributed, take them to the technique hall and let them comprehend their respective exclusive cultivation methods. Elder Wang Ba, this cultivation method is the exclusive one for outer and handyman disciples. Those outer and handyman disciples who currently do not have special physiques may enter the technique hall in the future by using contribution points. Go and teach the cultivation method first. I'll head back now. The rest will be left to you. Yes, we respectfully send off the sect master. Line up properly. Each person may receive 2 sets of sect robes, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and 1 sect identity token. As for these high-grade spirit artifacts on the ground, you may each choose one freely. These sect robes are actually high-grade spirit garments, and these high-grade spirit artifacts too, they're all for us. In other sects, high-grade spirit artifacts are things only direct disciples or core disciples can enjoy, but we're just handyman disciples. After outer and handyman disciples receive your things, come over here to collect your cultivation methods. Place the jade slip against your forehead, and you will immediately comprehend the cultivation method. The first disciple to receive a cultivation method suddenly cried out in shock, causing everyone to look at him with puzzled eyes. An emperor-grade cultivation method? Myriad Dharma Unity Art? Elder, does this emperor mean the same emperor as in Great Emperor? Exactly. There's nothing to be surprised about. This Myriad Dharma Unity Art is the specialized cultivation method for all of you outer disciples and handyman disciples. Everyone gets the same one. Hearing those words, all the outer and handyman disciples held their breath, their expressions turning solemn. Brother F.A., what do you think of this top-grade suspender pants? I think they suit me pretty well. Once my physical body is paired with these suspender pants, who will still be able to hurt me? These pants really do suit you. You look mighty and domineering. I picked a top-grade spirit brush. When the time comes, the two of us brothers, one literary and one martial, will sweep across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Brother Kunkin, should the two of us form a duo? Sure, but we need to give our duo a name. That's a must. Without a name, how will our mighty reputation be left on the continent in the future? How about we each take one character from our names and combine them? Brother F.A., no way. Fakin and Kunfa both sound terrible, and neither is domineering enough. If you ask me, why don't we call ourselves the Hem and Ha Generals of the Myriad Dharma Sect? In the future, as long as the Myriad Dharma Sect is mentioned, who won't know the name of our Hem and Ha Generals? Brother Kunkin, that name is incredible. It fits my taste perfectly. Very good. From now on, we'll be called the Hem and Ha Generals. Haha, good brother. The fellow disciples nearby looked at these two somewhat narcissistic eyes and felt rather speechless. You've all received your things, right? Then come with me to the technique hall to receive your respective exclusive cultivation methods. The technique hall? Exclusive cultivation methods? Elder Wang Lin, we're exclusive cultivation methods. At this moment, Kunkin stepped forward and asked, come on, we'll talk while we walk. Exclusive cultivation methods refer to the methods most suited to each of you personally. All 32 of you have outstanding talent. Basically, each of you possesses a special physique, and even if you do not have one, your comprehension is extremely high. Therefore, the Myriad Dharma Unity Art used by the outer sect is no longer suitable for you. Only a cultivation method that suits you can fully bring out your potential. Many thanks for Elder Wang Lin's instruction, everyone said with a respectful bow. The group arrived before the technique hall. All 32 of them stared at the grand hall and the majestic couplet at its entrance. Each one looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood, so excited that they waved their arms and danced with joy. Brother Kunkin, look at this couplet. It contains all the myriad dharmas of the heavens. With one sword, settle heaven and earth. With one fist, shatter all dharmas. Dominating, it's absolutely too dominating. This couplet is almost on par with our duo's name. Elder Jiangyu, I brought the inner disciples to receive their cultivation methods. Ah, Elder Wang, you're too polite. These are all the future of our sect. We greet Elder Jiangyu. Not bad. Rise. After you go in, there's no need to deliberately search for cultivation methods, because the cultivation methods inside cannot be found. Cannot be found? Then Elder Jiangyu, how are we supposed to obtain cultivation methods? After you go in, do not be impatient. First find a place to sit down and calm your hearts to comprehend. The cultivation methods in this hall can only be comprehended through wholehearted insight. Only then can you grasp the one most suitable for yourself. After receiving your cultivation method and martial skill, do not disturb others. Simply wait quietly by the entrance. So that's how it is. This disciple understands. All right, you may all go in now. The 32 people who entered the hall saw that the inside was vast and boundless. Countless spheres of light flickered like a brilliant starry sky, and everyone was deeply shaken by the scene before them. At that moment, Kunkin stepped forward and said, Junior brothers and sisters, let us all follow the elder's instructions. Find a place to sit, calm your minds, and comprehend the cultivation method that belongs to you. Everyone nodded in unison, each finding a place to sit down, closing their eyes, and beginning their comprehension. Inside the technique hall, one glowing orb after another flew toward the crowd. Xuanhuang was currently using her divine sense to inspect the two glowing orbs in her hands. Immortal grade primordial sword cannon, created by a true immortal mighty figure with a sword-bone Dao body. Its sword moves were both real and illusory, and every strike was so fast that it was impossible to predict. Divine ability instant sword. Looking at the two glowing orbs in her hands, Xuanhuang's heart was calm as still water. She understood that the truly powerful had always been the person. At this moment, Kai Kunkin was holding Mammoth Strength Art and War God Fist. A silly grin spread across his face. Hua Fashi was the same, looking at Formless Heart Sutra and Heavenly Gang Art, smiling so hard he could not close his mouth. When the last person walked out of the technique building, Wang Lin spoke. Today, all of you should switch to your new cultivation methods as soon as possible. Tomorrow, you 32 will be the first batch to enter the evolution pool. Go back and prepare well. You're all dismissed. Yes, many thanks, Elder Wang. Brother Fashi, do you know what technique I got? I'm guessing it's a mortal grade. How did you know? Because mine is a mortal grade too. I'm guessing all of us got a mortal grade techniques. That awesome? Then isn't our Myriad Dharma sect a little too strong? Stop talking so much. Hurry back and properly switch your cultivation method. There's another opportunity waiting for us tomorrow. You're right. Come on, let's hurry back. The two of them left with their arms around each other's shoulders, chatting and laughing. Time flew by, and 3 days quickly passed. The first batch of people entering the evolution pool had all come out. Elder Shun, go inform them. Tell Ning Tian, Qin Sheng, Su Qinghua, Kai Kunkin, and Hua Fashi to come to the sect's main hall immediately. Lu Chun instructed. Yes, I'll make the arrangements right away. Brother Fashi, junior sister Qinghua, why does the sect master want us to go over there? Could it be that we made some mistake? We'll naturally know once we get there, Su Qinghua said. Junior sister Qinghua is right. We'll know when we get there. There's no use guessing now. Not long after, the 5 of them had arrived at the entrance of the sect master hall. Come in, all of you. This disciple greets master. This disciple greets sect master. MHM, all of you rise. I called you here today because there is something I need to tell you. 20 days from now, the Tianyuan secret realm will open. Our sect has 5 slots, and I plan to have the 5 of you participate. At present, your cultivation is still somewhat insufficient. For these 20 days, all of you should cultivate in the cultivation tower. With a casual flick of his hand, Lu Chun tossed out 3 rings, which appeared in front of Su Qinghua, Kai Kunkin, and Hua Fashi. These resources are for the 3 of you to cultivate with, enough for your use in the cultivation tower. Ning Tian and Qin Sheng, you two aren't lacking in resources, so I won't give you any. Ning Tian and Mu Qin Sheng did not even glance at the 3 rings. Normally, as direct disciples, they could use the sect's resources however they wanted, so they were not lacking at all. The 3 of Su Qinghua accepted the rings and quickly thanked him. Many thanks, Sect Master. For these 20 days, inside the tower, it will be equivalent to cultivating for 6 years. But remember, do not let your cultivation exceed the Purple Palace realm. The Tianyuan secret realm only allows cultivators at the Purple Palace realm and below to enter. Alright, all of you go prepare. Then enter the cultivation tower, in the residence of the first prince of the Tianyu dynasty. Your Highness, this subordinate has already found some clues about Miss Mu. Speak quickly. Just a few days ago, the Myriad Dharma sect of Xuanhuang Continent opened its mountain to accept disciples. Someone saw Miss Mu there, and she was also wearing the identity token of a direct disciple. A direct disciple of the Myriad Dharma sect? What kind of sect is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Li Haoyang asked. Your Highness, do you remember the news that the Qingtian Holy Land and the Xintian Sword sect were wiped out? Of course I remember. But what does that have to do with the Myriad Dharma sect? This subordinate found out that the Qingtian Holy Land and the Xintian Sword sect were precisely destroyed by the Myriad Dharma sect. What did you say? Li Haoyang suddenly shot to his feet. This Myriad Dharma sect is actually that powerful. Yes, Your Highness. And on that day, the Myriad Dharma sect only sent out 2 people. The Qingtian Holy Master, who was at peak saint entry realm, could not even withstand a single move from those 2. Many people suspect those 2 are saints. Both of them, saints? Are you sure about this information? Your Highness, the information we investigated should be true. That day, hundreds of thousands of people personally saw those 2 kill everyone from the 2 sects with a single slap. This is a bit troublesome. Before we figure out the Myriad Dharma sect background, it definitely won't do to rashly go and seize Mu Qingshang back. Your Highness, we also found out another piece of information. 20 days from now, the Tianyuan secret realm will open, and the Tianbao Pavilion gave the Myriad Dharma sect 5 slots. Miss Mu is a direct disciple of the Myriad Dharma sect, so she is very likely to participate in this Tianyuan secret realm. If we can capture Miss Mu inside the secret realm, then wouldn't Your Highness be able to make it a done deal? At that time, even the Myriad Dharma sect would have no reason to make trouble for us. After all, Your Highness and Miss Mu already have a marriage contract, and the 2 of you would already have become husband and wife in fact. Miss Mu is a direct disciple of the Myriad Dharma sect. If Your Highness can obtain the support of the Myriad Dharma sect, then the position of Supreme Ruler would be within easy reach for you. Haha, this is a good plan. It suits my intentions perfectly. However, this time our Tianyu dynasty only has 20 slots for the Tianyuan secret realm. At most, I can get 5 from Royal Father. Do this. Go arrange for 4 people at Peak Purple Palace to accompany me into the secret realm when the time comes. I'll enter the palace right now to meet Royal Father. And also, go inform Lord Mu's side. Tell him Mu Qingqing's whereabouts, and have him find a way to call Mu Qingqing back so she can marry me. Yes, this subordinate will handle it at once. Tianyu Imperial Palace. Your son greets Royal Father. Rise. No need for formalities. Yanger, why did you suddenly have time to come to the palace to see me today? Is there something you need? Royal Father, listen to what you're saying. Can't I come visit Royal Father if there's nothing going on? As if I don't know you. If you have something to say it quickly. I still have state affairs to handle. Royal Father really does understand me. Royal Father, I want 5 slots for the Xuanhuang Secret Realm. What do you want so many slots for? Our Tianyu dynasty only has a total of 20 slots. If you take 5, what about everyone else? Royal Father, your son has been somewhat lazy before, which led to my cultivation being only a perfected foundation establishment. So I want to enter the secret realm to temper myself and see whether I can find an opportunity to break through to early golden core. So you do know you've been lazy? And the reason you want to enter the secret realm is probably not just that, right? Royal Father is wise. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. Your son heard that Mu Qingcheng may also enter the secret realm, so I want to go in and see whether I can meet her and explain the misunderstanding she has about me from before. Your marriage with the Mu family really does need to be handled as soon as possible. The eastern region has not been peaceful lately. We need to win the Mu family over to the imperial family side as soon as possible. I agree to your 5 slots. Go make your preparations. Many thanks, Royal Father, for granting my wish. Your son takes his leave. Inside the Mu residence's main hall, the current family head, Mu Longji, sat high in the main seat and asked, Jingxing, the person sent by the first prince, just said that Qingsheng has now joined the myriad Dharma sect of Xuanhuang Continent and is even a direct disciple of the sect master. What do you think about this matter? Elder brother, this matter is indeed not easy to handle. During this period, I've also heard of this myriad Dharma sect. Since it could destroy the Qingtian Holy Land and the Xintian Sword sect, its strength must certainly be extremely powerful. And what we've seen is likely only the tip of the iceberg. No one knows its true strength. If we force Qingsheng to come back and complete the marriage, and it ends up angering the myriad Dharma sect, how would our Mu family deal with that? But, Jingxing, we already agreed to the imperial family's marriage arrangement. If we don't call Qingxing back to complete the marriage, how are we supposed to answer to the imperial family? Elder brother, how about this? Let's hand the choice over to the myriad Dharma sect. We do nothing and wait to see what happens. When the time comes, I'll personally make a trip to the myriad Dharma sect and say that our Mu family was also forced by the imperial family into this marriage alliance. Then we'll see how the myriad Dharma sect responds. If the myriad Dharma sect doesn't want to become enemies with the imperial family, then we'll arrange for Qingsheng to return and complete the marriage. If the myriad Dharma sect wants to help Qingsheng cancel this marriage, then we'll explain the situation to the imperial family. Yes, your method is indeed feasible. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Within the Xintian mountain range, inside the myriad Dharma sect, Sect Master, the Tianbao Pavilion has sent over 5 spots for the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Tomorrow is the day the Tianyuan Secret Realm opens, Shun Jixia said. Then go inform Elder Qin of the Enforcement Hall and have him arrange for 2 protectors tomorrow to accompany the 5 disciples to the Tianyuan Secret Realm. At this time, 5 people walked out from the sect's cultivation tower. Brother Kunkin, your cultivation is pretty good. You're already at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. Brother Fashi, same to you. Aren't you the same? Our junior sister Qingruo is still the impressive one. She went straight from the body-tempering realm all the way to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion Realm. We also have to thank Sect Master for rewarding us with the profound spirit fruit. Didn't both senior brothers reach the 7th level of the Purple Mansion Realm too? Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng behind them smiled and said to the group, all right, stop praising each other. We just came out of seclusion, so let's first go report our situation to Master. When they saw Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng, the 3 of them quickly saluted. Greetings, senior brother Ning, senior sister Mu. There's no need to be so polite among fellow disciples. Senior brother and senior sister are right. Let's go find Sect Master first, Kunkin replied. Look, aren't those a few intersect geniuses? And those 2, aren't they personal disciple Ning and personal disciple Mu? They came out of seclusion. Their auras are so strong. I can't tell how deep their cultivation is at all. With your foundation establishment realm cultivation, you still want to compare yourself to Sect Master's personal disciples? We'd better hurry and take a few more missions, earn more contribution points, and enter the cultivation tower. Inside the Sect Master Hall, Lu Chun was reclining lazily in the Sect Master's chair, while little Ning Yun was staring at the egg on the offering table nearby. Master, can this egg be eaten? Can we boil it? Hearing this, the divine beast egg immediately shook a few times in protest. No, you little girl, all you know is eating. This is the divine beast that protects our sect. It can't be eaten. Oh, the little girl immediately lost interest when she heard it couldn't be eaten. After being nourished every day by Lu Chun with spiritual energy, several tiny cracks had already appeared on the eggshell. Yinner, instead of cultivating properly, you're slacking off again? Master, I did cultivate. Look, I'm already at the 8th level of qi refining. Oh really? Then what's with the peach juice at the corner of your mouth? Elder Wang Dao made me eat it. I said I didn't want to, but he said if I didn't eat it, he wouldn't let me leave, so I ate it. Lu Chun was amused by her words. The current little Ning Yun was the treasurer of the myriad Dharma sect, and all the elders in the sect doted on her. As long as they didn't spoil her into a little demon king, it was fine. Shun Jixia smiled from the side as she looked at this master-disciple pair. Sect Master, Personal Disciple Ning, Personal Disciple Mu, and the others have arrived. Let them in. Your disciple greets Master. This disciple greets Sect Master. All of you may rise. Your cultivation has improved quite well. The two personal disciples were already at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Of the other three, two were at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and one was at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. This time, your main goal is training. Don't be afraid, no matter what you encounter. Remember one sentence. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If others do not offend me, I do not offend them. If others offend me, I return it tenfold. When facing enemies, you absolutely must not go soft-hearted. Otherwise, the ones who die will be you. Once you enter the secret realm, remember to help each other as fellow disciples. Understood? Master, where are Big Brother and the others going? At this moment, little Ning Yun, who was sitting nearby, asked, I want to go too. Why are you all going out to play without taking me? Yinner, your brother and the others aren't going out to play. They're going to train in a secret realm, Lu Chan said. Who told you to be lazy and not cultivate properly all the time? Your realm is so low now. People with low realms can't go out for training. Lu Chan coaxed. How about this? If you can reach the Golden Core realm by the time they come back from training, then I'll take you out to play. How about it? Master, is what you said true? Little Ningyan looked at Lu Chun with shining eyes. Lu Chun patted Ningyan on the head and said, Of course it's true. Other than Ning Tian, Mu Qingsheng, Su Ruoqing, Kai Kunkin, and Hua Fashi were all a little envious as they looked at the little senior sister sitting in the Sect Master's chair. To be pampered like this by Sect Master, other than Sect Master himself, in the entire sect, only this little senior sister dared sit in that chair. Big brother, junior sister Qingsheng, when you all go into the secret realm, remember to bring back something tasty for me. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat speechless. Right, go back and prepare well for now. Tomorrow, Elder Qin will arrange for 2 elders to take you to the secret realm. Yes, master. Yes, Sect Master. Just as the 5 turned around, Lu Chun lightly flicked his finger, and 5 soul imprints landed on them. Senior sister Qingsheng, Sect Master really dotes on our little senior sister too much, Kunkin said. Yes, Master's affection for little senior sister is unmatched in the sect. Little senior sister also likes sticking to Master all the time. Looks like this time, we'll have to bring out more food from the secret realm for this little senior sister. We definitely need to maintain a good relationship. Early the next morning, the 5 arrived at the plaza early to wait. At this time, Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao also appeared in the plaza, smiling at the 5. This disciple greets Elder Lu, Elder Jun. No need for formalities. Personal disciple Ning, personal disciple Mu, and the 3 inner sect geniuses. Let's set out. With a wave of Lu Qingfeng's hand, a huge warship appeared in the sky overhead. The 7 of them flew onto the warship together. When the 5 entered the inside of the warship and looked at everything there, it could only be described as luxurious and extravagant. There were cultivation rooms, restrooms, and a main hall for discussing matters. Every room was sealed off with mysterious runes, and there were even artillery platforms used to attack enemies. After Lu Qingfeng filled it with spirit crystals, he said, Let's go. The area around the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm was already packed with people. There were people from the Dao, Holy Land, several imperial dynasties, super first-rate sects, and first-rate sections. All forces of first-rate and above from the entire eastern region had come. Elder Lu, the disciples of your 100 Flowers Valley this generation are all quite good. Elder Meng, you flatter us. In front of your Tianyin sect, the disciples of our 100 Flowers Valley are still far inferior. There's no need to be modest, Elder Lu. This time, I want the disciples of our 2 sects to act together. Any spiritual herbs or treasures obtained in the secret realm will be split equally between the disciples of both sections. What do you think? Oh, why does Elder Meng suddenly want the disciples of our 2 sects to move together? Elder Lu, on the way here, I received news that this time, the Blazing Fire sect and the Heavenly Demon sect have joined forces. If we also act alone, our disciples will very likely gain nothing in the secret realm, and may even be in danger of losing their lives. Elder Meng, I need to discuss this with Elder Jiao before giving you an answer. Is that alright? Please do as you wish, Elder Lu. After telling Jiao about the matter, Lu Lanchua asked, Elder Jiao, what do you think about this? Agree to Tianyin sect. Acting together really would be safer for both sections. If we don't cooperate, our 100 Flowers Valley only has 10 people, so it really would be easy for something to happen. Alright, go tell the disciples about this. I'll go confirm the matter with Elder Meng. At this time, Li Haoyang of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty was looking around everywhere, as if searching for someone. Your Highness, we made a round around the area, and we still haven't seen Miss Mu. Let's wait and see a bit longer. At this moment, in the distant sky, a warship slowly approached, drawing everyone's attention. The disciples of the other forces whispered among themselves, Which sect is that? They actually have such an impressive display. Only when the warship stopped above the crowd did everyone clearly see the 2 large words, Myriad Dharma, on it. Is this the Myriad Dharma sect that previously destroyed the soaring Heaven Holy Land and the profound Heaven Sword sect? It should be. Other than the Myriad Dharma sect, who else in the eastern region would dare use the words Myriad Dharma now? No wonder they have such a grand display. Everyone at the secret realm entrance was discussing it in low voices. After all 7 from a Myriad Dharma sect landed, Lu Qingfeng waved his hand and directly put away the warship. Looking at the powerful aura of the Myriad Dharma sect's 2 elders, not a single force dared step forward to build ties. After the 5 of you enter the secret realm, remember to act carefully and help each other as fellow disciples. Don't worry, elder, whoever's blind enough to mess with us, Kunkin, will take them down one by one. Seeing Mu Qingsheng come down from the warship, Li Haoyang was inwardly excited. Mu Qingsheng, just you wait. Once we enter the secret realm, let's see how I make you mine. Just as everyone was waiting, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Look, the secret realm is opening." A faint glow at the entrance to the secret realm suddenly expanded, and the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm slowly opened. An ancient aura spread out. Everyone looked toward the entrance of the secret realm at the same time and began reminding their disciples. The disciples of the many factions all had excitement and longing shining in their eyes. They all wanted to find opportunities in this secret realm and raise their strength. After the first person rushed into the secret realm, the others followed one after another and flew inside. Lu Qingfeng said, "You 5 should go in too. Remember to stay safe." "We will, Elder Lu." After saying that, the 5 of them also flew into the secret realm together. When Li Haoyang saw Mu Qingsheng and the others enter the secret realm, he immediately followed behind them and flew in as well. The moment the 5 of them stepped into the Tianyuan secret realm, a mysterious and ancient aura rushed at them. Ancient trees stood all around them, and mixed within the dense spiritual energy was a faint trace of deathly energy. Let's be careful. Although the spiritual energy here is dense, I feel like something is off. There's a bit of decay and deathly energy mixed into it. Mu Qingsheng said, "Don't worry, Senior Sister Mu. You 3 stay behind me and Brother Fa. We, the Humha 2 generals, will take the lead." Before the 5 of them had gone very far, they found some low-grade spirit herbs and some delicious demon beasts. Anything they saw was stuffed away by the 2 of them. Xuanhuang had not forgotten that the sect's little senior sister was a total foodie. "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister Qinghua, there's nothing good here. Let's go somewhere else and take a look." Not long after they left, they saw a pile of corpses. Judging from their clothing, they were all disciples of the same sect. The disciples of an entire sect were all killed? Who could be this vicious? "Let's go. First, let's get away from here," Mu Qingsheng said. On the other side of the secret realm, a group of people in black were plotting something. This time, the Tianma sect's main mission is to kill the geniuses of the major sects and weaken their strength. But do not get discovered. If you run into someone alone or a team with few people, kill them immediately. We cannot expose our identities, or the sect will be in trouble. Li Hua's sect, you will gather information openly and provide us with intelligence. Once you find a target, notify us. Split up and act now. Other than some demon beasts and low-level demon beasts, there was not much danger around the outer area of the entire secret realm. So many people were moving toward the center. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone look! There's an ancient ruined archway up ahead." Ning Tian's group of 5 was also watching from a distance. On the archway, only the character's sword remained intact, as if it were new. Su Qinghua could sense a faint sword intent from this sword character. At this time, Hua Fa said, "Although this formation has greatly weakened due to age, it still currently has the power of the mid-stage or even peak of the Dongxi realm. I estimate that the reason people who came in before did not gain much was because they could not break this grand formation. Back then, this formation may have had the power of the late stage to peak Dongxi realm." "Junior brother Hua, if that's the case, then I should be able to break this formation now," Ning Tian said. "Senior brother Ning, are you sure?" Xuanhuang asked. "Don't underestimate Senior brother Ning. He possesses the legendary Supreme Bone. He is a born young Supreme. Fighting above his level is no problem for him," Mu Qingsheng said. "The legendary Supreme Bone?" Xuanhuang, Fa sure, and Su Qinghua all looked at Ning Tian at the same time. Sure enough, no one accepted as a disciple by the sect master was simple. At this moment, Xuanhuang looked at Mu Qingsheng and thought that he wondered what kind of monstrous prodigy this senior sister Mu in front of him was. So I better not think about it. The more he thought, the more discouraging it became. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Qingsheng, what a coincidence. We can run into each other even here. Looks like our fate together really isn't shallow." The 5 of them looked in the direction the voice came from and saw a young, master-looking man walking over. An expression of disgust instantly appeared on Mu Qingsheng's face. "Senior sister, who is this guy? Do you know him?" Xuanhuang asked. "Not close. Just an annoying fly." At this point, Xuanhuang and Fa sure stepped forward and said, "Our senior sister said you're an annoying fly. If you know what's good for you, leave right now." Hearing this, Li Haoyang's face instantly darkened. "Who are you two to dare speak to me like that? We're the Humha 2 generals of the Wanfa sect. What, you want to fight? I have no interest in wasting another word on your bullshit Humha 2 generals." Then he switched to a smiling face and said, Qingsheng, what happened last time was just a misunderstanding. I only want to find you because of your father's orders. The secret realm is dangerous. Let's travel together from here on out. Li Haoyang, please stop bothering me. I will not marry you. After we leave the secret realm, I'll have my father cancel this marriage arrangement. Hey, you there. Did you hear that? My senior sister told you to get lost right now. If you dare keep pestering my senior sister, I'll castrate you. Xuanhuang shouted angrily. If you two dare interrupt me again, don't blame me for not giving Qingsheng face. Li Haoyang looked at Xuanhuang and Fa Sure with a dark expression. Qingsheng, this time I truly came to apologize to you. The secret realm is so dangerous. It'll be safer if we move together. Li Haoyang, please don't call me Qingsheng. We're not close. Please get far away from me right now, and stop appearing in front of me, okay? Mu Qingsheng, are you refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Fine. Very good. Other than Mu Qingsheng, kill the other 4 for me. As soon as they heard Li Haoyang's words, the 4 guards immediately brought out their magic artifacts without another word. Senior brother, senior sister, and junior sister Qingrua stand in the back and do not make a move. This wave is finally our turn, the Humha-2 generals, to show our strength. Xuanhuang's figure flashed, and he charged forward. War God Fist, first form, bury the heavens. This punch was so powerful that even the air could not withstand it, and space itself twisted. The 2 guards' magic artifacts struck the fist imprint and were instantly knocked away. The fist imprint in the air did not weaken in the slightest and blasted toward the 2 guards. The 2 guards could not dodge in time and were heavily struck by the fist imprint. They were sent flying dozens of meters on the spot and directly knocked unconscious. Fa Sure used 5 elements talismans to cast 6 Jiaqimen, trapping the other 2 guards inside the formation. Then he threw 2 Yang Thunder talismans into the air. 2 enormous bolts of lightning struck down, and after a huge explosion, there was no more sound from inside the formation. Seeing this scene, Li Haoyang's legs were trembling. Impossible. How can you be this strong? After saying that, he turned and ran. With a shift stars and exchange constellations move, Fa Sure appeared in front of Li Haoyang and slapped him to the ground. Xuanhuang walked over to Mu Qingsheng and directly said, Senior sister, lend me your sword for a bit. I don't have one. I don't use a sword. A knife is fine too. I don't have one either. What do you need a blade for? I'm a very trustworthy person. If I say I'm going to castrate him, then I'm going to castrate him. Xuanhuang then ran over in front of Su Qingrua and said, Junior sister Qingrua, lend me your sword. I remember you practiced swordsmanship. Su Qingrua immediately took 2 steps back. No, my sword can only be used to kill people. It absolutely can't be used to cut that. Fine then, getting a fire talisman from Brother Fa works too. Brother Fa, give me a fire talisman. What do you need a fire talisman for? Don't ask so much. Bind him to a tree first. The moment Li Haoyang was restrained, he became afraid. Qingsheng, save me. I'm your fiancé. What fiancé? Behave yourself. Xuanhuang slapped Li Haoyang across the face, knocking out several of his teeth. Brother Fa, help me spread his legs. What are you 2 trying to do? Stop. My imperial father won't let you off. Smack, another slap. His remaining teeth were all knocked out too. You still dare threaten me? Looking like a toad like you. And you still want to marry my senior sister? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what cruelty is. At this time, Xuanhuang had already lit the talisman. With a simple fire control technique in one hand, he sent the talisman flying straight toward Li Haoyang's crotch. Immediately after, an utterly miserable scream rang out. Qingsheng, save me. At this time, even the crowd in the distance watching the formation stopped and looked over here. Who is that? Why is someone burning him with fire? That seems to be the eldest prince of the Tianyu dynasty. Damn, they even dare lay a hand on the crown prince of the Tianyu dynasty? Who are those people? You don't even know that? Those guys are from the Myriad Dharma sect. So they're from the Myriad Dharma sect. No wonder they dare roast a prince of the Tianyu dynasty. What are you yelling for? It'll be done burning in a second. Smack. Another slap landed on Li Haoyang's face. Where's that arrogant attitude you had just now? Come on, straighten up for me. Brother Kunkin, stop hitting him. I can already smell cooked meat. It should be done by now. Kunkin took a look, and sure enough, it was cooked. Consider yourself lucky this time. I won't kill you. But if you dare keep pestering my senior sister again, I'll kill you. Brother Fa, let's go. By now, Mu Qingsheng, Su Qingrua, and Ning Tian had already turned around. After all, 2 of them were girls, and the other was a child. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, let's go. Senior sister Qingsheng, don't worry. He'll never be able to marry you again. MHM, thank you, junior brother. Once we get out, I'll have an elder accompany me back to call off this engagement. At this moment, Li Haoyang collapsed weakly on the ground, gnashing his teeth. He glared hatefully at Mu Qingsheng's group. Mu Qingsheng, just you wait. If I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not human. At this moment, cultivators from all directions were gathering here in an endless stream, forming layer upon layer of encirclement outside the formation. But no matter how everyone attacked in turns, with magical artifacts bombarding it and secret techniques unleashed all at once, that incomparably sturdy formation remained completely unmoved. At the front of the crowd, Ning Tian, Mu Qingcheng, Su Qingrao, Fashi, and Kunkin stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes heavy as they carefully examined the mysterious ancient formation before them. Ning Tian turned to look at Fashi and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Fashi, can you secretly break this formation?" Fashi shook his head. "Senior brother, I can't. Although this ancient formation has been weathered by the years, its formation principles are extremely profound, far beyond my current attainments and formations." At the side, Su Qingruo's cool voice rang out. "And there's another problem. Once we make a move to break the formation, the disturbance definitely won't be small. The moment the formation is broken, everyone will rush in at once. There's no way we can monopolize the opportunity." Kunkin scratched his head and asked in a deep voice, "Then, senior brother, are we still breaking the formation? If we can't monopolize the opportunity, why not go look somewhere else?" Ning Tian said in a firm tone, "Break it. We came here this time for training in the first place. If we leave now, then this whole training trip will completely lose its meaning. The four of you, all of you step back. I'll break this formation with brute force." Hearing that, the other four immediately and wordlessly retreated, pulling back a distance of 100 zhang, their eyes locked tightly on the figure in the field. Buzz. In the next instant, vast spiritual power surged and roared within Ning Tian's body, and thunderous sounds exploded through his limbs and bones. He slightly clenched his fists, and the supreme Tao rhythm unique to the Dominator fist centered on his fists as an invisible, intangible fist domain abruptly took shape. The other observing cultivators were all alarmed by the shocking commotion and turned to look in unison, their eyes full of shock and astonishment. Dominator fist. Ning Tian threw his head back and roared, his voice echoing across the wilds. His punch shot out like a thunderbolt piercing the sky, so fast it reached the absolute limit. A dazzling golden fist mark tore through the air, carrying an overbearing force that crushed everything and slammed viciously into the light screen of the ancient formation. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The golden fist mark and the formation patterns collided violently, and terrifying energy spread madly from the point of impact, shaking the surrounding mountains until they trembled faintly. At that moment, dense cracks spread across the entire formation screen like a spiderweb in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Under the horrified gazes of countless cultivators present, the enormous ancient grand formation actually shattered with a thunderous crash. It broke. The grand formation was really broken by him. My heavens, a formation that countless geniuses couldn't do anything about was actually smashed apart by this boy with one punch. He looks no more than 13 or 14, right? How could he possess such terrifying combat power? As the formation screen completely dissipated, the world that had been sealed away for ages was finally fully revealed before everyone's eyes. There were no heavenly materials and earthly treasures covering the ground, as everyone had imagined. In their place was a devastated ruin full of desolation. Walking among the broken remains and looking at the environment and layout, this place should have been a sect stronghold. For a moment, all the cultivators' eyes lit up, their hearts bursting with joy. An ancient sect would definitely hide top-tier inheritances and supreme opportunities. "Let's go too," Mu Qingcheng said softly. The five exchanged a glance, then immediately leaped into the air and chose a main peak where the spiritual energy was the densest and the ruins were best preserved, flying straight to the summit. But just as they arrived at the mountaintop, they heard the sounds of fierce spiritual power collisions and angry shouts of battle. More than 10 sect forces were locked in chaotic melee, with magical artifacts flying everywhere and spiritual power raging wildly. The scene was utterly chaotic. The few of them looked toward the medicine garden not far away and immediately understood why the fighting had broken out. Inside the garden were all kinds of rare spiritual herbs. 4th rank marrow cleansing grass growing in thick patches everywhere. 5th rank heavenly star grass gleaming with flowing light. 6th rank profound ice jade grass covered in frost and snow with cold air coiling around it, and even several extremely rare 7th rank spiritual herbs rooted in the garden. In an instant, Fashi and Kunkin's eyes lit up at once, their gazes blazing as they stared fixedly at the entire spiritual herb garden, their faces full of excitement and agitation they could not conceal. The two of them almost spoke in unison, their tones urgent and thrilled. "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, the three of you help block these people for us. We're going to pick the spiritual herbs. Once we finish harvesting all the herbs, we'll split them evenly. These herbs, they're all ours. All of them are ours. Ha!" Before their words had even fully fallen, the two did not wait for any response from Ning Tian's group of three. Their figures had already flashed out. Ning Tian, Mu Qingcheng, and Su Qingrao exchanged a glance, then could only step forward and take the initiative to guard the rear for the two of them, blocking everyone who coveted the spiritual herbs. In the blink of an eye, Fashi and Kunkin had already rushed into the spiritual herb garden, no longer caring about the fighting around them. They immediately bent down and began crazily picking and storing the herbs. Their frenzied, treasure-grabbing actions instantly and completely enraged all the cultivators present. The chaotic fighting abruptly stopped. Everyone in the area turned their heads in unison, their eyes fierce and filled with killing intent as they locked onto the two figures in the medicine garden. Bold little thieves. You dare monopolize the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden. If you don't want to die, put down all those herbs immediately. Immersed in joy, Kunkin and Fashi turned a deaf ear and continued lowering their heads to harvest like mad. This kind of disregard for everyone completely ignited the anger of the whole crowd. Damn it, these two little thieves are way too arrogant. They're simply courting death. Fellow Taoists, in the face of opportunity, there is no distinction of status. Let's join forces first and kill these two arrogant little thieves, then split the herbs in this whole garden evenly. Kill. The crowd roared in fury, completely casting aside their previous grudges and conflicts. They all turned their spearheads together, carrying surging killing intent as they charged toward the two in the spiritual herb garden. Just as the overwhelming killing intent closed in, three tall figures suddenly stepped out through the air and steadily blocked the front of all the cultivators, cutting off everyone's path. The power of reincarnation quietly flowed as Mu Qingqing's gaze turned frosty, and her ice-cold voice echoed through the field. Take one more step forward and die. Quite a few cultivators recognized the faces of the three who blocked the road and identified them as disciples of Wanfa sect. Instantly, fear rose in their hearts, and their steps unconsciously began to retreat. But there were still many whose minds had been overwhelmed by the spiritual herbs, and they shouted angrily, "Don't be afraid, everyone. There are only 5 of them. So what if they're strong? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. We have strength in numbers. If we attack together, we can definitely kill them." As those words fell, ferocity once again ignited within the crowd, and countless streams of spiritual power gathered, ready to erupt. Ning Tian and the other 2 remained expressionless, without the slightest ripple in their eyes, too lazy to waste any more words. Ning Tian lowered his stance slightly, and the Tao rhythm of the Dominator fist around him erupted once more. The invisible fist domain instantly spread out, covering a large portion of the crowd ahead. All cultivators within the fist domain had the spiritual power circulating in their bodies instantly suppressed. In the next second, a golden fist mark descended from the air. PFF, PFF, PFF. A series of muffled impacts sounded out one after another. Countless cultivators were like kites with cut strings after suffering heavy blows, coughing up blood as they were all sent flying dozens of meters before crashing hard on the ground, racked with intense pain and completely losing the ability to fight again. On the other side, Mu Qingsheng stood in the void, brilliant streams of light shining around her as the great Tao of reincarnation swept across the sky. She softly uttered 4 words, "Heaven and Earth Reincarnation." A dazzling, holy white light suddenly bloomed. The instant they were touched by the white light, countless cultivators' expressions changed drastically, their faces filled with terror. They could clearly sense that the cultivation realms they had bitterly trained for many years were rapidly regressing and falling layer by layer. Su Qingrao, meanwhile, stood quietly in place as sword intent rose around her, and the primordial sword cannon was driven to its limit. Thousands upon thousands of strands of sword intent hid in every direction, as fast as flowing light and as swift as thunder, impossible to catch with the naked eye. Thread after thread of sword intent swept out with perfect precision, landing on the remaining cultivators. It did not take lives, only broke their spiritual power and crippled their combat ability, clean and efficient. They had thought it through in their hearts. The secret realm had gathered forces from all across the eastern region. If they slaughtered recklessly, it would only cause Wanfa sect to completely offend half the powers of the eastern region. In an instant, all the invading cultivators on the scene were crushed to the ground, wails filling the air, and not a single person dared stand again. The group of cultivators who had felt fear earlier and retreated in advance now looked at the wreckage all over the ground and felt incomparably grateful, secretly thankful that they had escaped disaster. And by this time, inside the medicine garden, Kunkin and Fashi had already harvested and stored away every last rare spiritual herb in the entire garden, not leaving a single stalk behind. The 2 turned their heads and saw that the battle outside had already ended, and they could not help but curl their lips. That was way too fast. It ended before we even got warmed up. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, we got all the spiritual herbs, not a single one left. Let's go quick. Ha ha ha. The 2 laughed loudly, high-spirited and full of swagger. The 5 no longer lingered. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they turned around, relaxed and unrestrained, and swaggered off without a care. No one dared stop them. The surviving cultivators on the scene stared fixedly at the backs of the 5 as they left. Every face was ashen, every heart filled with unwillingness. Only after the 5 had completely vanished beyond a mountain ridge did the cultivators present realize the opportunity in the medicine garden was truly gone, and they too began to leave one after another. Just as the injured crowd was about to struggle to their feet and depart, whoosh, 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 one after another, pitch-black figures suddenly shot out from the shadows of the mountain forest. The sudden change made everyone instantly lose their wits in terror, their faces full of panic. Someone endured the pain of his injuries and demanded in a trembling voice, "Who are you people? Why are you blocking our way?" The black-clothed killers remained silent. As soon as they raised their hands, fierce killing moves came crashing down directly. The cultivators here were already heavily wounded and had long since lost their combat strength. Quite a few had even been knocked down in cultivation by the power of reincarnation, falling to the Foundation establishment realm, and had no power to resist at all. The shrill screams vanished almost as soon as they appeared. In only a few moments, every injured cultivator on the mountaintop was slaughtered and blood stained the barren earth. After dealing with the corpses and wiping away the traces, this group of mysterious black-clothed men flashed and once again disappeared into the darkness of the mountain forest. Meanwhile, Ning Tian's group of 5 had already rushed toward another main peak. The moment they stepped onto this mountain, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit them in the face, mixed with a faint trace of pill fragrance. On the ground, cultivator corpses lay scattered in all directions, enough to show that a brutal battle had broken out here. Pill fragrance. This place should be the alchemy hall of the ancient sect, Su Qinghua said softly. Let's go in and take a look. Ning Tian gave a slight nod. The 5 exchanged glances, then lifted their feet and walked into the great hall. The people fighting fiercely inside noticed the movement and instantly all stopped at once, turning to look toward the entrance. Their gazes were wary, killing intent hidden within, fixed firmly on the 5 sudden intruders. The 5 directly ignored the scrutinizing looks of the crowd and simply raised their eyes to examine the entire hall. The hall was grand and spacious, with dozens of enormous bronze pill furnaces lined up on both sides. But the years had been far too long. The surfaces of the furnaces were mottled and rusted, and all spiritual charm had completely dissipated. Suddenly, Kunkin's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and pointed toward a shadowy corner deep within the hall, shouting loudly, "Quick, look, there's a stone door over there." Everyone looked in that direction, and sure enough, at the deepest part of the hall stood a massive blue stone door, thick, ancient, and plain. No wonder countless cultivators had fought to the death and guarded this place so desperately. So the real opportunity was hidden behind this stone door. When a dozen or so surviving cultivators in the hall saw this, vicious expressions instantly appeared on their faces, and their hostility surged. One leading genius stepped forward and shouted sternly, "We discovered this door first, and so many of our fellow disciples died here. All the opportunities here belong to us. Leave at once, or don't blame us for being merciless with blade and sword and wiping you all out." As soon as he finished speaking, the mage slowly stepped forward, his voice clear and forceful. "Fellow Taoist, your words are mistaken. This place belongs to no one. All opportunities should go to whoever is fated to obtain them. Why should they belong to you, just because you found them first? My mage brother is right." Kunkin immediately stepped forward and chimed in. "Ownerless opportunities. Each side relies on its own ability." Hearing this, the people in the hall instantly flew into a rage. "Countless of our fellow disciples have been killed or injured. We paid a terrible price to hold this place, and the moment you arrive, you want to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Isn't that far too overbearing and shameless?" At this moment, another group of people poured in from outside the hall. They were precisely the cultivators who had withdrawn early during the battle at the Spirit Medicine Garden, just now. They stepped into the hall, saw clearly the 2 sides confronting each other, and then, with one glance, spotted the familiar figures of Ning Tian and his group of 5. Their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned around and flew straight out of the hall, cursing inwardly. Who would have thought we'd run into these 5 disasters again? This sudden retreat left the cultivators guarding the stone door inside the hall full of confusion. The leading genius clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely, his eyes filled with unwillingness and madness. "What are you afraid of? There are only 5 people. We have so many on our side. We crushed them in numbers, so what is there to fear? Our fellow disciples suffered heavy casualties, and we paid countless prices to get here. We absolutely cannot give up this opportunity now. Everyone attack together and fight to the death. Since you refuse to make way, then we, the Hemha generals, will beat you until you do." A furious roar exploded out. Without waiting for anyone to react, Kunkin took one violent step forward and charged, his fist force surging to the heavens as overwhelming pressure swept across the entire area. War God Fist, second form, God Burying. Boom! Countless fist imprints poured out, blanketing the sky as they swept forward with a tyrannical force that could crush everything, smashing fiercely toward those blocking the way. The vast and domineering fist force spread wildly. The low cultivation disciples had no power to resist at all and were instantly shaken by the violent fist wind until their chi and blood churned, their bodies slamming heavily to the ground. Only a few Purple Palace Realm disciples managed to grit their teeth, activate their natal magic artifacts, and raise the spiritual power barriers, but the barriers trembled non-stop, ready to shatter at any moment. Nearby, the mage's figure shifted slightly. His wrists flicked rapidly, and several explosive talismans were thrown out in an instant. Boom, boom, boom! Several deafening explosions erupted one after another, directly blasting apart the spiritual power shields of several people. Caught by the sudden bombardment, they were instantly blown flying backward. Boring. They're way too weak. Kunkin withdrew his fist and stood there, then raised his hand and lightly blew on his knuckles with an infuriatingly punchable look that made others grind their teeth in hatred. He turned to Ning Tian, Mu Qingsheng, Su Qingrao, and the others, waved his hand, and shouted, "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, let's go. Let's head in the stone chamber and see what good stuff is inside." The stone door was heavy and ancient, covered in weathered marks left by the years. The restrictive spiritual glow once attached to it had long since dimmed and dispersed. Kunkin stepped forward and gave it a light push, slowly opening the heavy stone door inward. Looks like too much time has passed. The formation restrictions on the stone chamber must have failed long ago, the mage said. The inside of the stone chamber was spacious and neat. Rows of ancient pill racks were lined up in perfect order, with layers of pill bottles resting quietly on them, dazzling to the eye. At once, light flashed in the eyes of the five of them. Kunkin and the mage could no longer suppress the joy in their hearts, and immediately threw back their heads and burst into laughter. "We struck it rich. So many pills. This time we've made a killing." Unable to wait any longer, Kunkin strode forward, casually took down a pill bottle, and quickly pulled out the stopper. But when he looked down, there were no smooth, round pills inside as expected, only a handful of dry, fine gray powder. The smile on his face instantly froze. He stood there dumbfounded, his face full of shock. How could this happen? Unwilling to accept it, Kunkin immediately switched to a second bottle, then a third. He opened several in succession, but the result was exactly the same. Nothing but completely useless medicinal powder. Seeing this, Ning Tian, Mu Qingsheng, Su Qingrao, and the mage also stepped forward and began checking the pill bottles on the racks one by one. But in the end, without exception, not a single intact pill remained in any bottle in the entire stone chamber. The joyful atmosphere in the chamber vanished instantly, leaving behind nothing but silence. The mage carefully examined the pill bottles and the surroundings. It should be because too much time has passed. The formation on the stone chamber door failed and could no longer lock in the medicinal properties, causing all the pill's effects to completely dissipate. Sigh. Doesn't that mean we got excited for nothing? Su Qingrao let out a soft sigh. Outside the stone chamber, the disciples from various sects who had just been defeated and had not gone far were secretly peeking inside. When they saw with their own eyes that all the pills had turned into useless powder, they were all completely dumbfounded. They had fought over the opportunity in this stone chamber. Their fellow disciples had died miserably, and everyone had fought and risked their lives all the way here, only to discover in the end that it was just a pile of worthless trash. Ning Tian's group of 5 thoroughly searched the entire stone chamber, and, after confirming that there was no opportunity here besides the ruined pills, turned and left. But the moment they stepped out of the stone door, 10 pitch-black figures suddenly blocked their path. Everyone who had entered the secret realm wore the clothing of their own sex, but these black-clothed people were of unknown origin, and their auras were strange, instantly putting Ning Tian's group of 5 on guard. The leading black-clothed man spoke in a low voice to the companions behind him. "These 5 are strong and hard to deal with. Join forces and finish this quickly. Take them out first." The moment they heard that, the hot-tempered Kunkin and the mage flew into a rage. "You sneaky, hidden-head rats dare provoke us." With an angry shout, the two of them gave the other side no chance to seize the initiative. Their figures burst forward as they directly attacked first. Ning Tian, Mu Qingsheng, and Su Qingrao wore cold expressions and followed closely behind, striking at the same time as spiritual power surged and a fierce battle instantly erupted. The two sides became entangled in combat in a flash, but the moment of contact, all the black-clothed men were shaken to the core. In just one exchange, 5 screams rang out at the same time as 5 people died on the spot. The black-clothed leader was so frightened that his mind shook violently. He completely panicked. If this continued, he would only die, so without another word, he turned and fled. Trying to run? Ning Tian's gaze sharpened. The Xuanhuang movement art activated instantly beneath his feet, and his figure turned into a blurred afterimage, teleporting before the black-clothed leader in an instant. The vast and boundless Dominator Fist domain spread out with a roar. In the next second, Ning Tian gathered power into a heavy punch, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun, and smashed it out fiercely. Bang! The black-clothed leader's whole body trembled violently, like a cannonball struck by a massive blow, and he was blasted away, crashing hard to the ground as black blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. He was heavily injured. Ning Tian slowly walked forward, looked at the black-clothed man whose aura had withered, and said flatly, "You're pretty tough. You actually didn't die after taking one punch from me. At this time, Mu Qingsheng, Xuanhuang Continent, and the mage had also quickly dealt with the remaining black-clothed men and all gathered around. Continent was the most impatient. He stepped forward, stomped heavily on the black-clothed man's chest, and reached out to yank the black cloth off his face. Continent turned to the other four and asked in confusion, "Do any of you know him?" Ning Tian and the other four all shook their heads, their eyes full of doubt. "That's strange. We don't know them at all and have no grudges with them. They couldn't possibly try to kill us for no reason." The mage stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Speak. Who exactly sent you to kill us?" The black-clothed man showed not the slightest fear. Instead, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Don't get cocky. Don't worry. You'll be coming down to keep me company soon enough. You're about to die, and you still dare act tough?" A fierce light rose in Kunkin's eyes, and the force under his foot suddenly increased. With a crisp crack, he directly crushed the man's leg bone. "Are you talking or not?" "Ah!" The intense pain made the black-clothed man let out a heart-rending scream. "If you've got the guts, then kill me." Just then, a sect disciple watching from the distance suddenly shouted loudly, "I recognize him. He's the chief inner disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect." "Oh, the chief inner disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect." Hearing this, Ning Tian's group of 5 all frowned deeply, their hearts filled with shock and suspicion. Their myriad Dharma sect had never even heard of this Heavenly Demon Sect, let alone formed any enmity with it. So why had the other side secretly sent people to ambush and kill them? The mage immediately raised a hand and pointed at the disciple who had spoken. "You, come here and help us identify all the bodies on the ground. See if they're all from the Heavenly Demon Sect." That person quickly stepped forward, tore away the black cloths from all the black-clothed men's faces, and carefully identified them before saying, "I can recognize 2 of them. These 2 are both inner disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I've never seen the others before." The mage asked no more questions. He casually took out a bottle of healing pills and tossed it to that disciple. "Many thanks, fellow Taoists. Senior Brother Ning, Senior Sister Mu. There aren't any useful clues in their rings." Ning Tian's gaze was icy as he said flatly, "If we can't get anything out of him, then kill him. Once the secret realm ends and we return to the sect, we'll tell Master what happened and personally settle accounts with the Heavenly Demon Sect." Exactly what I wanted. Without another word, Kunkin suddenly exerted force with his foot and directly crushed the black-clothed man's head with one stomp. Kunkin's face was full of disdain. "Trash like your Heavenly Demon Sect actually dared come assassinate us? Ha!" Kunkin turned to Ning Tian and the others, still furious, and said loudly, "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, let's go. Let's find the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect and get revenge. Damn it, they actually dared launch a sneak attack on us." Ning Tian's group of 5 sped all the way deeper into the heart of the secret realm. Before long, they arrived outside a deep and secluded valley. The moment they stepped into the valley's range, urgent cries for help and the sharp sounds of fierce fighting cutting through the air came from ahead. Looking up, they saw 5 male disciples and 7 female disciples in the valley. They looked utterly bedraggled, their clothes torn, their auras chaotic, as they fled desperately in panic. Behind them, a group of black-clothed men with cold, sinister auras chased them relentlessly, striking viciously and clearly intending to leave no survivors. Seeing those familiar black-clad outfits, Kunkin and the mage instantly grew wildly excited. Before the disciples being hunted ahead could even cry for help, the 2 of them had already burst forward first. "You trash from the Tianma sect, and you still dare cause trouble. You're courting death." Ning Tian, Mu Qingsheng, and Su Qingrua followed close behind. Their figures flashed as they immediately joined the battle. The group of disciples being chased at the rear instantly let out a sigh of relief when they saw such powerful reinforcements arrive. On the battlefield, Kunkin directly brought out his natal magic treasure, a yo-yo. Its spiritual light surged as it spun at high speed, sweeping across all directions with incomparably fierce killing power. Any black-clad person touched by the yo-yo died on the spot. The mage worked in perfect coordination, forming seals with his fingers as talismans flew through the air, unleashing the secret art, Liu Jiaqimen. Strands of spiritual light wove into a formation, instantly covering the entire battlefield and forming a restraining barrier that trapped all the black-clad men firmly within it, leaving them with no way to escape and unable to flee even half a step. By the time Ning Tian and the other 2 reached the battlefield, the black-clad men inside had already been slaughtered by Kunkin until they were scattered and nearly wiped out. In just a few breaths, the last black-clad man also fell. The disciples of Tianyan sect and Baihua Valley standing nearby and watching swallowed hard when they saw the black-clad corpses all over the ground, then looked at the calm and composed members of Wanfa sect. Isn't this way too fierce? The crisis was completely resolved. The 5 male disciples spoke sincerely. "We are disciples of Tianyan sect. Many thanks, fellow Taoists, for saving us." The 7 female disciples from Baihua Valley thanked them together in soft voices. "We disciples of Baihua Valley thank you, fellow Taoists, for saving our lives." Kunkin waved his hand and spoke directly. No need for courtesy. Come over and identify them. See whether these corpses are trash from the Tianma sect. Everyone immediately stepped forward and lifted the black face coverings one by one for careful identification. A pretty Baiwa Valley female disciple was the first to speak. That's right. These two corpses are inner-sect disciples of the Tianma sect. As for the others, their faces are unfamiliar. We've never seen them before. Mu Qingqing's brows drew slightly together as she asked softly, why were you being hunted by them? In this secret realm, have you ever formed a grudge with the Tianma sect? A disciple of Tianyin sect let out a long sigh and slowly explained the whole story. Earlier, we discovered an ancient hall on a mountain peak ahead. There were quite a few spirit weapons and treasures left inside, but the years had been too long, and they had lost their spirituality, so they could not be used. We had planned to leave directly, but this group of black-clad men suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked with killing moves from the start. In order to cover our breakout, several fellow disciples fought desperately to hold them back, and unfortunately died. Does your sect have a grudge against the Tianma sect? None at all. The Tianma sect is usually extremely low-key and rarely has conflicts with the various sections. Hearing that, Mu Qingqiang turned and exchanged looks with Ning Tian and the others. You were also hunted down for no reason. It seems the Tianma sect's target was never just one particular sect. What a vicious Tianma sect! Kunkin shouted angrily, the rage in his chest hard to suppress. Just wait. Once this secret realm trial ends, we'll report it to the sect immediately. At that moment, a shy female disciple from Baihua Valley looked at them and softly asked in a probing tone, fellow Taoists, are you disciples of Wanfa sect? Kunkin raised a brow. Oh, you know us. Before, when the secret realm opened and you descended from your sect's worship, we saw all of you from afar and were deeply impressed, so we remembered you somewhat. The female disciple replied softly, her face red. Oh, that's nothing strange. Kunkin instantly spoke shamelessly. After all, we carry ourselves with extraordinary bearing and are handsome and dashing. We attract attention wherever we go, so it's only normal for people to recognize us. That's right. Well said. The mage beside him hurriedly nodded in agreement, his face full of approval. Seeing this, Ning Tian, Mu Qingqiang, and Su Qingwu all covered their faces speechlessly and silently turned their heads away, pretending not to know these two idiots. The Baiwa Valley disciple who had asked the question flushed red and shyly lowered her head. Before we entered the secret realm, the elders of our sect specifically warned us that, in this secret realm trial, the Tianma sect had already secretly reached a cooperation agreement with the Liuhua sect. The two sects had joined forces, so we had to be careful everywhere. That's exactly why our Tianyin sect took the initiative to join forces with Baiwa Valley, in order to guard against the Tianma sect's hidden schemes and prevent them from stirring up trouble in secret. If you fellow Taoists also encountered secret assassination attempts from the Tianma sect, then I dare conclude that those disciples from small and medium sects who have been acting alone or were left isolated before have most likely already fallen victim to their poisonous hands. Several people from Tianyin sect and Hunter Flowers Valley came before Ning Tian's group of 5. Fellow Taoists, for the rest of the path through the secret realm, can we follow you? We're afraid that if we get separated, we'll run into those black-clothed men again. Ning Tian and the others exchanged glances. After thinking for a moment, they nodded. Mu Qingqiang slowly said, that's fine. We could travel together. But as for the opportunities in this secret realm, each person will rely on their own ability. We understand. As long as we can follow you, fellow Taoists, that's enough. In that case, let's go. Xuanhuang waved his big hand and took the lead, striding forward first. The group slowly moved on, looking at the graceful figures of the 100 Flowers Valley female disciples beside him. Xuanhuang could not help asking curiously, are all of you in 100 Flowers Valley female disciples? One disciple from 100 Flowers Valley answered softly, yes. Our 100 Flowers Valley has stood for over 10,000 years. The sect rules state that we only accept female disciples and never take male cultivators. So that's how it is. Just from your sect's name alone, your valley must be full of beauties. Xuanhuang grinned. Even though the disciples of 100 Flowers Valley cultivated in quiet meditation all year round and had steady temperaments, being praised so directly still made their pretty faces flush red. A moment later, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A broken ancient hall stood in the heart of the secret realm. On the hall's main entrance hung an old wooden plaque that had weathered endless years, yet the 3 vigorous ancient characters on it could still be made out. Lingyun Hall. Lingyun Hall? Su Qingrua softly said, that sword character on the mountain gate archway, together with this main hall, looks like this ancient sect was called Lingyun Sword Sect. What junior sister Qingrua says makes perfect sense. Mu Qingqing's guess was probably right. It's just unknown what kind of catastrophe such a powerful sword sect encountered in the end, leaving it abandoned here and turned into a secret realm. The mage stepped forward and looked at the empty hall. There's no use thinking too much. We'll know once we go in and take a look. Everyone entered the main hall of Lingyun Hall together. After carefully searching the entire hall, they found it completely empty. Not a single cultivation method, spirit treasure, crystal stone, or any other valuable opportunity had been left behind. Since there's nothing here, let's go check the back mountain, Ning Tian said in a low voice. The moment they stepped into the back mountain area, they saw that many cultivators had already gathered there. The crowd packed in layer upon layer, all standing still to watch, their eyes fixed on the center of the area. The group quickly walked forward and pushed through the crowd, only to discover a gigantic black sword steel dozens of zhang tall. The sword steel was ancient and heavy throughout, and its surface was covered with dense, crisscrossing ancient sword marks. At this moment, someone was already sitting cross-legged before the sword steel, trying to comprehend the sword intent within it. Xuanhuang mainly cultivated a barbaric battle body. His brute strength eclipsed that of his peers, and he had no connection to the sword path. The mage devoted himself to cultivating a mystic spell Dao body, specializing in spells and divine abilities, and was likewise unskilled in weapons or sword Dao. The two exchanged a glance and instantly lost interest. Ning Tian had a deep foundation and had dabbled in countless martial paths, while Mu Qingsheng possessed the reincarnation body and could comprehend all methods. The two immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot and quietly began comprehending the profound sword intent flowing within the sword steel. Among the group, however, the happiest was Su Qinghua. The moment her figure drew close to the sword steel, the sword bone hidden within her body began to tremble. From deep within her bones came an extreme longing and throbbing. A kind of instinctive suction burst from within her, craving the source power of sword Dao inside the sword steel. Su Qinghua's heart shook, and she did not dare delay. She immediately sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and fully focused on comprehending the sword intent within the steel. In an instant, strands of pure sword intent wrapped around her body, forming a faint halo of sword chi that circulated endlessly. Her entire aura instantly became sharp and transcendent, as if her sword intent had been born whole from nature. Seeing this, Xuanhuang asked with some amazement, "Brother Mage, look, did junior sister Qinghua directly enter a state of enlightenment? Keep your voice down. Don't make any noise and disturb her. Let junior sister peacefully comprehend this opportunity." The mage quickly raised a hand to stop him, afraid of interrupting Su Qinghua's sudden enlightenment. As soon as those words fell, Xuanhuang immediately understood. He stepped forward and shouted in a deep voice at the surrounding cultivators. Everyone move back a bit. Don't make noise and disturb my junior sister's enlightenment. Someone in the crowd was instantly displeased and retorted on the spot. Why should we give way? This sword steel is a public opportunity in the secret realm, not yours. Anyone can comprehend it. A trace of the aura from Xuanhuang's barbaric battle body burst out, and a crushing pressure instantly swept in all directions. Because my fists are harder than yours. Either back off obediently, or I'll beat you until you do. Are you backing off or not? Quite a few cultivators nearby had already recognized their identities and knew they were disciples of Myriad Dharma Sect. For a moment, the onlooking crowd all retreated, not daring to provoke the two. Seeing that everyone else had backed off, the cultivator who had spoken up could only suppress the anger in his heart and reluctantly step back as well. The surroundings finally became completely quiet. Su Qinghua's comprehension deepened further. In the next second, her consciousness was suddenly pulled by a vast and boundless sword Dao power. In an instant, it broke away from reality and plunged into a limitless starry void. In this space, stars filled the sky, and the aura of sword Dao permeated heaven and earth. In the center of the void stood a figure in green robes with his hands behind his back. His spine was straight as he quietly gazed at the endless river of stars above. Where is this place? Who are you? Why did you pull me into this space? Su Qinghua steadied her mind and asked in a low voice. The man in green slowly turned around. His face was handsome and refined, yet countless ages of vicissitude were hidden between his brows and eyes. His gaze fell on Su Qinghua. He did not answer her questions. Instead, his eyes seemed to pierce through the void as he looked toward the direction of Myriad Dharma Sect and softly said, "To think there is such an outstanding disciple under your sect, fellow Taoist. Her natural sword bone is heaven-born. She is a sword Dao prodigy, seen only once in 10,000 years." Far away in Myriad Dharma Sect, Lu Qin had long since learned everything happening inside the secret realm through the soul imprints he had left on them. Hearing the green-robed man's words, he quietly watched, wanting to see the true purpose of this lingering remnant soul. When the green-robed man saw that no one in the void responded, a hint of awkwardness immediately appeared on his face, and he gave an embarrassed smile. As for Su Qinghua, she was completely baffled and had no idea who the senior was talking to. A moment later, the green-robed man withdrew his gaze and looked back at Su Qinghua. His tone was gentle, with a trace of regret. "Little girl, your talent is exceptional. You possess an innate sword-bone Dao body and are supremely suited for cultivating the sword path. No wonder you were able to comprehend the true meaning of sword Dao that I left within the sword steel." He lightly shook his head, full of regret. "It is just a pity that you have already entered a sect and have a place you belong to. Otherwise, I would surely have passed all of Ling Yun's Sword Sect's lifelong Sword Dao inheritance to you. Ling Yun's Sword Sect? Xuanhuang was slightly stunned and softly asked, Senior, this secret realm has been abandoned for a very long time. Ling Yun's Sword Sect should already be gone. As soon as she finished speaking, the green-robed man let out a long sigh, full of sorrow and lament. Alas, the affairs of the world are ever-changing. Seas turn into mulberry fields. In the end, all things in this world cannot withstand the washing of time, nor escape decline and their final curtain. After a brief moment of melancholy, the wistfulness in his eyes faded, replaced by relief. Forget it. The fact that you were able to meet this lingering will of mine is also fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-robed man lightly flicked his fingertip. A strand of pure sword chi turned into a stream of light and flew straight into Xuanhuang's forehead, merging in her sea of consciousness. Vast and boundless sword Dao profundities instantly flooded her mind. Countless insights into sword intent came rushing at her, clear beyond compare. The green-robed man's ethereal voice echoed again and again within Xuanhuang's sea of consciousness. Since you already have a master in lineage, I will not forcibly pass on any cultivation method of Ling Yun's Sword Sect to you. This technique, heaven-slaying sword draw art, is the supreme sword Dao divine ability I researched throughout my life. It has no threshold and no shackles, and its killing power reaches the heavens. I hope you will cultivate it diligently and not let this fate go to waste. Seeing that this remnant soul held not the slightest malice and was simply granting an opportunity while cherishing talent, Lu Chun withdrew his divine sense and paid no further attention. To meet a fated person today could be considered fulfillment enough. It is also time for the strand of my lingering will to disperse. The green-robed man smiled faintly. His body began to turn transparent and unreal, transforming into green points of light that drifted away with the wind, bit by bit dissolving into this void. Xuanhuang's mind shook, and her consciousness instantly returned to the real secret realm. Xuanhuang slowly opened her eyes. A brilliant flash of sword light passed through the depths of her pupils, and the sword intent around her had become condensed and weighty. She immediately rose and gave the ancient sword steel a deep bow, her attitude devout. Many thanks, Senior, for bestowing this supreme divine ability. Ning Tian, Mu Qingsheng, Kuan, and the mage all wore smiles. With one glance, they could tell that Xuanhuang's sudden enlightenment this time had definitely won her an enormous sword Dao opportunity. The disciples of Tianyin Sect and 100 Flowers Valley watching from the side were filled with envy, as expected of Myriad Dharma Sect. It really has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Every disciple under it is a top genius, with endless opportunities and extraordinary talent. Xuanhuang turned around and gave the four of them a slight bow, sincerely thanking them. Thank you, senior brothers and senior sisters, for protecting me so I could comprehend the Dao in peace. Junior sister, those words are too distant. Kunkin waved his hand and smiled openly. We all come from Myriad Dharma Sect. Supporting each other is only natural. The opportunities here are already exhausted. Let's keep moving forward and continue exploring, Ning Tian proposed. Everyone nodded one after another, and the disciples of Tianyin Sect and 100 Flowers Valley immediately followed behind, their hearts full of shame. Just now, they too had gathered before the sword steel and tried their best to comprehend it, yet they had failed to grasp even the most shallow trace of sword intent. The group arrived at the summit of the back mountain, where a towering ancient pagoda stood before them. The pagoda's body was ancient and heavy, covered from top to bottom in dense sword marks of varying depths. In the very center of the tower were two ancient characters, vigorous and domineering. Sword Tower. At this moment, people came and went beneath the sword tower, with countless cultivators arriving in an endless stream. Some resolutely stepped into the tower to challenge its trials, while many others, pale-faced and with chaotic auras, were directly flung out by the power inside and fell in miserable defeat. A cultivator who had just been thrown out by the sword tower slumped on the ground and muttered in complaint. This sword tower trial is way too hard. I could barely hold on at the second floor, and the sword puppets on the third floor are far too overbearing. There's simply not something a Purple Palace Realm cultivator can fight against. There's no way anyone can get through. The cultivators passing by all shot him disdainful looks and secretly sneered. By now, in this secret realm, someone had already successfully reached the fourth floor. If he was trash himself, he'd still blamed the trial for being too difficult. That was only laughable. Ning Tian and the other four stood beneath the sword tower and looked up at this ancient, weathered pagoda. Sharp and bone-piercing sword intent continuously overflowed from the tower's body, making one's mind tremble. Since this is the core trial ground of Ling Yun's Sword Sect, we should also go up and test it for ourselves, Xuanhuang said, battle intent blazing in her eyes, already unable to suppress the stirring in her heart. Ning Tian and the other three all nodded in agreement. The moment her words fell, Xuanhuang was the first to step forward. One step out. Rumble, The instant she stepped into the tower, dim blue lights inside slowly lit up, illuminating the full scene of the sword tower's first floor. The first floor was vast and empty, with ancient sword Dao runes carved into the ground, their patterns flowing with faint light. In the center stood 5 completely black sword puppets in silence. Each puppet had a stable aura, all at the third layer of the purple palace realm. Sharp long swords were gripped tightly in their hands, and their eyes were hollow and lifeless. The moment they sensed someone challenging the tower, they locked onto Su Qingruo's figure. Buzz! 5 strands of cold killing intent instantly locked onto Su Qingruo. The 5 sword puppets moved at the same time, their long swords striking out together as 5 fierce sword lights crisscrossed through the air, surrounding and suppressing Su Qingruo from every direction. Facing the siege of 5 puppets at the same realm, Su Qingruo remained calm, without the slightest trace of panic. Not only did she not retreat, she advanced instead. With a tap of her toe against the ground, her figure suddenly shot forward, taking the initiative to kill the nearest sword puppet first. That puppet's reaction was incomparably swift. With a flick of its wrist, its long sword instantly drew out layers of sword light and stabbed straight at Su Qingruo's chest, every move vicious and aimed directly at her vital points. Clang! A deafening explosion of metal striking metal thundered out, shaking the tower's inner space ever so slightly. Su Qingruo neither dodged nor avoided it. The long sword in her hand swept out horizontally, its power overbearing beyond compare, striking the puppet's sword with perfect precision. Under the pouring force, the long sword in the puppet's hand was instantly hacked away and sent flying from its grip. Before the puppet could react, Su Qingruo's sword flashed, accurately piercing the core mechanism at its center. Crack! Along with a crisp shattering sound, the first sword puppet's body stiffened, then crashed to the ground. After dealing with the first puppet, Su Qingruo did not pause for even a moment. Her footwork turned elusive, and her figure instantly circled behind the second puppet like a ghost. Her sword light was as fast as rushing thunder, accurately stabbing toward the puppet's joint weakness. For a time, sword chi surged wildly within the tower, and the sound of colliding metal rang out without end as 4 figures tangled in high-speed battle inside the empty tower. Su Qingruo's swordsmanship was exquisite, bringing the advantages of her innate sword bone into full display. Every sword strike carried condensed sword intent. A short while later, the last sword puppet could no longer endure the dense assault. Its body shattered and it crashed heavily to the ground. Rumble. The instant the last puppet was destroyed, the suppressive aura on the first floor instantly dissipated, and a faint light of clearance lit up. Su Qingruo's aura remained steady, with little sign of exhaustion, as she lifted her eyes toward the stone stairs leading to the second floor. On the 5th floor of the sword tower, Su Qingruo looked at the projected phantom figure from the sword tower. The other side's cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of the purple mansion. Su Qingruo didn't waste any words. Her figure flashed, and sword chi was already crisscrossing everywhere. With her fair hand, she drew a sword flower, her body as nimble as a butterfly weaving through blossoms as she dodged 3 fierce strands of sword chi. Then she slashed out with one sword, and the figure also dispersed along with it. Her gaze shifted to the 6th floor. She stepped forward lightly and walked toward the next level up. On the 5th floor, Ning Tian presented a completely different scene. The sword wind opposite him tore through the airwaves, and dense sword chi came slashing toward Ning Tian. Instead of retreating, Ning Tian advanced. Facing the dense sword chi, he neither dodged nor evaded, and threw out a punch. The sword chi could not withstand that tyrannical fist force and shattered one after another. At this moment, the crowd outside the sword tower completely erupted, voices rising in a chaotic uproar. Look, the 5 people who just went in have all reached the 5th floor. What sect are they disciples of? You don't even know that? The 5 who just went in are all disciples of the Wanfa sect. You mean the Wanfa sect that destroyed the Qingtian Holy Land? As expected, disciples of a major sect are truly extraordinary. On the 5th floor, Mu Qingsheng lightly tapped the ground with her jade-like feet. As her skirt fluttered, she actually moved and weaved through the gaps in the sky full of sword chi. A faint pink glow condensed at her fingertips, and wherever it passed, the fierce sword chi melted away like ice and snow meeting spring. Her figure was graceful and enchanting, yet concealed deadly, killing intent. Then she blasted out with a punch. After that, she walked up to the 6th floor without even looking back. Also on the 5th floor, Kunkin was swinging his yo-yo with fierce momentum. Layers upon layers of ball shadows sealed off the space around him so tightly that not even wind could pass through. No matter how the sword chi struck, he remained unmoving, and all the sword chi that slashed at him shattered one after another. Suddenly, his body shot out like a cannonball, and he slammed a punch into that figure. Afterward, he strode toward the next floor. In the corner, Meizhua flicked his sleeve, and several ice spikes whistled out, precisely smashing apart the incoming sword chi. At the same time, flames rose in his palm, and he hurled a fireball that smashed over fiercely. That figure also dispersed along with it. Wisdom flashed in Mei Chua's eyes. Though the 5 of them had taken different paths, they had all carved out their own roads within the sword tower. Quick look, all 5 of them have gone up to the 6th floor of the sword tower. Everyone, guess how many floors they can reach in the end? These 5 can get no farther than this floor at most. Definitely more than that. At least someone will reach the 7th or 8th floor. What if they can reach the highest, the 9th floor? The 9th floor? You really dare to imagine. At this time, everyone who had failed the tower challenge had been teleported out, and all of them were watching Ning Tian's group of 5 challenge the tower. Soon after, the light of the 6th floor lit up, and a projection at the peak of the purple mansion slowly walked out. Xuanhuang showed not the slightest fear and used the ancient sword cannon to fight the projection. Xuanhuang's sword moves were fierce, each sword strike so fast it was hard to see clearly. The projection was not weak either. The strength of the purple mansion peak made its sword moves incomparably forceful. For a time, sword shadows flickered and sword chi overflowed everywhere. After exchanging dozens of moves, Xuanhuang felt that her spiritual power consumption was a bit too great. She immediately circulated her spiritual power and gave a loud shout. She unleashed the divine ability, Instant Sword. This strand of sword chi was fast to the extreme, so fast that the projection could not make any reaction before it pierced through its body. At the same time, on Ning Tian's side, facing a projection at the peak of the purple mansion, his gaze was resolute and the aura around him suddenly erupted. He no longer relied purely on his fists, but used both fists and legs in close combat against the projection. His punches roared with overwhelming force, and his kicks were incomparably fierce, dissolving the projection's attacks one by one. Mu Qingsheng was like a nimble fairy, dancing gracefully within the sword chi. She cleverly dodged the projection's attacks, while looking for chances to counterattack. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in her hand, and a pink sword ray shot toward the projection like lightning. Kunken was still playing with his yo-yo, the ball shadows turning into layer after layer of barriers that resisted the projection's sword chi. Seizing the right moment, he dashed forward in one step and smashed a heavy punch toward the projection. Mei Chua continuously cast spells of ice and fire, with ice spikes and fireballs attacking in alternation, leaving the projection somewhat overwhelmed. As the battle came to an end, the 5 of them advanced toward the 7th floor at the same time. When they arrived at the 7th floor, the moment they saw the projection, all 5 of them found a little hard to believe. The projected figure was none other than themselves. Xuanhuang took a deep breath and was the first to draw her sword. She understood that this battle was won against the weaknesses and limits in her own heart. Her sword moves were still fierce, but the opposite her was like a perfect copy from a mirror, every block and counterattack exactly right. Xuanhuang began to reflect on the flaws in her usual fighting style, gradually adjusting her strategy and searching for openings with more flexible sword paths. Ning Tian looked at the version of himself opposite him, let out an angry roar, and charged forward. Fists and legs collided, every strike carrying immense force. In fighting against, he continuously dug out hidden potential he had never discovered before, and the more he fought, the fiercer his strength became. Mu Qingsheng danced gracefully, trying to disrupt the rhythm with her nimble movement technique. Pink sword light flickered as she maneuvered against in battle. She recalled each of her own movements, striving to make them more perfect than usual. Kunken's yo-yo spun rapidly in his hand as he fought to a deadlock. He constantly changed his moves, searching for a chance to break through. Mei Chua formed seals rapidly with both hands, weaving ice and fire together as he exchanged spell blasts within battle. He kept thinking about innovation and application in his spells. The 5 of them all continued to grow in this battle against themselves, striving with all their might to break through their own limits. When the 5 of them faced versions of themselves with the same cultivation techniques, the same martial skills, and the same movement techniques, they went from being at a complete loss at the beginning to later trading blows back and forth evenly. They kept growing through the tempering of battle. This projection had only fused the strongest version of themselves from floors 1 through 6. Yet the 5 of them kept growing in battle, continuously surpassing themselves and slowly gaining the upper hand. Ning Tian said, "You will always just be a projection. You can never be the real me." Boom! A killing punch crashed down with a thunderous force. The figure identical to him instantly shattered and then dispersed into the void. Ning Tian was the first to ascend to the 8th floor. Outside the tower, countless people cried out in shock, and the uproar would not stop. Look, someone really made it to the 8th floor. The people of the Wanfa sect are way too talented. When the people from the Tianyin sect and 100 Flowers Valley saw that the people of the Wanfa sect had all reached the 8th floor, they muttered to themselves, "Are all the people of the Wanfa sect this monstrously talented? People like us couldn't even pass the 4th floor. The gap is just too huge." When all 5 gathered on the 8th floor, they looked at one another, then smiled slightly. The 8th floor was empty. In the entire space, there was only a single strand of sword intent floating in midair. All 5 carefully watched this strand of sword intent. They observed it for a long time, Yet this strand of sword intent did not attack anyone. At this moment, an aged voice sounded out. Young friends, the test of the 8th floor is everyone's comprehension of the sword Tao. Whoever can comprehend this strand of sword intent within one day may pass through to the 9th floor. Begin now. Kunkin and Mage Hua exchanged a glance and said, how boring. This round is all about comprehension of a sword Tao. I'd say this stage was specially designed for junior sister Xuanhuang. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister Xuanhuang, you stay here and comprehend it properly. We'll wait for you outside. All right, you two be careful and wait for us outside the sword tower, Mu Qingshang said. After Kunkin and Mage Hua withdrew from the sword tower, the remaining 3 immediately sat down cross-legged and began comprehending this strand of sword intent. Deep in the mountain forest of the secret realm, a group of black-clothed men were discussing something. Captain Yuming, we've already lost 22 people in this secret realm. The 10 disciples we planted inside the Liu sect, plus our own 20 people from the Tianma sect. Now only the 8 of us are left. The inner sect senior brothers team, along with the group that went to ambush the Tianyin sect and Baihua Valley, have all died. The news from Liu sect says they were all killed by those 5 disciples from the Wanfa sect. They've most likely been exposed. I suggest suspending this operation. So what if they've been exposed? What's there to worry about? Once we get out, we'll just say everyone fought over resources. What can they do to us? As for this Wanfa sect, we know very little about them. Once we get out, let's report this matter to the sect master and let him decide. Let's head for the secret realm exit first. Once the secret realm closes, we'll leave. Not long after the 8 of them set out, they found someone sitting cross-legged ahead of them, healing his injuries. Li Haoyang sensed someone watching him and slowly opened his eyes. He discovered a group of black-clothed men, sizing him up. Who are you? Why are you staring at me here? You must not kill me. I am the first prince of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. The black-clothed men looked at each other and casually laughed. TSK, TSK, TSK. The dignified first prince of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty has actually fallen to such a state. How laughable. Hearing that, Li Haoyang thought of Mu Qingsheng and the others again, then shouted angrily. It's all because of Mu Qingsheng and those bitches from the Wanfa sect. When they heard the words Wanfa sect, the black-clothed men exchanged looks. Looks like the prince of our Tianyu Imperial Dynasty has been bullied. The leader of the black-clothed men asked, whether I'm being bullied or not. What does that have to do with you? Who exactly are you people? Who we are isn't important. What's important is whether your highness wants revenge. You're really willing to help me? But what do I have to give in return? Your highness is indeed clever. After we get out, we can help you take revenge. But the price of that revenge is your submission to us. Impossible. I don't even know who you are, so how can I believe what you say? The leading black-clothed man pondered for a moment, then said, let's change back into our own clothes. We'll have to change when we go out anyway. Your highness, we are from the Tianma sect. Well, do you want revenge? You should believe now that we can help you. The Tianma sect? A mere top-tier sect says it can help me take revenge? Aren't you dreaming? The Wanfa sect has a saint. Li Haoyang said disdainfully. Who told you the Tianma sect has no way to deal with a saint? If you're willing to cooperate, we can even help you ascend the imperial throne. Well, the moment he heard imperial throne, Li Haoyang's eyes instantly lit up. Are you serious? Of course. But the premise is that you submit to the Tianma sect. If I want Father Emperor to make a move against the Wanfa sect, he definitely won't agree. And with just the little strength I have in my hands, when would I ever get my revenge? After thinking for a moment, Li Haoyang said, fine, I'd agree. But you must also promise me that you will definitely help me ascend the throne. Rest assured, your highness. The Tianma sect always keeps its word. After the secret realm ends, that bitch Mu Qingsheng should come to my Tianyu Imperial Dynasty to break off the engagement. I hope you can arrange people to ambush and kill them on the way. We'll discuss this matter carefully. After we get out, you'll come back to the sect with us first. Fine. The 8th floor of the sword tower. Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng both woke up. The time was too short. I could only grasp a rough outline. This time, I'm merely deep in my understanding of the sword path, Mu Qingsheng said. Suddenly, the strand of sword intent, suspended in midair, instantly shot into Su Qingruo's glabella. Su Qingrua opened her eyes and murmured, Lingyun's sword art? Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng both looked at Su Qingrua. Ning Tian said, Junior sister, you're truly amazing. You actually comprehended it in such a short time. Junior sister has a sword-bone Dao body and is naturally close to the sword. It's only normal that we can't compare to junior sister Qingrua in swordsmanship, Mu Qingsheng added. Qingrua thanks senior brother and senior sister for the praise. At that moment, the stairway leading to the 9th floor slowly opened, and, at the same time, Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng were both teleported out of the sword tower. Senior brother, senior sister Qingsheng, you're out. Where is junior sister Qingrua? Kunkin and Fashi immediately walked over and asked. Junior sister Qingrua is still inside. She comprehended the sword intent on the 8th floor and is now heading to the 9th floor. I knew it. The 8th trial was made for junior sister Qingrua. Kunkin shouted excitedly. Junior sister Qingrua has a body full of sword bones. In terms of swordsmanship, we really are all inferior to her. Fashi, also chimed in. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Everyone look! Someone has reached the 9th floor." The crowd clicked their tongues in amazement. That's way too monstrous. Comparing people really can piss you to death. Other people casually reach the 8th or 9th floor, while I can't even get past the 4th. Oof. Looking like that, why don't you piss in a puddle and take a good look at yourself? After stepping onto the 9th floor, Xuanhuang looked around. The space on the 9th floor was not large and could be seen through at a glance. In the middle there was only one offering table. On the table were 3 things. Aside from a long sword, a book, and a spatial ring, there was nothing else. Just as Xuanhuang was about to approach, an aged voice suddenly rang out. "Very good, little girl. A sword-boned Dao body. A natural seedling for sword cultivation." "Ooh, who is speaking?" Xuanhuang slowly stepped back, nervously looking around. Suddenly, a soul body slowly appeared above the offering table. So startled that Xuanhuang retreated several more steps, she carefully asked, "Senior, you are? Why are you here?" Who this old man is not important. It has already been nearly 100,000 years, and you are the first person to come here. Nearly 100,000 years? Senior, have you already been here for 100,000 years? That's right. This old man has waited here for nearly 100,000 years for a successor of the Lingyun Sword Sect. Today, I have finally waited for you. Lingyun Sword Sect? Senior, why has the Lingyun Sword Sect now become a secret realm? Sigh. It's a long story. Since you want to hear it, little girl, then this old man will tell you briefly. More than 90,000 years ago, the demon realm opened a passage in the eastern region, and a large number of demons entered the eastern region through that passage. At the time, the entire eastern region was plunged into misery and devastation. When the other 3 regions, including Central Continent, saw such a scene, they also understood they could no longer stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, the entire Xuanhuang Continent would be destroyed region by the demons, and no one would escape. So each region selected a temporary regional lord to lead the sects under it in joining forces against the demons. Our Lingyun Sword Sect was the lord of the eastern region. In that battle, the demons sent 3 demon emperors. Fortunately, the 3 great emperors of Central Continent had not yet gone to the starry sky. Although our 3 great emperors killed those 3 demon emperors in that battle, they also suffered extremely severe origin injuries. They burned their origins to fight to the death and kill the 3 demon emperors. Before dying, the 3 great emperors used all their power to seal the passage. That battle crippled the entire eastern region. The eastern region, once rich in spiritual energy, became a barren land from that day onward. 100,000 disciples of our sword sect descended the mountain, and not a single one returned. Many sects were the same as us, fighting until their lineages were cut off. In the entire Lingyun Sword Sect, only this old man and Supreme Elder survived that battle with one remnant life, having merely fought until my physical body shattered. After returning to the Lingyun Sword Sect, I used my remaining power to seal the entire Sword Sect and turn it into a secret realm. In the back mountain, there's the protection of the Sword Dao true intent left behind by our founding ancestor, Great Emperor Lingyun. That was why this remnant soul of mine could hide in the Sword Tower and wait for the successor of my Lingyun Sword Sect to appear. I waited for nearly 100,000 years. So Senior is the Supreme Elder of the Lingyun Sword Sect. This junior greets Senior. Xuanhuang sincerely bowed to this senior of the human race. Just the fact that he had fought to the death to protect the human race was enough to earn Xuanhuang's respect. Little girl, get up quickly. No need for so much courtesy. On the offering table is the sword I used in life, a copy of the Lingyun sword art, and inside the ring are all the resources of the Lingyun Sword Sect, along with some of my personal resources from when I was alive. From today onward, you are the only successor of my Lingyun Sword Sect. I hope that in the future, you can make my Lingyun Sword Sect flourish once more and become renowned across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Little girl, come over and receive my inheritance. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Senior. I have already joined the Wanfa sect, and in this life, I will not join any other sect. Little girl, what myriad Dharma sect? In front of my former Lingyun Sword Sect, it isn't worth mentioning at all. If you knew of the past glory of my Lingyun Sword Sect, you definitely wouldn't say such a thing. Do you know that my Lingyun Sword Sect was once an emperor sect? I waited bitterly for 100,000 years before finally meeting a junior as exceptionally gifted as you. So today, you must accept my sect's inheritance and become the successor of my Lingyun Sword Sect. Before entering the Sword Tower, I had already stored all the cultivation methods and martial skills from the Sword Sect's Technique Hall inside this ring. From now on, you shall cultivate my Lingyun art and take on the role of the new sect master of Lingyun Sword Sect. The resources inside the ring are enough for your sect's early development. Thank you for your favor, Senior, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I cannot become the new sect master of Lingyun Sword Sect. Everything I have today is all thanks to the teaching and nurturing of Myriad Dharma Sect. Please choose someone else, Senior. This junior will take her leave first. Xuanhuang respectfully bowed to the old man, then turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. But the moment she turned around, she was restrained by a force. Little girl, this isn't up to you. I'll help you disperse the cultivation method you're currently practicing right now, and have you switch to my Ling Yun art and enter my Ling Yun sect. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and at the same time, the restraint on Su Qingrua was lifted. A mere remnant soul of a quasi-emperor dares to attack a disciple of my myriad dharma sect. Old man, you've got some nerve. Tired of living, are you? On the 9th floor, Lu Chen's avatar slowly appeared. This sudden scene shocked both Su Qingrua and the old man. Sect Master. Disciple Su Qingrua greets Sect Master. Lu Chen looked at Su Qingrua and smiled faintly. Qingrua girl, you did very well. You did not let down the sect's nurturing. Sect Master, Qingrua does not dare forget the sect's nurturing, nor can she forget it. Sensing the strands of emperor's might radiating from Lu Chen, the old man's lips trembled as he spoke. GG Great Emperor? A great emperor has appeared on the Xuanhuang Continent again. Nangong Yuan greets G Great Emperor. Great Emperor? Sect Master is a great emperor. Su Qingrua was shaken and horrified inside. She had never expected the Sect Master to actually be the legendary Great Emperor. System, check this old man's information. Ding name. Nangong Yuan, Supreme Elder of Ling Yun Sword Sect, Cultivation, 6th Layer Quasi-Emperor, Remnant Soul, Experience. More than 90,000 years ago, fought against the demon race. After battling until his physical body shattered, he returned to Ling Yun Sword Sect and used his remaining power to transform the Sword Sect into a secret realm, leaving behind an inheritance in hopes of finding a successor for Ling Yun Sword Sect. Lu Chen looked at the old man's information. He was quite a loyal man. He had also shed blood for the human race, and even at the very end, he had still been thinking of finding a successor for his sect. Old man, you've got guts, poaching people all the way to my myriad dharma sect. Great Emperor, I was too reckless. I acted without understanding the situation. It is my fault for being too eager to cherish talent. I hope Great Emperor will not blame me. Old man, do you want a chance to stay alive or not? Great Emperor jests. This old man is already nothing more than a remnant soul. Once I leave the Sword Tower, I could dissipate at any moment. I'm only asking you one thing. Do you want to live? If you do, then join my myriad dharma sect. This, please explain in detail, Great Emperor. When Lu Chen saw the old man hesitating, he knew he was tempted. It made sense too. If one could live, who would be willing to die? Ling Yun Sword Sect has already become a thing of the past. If you're willing to join my myriad dharma sect as an intersect elder, I will first give you a holy medicine that nourishes the soul to stabilize your remnant soul. Later, I will search for a suitable spirit body for you to fuse with. How about it? Lu Chen said. A trace of struggle flashed through Nangong Yuan's heart. Has Ling Yun Sword Sect really become a thing of the past? That's right. 100,000 years have already passed. Who still knows of Ling Yun Sword Sect's existence? After pondering for a moment, he finally dropped to one knee. Many thanks for Great Emperor's grace. This old man is willing to join Myriad Dharma Sect. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good. From today on, you are an intersect elder of Myriad Dharma Sect. From now on, you can stay peacefully in Myriad Dharma Sect and nourish your soul. Once I find a suitable spirit body for you, you can fuse with it then. With that, Lu Chen lightly pointed a finger, and strands of energy flowed into Nangong Yuan's remnant soul. Instantly, Nangong Yuan's remnant soul became much more solid. Watching from the side, Su Qingrua looked at the sect master's methods with admiration. Lu Chen added, Elder Nangong, let your remnant soul enter this sword of yours first. This sword tower looks pretty good too. In the future, it can be used for the disciples to come in and train. Teach Qingrua the incantation for taking control of the sword tower, and let her bring it back to Myriad Dharma Sect as well. The inheritance and resources inside can also be used by the sect. Yes, Sect Master. Nangong Yuan accepts the order. Lu Chen felt delighted inside. Myriad Dharma Sect had gained another Quasi-Emperor expert, and its future development now seemed even more worth looking forward to. After saying that, Lu Chen's figure slowly dissipated. Everyone look! Someone came out from inside. One pair of eyes after another looked at Su Qingrua, filled with greed and desire. What inheritance is it? Hurry up and take out a share with everyone. That's right. Everyone who saw it gets a share. Don't you all agree? Right. Everyone has a share of the things inside. Hurry and take them out for everyone to split. You can't keep all the resources inside for yourself. Kunkin and the mage had faces ashen with rage as they stepped out and shouted, Whoever dares keep barking nonsense, I'll cripple him. The people from Tianyin Sect and 100 Flowers Valley, standing behind Kunkin, and the mage also felt these people were far too shameless. The first person who had spoken earlier stepped out again and said, Be afraid, everyone. There's so many of us. They can't beat us. At this moment, Kunkin and the mage felt their clothes being tugged by the female disciples of 100 Flowers Valley. Kunkin and the mage turned around in confusion. Just then, Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng also walked over. One of the female disciples of 100 Flowers Valley leaned close to their ears and whispered, Senior brothers and senior sisters of Myriad Dharma Sect, The one who spoke first earlier and the ones who have been stirring up trouble this whole time are all from Blazing Fire Sect. No wonder. It's those trash again. If they hadn't come out yapping, I would have forgotten all about them. This is really pissing me off. Brother Mage, use your formation to trap them. I'm going to slaughter them. The mage flipped his hand, and more than a dozen talismans appeared in it. With a flick, he threw them above the heads of the group that had just been shouting, while chanting incantations under his breath. 6. Jiaqimen Formation. The talismans immediately sank into the ground and turned into formation anchors, instantly forming a grand formation. When they saw themselves trapped inside the formation, the group immediately panicked and shouted loudly, "What? You want to kill people to silence them and monopolize the resources? So many people are watching here. Can you kill all of us?" Ning Tian, Mu Qinsheng, and Kunkin did not waste a single word. They charged in directly, opening with killing moves. One used Dominating Fist, one used Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, and one used War God Fist. Seeing the three charging over, the more than 20 people inside the formation also became afraid, but the leader forced himself to gather courage and said, "Be afraid. There are only a few of them. Let's attack together and wipe them out. Then the inheritance will be ours." After hearing that, the group was no longer so frightened. That's right. They may be strong, but we have numbers. Kill them, and the inheritance will be ours. But imagination was beautiful. Reality was cruel. After charging into the formation, Ning Tian opened his fist domain, and the people inside it were all restrained one after another. Anyone touched by his fist seal exploded into a bloody mist. 6 rotating black holes appeared on Mu Qingqing's fists. With a single punch, anyone hit did not even get the chance to scream before turning into a bloody mist. As for Kunkin, he charged into the crowd like a savage bull, fighting at close quarters with his physical body, every punch landing solidly, blowing up one person with each punch. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 20+ people had been wiped out, and not even their corpses could be found. In the distance, those who had been harboring greedy thoughts just now all retreated one after another. Everyone who saw this scene was swallowing hard. Fierce. They were just too fierce. No wonder these few had all been able to reach the 8th and 9th floors. Although the disciples of Tianyin Sect and 100 Flowers Valley were not seeing this for the first time, they were still shocked. Anyone else? If you're not convinced, step forward. Kunkin shouted loudly. Hearing Kunkin's words, the crowd retreated several more steps. You people are this fierce, who would still dare court death? Everyone cursed inwardly. Seeing that no one spoke, the three returned to Su Qingruo's side. Mu Qinsheng asked, "Junior sister, did you get the inheritance?" "Senior sister Qinsheng, I got it. I even saw the sect master inside, just now." "Master? How could master possibly be inside?" Su Qingruo leaned close to Mu Qingsheng's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, let me tell you, on the 9th floor there's a remnant soul of the supreme elder of the Ling Yun sword sect. He wanted to force me to become the sword sect successor. Later, the sect master showed up and even had that old man join our Wanfa sect. I also heard that old man call our sect master the Great Emperor." "What?" Mu Qinsheng let out a shocked cry. Ning Tian and the other two all turned to look at Mu Qinsheng with question marks on their faces. "What's wrong, junior sister Qinsheng?" Ning Tian asked. "Senior sister Qinsheng, junior sister Qingruo, what are you two whispering about?" Kunkin also chimed in. "Senior brother Ning Tian, 2 junior brothers, we're fine. We weren't talking about anything." Mu Qinsheng replied awkwardly. Then she leaned close to Su Qingruo's ear and asked, "Junior sister Qingruo, are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" "Senior sister Qinsheng, I was standing right beside them listening to their conversation. How could I have heard wrong?" "All right. Senior sister, let me put away the sword tower first." At this moment, Su Qingruo recited the incantation Nangong Yuan had taught her, then shouted loudly, "Come to me." At that moment, the entire sword tower began to tremble. Dust billowed everywhere. Then the tower rose from the ground, gradually shrank, and turned into a streak of light that flew into Su Qingruo's hand. Su Qingruo smiled as she looked at the sword tower in her hand, now only the size of a finger. "Everyone look." She actually took away the entire sword tower. Damn it, why did all the good stuff get taken by them? If you hate them that much, then go up and snatch it if you've got the guts. Oomph. Someone like you is even more despicable than they are. You actually wanted to get me killed. Junior sister, that's amazing. You can even take this thing with you, the mage said excitedly. Of course. Our junior sister is someone who made it to the 9th floor. Suddenly, the entire secret realm began to tremble slightly. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? This is a secret realm. How could there be an earthquake? Oh no, the secret realm is collapsing. Everyone, run to the exit. Get out of this secret realm now. Hearing that, everyone flew in panic toward the entrance of the secret realm. Let's leave too. Hearing Mu Qingqing's words, the people from Tianyin Sect and 100 Flowers Valley immediately followed as well. At the secret realm exit, the first group to step out was the Heavenly Demon Sect party. The leader immediately bent over and leaned close to the elder beside him, whispering into his ear. The sound of the wind around them drowned out the conversation, making it impossible for outsiders to catch a single word. The elder raised his eyes and asked flatly, "Only 8 of you are left? The leader lowered his head and bowed, his expression gloomy and still carrying lingering fear. Reporting to Elder, all the other fellow disciples died inside the secret realm. None of them made it out alive. The Elder remained calm after hearing this and asked no further questions. His gaze subconsciously passed over the disciples in front of him and landed from afar on Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao not far away. Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao had been chatting and resting, but in that vague instant, they sensed a subtle, probing gaze lock onto them. Their eyes sharpened at once, and their divine senses swept out along the source, wanting to drag out whoever was secretly watching them. The heavenly demon sect elder's heart jolted, and he quickly withdrew all of his gaze and divine sense, secretly shocked. These two are actually this perceptive. With just one glance, my true body was almost locked onto by their divine senses. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, he turned to look at Li Haoyang, who was mixed in among the surviving group, and softened his tone. Young Master Li, come back to the sect with us. As soon as those words fell, the people of the heavenly demon sect no longer lingered. They turned in formation and left through the dust, quickly vanishing at the end of the mountain forest. Since Lu Qingfeng did not find the one watching them, he did not pay it any further attention and continued waiting for the others to come out. As more and more people came out of the secret realm, Ning Tian's group of 5 also made it out safely. Disciple greets Elder Lu, Elder Jun. No need for formalities. It's good that you all made it out. Let's return to the sect first. After saying that, the group boarded the warship. The people of Tianyin Sect and 100 Flowers Valley also went to their own elders to report what had happened in the secret realm. Elder Lu, because of the heavenly demon sect, we lost 3 sisters this time. Fortunately, we met several fellow Taoists from Myriad Dharma sect who came to our rescue. Otherwise, we all might have died at the hands of the heavenly demon sect. The same thing also happened in Tianyin Sect. Damn it, I knew the heavenly demon sect would stir up trouble, but I didn't expect them to be this ruthless. At this moment, Zareo of 100 Flowers Valley and Elder Lu walked over and said, Elder Ming, what happened in this secret realm proves that the heavenly demon sect has great ambitions. After our 2 sects return, let's hold an elders meeting and see whether our sects can form an alliance to guard together against the heavenly demon sect and blazing fire sect. Good? That was exactly my intention. Elder Lu, Elder Zareo, let's find a time to go together and visit Myriad Dharma sect to offer our thanks. What do you think? Elder Meng of Tianyin sect said, all right, we'll go back and discuss a time first, then visit Myriad Dharma sect together. Let's go. We'll head back to 100 Flowers Valley first. Many sects gradually left this place one after another, while some sects continued waiting. But even after the secret realm exit collapsed, not a single other person came out. The people of the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty were also pacing anxiously in circles. Only half their people had come out. What do we do? Why hasn't the first prince come out yet? How are we supposed to explain this to His Majesty when we go back? Did none of you see the first prince inside? Honored worship elder, we entered the secret realm first. The first prince and we trained separately, and from beginning to end, we never encountered the first prince's group. Sai, let's go back first. We'll report this truthfully to His Majesty. Tiancheng Mountain Range, inside Myriad Dharma sect. Lu Chun and little Ning Yun, one big and one small, were staring at the egg on the offering table. At this moment, the eggshell was slowly cracking bit by bit. Master, look, the thing inside is about to come out. I wonder what kind of thing is in there, little Ning Yun muttered. Suddenly, crack. The dog head broke out of the shell, followed by claws. Then the whole eggshell shattered with a snap. Master, why doesn't this little dog have any fur? It's all bald. It's way too ugly, little Ning Yun complained. Luchan also looked at the thing. It really was a bit too ugly, but seeing this bizarre creature that looked like nothing and everything, he was still shocked that it was born with first-level Quasi-Emperor cultivation system. What is this thing? Why does it look so strange? Ding, name. Ho, cultivation. First-level Quasi-Emperor race. Ferocious beast Ho, ancestor of all beasts. Possesses immense strength. Can control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Resembles a dog, a dragon, and a lion. Feeds on dragon brains. Current status. Divine beast of Myriad Dharma sect. So this little thing is called Ho. Judging from the information, it's pretty impressive. After coming out, the little thing ate all the eggshell fragments on the offering table, then closed its eyes as it digested the nutrients inside the shell. Master, it looks like it fell asleep. Yinner, it's digesting the nutrients in the eggshell. It'll be fine in a moment. Not long after, fur grew all over the little thing's body, and 2 horns even grew out on top of its head. Master, look, the little dog became prettier. It even grew horns. Can you give me this little dog, so it can play with me every day? I can't give it to you. It's the guardian divine beast of our Myriad Dharma sect, and will guard the sect in the future. But usually, it can still keep you company and play with you. Yay, then it can play with me from now on. After the little thing opened its eyes, it looked at Lu Chun. After sensing the aura on Lu Chen's body, it immediately jumped into his arms and licked Lu Chen's hand with its tongue. Little guy, you can take my surname from now on. Your name will be Lu Ho. How about it? The little guy nodded. It also approved of the name. It let out a roar, which counted as accepting the name. Master, hurry and let me hold little Ho too. Lu Ho looked at the little girl. It knew that back then, she was the one who said she wanted to roast it and eat it. It immediately shrank deeper into Lu Chen's arms, turned its head away, and ignored little Ningyun. Lu Chen had no intention of getting involved with the two of them. After tossing Lu Ho to little Ningyun, he went back to the sect master's chair and lay down again. Little Ho, I'll take you out to play. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Then congratulations to host for completing the secret realm training mission. Reward, 1 gift package. Oh, Ning Tian and the others finished their training that quickly. System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 law grotto heaven. As long as someone at the peak of the Great Saint realm enters, they can cultivate the law most suitable for themselves and advance to Quasi-Emperor. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 8 green character summoning cards. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 spiritual body with the sword spirit physique. Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 second level sect construction card, including 5 top grade spirit veins. System, this reward is pretty generous. It suits me well. A spirit body was rewarded just right for that old man Nangong. Not bad. Keep it up next time. Of course, host. This system has always been very generous. Then place the Law Grotto Heaven in the back mountain first. Use the level 2 sect construction card and the 8 character cards at the same time too. Understood, host. The level 2 sect construction card is now being used. The Law Grotto Heaven is now materializing. The characters are now being summoned. All of a sudden, a thunderous rumble erupted. The entire sect shook violently, and the disciples' faces all turned pale with fright. Everyone, do not panic. This sect master is renovating the sect. It'll be done in a moment. Lu Chen's voice spread to every corner of the myriad Dharma sect. Oh, so the sect master was remodeling the sect. That scared me. I even thought someone was attacking the sect. After all the commotion died down, everyone burst into cheers. Quick look, everyone. The sect has become even larger. The plaza has widened. The mountain peaks look even more majestic, and the spiritual energy has grown denser. Everything in the sect looks even more like an immortal paradise now. The sect master is simply too powerful. He can even use such profound spells. Ding. Characters have been summoned. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 4 great saint-level alchemists and 4 great saint-level artifact refiners. Deep in the back mountain, 8 figures were flying toward the sect master hall. Not bad. The sect is currently lacking talent in alchemy and artifact refining. 8 people walked into the entrance of the main hall. Your subordinates Yao Tian, Yao Xian, Yao Fu, Yao Tian, Song Li, Song Ji, Song Qin, and Song Jin greet the sect master. Lu Chan said with a smile, "There is no need for such formality. The sect is developing now and urgently needs support. With all of you joining, I can feel much more at ease." Yao Tian stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sect master, please rest assured. We will definitely use what we have learned to refine top-grade pills for the sect and raise the disciple strength." The artifact refiner Song Li also followed up and said, "We will also be able to forge suitable magical treasures and take the sect disciples' combat power to the next level." Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Then go and get to know the disciples first. See who is interested in alchemy and artifact refining, and you can train them. Yao Tian, from now on, you will be the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Hall. Song Li, you will be the Grand Elder of the Artifact Refining Hall. All right, go attend to your own duties. Elder Shun, go notify them. Have the elders at Peak Great Saint Realm enter secluded cultivation in the cave heavens of the back mountain in batches, so long as it does not affect the sect's operations, and have them attempt to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm." "Yes, sect master. I'll handle it right away." At this time, Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao were leading Ning Tian and the other 4 into the sect master hall. Your subordinate greets the sect master. Your disciple greets master. This disciple greets the sect master. MHM. No need for formalities. All of you rise. This time, the 5 of you all performed well in the trial experience. Qingruo, Kunkin Mage, each of you will be rewarded with 1 pan peach and 1 tail of enlightenment tea. From now on, the 3 of you will be promoted to core disciples. Hearing the words core disciples, the 3 of them were thrilled inside and quickly bowed. This disciple thanks the sect master for your cultivation. Ning Tian, Qin Sheng, the 2 of you currently have sufficient resources. If you need anything in the future, come tell your master. Yes, master. Qingruo, let old man Nangong out. Qingruo nodded and took out a long sword from her storage ring. A flash of light passed, and Nangong Yuan's soul body slowly floated out. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, his eyes full of emotion. After seeing Lu Chun on the high seat, Nangong Yuan quickly bowed. Nangong Yuan greets the sect master. No need for formalities. Nangong, now is the time when the sect is developing. Take this saint medicine first and stabilize your soul. A top-grade saint medicine, soul condensing flower? Nangong Yuan was inwardly overjoyed. With this soul condensing flower, I can completely stabilize my remnant soul. As long as I find a suitable body, I can live another life. This subordinate thanks the sect master for the reward. In the future, I will definitely devote myself fully to the sect. Stop talking nonsense and take it already. Nangong Yuan no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the soul condensing flower. As the vast soul power flowed through his entire body, his remnant soul became much more solid and was no longer as flickering and transparent as before. A moment later, Nangong Yuan thanks the sect master. Lu Chan casually tossed out another item, and a spirit body floated down before Nangong Yuan's eyes. This is a sword spirit body. It is the most suitable body for you. Fuse with it now. Looking at this spirit body, Nangong Yuan was excited, but his heart was also filled with mixed emotions. He had never expected that after 100,000 years, he would be able to live another life. He directly knelt on the ground and solemnly kowtowed once. Nangong Yuan thanks the sect master. Fuse with it now. After the fusion, go familiarize yourself with the sect. Without another word, Nangong Yuan's soul directly entered the spirit body. He could feel his soul and body fusing together. His bones made soft clicking sounds, like two keys locking into each other. As time passed, Nangong Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt this new body. Nangong Yuan was inwardly excited, and with a slightly trembling voice, he said, "This subordinate thanks the sect master." MHM, not bad. Even after fusing with the body, you still have Saint King realm cultivation. First get used to your new body slowly, then recover your realm step by step. Sect master, this is the sword tower and the resources of the Lingyun sword sect. Su Qingrua said this while holding a small tower and a spatial ring in her hand. Lu Chan casually beckoned with his hand, and the small tower flew directly out of the main hall and landed heavily in the open space of the plaza. As for the resources inside the ring, the 5 of you can split them equally. If you don't care for the cultivation methods and martial skills, then exchange them for contribution points. Lu Chen noticed that Mu Qingcheng seemed hesitant to speak at this moment, as if she had something to say but did not dare to open her mouth. Qingcheng, is something the matter? You can tell your master. Master, your disciple wants to ask master to help me. Help me break off an engagement. Your disciple doesn't want to marry that Li Haoyang. Qingcheng, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Don't worry. As your master, I can also be considered your elder. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you home and get the engagement annulled. This disciple thanks master. Suddenly, a voice came from beside the main hall. Master, if you're going out to have fun, I want to go too. The moment she heard they could go out, little Ningyan rushed in while hugging Lu Ho. Seeing this little senior sister's excited appearance, everyone found it a little amusing. Lu Chun looked at little Ningyan's expectant face and said, "Sure. Tomorrow, I'll take you and your junior sister, Qingcheng, back together." Previously, Lu Chun had promised her that once she reached the Golden Core realm, he would take her out to have fun. This was a good chance to fulfill that promise. Yay! Ningyan looked excited as she hugged Lu Chen's leg and said, "Thank you, Master. Master, your disciple has one more matter to report to you. After the few of us entered the secret realm this time, we were attacked by assassins. Later, we discovered that it was the people from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Their target was not just us, but all the sect disciples in the secret realm," Ning Tian said. After that, Ning Tian told everything that had happened in the secret realm in full detail. "Oh, interesting. After I help Qing Chang break off the engagement, I'll go deal with this Heavenly Demon Sect. All of you may withdraw for now. Properly digest what you gained from this trial experience." The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the broken walls and ruins of the Heavenly Demon Sect's headquarters red. The black-robed old man's withered fingers rolled a skull jade pendant as a sinister gaze swept over the richly dressed man standing below the steps. "Young Masterly truly intends to cooperate with our sect." His hoarse voice sounded like sandpaper scraping against bluestone. "You should know that once you step through this door, there will be no turning back." A cold arc curled at the corner of Li Haoyang's lips. "So what if it's a demonic path? As long as it can help me get revenge and help me ascend the throne, that's enough." He suddenly clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. The old man let out a sinister cackle. "Very good. This is the heart-eroding goo. Swallow it. Once you do, we'll truly be one of our own. If you dare to harbor any disloyal thoughts, you will suffer the pain of your heart being eroded at every moment." Li Haoyang took the heart-eroding goo and swallowed the goo worm into his stomach without hesitation. As his throat moved, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. "Young Masterly is straightforward, haha. When can you send people back to the capital with me? Mu Qingcheng should be coming soon to break off the engagement, and I can't disappear for too long, or Father Emperor will become suspicious of me. Young Masterly, rest assured, we can depart at any time. It will be best if your sect sends saints, because among the people accompanying Mu Qingcheng, there will definitely be saints. Don't worry, my Heavenly Demon Sect is not as simple as you think. Later, I will arrange for 2 saints to accompany you back and help you seize the throne. As for the Mu Qingcheng you mentioned, at that time, we will lure away the saints of Myriad Law's sect, and the rest will be left to you. If you still can't succeed even then, that will be your problem." "Very good. As long as you deal with the Saints of Myriad Law sect, then the rest will be easy for me to handle. After returning to the Imperial City, Li Haoyang didn't go anywhere else and headed straight into the Imperial Palace. Crying, Li Haoyang came before the Emperor, bowed, and said, "Your son greets Father Emperor." "Oh, Yang, it's good enough that you returned safely. Quickly tell Father Emperor, why did you suddenly disappear?" Offering Elder Gu said the secret realm collapsed and still didn't see you come out. "What exactly happened?" Li Haoyang cried as he said, "Father Emperor, you have to uphold justice for your son." "Shut up." As a grown man, crying and sniveling like this, what kind of behavior is that? "Father Emperor, this is what happened. Not long after your son entered the secret realm, I ran into Mu Qingqing. I sincerely explained to her that what happened last time was a misunderstanding, and I had already apologized to her. But she said that if she killed your son, she wouldn't have to marry me. Before your son could explain anything, Mu Qingqing joined the other disciples of the Myriad Dharma sect and attacked me together. If not for the guards risking their lives to protect me, your son probably would never have seen Father Emperor again. Although your son luckily escaped, I was also seriously injured and passed out. When I woke up, I found myself at the Blazing Fire sect. After asking around, I learned that disciples of the Blazing Fire sect discover me unconscious when leaving the secret realm. So they rescued me from it and brought me back to the Blazing Fire sect. After finding out exactly what happened, I immediately rushed back to see Father Emperor. Good, what a Mu family. What a Mu Qingqing. She actually dared to try to kill my son. Are they trying to rebel? Emperor Li said in uncontrollable fury. Yang, go back to your prince's residence and recover well first. As for this matter, I will definitely hold the Mu family accountable. Your son thanks Father Emperor. At the moment he turned around, a strange cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Haoyang's mouth, and a trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. Emperor Li asked the air behind him, "Do you think Yanger's words were true or false?" "I always feel that after returning this time. Yanger has become a little different." A figure slowly emerged from the air behind him and said, "Your Majesty, I also think the first prince is a little strange. It seems like he's hiding something and didn't say it. Send people to the Blazing Fire sect to investigate whether this matter is true." "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying that, the man vanished. Mu Manor. Big brother, news just came from the palace. The first prince has already returned, and the moment he came back, he entered the palace to see His Majesty. "Jingxing, do you think the first prince's disappearance has something to do with Qingxing? Whether it does or not, we'll know tomorrow. And even if it does, so what? The Emperor can't do anything to us. Not to mention the power of our Mu Manor. Qingxing now has the Myriad Dharma sect standing behind her. The Emperor wouldn't dare turn against us. Big brother, what we should do right now is find out how the Myriad Dharma sect views Qingxing's marriage engagement. Only after understanding that clearly can we know what to do next. Alright, after we find out clearly about the first prince tomorrow, you should make a trip to the Myriad Dharma sect and see Qingxing." Early the next morning, as soon as Lucien woke up, he saw four eyes staring right at him. Knowing they were going out to play tomorrow, little Ningyan hadn't even gone back to her own cave abode. She directly hugged Lu Ho and slept on the sect master's chair, afraid that if she went back to her own courtyard, Lu Chen would leave without taking her when she woke up. "You two little ones, why are you staring at your master like that?" "Master, when are we leaving?" "Xiaoho and I are both ready." "Xiaoho, right?" Lu Ho immediately nodded. Even Lu Chen was amused by these two little ones. He pinched little Ning Yun's cheek and said, "Your junior sister Qingcheng hasn't arrived yet. Once everyone's here, we'll set off." At this time, Shun Jixia came in with Mu Qingcheng. This subordinate greets sect master. This disciple greets master. No need for formalities. Since everyone's here, let's set off. Yay! We're setting off. After Shinjisha took out the warship, the group boarded and headed for the Qianyu Imperial Dynasty. The moment they got on the warship, little Ningyan hugged Lu Ho and ran all over the ship. Looking at this demonic beast that didn't quite look like a dog and didn't quite look like a Qilin, Mu Qingqing asked curiously, "Senior sister, what spirit pet are you holding in your arms?" "Big sister Qingqing, this isn't a spirit pet. This is Lu Ho, the guardian divine beast of our Myriad Dharma sect." The moment Lu Ho heard the words spirit pet, it immediately let out an angry cry. "You're the spirit pet. I'm the ancestor of all beasts. Guardian divine beast? Lu Ho, master, what your senior sister said is right. It is indeed the guardian divine beast of our Myriad Dharma sect. Its name is Ho. Since it follows my surname, it's called Lu Ho. It hatched from that divine beast egg I placed on the offering table. It was only just born a few days ago." "Oh, so that's how it is. Master, then what kind of divine beast is Ho? Why haven't I heard of it?" "You just need to know that it's a very powerful, ferocious beast. Sect Master, we've already arrived outside the imperial city of the Qianyu Imperial Dynasty. Should we fly the warship directly into the imperial city, or get down now and enter on foot?" Shen Jixia asked. On foot. The group got off the warship and leisurely walked into the imperial city. After entering the imperial city, there were people coming and going everywhere, bustling with activity. But most were low-level cultivators, and only occasionally could a few Golden Core or Purple Mansion realm cultivators be seen. The moment they entered the city, Little Ning Yun hugged Lu Ho and ran all over the streets. Shun Jixia could only chase after her. Master, they're selling candied hawthorn here. If you like it, then buy it, Lu Chan replied with a smile. There are little clay figurines being sold over there. Shun Jixia paid spirit stones while chasing after her from behind. Seeing the scene, Lu Chan secretly gave himself a huge thumbs up. Bringing Shun Jixia along had really been a wise decision. Just as little Ning Yun was about to run to the mask stall across the street, a large hand stopped her. Little girl, my young master has taken a liking to your demonic beast. Here's 100 low-grade spirit stones. Oomph. My Xiaoho isn't for sale. Please move aside, little Ning Yun said with a cold snort. Seeing that a few ants actually dared say they wanted to buy it, Lu Ho instantly grew furious. It was just about to slap this group of ants to death with one claw when it heard Lu Chen's voice transmission. Xiaoho, wait first. I want to see who's behind this trying to buy you. Little girl, that's not up to you. There's never been anything my young master has set his eyes on and failed to get. Now you have to sell whether you want to or not. Just now it was 100 low-grade spirit stones. Now it's become 1 low-grade spirit stone. Men, grab that demonic beast for me. Several lackeys behind him immediately rushed at little Ning Yun. Are you all courting death? Shun Jixia, standing in the back, said angrily. When those lackeys saw Shun Jixia's indifferent gaze, they immediately stopped in their tracks and somewhat helplessly looked toward the leader. Shun Jixia's powerful aura frightened everyone. This young lady, do you know who my young master is? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Have the little girl obediently hand over this demonic beast. Otherwise, seeing Shun Jixia's beauty, the second prince on the tea house upstairs couldn't take his eyes off her and immediately rushed downstairs. Otherwise what? Get lost. I'll count to 3. If you don't get lost, you'll die. Her icy words frightened the group so badly that they retreated again and again. Suddenly, a richly dressed young man walked over and said, Miss, don't be so quick to shout about killing and fighting. How about we sit down in the tea house, have a few drinks, and make friends? When the lackeys saw who had come, they hurriedly knelt and saluted. This servant greets young master. Master, this person is the second prince of the Tianyu imperial dynasty. He's arrogant and overbearing. Many people in the imperial city are afraid of him. Interesting. Shun Jixia's icy voice rang out. 1-2. You bitch. So you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, huh? Fine. Now I want this demonic beast, and I want your person too. He looked at the old man behind him and said, offering Elder Wu, seize this woman for me. A bunch of ants. Shun Jixia released saint-level pressure, instantly crushing everyone into a mist of blood. The second prince was crushed to the ground like a dead dog, his mouth full of blood. You can't kill me. I'm the second prince of the Tianyu imperial dynasty. By now, the street was already packed with onlookers. Who is this woman? She's way too fierce. She even dares beat the second prince. Sigh, what a pity. Such a beautiful woman is about to be ruined by the second prince again. Once the divine strategy army of the imperial city arrives, this young lady can only obediently be captured. This second prince is way too arrogant and overbearing. He set his sights on that girl's demonic beast and even set his sights on this young lady herself. You want to die? Why are you talking so loudly? Sigh, what a pity these 2 girls, one big and one small. Move aside, all of you, move aside. At this time, a troop clad in armor and brimming with imposing might came jogging over. Huh. My men are here. Why haven't you let me go yet? If you obediently serve me well tonight, I might consider it. So noisy. Shun Jixia strengthened her saint pressure once more. Before the second prince could even finish speaking, he was crushed into a cloud of blood mist. The second prince of the Tianyu imperial dynasty did. Damn it. How dare you kill the second prince of our dynasty in the street? Men, seize this woman. At the general's command, 300 divine strategy army soldiers rushed forward all at once. A bunch of ants. Shun Jixia flicked her sleeve, and all 300 soldiers along with the general were sent flying dozens of meters away, each of them passing out on the spot. Not far away, inside the first prince's manor, 2 men in black suddenly opened their eyes and said, a saint. Looks like the person Li Haoying mentioned has already arrived. Damn, this woman is way too strong, isn't she? She just waved her sleeve and solved everything. This second prince really kicked an iron plate and kicked himself to death. A scourge like him deserved to die anyway. Everyone was whispering among themselves. Lu Chen walked over, rubbed little Ning Yun's head, and said, Little Yun, are you okay? These are all bad people. Master, I'm fine. Little Ning Yun was still eating her candied hawthorn. There wasn't the slightest sign of fear on her face. Ching Chung, let's go. We'll go cancel the engagement first. In the golden throne hall of the Tianyu Imperial Palace. At this moment, the Tianyu Imperial Palace was holding morning court. Minister Mu, you heard what the first prince just said, right? Your daughter killing the first prince in the secret realm. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Emperor Li's calm words carried a trace of killing intent. Your Majesty, this subject knows nothing at all about what Qin Shang did. Ever since she ran away from home, I have never seen her again. I ask Your Majesty to investigate clearly. This subject has already arranged for my second younger brother to go to the Myriad Dharma sect and have Qingqing return at once to complete her marriage with the first prince, but I fear the Myriad Dharma sect may not agree and may refuse to release her. When the time comes, I ask your majesty for assistance. Emperor Li cursed inwardly. You old fox, Mulungji, what you mean is, whether my imperial family can marry your daughter depends on whether I dare hold the Myriad Dharma sect accountable, right? At this moment, a divine strategy army soldier ran in a flustered report. Your majesty, something happened. The seal-holding eunuch stepped out and shouted angrily. How dare you? Don't you see court is in session? Why are you acting so flustered? The divine strategy army soldier said with a trembling voice, Your majesty, this is terrible. The second prince, what happened to him? What happened? Emperor Li pressed. The second prince was killed. Boom. The news exploded like shattered ice. The entire court fell into dead silence, and everyone in the hall dropped to their knees. Only after a long while did Emperor Li stand up and ask in fury, what exactly happened? Who killed the second prince? Your majesty, according to reports from below, the second prince took a fancy to a little girl's demon beast in the street, and also fancied a woman, wanting to seize them both. In the end, he was killed by that woman. 300 divine strategy army soldiers rushed to the scene, but still failed to save the second prince. What audacity! In my Tianyu imperial city, they dare kill a prince of Tianyu. Men, have the elders of the worship hall lead the divine strategy army and bring those two women to me. Suddenly, a voice spread across the entire imperial city. There's no need for you to come arrest us. We've already arrived. Today, the Myriad Dharma sect has brought beloved disciple Mu Qingxiang here to break off the engagement with the first prince of the Tianyu imperial dynasty. What? Break off the engagement? Everyone in the hall looked outside, each with a face full of disbelief. At this moment, the people in the imperial city were also discussing it one after another. Myriad Dharma sect? What kind of sect is that? How come I've never heard of it? You don't even know the Myriad Dharma sect, and you call yourself someone from the eastern region. I've been in seclusion for a while, and only recently came out. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. So that's how it is. Then listen carefully. Not long ago, this Myriad Dharma sect wiped out the Qingtian Holy Land and the Xintian Sword sect, and only recently opened its mountain to accept disciples. Too bad I got eliminated. Sock. Hearing fellow Taoist put it that way, this Myriad Dharma sect must be very strong. Of course it's strong. I heard they have several saints. So, they came to break off the engagement? Then we're in for a good show this time. Inside the Golden Throne Hall, the bluish smoke of dragon saliva incense curled between the beams and pillars. Emperor Li suddenly smashed the armrest of the dragon throne, and glazed fragments mixed with wood splinters flew everywhere. Outrageous. Does my Tianyu imperial dynasty allow the Myriad Dharma sect to break off an engagement just because you say so? At this moment, Li Haoyang stared outside in fury, fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh. If the engagement was broken off today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire eastern region. Even if he was already useless, he would still torture Mu Qingxiang to death. He secretly gave a signal to a guard outside, telling him to go to the prince's manor and deliver the message. Mu Lengji, on the other hand, felt a trace of joy in his heart. The Myriad Dharma sect was mysterious and powerful. If the Mu family could latch onto the Myriad Dharma sect, then the Mu family would have no worries for 10,000 years. Lu Chun, meanwhile, strolled leisurely into the imperial palace. The palace formations were as good as non-existent. Mu Qingqiang, little Ning Yun, and the others followed behind him. His dark robe moved without wind as he said coldly, Our Qingqiang has no interest in the first prince of your Tianyu imperial dynasty. Now that Qingqiang has made up her mind and come here to break off the engagement, if your Tianyu imperial dynasty knows what's good for you, then you should sign and seal this letter of broken engagement. Do you really think your Myriad Dharma sect can cover the sky with one hand? And was it also you who killed my son just now? Emperor Li demanded furiously. So what if it was? Your son deserved to die, so we killed him. Our Myriad Dharma sect is still very reasonable. If you obediently sign the letter of broken engagement, then everything can remain peaceful. If you don't sign, I'll properly reason things out with you. Lu Qin said, Very well. Is your Myriad Dharma sect going to war with my Tianyu imperial dynasty? Emperor Li roared. War? Is your Tianyu imperial dynasty even worthy? Lu Chan said, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Emperor Li was so furious that his blood and qi churned, and his whole body trembled. Men, kill these people. Suddenly, more than a dozen royal worship elders attacked from all directions, a bunch of ants. Shun Jixia opened her saint domain. Drawing her sword, she slashed once. Sword qi cut across the entire imperial palace. The dozen-plus worship elders were cut in half, and countless palace halls collapsed. A saint. She's a saint. The guards all retreated one after another, each staring at Lu Chun and the others in terror. With the sudden loss of more than a dozen saint entry realm worship elders, the emperor on the dragon throne collapsed like a rag doll. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the dragon robe red. "Your Majesty." The eunuch screamed shrilly and hurried forward to support him. "Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you signing this letter of broken engagement or not?" "Emperor Li?" Lu Chan asked softly, his tone already tinged with impatience. Hearing these words, the people of the Tianyu imperial dynasty felt endless grief. They had been attacked at their own door and were even being forced to break off the engagement, yet not a single person dared step forward and speak. Is your Myriad Dharma sect really not going to show even a bit of mercy? Are you truly going to fight my Tianyu imperial dynasty to the death? Your Tianyu imperial dynasty has no ability to bargain. I'll ask one last time. Are you signing this letter of broken engagement or not? Lu Chun said coldly. Very well. Then all of you can stay here today. A jade token appeared in Emperor Li's hand, and he crushed it instantly. Lu Chun watched all of this without stopping him. From the back mountain of the imperial palace, an angry voice suddenly rang out. What happened? Didn't I say before that unless the imperial dynasty was on the verge of destruction, none of you were to disturb our seclusion? Hearing the voice, Emperor Li immediately knelt down. Old Ancestor, someone wants to destroy our Tianyu imperial dynasty. I ask Old Ancestor to come out of seclusion and resolve this crisis. Deep within the royal forbidden grounds of the Tianyu imperial dynasty, 3 royal patriarchs who had lain dormant for many years suddenly opened their eyes. Their sharp gazes pierced through layer after layer of restrictions and locked onto the direction of the imperial palace hall. That wild declaration about destroying the Tianyu imperial dynasty had just shaken heaven and earth and alarmed the entire royal foundation. Several patriarchs wore grave expressions as their divine senses swept out across the sky and earth. But after probing the situation, their hearts were all violently shaken. Shun Jixia stood in the palace square, surrounded by vast, heart-palpitatingly powerful aura. But what they could not see through the most was the young figure at the very front. These royal patriarchs who had lived for thousands of years exhausted all their cultivation, yet still could not see through him at all. No aura at all. Unfathomable. Could he be a mighty figure above the saint realm? One of them said in a low voice. Doesn't seem like it. Another stared fixedly at Lu Chun and said, This kid is still so young. There's no way he could have cultivated to peak saint. He should be carrying some heaven-defying treasure that hides his cultivation aura. The 3 did not dare slack off in the slightest. Releasing terrifying saint pressure, they tore through the air and flew toward the palace square. At the same time, deep inside the magnificent and imposing First Prince's manor, 2 dim figures hidden within a layer of folded void had black demonic energy churning in their murky eyes. They were the 2 protector elders of the heavenly demon sect lying in ambush within the imperial city, Jie and Jaime. The 2 silently watched the commotion in the direction of the imperial palace, their hearts filled with shock. Who would have thought that the Tianyu imperial dynasty, with its inheritance of 10,000 years, would have such a deep foundation? There are actually still 3 saint patriarchs lying dormant in secret. We really underestimated this secular imperial dynasty. The 2 sighed inwardly, their divine senses remaining tightly locked onto the situation in the square. On the square, Lu Chun stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the 3 royal patriarchs descending through the air as if he were looking down on ants. The 3 aged figures broke through the air and landed, carrying blazing saint might as their pressure swept across the entire scene. The reigning Emperor Li did not dare show the slightest arrogance. He immediately stepped forward, bowed deeply, and saluted. This generation's ruler of the Li clan greets the 3 patriarchs. Rise. The white-haired patriarch in front raised a hand slightly, his voice old and hoarse. What matter has alarmed the forbidden grounds? Quickly explain the full cause and effect. Emperor Li did not dare conceal anything, so he recounted from beginning to end, without leaving out a single word, the engagement between Mu Qingsheng and Li Haoyang, and how the Wanfa sect had intervened in the broken engagement today. In just a short while, the whole matter became clear. After hearing everything, the expressions of the 3 patriarchs instantly turned cold. They all turned their heads together, their sharp eyes fixed on Lu Chun as they spoke in a tone full of questioning and pressure. Little friend, hasn't your Wanfa sect gone too far? The marriage alliance between my Tianyu royal family and the aristocratic clans in court is internal business of our imperial dynasty. What right do outside sects like yours have to interfere as you please? Lu Chun's expression did not change. His voice was calm, yet every word struck like iron. Who your royal family marries has nothing to do with my Wanfa sect, so naturally I have no right to interfere. But this engagement forcibly tied down a disciple of my sect, humiliated the face of my Wanfa sect, and involved my sect's honor in disgrace. In that case, I will interfere in this matter. Insolence! The 3 patriarchs instantly flew into a rage. Their beards and hair flared up as saint pressure erupted from their bodies, and the wind and clouds changed color across heaven and earth. A mere junior from a sect dares meddle in the affairs of an imperial dynasty and disregard the dignity of my royal family? You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you insist on interfering, Then today let us see whether your Wanfa sect really has the ability to do so. As soon as the words fell, the three figures rose into the air at the same time, looking down on everyone below. Their immense saint pressure locked onto Lu Chun, murderous intent blazing. All the civil and military officials and royal guards present nearly suffocated. The atmosphere instantly tightened to the extreme. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Noisy. A trace of impatience flashed through Lu Chen's eyes. He lifted a finger and lightly tapped the void. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying aura that could crush everything in the world swept through the void, containing supreme power capable of suppressing the heavens, and surged wildly toward the three patriarchs in midair. The expressions of the three royal saints changed drastically. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and an unprecedented deadly crisis rose in their hearts. This is bad. Full defense. The three did not dare be careless. At the same time, they activated all the cultivation of their lives and brought out their own natal treasures hidden as their ultimate trump cards. The ancient and heavy royal jade seal, the emperor-suppressing longsword that echoed with dragon roars, and the dazzlingly radiant myriad manifestations Tao Pearl all rose into the air, blooming with boundless light and condensing into three barriers around their bodies. But the gap in strength was like an unbridgeable heavenly chasm. Before the supreme Tao power bursting from Lu Chen's finger, the all-out killing attacks of the three saints and the protective radiance of their three natal treasures were all as fragile as thin paper and shattered apart. Boom! Three crisp explosions rang out at the same time. All attacks instantly broke apart inch by inch. The radiance was extinguished, and the treasures trembled as they were blasted back, their spiritual light dimming. Three muffled sounds of blood being coughed up rang out together. The three royal patriarchs who had dominated the Tianyu imperial dynasty for thousands of years and guarded the forbidden grounds had all their clothes blasted apart. They wildly spat out several mouthfuls of bright, red essence blood. The saint aura around them visibly withered and declined at a speed the naked eye could see, leaving them like crippled men. One move. Three top saints of the royal family were completely crushed. Deathly silence fell over the entire palace square. All the civil and military officials, royal clansmen, and imperial guards were dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock and fear. Among the crowd, Mu Longji trembled all over. Boundless ecstasy and relief surged in his eyes as he sighed inwardly. Too strong. He's simply too strong. Thank goodness. Thank goodness my daughter Mu Qingsheng entered the Wanfa sect and gained such a supreme backer. This senior's strength has probably already surpassed ordinary saints. He is most likely a true saint king. Beside him, Mu Qingsheng's eyes shone brightly as she quietly looked at the calm and upright back before her. Her eyes were filled with the utmost admiration and reverence. Amid the dead silence of the masses, Lu Chen's expression remained as calm as ever, as if suppressing three royal saints had not caused the slightest ripple in him. He raised one hand into the air and suddenly grabbed toward the endless void. Boom! A giant golden hand tore through the clouds, locked onto the direction of the first prince's manor, and suddenly clenched toward the void. Everyone present was confused and stunned, their hearts full of doubt. They had no idea why Lu Chun had done this. He had just suppressed the royal patriarchs, so why did he suddenly attack the first prince's manor? Only the two figures hidden within the folded void of the first prince's manor felt their souls nearly leave their bodies in that instant. This is bad. We've been discovered. Run. The two heavenly demon sect saints, Jie and Jaime, turned deathly pale and cried out in shock. They immediately tried to activate their spiritual power to tear open the void and escape. But an invisible sealing force had already enveloped the entire first prince's manor. The space around them had completely frozen, and not even the slightest bit of the immense saint power within their bodies could circulate. They looked up in despair at the giant golden hand that covered the sky as it came crashing down, instantly grabbing both of them tightly in its palm. The next second, the giant hand soared back into the air, carrying the two figures who could not struggle free, and returned above the palace square. Bang bang. Two muffled impacts sounded. The two demonic elders, both dignified late-stage saints, were thrown onto the bluestone ground in the center of the square as if they were two dead dogs being discarded. Their bones cracked all over, demonic energy surged chaotically, and they looked utterly miserable. An uproar broke out across the whole place. Only then did everyone suddenly understand that outsiders had been hiding in the first prince's manor. What they did not know was that from the moment Shen Jisha killed the second prince on the street, Lu Chen's emperor-level divine sense had already detected the two of them secretly spying from the shadows. System, inspect all information on these two, Lu Chen said inwardly. Cultivation, peak late-stage saint. Identity, protector elders of the heavenly demon sect. Record, by secret order of the heavenly demon sect master. The two infiltrated the Tianyu imperial dynasty to assist the first prince Li Haoyang. They secretly helped him develop his forces, cultivate followers, seize the throne, aid Li Haoyang in assassinating the host and his group, and make Mu Qingqing's life worse than death. Note, Li Haoyang has completely become a puppet of the heavenly demons. So that's how it is. The heavenly demon sect again. Lu Chun looked at the two struggling miserably on the ground. A cold, faint smile curved at the corner of his lips, and a trace of chill flashed through his eyes. The officials in the square all wore uncertain expressions. They whispered among themselves, all their gazes focused on the two unfamiliar old men on the ground, their hearts full of confusion as they wondered where these two saints who had suddenly appeared had come from. At the front of the crowd, the first Prince Li Haoyang, who had clearly seen the faces of the two men with his own eyes, suddenly began trembling violently all over, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Mu Qingchang frowned slightly and asked softly, Master, what exactly is the background of these two? They're from the Tianma sect. What? The Tianma sect again? Mu Qingchang's pretty face instantly turned cold, and anger surged in her eyes. She whipped her head around at once, her sharp gaze locking tightly onto the panicked Li Haoyang, her heart full of indignation. Before Li Haoyang could defend himself, Lu Chun casually waved a hand, and a gentle yet overbearing power of the void swept out in an instant. Li Haoyang, who had been hiding behind the crowd, had no way to resist. His whole body was yanked through the air and slammed heavily onto the bluestone ground, where he rolled several times in a miserable heap. Lu Chen's calm gaze swept toward Emperor Li, whose face had stiffened with panic, and his tone carried a trace of icy mockery. The Qianyu imperial dynasty has quite a lot of nerve. A dignified orthodox imperial dynasty actually colluding in secret with the giant demonic sect, the Tianma sect. Nonsense. There is no such thing. Emperor Li's whole body shook as he instantly barked out a rebuttal, his face full of shock and rage. My Qianyu has been orthodox for generations, honoring the Tao and observing propriety. How could we possibly wallow in the same filth as the demonic path? Our imperial family has never seen these two before. Their origins are unknown. Besides, everyone knows that the Tianma sect master only barely entered the saint realm recently. How could he possibly command two late-stage saint elders? This is a baseless slander. He was both hateful and afraid inside, filled with endless grievance. Everything that had happened today had started because of the Wanfa sect. His second son had died miserably. The ancestors of the three great imperial dynasties had been crippled and gravely wounded, and now he was even being charged with the extermination-worthy crime of colluding with the demonic sect. Boundless hatred coiled in the depths of his heart. But in the face of Lu Chun, who had suppressed three saints with the flick of a finger, he did not have even the slightest courage to resist. He could only argue desperately, trying to clear the accusation and preserve the Li clan's foundation of 10,000 years. Whether it's slander or not, just ask your good son, and everything will become clear. Lu Chun let out a soft laugh and said no more. The faint pressure around him suddenly sank, accurately covering Ji and Jaime on the ground. Boom! Terrifying Tao power crashed down. The two Tianma sect elders instantly let out incomparably shrill screams. Their bodies twisted and struggled violently, and the layers of black demonic chi covering their bodies could no longer be suppressed. It surged and swelled madly, and a sinister, violent demonic aura instantly swept across the entire palace square. Pitch-black demonic mist coiled around them, the demonic chi biting to the bone, evil filth soaring to the heavens. At this moment, no one had even the slightest doubt left in their hearts. They really are people from the Tianma sect. What dense demonic chi. No wonder their aura was so strange. So they're cultivators of the demonic path. The Tianma sect actually hid itself this deeply, possessing two late-stage, saint-mighty figures. I finally understand. These two were dragged out from the first prince's residence. They must be the demonic sect forces the first prince secretly colluded with. The entire court erupted in an uproar. One strange, contemptuous, furious gaze after another nailed itself onto the collapsed Li Haoyang. The evidence was ironclad. The demonic chi impossible to deny. Li Haoyang's evasive eyes, deathly pale face, and panicked manner had already exposed all the truth beyond doubt. I didn't collude with the demonic sect. This is slander. This is framing me. Li Haoyang looked insane as he screamed out his defense, but his voice trembled weakly and had not the slightest power to convince anyone. Watching the entire scene unfold, Emperor Li's body suddenly swayed, and several more strands of white seemed to appear at his temples in an instant. He visibly grew older and more haggard. His beloved son had betrayed the clan, the imperial family had been shamed, its foundations had been nearly ruined, and a powerful enemy was pressing down upon them. In only a brief moment, the Qianyu imperial dynasty's glory of 10,000 years had almost been destroyed in one stroke. Endless grievance, regret, fury, and despair flooded his mind. But as he looked at Lu Chun ahead, calm and detached, as he looked down upon everything, all that hatred could only be forced into the depths of his heart, not daring to reveal even a trace. He took a deep breath, suppressed all humiliation and hatred, and bowed deeply to Lu Chun, lowering his posture to the utmost. His voice was hoarse and bitter. Please forgive us, senior. My unworthy son is stubborn and rebellious. He secretly consorted with the demonic path and committed a monstrous crime. This is the misfortune of my Li family and our failure in discipline. My Tianyu imperial dynasty is willing to void all marriage agreements. From this day on, we will have no further entanglements with the Mu family. This rebellious son, Li Haoyang, has crimes that cannot be pardoned. Today, I place him entirely in Senior's hands for whatever punishment Senior sees fit. Royal father. No, absolutely not. Li Haoyang's face instantly turned ashen, and he cried out in shrill despair as he desperately crawled toward Emperor Li. I'm your biological son. You can't just abandon me. Royal father, save me. But Emperor Li's eyes were bloodshot and his heart was dead. He did not look at him again. To preserve the imperial family's survival, he could only abandon this rebellious son. The first prince of the Tianyu imperial dynasty sure is bold. Lu Chen's gaze was icy. A faint but terrifying pressure spilled from his body as he looked down at Li Haoyang, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. You actually dared to collude with the heavenly demon sect and deliberately scheme against disciples of my myriad laws sect. I came here this time only to help Qing Chang break off the engagement and settle mortal grudges. I never intended to exterminate everyone, but you refused to repent and insisted on seeking death, so I'll grant your wish. At this moment, Li Haoyang no longer had even the slightest trace of a prince's pride and arrogance. His face was pale as paper, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. The fear of death had completely crushed all his dignity. He desperately kowtowed, roaring as he begged for mercy. No, Senior, spare me. I don't want to die. I'll publicly break off my engagement with Mu Qingsheng immediately. I'll never pester her again in this life. The heavenly demon sect forced all of this on me. I had no choice. As long as Senior spares my life, I'm willing to be your slave and servant and obey you for the rest of my life. Please show mercy. Faced with the tearful pleas, Lu Chen's eyes did not ripple in the slightest. There was only indifference. Too late. Before his words had even faded, Lu Chen lightly flicked his fingertip. A strand of invisible force shot through the air, so fast and naked I could barely catch it. Poochie! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Li Haoyang's head was instantly pierced through by the force. Blood sprayed into the sky, and his body collapsed stiffly to the ground, dead on the spot. The dignified first prince of the Tianyu imperial dynasty had colluded with the demonic path and harbored sinister intentions, only to end in the miserable fate of dying with his head blown apart. After dealing with Li Haoyang, Lu Chen's icy gaze suddenly lowered and landed on the two heavenly demon sect Saint Realm protectors on the ground, both gravely wounded and weak in aura. Their black robes were torn to shreds, their demonic energy almost completely scattered. Sensing Lu Chen's cold gaze, they knew they were doomed, and their eyes were instantly filled with extreme resentment. One of them threw back his head and laughed madly, his voice full of vicious curses. Brat, you dare slaughter protectors of my heavenly demon sect? Our sect master and ancestor will never let you off. It won't be long before you come down to join us. Ha ha ha. Noisy. Lu Chen's expression did not change. He could not be bothered wasting words on the dying. A faint glint flashed in his eyes as he directly used a soul-searching secret art. Invisible soul power surged like a raging flood and instantly invaded the sea of consciousness of the two protectors, violently tearing through their memory fragments. A moment later, Lu Chen frowned slightly. He had gained nothing. Strange demonic rune restrictions had long been planted deep within the souls of these two high-ranking heavenly demon sect members. The moment someone tried to forcibly search their souls, the crucial memories would automatically be destroyed, leaving behind only chaotic and useless fragments. There was no way to uncover the core secrets of the heavenly demon sect. By now, the two protector elders had already had their souls shattered by the soul-searching force. Their eyes were dull and empty, and they had completely become mindless idiots. Lu Chen waved his sleeve, and two sharp streams of force swept past, instantly ending the remnants of their lives, cleanly and decisively, leaving no future trouble behind. Ding! The system has triggered an emergency mission. Mission prompt. The heavenly demon sect has wantonly colluded with imperial forces, harmed righteous path prodigies, and repeatedly schemed against the myriad laws sect. Its wolfish ambitions are plain for all to see. Mainline destruction mission issued. Crusade against and destroy the heavenly demon sect. Purge the demonic scourge of the eastern region. Mission reward. 1 gift package. A faint smile passed through Lu Chen's eyes, and he understood at once. The heavenly demon sect had repeatedly provoked him and had long since crossed his bottom line. Now that the system had issued a mission, it was the perfect chance to wipe out this heavenly demon sect. Right at that moment, the sound of respectful footsteps slowly approached. Mu Lingji, head of the Mu family, hurried forward, his body slightly bowed. His face was filled with extreme reverence and flattery, and his attitude was humble to the utmost. This junior is Mu Lingji, Qingqing's biological father. Greetings, senior. Lu Chen raised his eyes slightly and said in a flat tone, So you are Qingqing's father? Yes, this junior is. Mu Lingji quickly replied. His brows were full of joy and relief as he hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks. This junior is blessed for 3 lifetimes that my daughter Xuanhuang was able to enter senior's sect and cultivate under you. To receive senior's careful guidance is the greatest blessing of Xuanhuang's life and also an enormous opportunity for my Mu family. Faced with Mu Lingji's deliberate fawning, Lu Chun did not give him the slightest face. His voice carried unquestionable authority. Remember this. From today onward, Xuanhuang's marriage, cultivation, and life will all be decided by herself. Do not force marriage alliances on her again for the sake of your family's interests, nor bind her true heart. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. As those icy words fell, the invisible pressure within them made Mu Lingji's heart tremble. He did not dare raise the slightest objection. He quickly bowed and apologized. Yes, yes, yes. This junior will engrave senior's teaching in his heart. Before, I was short-sighted and utterly foolish, and I almost ruined my daughter's life. I will never make such a mistake again. At the side, Mu Qingsheng softly called out, Father. But Mu Qingsheng still harbored a grudge in her heart. For the sake of the Mu family's power and influence, her father had not hesitated at all to treat her as a bargaining chip, a sacrificial pawn, completely disregarding her wishes and lifelong happiness. If she had not met her master, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Seeing his daughter's distance, Mu Lingji's heart was full of guilt. Qingsheng, in the past, father wronged you. From now on, cultivate in peace in the Myriad Laws sect under senior's guidance. When you have free time, come back to the Mu family and visit. Your mother thinks of you every day. MHM, I understand. Mu Qingsheng nodded lightly. Lu Chan then asked, Patriarch Mu, you have long been established in the eastern region. Do you know anything about the background of the Heavenly Demon Sect? The Heavenly Demon Sect? After thinking seriously for a moment, Mu Lingji slowly replied. Replying to senior, the Heavenly Demon Sect has always been extremely mysterious. It usually keeps a very low profile, hidden in the deep mountains of the eastern region, and its actions are never ostentatious. Although this sect is called a demon sect, it rarely commits evil openly or slaughters living beings. For 10,000 years, it has always kept to itself. If Senior had not personally killed their 2 late-stage Saint Realm protectors today, we would never have known that their strength was actually this terrifying. I understand. Lu Chun nodded slightly. Qingsheng, the matter of breaking off the engagement is settled. Let's go. Yes, master. Mu Qingsheng obediently answered and followed closely at Lu Chen's side. Mu Lingji led the Mu family experts in bowing to see them off, his posture respectful to the extreme. This junior respectfully sees Senior off. The giant warship rose into the sky, tore through the clouds, and vanished into the sea of clouds at the horizon in the blink of an eye. After the warship departed, the atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. The 3 heavily injured and weakly breathing ancestors of the Tianyu imperial dynasty slowly stood up and looked at Emperor Li, whose face was ashen not far away. Their faces were full of anger and rebuke. Look at the fine son you raised. He colluded with a hidden demon sect, recklessly provoked a supreme expert, and nearly buried our entire Tianyu imperial dynasty with him. Today, the other side showed mercy and only gave a light punishment and stern warning. That is already the greatest fortune for all of us. From this day forth, our Tianyu imperial dynasty must never be enemies with the Mu family for all eternity. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a traitor to the nation. Emperor Li clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. The humiliation and hatred filling his chest had nowhere to vent, and in the end he could only forcibly suppress his anger, lower his head, and answer in a deep voice. This junior respectfully obeys the decrees of the 3 ancestors. The various surrounding factions instantly gathered around Mu Lingji's side, all full of envy and flattery. Patriarch Mu, what great fortune! Your daughter was accepted as a disciple by such a peerless expert. The Mu family will surely soar to the heavens from now on and dominate the eastern region. Exactly. With such a supreme expert as your backer, mere imperial dynasties and noble families are nothing to fear. Hearing the endless praise, Mu Lingji's face glowed red, and he felt endlessly pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Emperor Li, watching Mu Lingji, surrounded like the moon among stars, and feeling the mocking looks hidden in the eyes around him, lost all face. Violent malice surged around him, and in the end he fiercely flung his sleeve and left in hatred. 1,000 li away, at the Heavenly Demon Hall. The entire hall was built from piles of 1,000-year demonic jade, eerie and sinister. The dim candlelight flickered unsteadily, stretching the shadows of the black-robed elders inside into twisted, savage shapes. The Heavenly Demon Hall, once filled with murderous ferocity and overwhelming pressure, was now permeated by extreme panic and dead silence, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Several black-robed elders of lofty status stood on both sides. Every one of them wore a grave expression, their brows tightly furrowed, with panic and fear hidden in their eyes that they could not conceal. After a long while, An elderly white-haired elder with the greatest seniority was the first to break the dead silence, his voice carrying an uncontrollable tremble. Sect Master. Protectors Jie and Emi were both top experts at the late stage of the Saint Realm. Looking across the entire eastern region, there are only a handful who can steadily suppress the two of them. Even if they were outmatched, for the two of them to join forces, break through, and escape should never have been difficult. How could they suddenly fall, with their soul tablets shattered? Everyone in the hall looked at each other, but no one answered. The sudden deaths of the two Saint Realm protectors struck every demonic disciple like a thunderclap. They all knew it clearly. Heavenly Demon Sect had completely provoked a terrifying enemy of the highest order. Seated in the main position, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master's face was as dark as water. Demonic chi around him stirred faintly. After a long silence, he said coldly, "This matter is extremely strange. It was definitely not done by ordinary righteous path cultivators. Send people at once to thoroughly investigate what happened in the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. Find out the identity and background of the one who killed the two protectors. Pass down my decree. Order all sect members carrying out missions outside to return to the sect immediately. Shut the gates and lie low. Keep a low profile and avoid the world. Suspend all blood food collection missions. And do not go out and cause trouble." Heavenly Demon Sect, the Forbidden Land, Nether Abyss. This was the most and most evil place in the eastern region. White bones lay everywhere, while rot and a thick smell of blood mixed together, sharp and nauseating, lingering all year without dispersing. In the deepest part of the Forbidden Land, an ancient bone throne floated in midair. The Heavenly Demon Patriarch sat quietly upon it, his black robe embroidered with complex and bizarre blood-colored demonic patterns. Along with his faint breathing, the patterns slowly pulsed between light and dark. His face was completely hidden beneath the hood, revealing only a bluish-gray, shriveled jaw, with the corner of his lips curled into a cold and eerie arc. On both sides of the throne, two clusters of ghostly nether flames that had burned for 10,000 years without extinguishing flickered quietly. Their dim green firelight brightened and darkened, casting the entire Forbidden Land in a sinister and terrifying glow. The Heavenly Demon Patriarch's 10 withered, stick-thin fingers lightly tapped the bone armrests. Every time his fingertips fell, tiny ancient demonic runes of profound mystery appeared in the air, condensing into countless vicious, bloodthirsty little ghost phantoms before turning into wisps of black smoke and dispersing in an instant. A personal demonic attendant knelt on the ground with his body bent low, not daring to even breathe loudly. Reporting to Patriarch, the soul tablets of Protectors Ji and Emi have all shattered. The two of them have fallen in the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. After a long while, from beneath the hood came a low, hoarse, icy voice like metal scraping against metal. "Oh, in this ant-like land of the eastern region, there's actually someone who dares kill the Saint Realm protectors of my Heavenly Demon Sect." The hoarse voice carried the pent-up ferocity of 100,000 years, echoing through the entire Nether Abyss Forbidden Land and causing the surging demonic chi all around to boil at once. 100,000 years. These ants who call themselves the Orthodox Righteous Path are still dreaming their foolish dream of slaying demons and eradicating evil. The Heavenly Demon Patriarch slowly raised his dried-up palm, and a ball of dark purple demonic flame suddenly rose from his hand. "Once this venerable one's injuries fully recover, I will definitely tear the murderer into 10,000 pieces and avenge the two of them." That cold and overbearing voice rang out again, filled with arrogance and killing intent. "Pass down the order. Have a demon sect go all out in capturing cultivators to help this venerable one break through the shackles and restore my peak cultivation. When this venerable one succeeds, I will be able to completely break open the seal on the planar passage. At that time, the hundreds of millions of demonic troops of my heavenly demon race will pour out in full force and sweep across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. The ants of this world, all living beings under heaven, will all become blood food for my heavenly demon race." His frenzied and sinister laughter shook the Forbidden Land and lingered for a long time. Across the vast sky stretching 10,000 miles, the warship sped onward. Mu Qingsheng stood on the deck, looking at the unfamiliar mountains and terrain outside the window. Sensing that the route was wrong, her face filled with confusion. "Master, where are we going?" "This road is not the direction back to Myriad Dharma Sect." Lu Chun stood at the bow, his gaze as sharp as a sword, piercing through layer upon layer of clouds as he looked toward the forbidden mountain land in the distance where demonic chi was hidden. "We're not in a hurry to return to the sect. This heavenly demon sect hides its head and shows its tail, harbors evil intentions, and has repeatedly schemed against my Myriad Dharma Sect in secret, colluding with outside forces and provoking my bottom line. Since they hide so many secrets and are bent on causing trouble, then today we will head straight for the heavenly demon sect and see just how many disasters this demonic sect, dormant for 10,000 years, is hiding." In the eastern region, above the vast skies of Yuanzhou, The warship of the Wanfa sect floated in midair. On the deck, Lu Chun stood with his hands behind his back. Little Ning Yun held Lu Ho tightly and stood obediently at his side. Mu Qingqing and Shun Jixia followed closely behind. The group looked down at the boundless land of Yuanzhou below. Just then, little Ning Yun, who was holding Lu Ho, suddenly focused her gaze, and her tiny hand sharply pointed at a certain place. Master, there's so much blood there, and dry bones all over the ground. It feels so creepy. Lu Chen looked at the little girl beside him and gently reached out to rub her head, praise showing in his eyes. In just a short time, little Ning Yun's double pupils had already improved quite a bit. Our little Ning Yun is getting more and more impressive. Lu Chun praised softly. A double pupil art can already see through illusions and discern the strange anomalies of heaven and earth. Mu Qingsheng, standing nearby, looked completely confused and asked in puzzlement, Master, senior sister, what are you talking about? The mountains, forests, and city below all look peaceful. There's not the slightest sign of anything unusual. Why can't I sense anything different at all? Little Ning Yun turned her small face and pointed toward the distant forest shrouded in faint mist. Sister Qingsheng, it's right there. The blood aura is so dense, and there's black chi rising up too. It's just covered by an array, so you can't see it. Mu Qingsheng looked in the direction little Ning Yun was pointing. What she saw was still an ordinary forest, along with neatly scattered pavilions and houses. It was nothing like what little Ning Yun had described. Seeing this, Lu Chan slowly said, Qingsheng, it's normal that you can't see through it. Your senior sister's ancient double pupils can break through all falsehoods in the world and see the true essence of all things. Ordinary devil path, sky-concealing arrays have nowhere to hide in her eyes. Mu Qingsheng suddenly understood. She had almost forgotten that this senior sister of hers possessed peerless ancient double pupils, with talent unmatched in the world. This disciple was foolish. I forgot about senior sister's double pupils. Mu Qingqing's face was full of shame. Lu Chun smiled faintly. It's fine. Let's go into the city below and see what's really going on. As his words fell, the four of them slowly stepped into the core city under the jurisdiction of the heavenly demon sect, Yudu City. This city was no different from ordinary cities. It was just as bustling and crowded. On both sides of the streets, soldiers in black armor moved back and forth on patrol, the cold clashing of their armor sharp and grating. Shops lined the streets, with both righteous and evil businesses mixed together. Quite a few storefronts had pitch-black signboards hanging high, marked with Soul Crystal Exchange and Demon Pill Specialty. There were also ordinary pill shops and magic treasure weapon stores among them for passing cultivators to trade in. On both sides of the street, cries of merchants rose and fell without end, making the place noisy and lively. 1,000-year blood spirit grass heals injuries and strengthens your foundation. Miss it and it's gone. Bullshit. At most it's only a few dozen years old. And you dare deceive people? Black-hearted merchant. You brat. You looking for trouble? My goods are for whoever wants to buy them. Since when is it your turn to judge? Inherited Devil Path Secret Art. Take it away for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Endless potential. Lu Chen's group of four slowly walked through the crowd, their expressions calm, their auras restrained and blended into the surroundings, drawing no attention from others. But when they passed a lavishly decorated shop with a black signboard, Lu Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. A bone-piercing chill flashed through his eyes, and overwhelming fury quietly surged within him. Hanging above the shop entrance were three cold, glaring characters. Human Slave Pavilion. Inside the shop, rows of icy iron cages were lined up neatly. Locked inside were several hundred boys and girls, most of them still childish children, along with quite a few young loose cultivators. Every one of them was sallow and skinny, dressed in rags, curled up in the corners of the freezing cages, trembling all over, their eyes filled with fear and despair, devoid of all life. Every person being sold had spirit roots within their body. Clearly, they had been deliberately captured by Devil Path cultivators, all for the sake of selling them at high prices for huge profit. Master, they're so pitiful. Looking at the helpless children in the cages, tears welled up in little Ning Yun's clear eyes as she pleaded softly, Can we save them? Mu Qingqing's anger also flared when she saw this, her pretty face cold. These devil cultivators are worse than beasts. In broad daylight, they actually dare treat humans like livestock and sell them however they want. They're utterly lawless. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, and the temperature around him seemed to drop at once. He said flatly, Let's go in and take a look. As soon as the group reached the entrance, a shopkeeper with a calculating face and luxurious robes immediately greeted them with a broad smile. Oh my, honored guests have arrived. What an honor for my humble shop. Please come in. He was extremely enthusiastic, raising his hand to guide them inside as he introduced the place nonstop. Whatever kind of serving you want, our shop has it all. Every one of these children possesses spirit roots and excellent talent. With just a little training, they can become capable helpers for your family. The value for the price is extremely high. As he spoke, he pointed toward the iron cages on the other side, his tone growing even more attentive. If honored guests aren't interested in children, we also have adult slaves over here. The lowest among them all have body-tempering realm cultivation, and there are even quite a few chi refining cultivators. The higher the realm, and the better the talent. The price is only a little more expensive, but they are absolutely worth every bit. The shopkeeper talked excitedly, spittle flying as he vigorously marketed the people in the cages. His eyes were full of greed and profit, completely failing to notice the increasingly heavy frost and killing intent on the faces of Lu Chen, Shun Jixia, and the others. When he finally finished speaking, Lu Chen's voice came out icy cold, without even a trace of warmth, as he slowly said, "You openly sell human lives in Yudu City. Aren't you afraid someone will come hold you accountable?" The shopkeeper froze for a moment when he heard that, then threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Honored guest, you must be joking. Since our human slave pavilion dares establish itself in Yudu City, naturally, we have an enormous backer. We're backed by the city lord's manor. In all of Yuanzhou, no one dares interfere and no one dares investigate. Honored guests can just choose at ease. There's no need to worry. A backer." Lu Chan slightly raised his eyes, killing intent sharp within them. "Immediately notify the master behind you and have him come see me in person." The moment those words came out, the smile on the shopkeeper's face instantly stiffened, and his expression suddenly turned dark. "Looks like you people aren't here to buy slaves. You're here to deliberately cause trouble." He shouted sharply and rapidly clapped his hands. Clap, clap. As the two crisp sounds rang out, more than a dozen black-robed devil cultivators instantly rushed out from inside the shop. Their auras were fierce, and the weakest among them were all at the Golden Core realm. Their eyes were vicious as they locked tightly onto Lu Chen's group of four. Lu Chen's expression did not change. He merely turned his head calmly toward Shun Jixia beside him. Shun Jixia gave a slight nod, her gaze cold, and stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded outward, instantly covering the entire shop. Those dozen-plus Golden Core cultivators did not even have time to let out a single scream before the pressure crushed them, their bones cracking explosively and the meridians throughout their bodies shattering inch by inch. They had no power to resist at all. Lu Chun lifted his eyes and looked at the trembling shopkeeper. "Now, can you tell me who's behind you?" The shopkeeper bit down and endured his fear, but there was still a trace of madness and wishful hope in his eyes as he roared harshly. "You dare touch me? My city lord is a mighty expert of the Heavenly King realm. If you dare make trouble here today, you're definitely doomed. You absolutely won't leave this Yudu city alive." Hearing this, a cold, indifferent smile curved onto Shun Jixia's icy face. She lightly waved her delicate hand, and spiritual power burst from her fingertips in an instant. Poochie! A sky full of blood mist suddenly exploded. The dozen-plus black-robed devil cultivators who had been acting so arrogantly just moments ago instantly had their bodies shattered, turning into bloody spray that dispersed into the air without leaving behind even a fragment of bone. Witnessing this horrifying scene with his own eyes, the shopkeeper was instantly scared out of his wits. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, warm liquid flowing down his pant legs. Extreme terror swept through his entire body. He trembled violently all over and no longer dared show the slightest bit of arrogance, kowtowing frantically. "Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. I'll confess everything." This human slave pavilion was secretly opened under the orders of the Yudu city lord. All the captured cultivators and children were escorted here by people from the city lord's manor. I was only ordered to watch the shop. I'm just a runner doing errands. I really don't know any other secrets. Please show mercy, senior, and spare this dog life of mine. Lu Chen's expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple, as he instructed flatly, "Crush the communication token and call the people from the city lord's manor over. You should be capable of handling something this small." Yes, I can do it. I'll send the message right away." The shopkeeper quickly responded, trembling as he took out a pitch-black communication token. He exerted force with his fingertips and abruptly crushed it. But at the moment the token shattered, a vicious, triumphant smile quickly flashed through his lowered eyes. "Just wait. As long as the city lord leads the experts here, you ignorant fools are definitely going to die." Naturally, that tiny little movement didn't escape Shun Jixia's eyes. Her gaze turned slightly cold, and she couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. With a light flick of her slender, jade-like finger, a thread-thin sword chi, so fast it reached the absolute limit, shot through the air. Chi! Only a faint tearing sound was left in the air, its speed so great that the naked eye simply couldn't catch it. The very next second, the shopkeeper's head flew into the sky, then rolled across the blue stone pavement, making dull, thudding sounds. Scalding blood gushed from his severed neck, dyeing the blue stone red, and the stench of blood instantly spread through the entire place. After dealing with the evil shopkeeper, Lu Chun slowly stood up and walked over to the rows of iron cages. His gaze was gentle as it swept over the terrified people inside. Using the system to inspect their bones and backgrounds, he confirmed that they were all pitiful people who had been innocently captured. Only then did he speak in a gentle voice. "I'm letting you out today, But if you want to live, then stay tightly behind us. Your cultivation is weak. If you run around, there is absolutely no way you'll leave Yudu City alive. Hearing this, the hundreds of people in the cages instantly lit up with the hope of survival. They all nodded through tears, firmly engraving these words into their minds, not daring to make the slightest rash move. Elder Shun, open all the cages and let them out. Lu Chun turned his head and instructed. Then he looked at the little girl beside him. Ning Yun, take out some of the food you hid in your storage ring and give everyone a little to fill their stomachs. Little Ning Yun's eyes immediately brightened, and her childish little face was full of playful delight. Master, how did you know I hid lots of tasty things in my ring? Though she was puzzled, she did not delay in the slightest. With a wave of her little hand, spirit cakes, candied hawthorn skewers, and roasted meat continuously poured out from her storage ring, filling the air with fragrance. All the cages were opened, and the hundreds of children and rogue cultivators who had suffered endless torment walked out in an orderly manner, obediently lining up to receive food. Not a single person dared to run off on their own. After enduring so many hardships, they already understood deeply that these mysterious seniors before them were their only path to survival. Among the crowd, Lu Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to two tiny figures. They were a pair of twin sisters, only 11 or 12 years old. Thin and frail, the older sister carefully held the younger sister's little hand as they timidly shrank into a corner of the crowd, quietly waiting in line, their brows full of fear and unease. Lu Chen's eyes lit up slightly. System, help me check these two sisters. Ding. Older sister, Jiang Yingwe. She possesses a sun soul and can absorb sunlight from all heavens to temper her body. Her daytime cultivation speed is doubled, and she nurtures the power of ultimate yang strength. Younger sister, Jiang Yingwe. She possesses a moon soul and can draw in bright moonlight and starlight to nourish her cultivation. Her battle power surges sharply at night, and she conceals the origin power of supreme Yin. The twin sun and moon souls complement each other. If they obtain a matching cultivation method, they will be invincible among those of the same realm, able to kill enemies above their level, with limitless potential. This is a top-tier genius physique. Oh, not bad. They actually have the extremely rare twin sun and moon souls. This trip to Yudu was quite an unexpected gain. Mu Qingcheng at his side noticed her master's gaze and followed it toward the twin sisters, asking in confusion, Master, is there something unusual about those two little sisters? Lu Chen nodded slightly, carrying a faint smile. Nothing unusual. They're just two little geniuses with pretty good talent. Mu Qingcheng's eyes immediately lit up, and she said happily, So that's it. Master, our Wanfa sect has very few disciples. Why don't we bring them back to the sect and carefully nurture them? They'll surely become pillars of the sect. No rush. Lu Chun gently shook his head. Let's wait until after dealing with the heavenly demon sect before making plans. The two sisters noticed the burning gaze and grew even more frightened. The older sister, Jiang Yingwe, instinctively shielded her younger sister, Jiang Yingwe, behind her. Her little hand clenched tightly as she lowered her head timidly, not daring to raise it and meet his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Chun softened his expression and spoke in a gentle tone. You don't need to be afraid. I won't hurt you. Tell me, what are your names? The older sister, Jiang Yingwe, bit her pink lip, her body trembling slightly. She lifted her little tear-streaked face and replied in a trembling voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I'm Jiang Yingwe, and she's my younger sister, Jiang Yingwe. Within Yudu City, inside the city lord's mansion, warm curtains swayed as the lord of Yudu City, dressed in a brocade robe, lounged sideways on a soft couch, brazenly holding a gorgeous beauty in his arms. His rough hand slipped wantonly beneath her clothes, his behavior frivolous and utterly indulgent. Master, you're so bad. I like it so much. The beauty's eyes shimmered, her body soft and delicate as she nestled against him with all the charm she could muster. Every glance and smile from her was full of seduction. The city lord burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with lust and greed. You little temptress, don't rush. In a bit, this master will make you feel so good you'll wish you were dead. Then why wait? Such a lovely moment like this is perfect right now. Every word from the woman was teasing, stirring the city lord's desire until it surged in his chest, hot and unbearable. He could no longer suppress the restlessness in his heart and bent down, about to lift the woman in his arms. At that moment, a specially made communication token at his waist suddenly lit up, instantly shattering the room's intimate, ambiguous atmosphere. Bastard! His good time had been forcibly interrupted, and the lord of Yudu City's face immediately darkened to the extreme as he shouted angrily, Which blind fool dares disturb this master at a time like this? Frowning, he took out the communication token. His divine sense swept over it, and the lust in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a trace of gravity. The one sending the message was Xuanhuang, the manager of the slave market. This man had always been calm and cautious. If it were not for something serious, he would never dare use the emergency communication token so easily, much less alarm him rashly. Could something have happened at the slave market? The Lord of Yidu City pondered inwardly, his heart full of doubt. The slave market under his command had been entrenched in Yidu for many years, backed by the power of the heavenly demon sect. Ordinary cultivators simply did not dare provoke it. Just who would dare cause trouble on his turf? With no time to think further, he shoved the beauty from his arms aside, raised a hand to straighten his disheveled robes, and completely withdrew the lazy, indulgent aura around him, leaving only the sinister authority of a superior. He strode out of the inner hall and shouted in a deep voice at the black-armored guards standing watch outside. Pass down the order. Gather everyone and follow me to the slave market at once. Yes, master. Their unified voices rang through the courtyard. The guards left behind exchanged glances, all filled with uncertainty and alarm. The master actually wants everyone mobilized? Just what happened at the slave market. Don't ask questions. Just gather quickly. If we delay something important, neither of us can bear the consequences. Hurried footsteps and the clashing of armor rose one after another, and the entire city lord's mansion was instantly filled with killing intent. At the same time, inside the human slave pavilion, Lu Chun looked gently at the pair of twin sisters before him, both slender and pretty, and asked softly, "Your names are Jiang Yingwe and Jiang Yingwe? Tell me carefully, how were you abducted to this place?" Hearing the question, the sisters' eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up as they fought back sobs. Replying to my lord, my sister and I are both from Lingzhou. Just half a month ago, a group of people in black robes suddenly barged into our home. They were highly cultivated and cruel in method. Without a word, they started slaughtering people. My parents, my grandfather, all of our relatives were killed. They even used some strange technique to drain all the blood essence from my family, and their bodies turned into shriveled corpses. When we sisters woke up, we were already locked inside this cage, reduced to slaves for sale. As the last words fell, they could no longer hold back their tears, which rolled down their pale cheeks. The other captured children and young cultivators around them were in the same situation. Their experiences were nearly identical to the Jiang sisters. Their relatives had been killed by men in black before they were abducted and sold. For a time, suppressed sobbing rose one after another, stirring pity in anyone who heard it. Looking at the miserable crowd, Lu Chun let out a light sigh. "Don't cry, everyone. Eat your fill first, then we'll talk." Mu Qingcheng said softly, "Master, it seems the families of these innocent children all fell victim to the black-robed men. The other young rogue cultivators were also forcibly abducted." Lu Chun gave a slight nod, a cold, killing intent flashing through his eyes. Let them eat and drink their fill first and settle them properly. We'll discuss the rest later." Just as everyone's emotions had calmed a little, boom, the tightly shut gates of the slave market were blasted open by a violent force, and the piercing crash suddenly echoed through the entire hall. Densely packed black-armored soldiers swarmed in, instantly surrounding the whole slave market layer upon layer. Their cold armor reflected chilling light, and a sharp, murderous aura blanketed the scene. A leading black-armored commander strode in, his gaze sweeping over the scattered slaves who were resting. Seeing the cages wide open, his eyes widened in fury, and he roared, "How dare you? Who had the guts to privately release the slaves?" The hundreds of already terrified children trembled all over, their faces pale as paper. Instinctively, they curled up and shrank back, filled with fear, not daring to raise their heads. Noisy. A cool, indifferent female voice suddenly rang out. It carried not the slightest emotion, yet was wrapped in an overwhelming pressure that looked down on all living beings. Shen Zhixia's robes moved without wind as she flicked her sleeve lightly. Bang! An invisible blast of force erupted. That arrogant black-armored commander did not even have time to scream before his body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He smashed heavily onto the street outside, grievously injured and already dead. Outside, the Lord of Yidu City, who was leading his men over, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and towering rage swept over his whole body. The vast cultivation of the Heavenly King realm burst forth at once, and a heavy pressure spread across the entire long street, making the black-armored soldiers around him struggle to breathe. On Yidu City's main street, more and more people gathered after hearing the news. They stopped at a distance to watch, and quiet discussion began to spread. Did something big happen? Why is the master personally leading troops to surround the slave market? What's going on? Who's so bold as to cause trouble in Yidu City? That's basically asking to die. I heard long ago that this slave market never did anything human. They specialized in abducting cultivators and trafficking people. Looks like this time they kicked an iron plate. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. This kind of inhuman business has long become all too common. The crowd whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the slave market. In front of it, the master's killing intent surged as his voice shook the long street. "What nerve you lot have? You dare break into my slave market and injure my subordinates. Get out here and accept death at once. Then this master may still leave you an intact corpse." The terrifying pressure of a heavenly king swept out once more. A slender, cold, gorgeous figure slowly walked out from the human slave pavilion. Shen Jixia stood at the doorway, her brows and eyes cold and indifferent. There was no extra aura around her, yet she naturally carried a detached bearing that looked down upon the world. She raised her eyes to the furious lord of Yudu City. You are the one behind this slave market? The lord of Yudu City locked his gaze tightly onto the woman before him, his pupils contracting slightly as his heart shook violently. His cultivation had reached the heavenly king realm, making him one of the top experts in all of Yudu, yet at this moment he could not see through this woman's cultivation at all. The rage in his heart involuntarily receded a little. Suppressing his killing intent, he spoke with some caution. Fellow Taoist, you barged into my property for no reason and injured my men. We do not know each other, and we have neither grievance nor grudge. Why are you so set on becoming my enemy? Shen Jixia's thin lips parted slightly. Word by word, her voice was like freezing frost, shaking the entire scene. Kneel. Buzz. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of a peak sank crash down on everyone. The Heavenly King Realm Master, along with the several hundred fully armed black-armored soldiers behind him, had their bodies instantly locked in place. Their legs bent uncontrollably, and with a series of thuds, all of them dropped to both knees. Even the hard bluestone ground was crushed apart by that immense force, cracks spreading everywhere. The entire long street instantly fell dead silent. The tens of thousands of onlookers held their breath, not daring to make the slightest sound. Their eyes were wide, their faces full of horror. Shen Jixia's gaze was icy as she looked down from above at the kneeling city lord and asked again, I ask you, why exactly did you capture these innocent children and young cultivators? You slaughtered their close relatives and used some secret technique to drain away their blood essence. On whose orders was that done? The watching cultivators were instantly shaken as suppressed discussion broke out again. So the rumors were true. These children's families really were brutally drained of blood essence. That's far too vicious and cruel. Just to sell slaves, they slaughtered entire families. They've lost all conscience. The lives of the weak are as cheap as grass, left to be butchered by others. Kneeling on the ground, the lord of Yudu City's expression shifted unpredictably. Cold sweat soaked through his robes, and his heart was filled with shock and fear. He forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Fellow Taoist, there are rules in the Jianghu. See through it, but don't say it through. Knowing too much about some things will only bring disaster upon yourself. If you've taken a fancy to these slaves, I can give them all to you. Let today's matter be written off, and from now on, there will be no more entanglement between us. How about it? Written off? The chill in Shen Jixia's eyes surged once more. I'm only asking for the truth. I will count to 3. If you do not answer, I will cripple one of your arms. If you insist on staying stubborn, I will make you wish you were dead, but deny you even that. As her words fell, her cold voice slowly rang out. 1. The prefecture lord's expression changed drastically. Fellow Taoist, are you really going to force this to the point where both sides perish, with no end until one dies? 2. Don't be so arrogant. The force behind me is not something you can afford to provoke. If you dare touch me, they will never let you go. 3. As the final word fell, there was not the slightest hesitation. Shen Jixia lightly pointed with her slender fingertip. A razor-sharp aura shot through the air and landed instantly on the city lord's right arm. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. His entire right arm exploded into a skyful of blood mist in an instant, shattered bone and mangled flesh splattering in all directions, drenching the kneeling black-armored guards around him in blood from head to toe. An utterly shrill scream tore through the sky, piercing to the heart. Ah, my hand! The city lord of Yudu tightly clutched the broken stump of his right arm as blood gushed out without end, his face deathly pale. Everyone around him was terrified, their scalps tingling. Shen Jixia's gaze remained indifferent as she spoke again. I will count to 3 once more. If you still refuse to speak, I will sever another arm. 1, 2, stop counting. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. All of this was secretly ordered and arranged by the heavenly demon Sect Master. Every time cultivators were captured, families were slaughtered, and blood essence was extracted, it was the people of the heavenly demon sect who took charge. I was only responsible for leading people to assist from the outer perimeter. Those who were drained dry of blood essence all died under the heavenly demon sect's demonic arts. As for why they need such a massive amount of cultivators' blood essence, I have no way of knowing. The heavenly demon sect master would never tell me either. As for these abducted youths and children, any with outstanding talent would all be sent to the heavenly demon sect. Even those with mediocre aptitude would sometimes be accepted by the sect all the same. Only the ones no one selected will be left behind to be sold in my slave market. Of the spirit stones earned from the sales, the heavenly demon sect takes 70%, and I only get 30%. This current batch of children was originally meant to be sent in full to the heavenly demon sect 2 days from now. That's all I know. Senior, please spare my life. An uproar broke out among the cultivators watching along the entire long street. So the mastermind behind all this is actually the infamous Heavenly Demon Sect. No wonder the slave market in Yuta City has been so rampant. So it turns out they've been backed by the mighty Heavenly Demon Sect. Capturing young cultivators in bulk, extracting cultivators' blood essence, abducting children. What kind of vicious demonic art is the Heavenly Demon Sect cultivating by doing this? No wonder we've never heard of the Heavenly Demon Sect recruiting disciples on a large scale. So all these innocent children have been hidden away by them in secret and used as cultivation tools. How sinister. Only then did everyone suddenly understand, their hearts filled with chill and indignation. After hearing the full confession, the killing intent in Shun Jishia's eyes completely solidified, without the slightest ripple left. The truth had already been uncovered. There was no need to leave future trouble behind. She raised her hand and clenched it in the air. Vast and surging saint power swept out, instantly condensing into a giant spiritual energy palm that covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Its pressure was monstrous as it enveloped the entire area and slammed down fiercely toward the kneeling Yudu prefecture lord and the several hundred black armor guards. Sensing the crisis of certain death, the city lord of Yudu was so terrified that his soul nearly flew out of his body. All the dignity of city lord was gone as he wept and begged frantically for mercy. "Senior, spare me. I've already told you everything. Please be merciful and let me go." But he had long since been firmly imprisoned by the Saint Domain. His body could not move at all, and he could only watch helplessly as death descended. Rumble. The giant spiritual energy palm came crashing down, crushing everything. The shrill screams came to an abrupt stop. Led by the city lord of Yudu, all the black armored guards' bodies exploded in an instant, all of them turning into a skyfall of blood mist. Their bodies and souls alike were completely crushed, doomed never to reincarnate for all eternity. On the long street, a deathly silence fell. Only after several breaths did the surrounding people recover from the extreme shock, and discussion rose one after another. Just who is this senior? The city lord of Yudu is in the Heavenly King realm, yet he didn't even have the slightest power to resist and was instantly killed. He deserved to die. That bastard city lord has always been licentious and lawless, oppressing the common people and extorting countless protection fees. He should have died long ago. That's not all. I've heard he spent years forcibly seizing female cultivators and running rampant. Who knows how many people have had their families destroyed because of him. Outside Yudu City, a long wind howled, sweeping up the dead grass covering the ground. Several hundred slaves who had just broken free from their cages huddled together on the open field, their faces still marked by the fear and haggard exhaustion left behind by enslavement and torment. Lu Chun stood before the crowd, his voice clear and calm. "Everyone, listen up. Anyone who wants to leave on their own may do so freely from this moment on. If you have nowhere to go, you may join my Wanfa sect and start as outer service disciples." After his words fell, the open field went completely silent. The slightly older ones began whispering among themselves, while the younger children and the inexperienced boys and girls looked at each other in confusion. They were young and did not understand much. Their families were gone, and they no longer had any place to belong. They simply did not know where to go. After a long while, only a few young cultivators gritted their teeth and carefully stepped out of the crowd, bowing with cupped fists. "Senior, some of us still have relatives and friends alive. We were only captured by misfortune while training outside. We wish to leave and search for our families. Would that be allowed?" "Of course," Lu Chan said with a light smile. Hearing this, the few of them were overjoyed and immediately dropped to both knees, kowtowing heavily. "Many thanks, Senior, for saving our lives. I'll accept this gesture. Get up quickly. You may leave now." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the few of them saluted once more before getting up and leaving. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the several hundred lonely children and youths before him. "From this day forward, you are disciples of the Wanfa sect. After we return to the sect, there will naturally be people to teach you the sect rules and proper conduct." The children nodded blankly. Lu Chun looked toward Shinjisha at his side and gave a solemn order. "Elder Shun, take everyone aboard the warship to rest. After we return to the sect, focus on nurturing that pair of exceptionally gifted twins and admit them directly into the inner sect." "Understood, Sect Master." Shinjisha sharply waved his sleeve. Wang, a gigantic warship appeared in midair. Spiritual power surged from his palm, and a gentle force lifted several hundred people at once, steadily carrying them onto the deck of the warship. On the deck, the children, who had never seen anything so magnificent, stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with fear and delight. Lu Chen's gaze passed over the people on the warship and landed on Mu Qingsheng and little Ning Yun. "Qingsheng, take Ning Yun and help Elder Shin settle everyone in. I'll head to the Heavenly Demon Sect alone. You all stay on the warship and wait at the outer perimeter of the Heavenly Demon Sect." "Don't worry, Master." A childish voice rang out. Little Ning Yun puffed out her tiny chest, putting on the airs of a little grown-up as she promised in her babyish voice, With me, the big senior sister here, I'll definitely take good care of all the junior brothers and sisters. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lu Chan could not help but curl his lips into a faint smile. He was not worried in the slightest. Shun Jishao was stationed on the warship, and Lu Ho, who was at the Quasi-Emperor realm, was also secretly protecting them. Lu Chen no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and in the next instant, he was standing steadily before the mountain gate of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He lifted his eyes toward the forbidden area deep within the Heavenly Demon Sect and murmured softly, "How interesting." At this moment, in the gloomy and sinister forbidden ground behind the Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain, the remnant soul of Patriarch Soul Devourer suddenly trembled violently. An extreme chill and a deadly sense of danger rising from the depths of his soul instantly swept through his entire being, as if some world-shaking god-fiend had locked onto him. Floating in the blood mist, he was full of confusion. Something's wrong. Where's this terrifying pressure coming from? My remnant soul has been revived for nearly 10,000 years. Every day, I devour blood nourishment to strengthen myself, and my cultivation is already close to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Among the experts of the Xuanhuang Continent, there are only a handful who could threaten me. Why would such a strong sense of danger arise? Forget it. There's no use overthinking it. I only need to devour 2 more waves of blood nourishment, and I'll completely recover my Quasi-Emperor cultivation. Then I can dominate the eastern region, unmatched by anyone. Several disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect guarding the mountain gate suddenly saw space ripple as a figure in white appeared out of nowhere, frightening them so badly their hearts nearly burst. Forcing down the fear in their hearts, they shouted sternly, "Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the mountain gate of our Heavenly Demon Sect?" Lu Chan stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes lightly fluttering in the wind. "Tell your sect master to come out and see me." Insolence. Our sect master is supreme. How could he be someone you can see just because you want to? Get away from the mountain gate at once, or don't blame us for being rude. Crack. An invisible pressure suddenly erupted. Lu Chan cast them a cold glance, and those heavenly demon disciples who had been shouting did not even manage to scream before turning into clouds of blood mist. The remaining gatekeeping disciples were so terrified their souls nearly left their bodies, and they shrieked miserably. "Enemy attack. Quick, activate the mountain-protecting Grand Array immediately. Inform the sect master at once. Someone has attacked the mountain gate of our Heavenly Demon Sect." A thunderous alarm rang through the entire Heavenly Demon Sect. The sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect arrived through the air with dozens of sect elders. When they saw that there was only Lu Chan standing alone outside the mountain gate, every one of them revealed expressions of shock and suspicion. The Heavenly Demon Sect master wore a dark black demonic robe, his gaze fixed on Lu Chan. "What exactly are you, Excellency? My Heavenly Demon Sect has never had dealings with you. We have no old grudges and no recent enmity. Why do you come to my sect to stir up trouble?" The moment he finished speaking, a white-haired elder with a violent temper beside him immediately roared angrily. "Sect master, why waste words with this man? He's only one person, yet he dares come to our Heavenly Demon Sect to run wild. He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Heavenly Demon Sect master secretly transmitted his voice to the elders. "This man's aura is unfathomable. I cannot see through his cultivation at all. First, find out his background." Hearing this, the elders all restrained their viciousness and nodded warily. Lu Chen's eyes turned slightly cold as he spoke indifferently. "Heavenly Demon Sect Master, your memory is far too poor. I am Lu Chen, Sect Master of the Wanfa Sect. In the Tianyuan secret realm some time ago, your Heavenly Demon Sect disciples openly surrounded and tried to kill my sect's disciples. Yesterday, your sect even sent out 2 Saint Realm Elders to set an ambush in secret and launch a sneak attack on my disciple Mu Qingqing. And you dare say there's no grudge or enmity?" Boom! As soon as those words came out, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master's mind shook violently, and monstrous waves rose in his heart. He screamed inwardly. The secret pursuit in the Tianyuan secret realm, Wanfa Sect actually found out. So the 2 Saint Protectors, Ajia and Emi, died at this man's hands. To instantly kill 2 late-stage saints, this man's cultivation is at least that of a high-stage saint, or perhaps even peak saint. This is bad. At the side, Elder Kenyang was already blazing with rage. He leaped out of the mountain-protecting Grand Array and roared furiously. "So it was you, madman, who killed the 2 protectors of our sect. I never thought you'd dare deliver yourself to our door. Today, I will avenge the 2 elders myself." Before his words even finished, Elder Kenyang brought out a pitch-black demonic treasure. Billowing demonic chi surged and raged as the cultivation of an early-stage saint burst forth with full force. A trace of contempt flashed through Lu Chen's eyes, and he lightly spat out 2 words, "an ant." He did not even move a step. He merely raised his hand casually and gave a light slap. Boom! Elder Kenyang, who had just been wreathed in monstrous demonic chi, had his body instantly smashed apart. His flesh, bones, and demonic essence all collapsed completely, turning into a cloud of blood mist that drifted away with the wind, not even leaving behind the slightest remnant soul. Every elder and disciple of the heavenly demon sect inside the Grand Array had their pupils contract sharply, their entire bodies turning ice cold. Impossible. Elder Xuanhuang is a genuine Saint Realm cultivator. How could he not even withstand one move from the other side? This person, could he be a Saint King expert? The heavenly demon sect master's face turned deathly pale, and terror surged in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he crushed the transmission jade token in his hand. Lu Chan saw every bit of his little action, yet made no move to stop him. After the brief shock and fear, the heavenly demon sect master forcefully suppressed the terror in his heart. Fellow Taoist, please calm your anger. Earlier, it was all because my sect's disciples acted rashly and caused a misunderstanding. My heavenly demon sect is willing to offer precious treasures as compensation. What do you think? Compensation? Lu Chan laughed coldly, full of mockery. Your heavenly demon sect acts with wanton violence. The moment you make a move, you intend to kill my sect's disciples. And after failing, one sentence of misunderstanding is enough for you to think you can settle it all with compensation. Before his words even finished, suddenly, 2 streaks of black demonic light shot out from the back mountain of the heavenly demon sect, tearing through the air before landing steadily in front of the mountain gate. The 2 wore supreme, demonic robes, and around them swirled the heavy pressure of late-stage saints. Demonic chi rolled around them, and their presence far surpassed all the elders present. When the 2 appeared, even the high-ranking heavenly demon sect master was the first to bow and salute, while all the elders and disciples lowered their heads in unison. Greetings, the 2 great protector elders. The 2 of them paid no attention to the greetings of the crowd. Their black, icy eyes locked firmly onto Lu Chan, and their voices were cold and sinister, carrying endless killing intent. So it was you who killed our 2 junior brothers, Ajie and Emi? That's right. The 2 of them deserve to die. Perfect. Since the 2 of you are both late-stage saints, today you can go down and keep them company together. There was no need for extra nonsense. Lu Chen's fingertip moved slightly, turning his finger into a sword. In an instant, the heavens and earth churned, fierce winds howled, and sword intent shot straight into the sky, locking onto the mountain-protecting Grand Array. Quick, everyone, defend the array with all your might. The heavenly demon sect master roared harshly. 100 black-robed elders instantly took their positions, joining forces with the sect master to activate the sect's Grand Array. Pitch-black demonic runes crisscrossed as boundless demonic chi gathered. But in the very next second, a brilliant sword chi 100 zhang long came crashing down. The sword light was clear and overbearing, tearing through the sky full of black mist. Before this sword, the heavenly demon sect's mountain-protecting Grand Array was as fragile as thin paper, shattering instantly. A thunderous boom shook the valley. At the center of the array, a horrifying line of blood exploded open between the heavenly demon sect master's brows. The 100 or so black-robed elders maintaining the formation had even less power to resist, and were all cut in half by the sword chi at the waist. You brat. How dare you? The eyes of the 2 saint protectors were splitting with rage as they let out heaven-shaking roars. The elder on the left brought out a supreme treasure, the white bone banner. The banner trembled and released 1,000,000 vengeful souls, their shrill, ghostly wails echoing through heaven and earth. Demonic runes on the right elder's palm swelled wildly, and all the baleful force of the surrounding mountain range gathered into his body, with demonic chi surging into the sky. The ultimate killing moves of 2 late-stage saints blasted toward the 100 zhang sword light at the same time, trying to block it by force. But the moment they collided with the sword light, they shattered with a loud crash like ice and snow meeting blazing fire. The sword chi's power did not lessen in the slightest, crushing everything in its path. The pupils of the 2 protector elders shrank violently, and their faces were instantly filled with extreme terror and shock. Using the full cultivation of their entire lives, the 2 of them condensed layer upon layer of heavy, demonic chi shields, guarding tightly in front of themselves. Crack! The instant the shields touched the sword light, they shattered on impact, breaking into countless points of light. The dazzling sword light pierced straight through their bodies. The bodies of the 2 lofty late-stage saints were cut in 2 from the middle, their life force instantly severed. Even in death, disbelief still remained in their eyes. The 100 zhang sword radiance streaked across the sky, its power unending, and finally crashed down hard on the mountains of the heavenly demon sect. The earth-shaking roar rang through the entire eastern region. Mountains collapsed, the earth split apart, and the demonic chi dispersed. The heavenly demon sect's sect grounds were forcibly split into 2 by this sword, leaving behind a bottomless sword abyss that was horrifying to behold. At this moment, the eastern region was shaken. Countless forces raised their heads, their eyes locked tightly on the direction of the heavenly demon sect, their faces filled with horror. What happened? Such a terrifying sword cry. What kind of expert made a move? That's the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon Sect has produced some peerless mighty figure? No, that's a sword force of slaughter. Someone is attacking the Heavenly Demon Sect head-on. Send people at once to investigate. Countless sects and forces issued orders one after another, dispatching people to the Heavenly Demon Sect to investigate the truth. On the warship high in the sky, Shen Jixia, Mu Qingsheng, and the others witnessed the earth-shaking battle below with their own eyes, and the two women's eyes were full of reverence. Shen Jixia sighed softly, her eyes brimming with awe. The sect master's divine might overshadows all. Truly, no one can compare. Mu Qingsheng gazed at the white-robed figure standing atop the ruins, her eyes full of worship and infatuation, and murmured softly, "If in the future I could have even half of Master's strength, I would have no regrets in this life." "No way. Master belongs to me alone. You're not allowed to steal him." Little Ning Yin planted her hands on her hips and lifted her tiny face, declaring her claim in a childish, bossy voice. Her naive yet domineering appearance made the still-shaken Shen Jixia and Mu Qingsheng smile helplessly. Lu Chen's voice was cold and clear as it rang through the void. "Old ghost hiding in the dark. You've been hiding for so long. Are you still unwilling to show yourself?" As soon as the words fell, an aged, sinister voice slowly came from the hidden darkness in the void, carrying endless unwillingness and a sigh. "Fellow Taoist, why must you do things so ruthlessly? System, show me this person's information." Ding. Name, Soul Devourer. Realm, 5th layer of Quasi-Emperor, origin damaged, cultivation not yet fully restored. Special physique, devouring body. Background, 100,000 years ago, a Dharma protector elder of the demon race. Back then, he personally led a 1,000,000-strong demon army to invade the eastern domain. During the fierce battle, he was heavily wounded by an ancient mighty expert, and only a sliver of his remnant soul escaped by sheer luck, attaching itself to the storage ring of a rogue cultivator's corpse and falling into slumber in the back mountain of the Heavenly Demon Sect. 90,000 years ago, he was accidentally discovered by the previous sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, received offerings from the entire sect, and became the Heavenly Demon Sect's ancestor Soul Devourer. For nearly 10,000 years, the Heavenly Demon Sect has been abducting living beings everywhere and gathering blood food, pouring the entire sect's resources into repairing his soul. Once his cultivation fully recovers, he intends to swallow up the entire eastern domain, then seize the chance to break the seal between the two worlds and guide the demon world army into the Xuanhuang Continent. A trace of indifference flashed through Lu Chen's eyes, and his tone turned icy. "Just a remnant soul barely clinging to life, and you think you're worthy of speaking to me as an equal." Ancestor Soul Devourer, wrapped in a black robe, heard this, and the old skin on his face twitched slightly. "Little friend, as long as you help me restore my cultivation, I will make an exception and appoint you as the Grand Protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You will control all punishments and rewards of the sect. In the future, you will wield overwhelming authority across the Eastern Domain and receive the kneeling worship of countless demonic cultivators. This deal is guaranteed profit with no loss." Lu Chen inwardly sneered at how ridiculous it was. He was the sect master of the myriad Dharma sect, possessed the system, and controlled such a vast sect foundation. Why would he lower himself to become a lackey of the demon race? This Soul Devourer really took him for a fool. He raised his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "You led the demon army in attacking the Eastern Domain 100,000 years ago. After your crushing defeat, your remnant soul fled, lay low for 90,000 years, and later relied on devouring the blood essence of living beings to heal your wounds, all while thinking only of breaking the seal. Am I wrong, Ancestor Soul Devourer?" The demonic aura around Soul Devourer suddenly fluctuated violently, and his aged eyes filled with shock. How did this man know about his past from 100,000 years ago? Could it be that he was some ancient monster from the same era who had survived until now? "Who exactly are you? Where did you find out my background?" "My origins are irrelevant. Today you will die. Arrogant brat." Ancestor Soul Devourer let out a hoarse roar. His black robe billowed wildly without wind. "No matter what hidden expert you are, if you dare ruin my 10,000-year plan, I will grind your soul to pieces and reduce your bones to ashes." As soon as the words fell, his withered 5 fingers tightly clenched a pitch-black soul-summoning banner. The surface of the banner was densely wrapped with countless vengeful souls. Miserable wails poured endlessly from within it, while thick, surging demonic aura rolled in all directions. The black energy filling the sky transformed into more than 100 savage, evil ghosts, their fangs bared and claws flashing, as they charged madly at Lu Chen with a bone-eroding wind. Lu Chen's gaze turned sharp. Not only did he not dodge, he instead stepped forward to meet them. Vast spiritual power condensed at his fingertips into an invisible longsword. Clear sword cries rang throughout the cave, and crisscrossing sword chi swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, all the charging evil ghosts were cut apart and dispersed into strands of black smoke. Soul Devourer, old fiend, you spent half your life slaughtering living beings and refining souls into banners. Countless dead souls perished because of you. Today is your death day. Before his words had even faded, Lu Chen's figure turned into a dazzling afterimage. Man and sword became one as the sharp blade shot straight towards Soul Devourer's heart. Soul Devourer's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated the thick demonic aura around him to form a defensive barrier, while frantically swinging the soul-summoning banner in his hand to block. Clang! A piercing explosion of metal against metal burst out. Sword light slammed into the banner, and black mist exploded across the sky as demonic aura scattered everywhere. Lu Chen's gaze landed on the banner in the other party's hand, and he raised his brow slightly. An emperor weapon? The soul-summoning banner. A vicious treasure indeed, refined from 10,000 souls. The next moment, Lu Chen's sword momentum changed abruptly. Righteous spiritual power poured into the blade, and his sword moves came crashing down in overlapping waves like a violent storm. Wherever the righteous light reached, the wicked demonic aura melted away inch by inch. The trapped, vengeful souls inside the banner let out anguished cries. The demonic aura barrier ancestor Soul Devourer relied on for protection shattered layer by layer, and the righteous aura firmly suppressed his entire body. He retreated again and again, no longer having the slightest power to fight back. A brilliant sword light tore through all the demonic aura and stabbed straight into Soul Devourer's chest. No! Soul Devourer let out a despairing scream that tore at the heart. His remnant soul shriveled and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic aura he had accumulated over 10,000 years rapidly collapsed, and the soul-summoning banner slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The thousands of resentful souls inside it all vanished like smoke. In just an instant, Ancestor Soul Devourer turned into a puddle of foul-smelling black ash and scattered with the wind. Lu Chen withdrew his sword and stood in midair with fingers together, his expression cold and aloof. With a curl of his finger, the Emperor weapon, soul-summoning banner on the ground, stained with the lives of countless beings, flew into his palm. Looking at this blood-soaked, evil artifact, anger rose in Lu Chen's heart, and his 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Bang! The soul-summoning banner shattered into countless fragments on the spot. The evil artifact's origin was destroyed at once, and the broken pieces drifted through the air with the remaining demonic aura. His gaze swept toward the depths of the cave, where a blood pool sat quietly. The blood in the pool was thick, and its demonic aura soared to the heavens. It was precisely the evil source the heavenly demon sect had used for many years to nourish Soul Devourer and slaughter mortals. If this place were left behind, it would inevitably breed countless evil demonic cultivators in the future and bring disaster to the people of the Eastern Domain. Lu Chen raised his hand and struck through the air. Boundless spiritual power condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky and blotted out the sun, crashing down onto the forbidden ground in the back mountain of the heavenly demon sect. Rumble! A heaven-shaking explosion thundered through the mountain range. Rocks collapsed, dust filled the sky, and the entire back mountain was flattened by the power of that giant palm, with the smoke and dust lingering for a long time. When the dust finally settled, all that remained was a giant palm print crater hundreds of zhang deep, cutting straight through the mountain. The back mountain of the heavenly demon sect, which had occupied the Eastern Domain for many years, was completely reduced to the past. Lu Chen turned and landed back on the warship hovering in the air. His 2 disciples immediately surrounded him, chattering nonstop. Being admired and praised so wholeheartedly by his personal disciples, Lu Chen looked leisurely and secretly enjoyed it. Little Ning Yun kicked her short legs and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. Her double pupils sparkled brightly with longing as she tugged on his sleeve. Master, that palm strike when you descended from the sky just now was so awesome. Can you teach it to me? I want to learn that move. Beside them, Mu Qingsheng stood quietly. Her gaze fell on her senior sister, nestled in Master's arms, her eyes full of envy, while she muttered inwardly, I also really want to lean into Master's arms. Lu Chen rubbed the little girl's head and said with a teasing smile, if you want to learn palm techniques, that's fine, but first you need to properly polish your double pupil art to perfection. Right now, you're only at the 2nd layer of the golden core realm. You play around and slack off all day. If this keeps up a little longer, even your junior brothers and sisters in the sect will surpass your cultivation. As the eldest senior sister of the myriad Dharma sect, won't you be too ashamed to face anyone then? Hearing this, little Ning Yun nodded again and again, secretly making up her mind to go into seclusion and cultivate hard after they returned. She absolutely could not lose her title as eldest senior sister. Elder Shun set off. Return to the myriad Dharma sect. The warship flew away. Not long after, scouts sent by the major sects and imperial dynasties of the Eastern Domain arrived one after another at the former site of the heavenly demon sect. The cultivators all froze where they stood at the site before them. The mountain gate of the heavenly demon sect which had once dominated one region, was completely gone. In its place was a chasm stretching for 10,000 meters. At the edge of the abyss, strands of sharp sword chi still remained. Anyone who rashly approached would have their body torn apart by the sword chi. At another spot, after the crowd gathered and looked carefully, they were shocked to realize that the entire ruin was actually a giant palm print crater smashed out by a single palm strike. Remnants of demonic aura still lingered among the broken walls and ruins. May I ask, fellow Taoists from the Tianyin sect, do you know which mighty expert destroyed the heavenly demon sect? I was also ordered here to investigate, and I know nothing about it. With such world-destroying power, could have been done by some reclusive saint. What kind of terrifying existence did the heavenly demon sect provoke to end up with the entire sect annihilated? A Tianyin sect cultivator turned to the elder, traveling with the Tao, one holy land, and cupped his hands as he asked, Senior, looking at the overall situation in the Eastern Domain, which faction could possibly possess such strength? The elder from Tao, one holy land, frowned tightly. He shook his head and said he did not know, but inwardly he was already speculating. Across the entire Eastern Domain, only the mysterious and unfathomably deep Myriad-Dharma sect could possess such shocking battle power. Among the crowd, only those accompanying the Tianyu Imperial dynasty and the Mu family knew the truth. Earlier, while Lu Chun and his disciples were within the territory of the Tianyu Imperial dynasty, they had already killed 2 protectors of the heavenly demon sect. Their target on this trip had always been the heavenly demon sect. This place is not suitable for staying long. Return to the sect immediately and report exactly what you saw. The scouts no longer dared stay any longer. They hurriedly scattered and rushed back to their respective factions to report the shocking news. Looking at the devastated ruins of the heavenly demon sect, the Mu family group became even more determined in their hearts. They had to do everything they could to befriend Mu Qingsheng and tightly cling to the towering tree that was the Myriad-Dharma sect. Only then could the Mu family steadily rise in the Eastern Domain in the future. Tianyu Imperial City, the Mu family. At this time, a scout walked into the main hall. Greetings, Patriarch. MHM, did you find out anything? Patriarch, the heavenly demon sect has been wiped out. When I rushed to the heavenly demon sect's former mountain gate, I witnessed the most shocking scene of my life. Oh, the heavenly demon sect was actually wiped out? Do you know who did it? I don't know. By the time I arrived, the heavenly demon sect had already turned into a field of ruins. At the scene, there was only a 10,000 zhang long abyss left behind, and violent sword chi still lingered around it. In addition, at the back mountain of the heavenly demon sect, there was also a massive palm print, 100 zhang deep. What did you say? A 10,000 zhang sword chi abyss? A 100 zhang deep giant palm print. Mu Lengji abruptly stood up and asked, Patriarch, this is absolutely true. There were also many people from various sects and factions at the scene who saw it with their own eyes. Patriarch, do you think this could have been done by Mrs. Master? After all, before he left, he had asked about the heavenly demon sect and had also killed 2 of their saints. Not long after he left, the heavenly demon sect was exterminated. It is indeed possible that this was done by Qingqing's master, but you must keep this matter secret and not reveal even the slightest bit of it. Tao, Holy Land, inside the main hall. A group of elders was discussing the matter of the heavenly demon sect. Holy Master, our ancestor might also be able to slash out a 10,000 zhang sword chi abyss, but it would be absolutely impossible for the sword chi to linger for so long without losing any power. When I was investigating the scene, even I, at the peak of the Heavenly King realm, would have been shredded if I got even slightly close to the lingering sword chi. What? Elder Songlin, are you sure you didn't sense it wrong? Just getting close to that lingering sword chi would put your life in danger, the elders asked in shock. At this moment, the Holy Master was equally stunned. Holy Master, fellow sect members, this is absolutely true. I tried approaching the area near the abyss, but I simply couldn't withstand that violent sword chi. In the eastern region, I truly can't think of anyone else with that kind of strength. The only possibility is that mysterious and powerful Myriad-Dharma sect, Song Lin analyzed. Today, the spies from the Tianyu dynasty sent back news, and I believe all of you already know it. The Myriad-Dharma sect once sent someone to break off an engagement for one of their direct disciples, and it is said that they also killed 2 saints of the heavenly demon sect at the time. Therefore, I suspect that it was the Myriad-Dharma sect that destroyed the heavenly demon sect. The Holy Master seated above also nodded in agreement, clearly finding this guess highly convincing. Elder Song Lin's guess is very likely correct. From now on, we must remember not to make an enemy of the Myriad-Dharma sect, the Holy Master said. Inside Tianyin sect, Sect Master, who destroyed the heavenly demon sect, is not important to us. Even if we knew, so what? The actions of a mighty figure of that level are not something we can influence. There's no need for us to be afraid because of this. On the contrary, the destruction of the heavenly demon sect is actually a good thing for us. MHM, Elder Mang is right. There's no need for everyone to be nervous. Everything can remain as usual. Just do whatever needs to be done. As for the matter of cooperating with Hundred Flowers Valley, Elder Ming, go to Hundred Flowers Valley later and discuss it. At this moment, a disciple walked in from outside the door. Reporting to Sect Master, Elder Lu from Hundred Flowers Valley has come to visit our Tianyin sect with 2 disciples. Oh, Elder Lu from Hundred Flowers Valley? I didn't expect them to arrive first. Quickly, invite them in. Sect Master, Elder Lu's visit this time is likely for the matter we mentioned before about visiting the Myriad Dharma sect. At this moment, outside the hall doors, a beautiful woman in a blue long dress with an elegant temperament walked into the sect's main hall with 2 female disciples. Lu Lanxue greets Sect Master by and greets all fellow Taoists. This junior greets Sect Master by and greets all elders. Haha, Elder Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Our Tianyin sect and Hundred Flowers Valley have been on good terms for 1,000 years. Our friendship runs deep. Men, prepare a seat for Elder Lu. Elder Lu, has Valley Master of Hundred Flowers Valley been well recently? Reporting to Sect Master, our Valley Master is doing well in every way. That's good. Elder Lu, what brings you here this time? Sect Master Bai, not long ago, the disciples of our 2 sects in the Tianyuan secret realm were hunted down by the Heavenly Demon sect, and fortunately, disciples of the Myriad Dharma sect stepped in and saved them. Therefore, I came this time hoping to go together with Tianyin sect to visit the Myriad Dharma sect and offer a small gift as thanks. Elder Lu is absolutely right. We truly should go and offer our thanks. Elder Ming, I'll leave this matter to you. Bring some gifts and take the 2 disciples who were saved with you as you go together with Elder Lu. Remember, you must not offend the Myriad Dharma sect. Be sure that every courtesy is properly observed. Yes, Sect Master. I will handle this matter appropriately. Sect Master Bai, now that the Heavenly Demon sect has already been destroyed, the matter of cooperation between our 2 sects should not be delayed any longer. After we finish visiting the Myriad Dharma sect, our 2 sects should join forces and destroy the Blazing Fire sect. What do you think? Good. Elder Lu is absolutely right. After we finish visiting the Myriad Dharma sect, we will discuss the specific timing for attacking the Blazing Fire sect together. Shengtian Mountain Range. Lu Chun and the others returned to the mountain gate of the Myriad Dharma sect. When a gatekeeping elder saw Lu Chun, he immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Greetings, Sect Master. MHM, no need for excessive courtesy. As for these children behind me, immediately arrange for someone to take them to the residences of the outer labor disciples and register them as outer labor disciples. If some of the children are too young and unable to do chores to earn contribution points, then just have them attend the elders' lectures more. Oh, and most of these children have not yet begun cultivation and have not yet reached Bigu. Arrange for someone to build a dining hall." Lu Chun instructed. This subordinate will obey Sect Master's command. Lu Chun looked at the boys and girls behind him and said, "All of you, follow this elder to your residences. They will arrange your future cultivation matters. Elder Shun, take this pair of twin sisters to the inner sect residences." The group of children was both happy and afraid. They were afraid that after coming to an unknown place, they might be sold off again, but when they saw such a magnificent mountain gate and thought that they could become immortals in the future, they were happy. After returning to the sect master hall, Lu Chun felt completely relaxed. Ah, my own place is still the most comfortable. Ding, congratulations host for completing the mission and successfully wiping out the Heavenly Demon sect. You have received 1 gift pack. Oh, not bad. Another gift pack. System, open the gift pack. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 100 Saint Grey Dragon Scale Fruit trees. Each Dragon Scale Fruit can strengthen the physical body. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon, the World Destroying Sword. 1 Sword Strike, and 10,000 Worlds Collapse. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 4 red character summoning cards. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 1 cultivation upgrade card, which raises your cultivation by 1 minor realm with no side effects. The rewards have been placed in system storage. Please check them, host. The rewards this time are pretty good. It actually gave me red character summoning cards. As long as host develops the sect, the rewards will become more and more abundant. System, place the Dragon Scale Fruit trees in the herb garden. Ding, Dragon Scale Fruits materializing. System, use the cultivation upgrade card. Ding, cultivation upgrade card in use. A huge surge of energy entered Lu Chen's body. Lu Chun immediately circulated the divine demon art, and the spiritual energy inside the main hall wrapped around his entire body like a living thing. Focusing his mind and holding his breath, he slowly pushed that massive cluster of energy throughout his body. After 1 hour, Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes and felt that the power within his body was now more than 10 times stronger than before. The late Emperor realm is way too much stronger. With my innate divine demon body and the world-destroying sword, I can even kill someone at the peak of the Emperor realm. System, use the 4 character summoning cards. Immediately after, fluctuations appeared in the space above the Myriad Dharma sect, and all the elders and disciples looked up together. Suddenly, 4 tiers opened in space, and 4 figures stepped out from within them. Quasi-Emperor pressure spread out, sweeping across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Who are these people? Is someone trying to attack our Myriad Dharma sect? Xuanhuang said in terror. These 4 are all very strong. Quick, Let's notify the elders, the mage shouted. Who are these people? Why have they appeared above our myriad Dharma sect? The disciples all panicked one after another. The elders only relaxed after sensing an aura of the same origin. Disciples, do not be afraid. These are 4 elders of our myriad Dharma sect. They have just come out of seclusion. Lu Chen's voice spread throughout the entire myriad Dharma sect. Hearing the sect master's words, all the disciples let out sighs of relief. So, it was the elders of our sect coming out of seclusion. That really scared me to death. That powerful aura was way too terrifying. Brother F.A., are all the elders of our sect this strong? Just now, the auras released by those few elders made my legs go a little weak. Brother Kunkin, I was the same just now. I almost pissed myself. I have no idea what realm those elders are in. At this moment, all the old monsters across the entire Xuanhuang Continent turned their gaze toward the eastern region. Central Continent. Deep within the imperial Huangfu family, several old men looked toward the eastern region at the same time. One of them spoke. Quasi-Emperor Might? What exactly happened in the eastern region? Another old man sent a voice transmission. Huangfu Gong, send people to the eastern region to investigate and see what exactly has happened there recently. Huangfu Gong, who was cultivating in the main hall, suddenly received a voice transmission from the ancestor. Shem, the ancestor wants me to send people to the eastern region to investigate the situation. Did something major happen in the eastern region? Though full of doubt, Huangfu Gong still responded. Huangfu Gong will respectfully obey ancestor's order. At the same time, similar things were happening in several other major forces. Inside the Tianji Tower, an old man with white hair and a youthful face looked in the direction of Myriad Dharma sect and muttered to himself. The last time Quasi-Emperor Might appeared, it was also in the eastern region. This time, more auras have appeared. What exactly is happening in the eastern region? Someone come. The aged voice slowly spread out. The Tower Master of Tianji Tower flashed over and arrived in front of the old man's secluded chamber door, respectfully bowing. Ji Chongkong greets Ancestor. No need for formalities. Come in. Ancestor, did you call me here because you have something to instruct me about? Chongkong, let me ask you. Has anything unusual happened in the eastern region recently? The eastern region? I haven't heard of any major events happening there. What's wrong, Ancestor? No major events? That's strange. Impossible. Something must have happened. Let this old man perform a deduction and see what exactly is going on. The white-haired Tianji elder sat cross-legged on a bagua stone platform. In front of him were 3 turtle shells and 49 yarrow stalks. His eyes were slightly closed, his fingers rapidly calculating, while a faint mysterious light swirled around him. Suddenly, the old man's brows furrowed, and he abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp light burst from his starry gaze, reflecting the countless star-like points that appeared in the void. He grabbed the turtle shells and muttered under his breath. The cracks on the shells actually began moving on their own, forming a bizarre pattern. Following the karmic thread, Tianji Elder suddenly saw a vague figure in the chaos with its back facing him. Then he heard the figure shout in anger, "Get lost. This is bad." Tianji Elder gave a low shout and suddenly scattered the yarrow stalks into the air. The 49 yarrow stalks turned into 49 streaks of golden light in midair, forming an incomplete formation. As the formation rotated, faint dragon roars and tiger howls could be heard. Myriad Dharma sect, inside the sect master hall. Lu Chun examined the information of the 4 people before him. All of them were at peak Quasi-Emperor cultivation. Your subordinates, Chu Tian, Chu Feng, and Chu Yun greet sect master. Your subordinate Feng Qianyu greets sect master. All of you are quite good. The 4 of you will serve as core elders. At present, there are not many core disciples in the sect, only 3. Lu Chen said. Suddenly, Lu Chen's face darkened, and he looked sharply toward the central continent, shouting angrily, "Bold ant, you dare deduce me? Get lost." Inside Tianji Tower, the 3 turtle shells and 49 yarrow stalks on the bagua stone platform all exploded. Tianji Elder suddenly spat out a huge mouthful of blood. When the Tower Master of Tianji Tower saw this, his face instantly turned deathly pale in fright. He hurried forward to support Tianji Elder and anxiously asked, "Ancestor, what happened to you? What happened?" Tianji Elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and weakly said, "I'm fine. I just suffered backlash while performing the deduction." Ji Chongkong looked at the pale-faced Tianji Elder, who now looked even older, and asked in confusion, "Ancestor, are there actually beings on the Xuanhuang Continent that even you cannot deduce?" The old man looked grave. Gazing at the changing celestial phenomena in the sky, he slowly said, "There are still many hidden old monsters on the Xuanhuang Continent. It is not as simple as you imagine. A great terror is hidden in the eastern region. This time, send people to the eastern region to investigate what has happened there recently. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Once you gather information, return immediately. This time, the backlash from my deduction cost me more than 1,000 years of lifespan. I must enter seclusion at once to heal." "Yes, please rest assured, Ancestor," Ji Chongkong responded, but inwardly he was secretly puzzled. A great terror in the eastern region. What exactly does that mean? inside the Myriad Dharma Sect Hall. Sect Master, did something happen? Seeing the change in Lu Chen's expression, the four immediately asked, "It's nothing. Just an ant secretly trying to deduce me. I already taught him a lesson," Lu Chen said blandly. "Sect Master, which sect is so bold? Please tell your subordinate. I'll go destroy them right now." Chu Tian requested orders. No need. He's already been taught a lesson by me. This time, it will probably cost him more than 1,000 years of lifespan. The four of you may withdraw for now. Yes, Sect Master. After the four left, Lu Chen took the extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, World-Destroying Sword, out of the system space. The moment the World-Destroying Sword appeared, the space inside the hall twisted slightly, as if it could barely withstand its pressure. The sword body radiated vast and majestic imperial might. This sword is really not bad. Lu Chen gently stroked the blade, and the world-destroying sword immediately restrained its aura and returned to calm. With you, my combat power can rise to another level. The sword let out a hum, as if responding to Lu Chen. At noon the next day, 6 figures appeared in front of the mountain gate of Myriad Dharma Sect. Looking at the majestic sect archway, the 6 could not help but sigh inwardly. So this is the bearing of a top-tier force? Seeing visitors arrive, the gatekeeping elder stepped forward and asked, "Why have you all come to our Myriad Dharma Sect? What a strong aura. I can't even see through the cultivation of just a gatekeeping elder." Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue were secretly shocked. The 6 hurriedly bowed. "We greet you, senior." Meng Tianhua stepped forward and said, "This junior is an elder of Tianyin sect, and this one is an elder of 100 Flowers Valley. A few days ago, disciples from our 2 sects were hunted by the heavenly demon sect in the Tianyuan secret realm. Fortunately, disciples from your sect stepped in to save them. Today, we specially brought our disciples to visit and express our gratitude." "Oh, so that's the case. Wait here a moment," the gatekeeping elder replied. Then, the gatekeeping elder sent a voice transmission to report to Lu Chen, Sect Master, Tianyin sect, and 100 Flowers Valley have sent people to visit. "Do you wish to see them?" "Bring them in," Lu Chen replied. Lu Chen had already seen everything outside the mountain gate. "Follow me inside. I'll take you to meet the Sect Master." "Thank you for leading the way, senior." The 6 carefully followed behind the gatekeeping elder. The moment they stepped into the sect protecting formation, spiritual energy so dense it was almost about to turn into rain rushed toward them. Just taking a single breath made them feel the urge to break through. The 6 were deeply shocked. Even those holy lands did not have spiritual energy this dense. Following behind, the 6 looked at the pavilions, towers, all kinds of lofty structures, and the dense spiritual energy everywhere within the sect, and felt that everything here was like an immortal paradise. "Elder Lu, we're about to break through. We really can't hold it in anymore," the 200 Flowers Valley disciples said in low voices. "You have to hold it in even if you can't," Lu Lanxue quietly scolded. "Elder Meng, we're the same. We can barely suppress it anymore," the 2 Tianyin sect disciples also said with bitter expressions. The gatekeeping elder naturally saw their condition. He suddenly stopped, stretched out a finger, and lightly tapped the 4 disciples who were about to break through. The 4 instantly broke through their realms, and their cultivation quickly stabilized as well. The 4 disciples quickly bowed. "Many thanks, senior, for your help. It's a trivial matter. No need for formalities. You had already accumulated enough, and then suddenly came to a place with such dense spiritual energy, which is why this happened. Let's keep going, so the sect master won't be kept waiting too long," the gatekeeping elder said. "Yes, senior." When they arrived outside the sect master hall, the 6 could not help but grow nervous. "You all come in with me." After saying that, the gatekeeping elder took the lead and walked into the hall alone. The 6 also slowly followed him inside. Inside the sect master hall, Lu Chen sat high on the sect master's chair. Shun Jixia stood at his side, and Ning Tian was seated below. The moment the 6 people walked into the hall, they saw someone seated on the high seat. He gave off an elusive feeling, as if what stood before them was a bottomless abyss, radiating an unfathomable aura. The 6 quickly withdrew their gazes and bowed in salute. "Tianyin sect's Meng Tianhua and 100 Flowers Valley's Lu Lanxue have brought our disciples to pay respects to the sect master of Wanfa sect. No need for formalities. Please, all of you have a seat." "Elder Shun, sir tea to our guests," Lu Chen said. "Many thanks, sect master of Wanfa sect." "Sect master, we have come to disturb you so abruptly mainly to thank your sect's disciples for saving the disciples of our 2 sects in the Tianyuan secret realm. If not for that, I'm afraid our disciples would have long since all died at the hands of the heavenly demon sect. There's no need to be so polite. The disciples merely helped along the way. Besides, the heavenly demon sect was also hunting my sect disciples at the time. This is my disciple, Ning Tian. Last time, it was he and several other disciples who stepped in to help. Only then did Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue notice Ning Tian. It would have been one thing if they had not looked, but the moment they did, they were inwardly shocked. Judging by his bone age, he was only around 12 or 13, yet his cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the Dongxi realm. The shock in their hearts today had already reached who knew how many times. They hurriedly bowed and saluted. Many thanks to Disciple Ning for lending a hand. The 4 disciples also quickly saluted Ning Tian. Greetings, Brother Ning. Many thanks to Brother Ning and the senior brothers and senior sisters of your sect for saving us last time. There is no need for formalities, seniors and fellow Taoists. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is my duty to begin with, Ning Tian said. All right, Ning Tian, take these young friends out for a walk. Introduce the sect to them while you're at it. Yes, Master. Fellow Taoists, please come with me. I'll show you around the sect. The disciples looked toward their respective elders. Seeing both elders nod in approval, they followed Ning Tian out of the hall. At this moment, Shun Jixia came forward carrying tea and pastries. The 2 of you, please have some tea, Lu Chun said. Many thanks, Sect Master. The moment the tea entered their mouths, both of them suddenly paused. They exchanged glances, inwardly thinking, what kind of tea is this? Why can just one small sip make the spiritual platform so clear, as if even comprehension has improved greatly? They instantly understood that this was a rare opportunity. Without hesitating further, they drained the tea in one gulp, then began circulating their cultivation arts and closed their eyes in meditation. Both Lu Chun and Shun Jixia knew that the 2 had entered a state of enlightenment. After Shun Jixia refilled each of them with another cup of enlightenment tea, she returned to Lu Chen's side. Brother Ning, your master's sense of oppression is way too strong. I didn't even dare breathe loudly in there. Right. He's even more awe-inspiring than when we meet our Valley Master, said a disciple from Hundred Flowers Valley. There's no need to be so nervous. My master is actually a very good person. You just don't know him well yet. A lot happened in the secret realm last time, and I still don't know your names, Ning Tian said. Brother Ning, I am Gu Feng of Tianyin Sect. I am Lu Shengdao of Tianyin Sect. Senior Brother Ning, I am Zhu Xin of Hundred Flowers Valley. My name is Wenxia. Brother Gu, Brother Lu, Taoist Zhu, Taoist Wen, I've remembered all your names. Ning Tian pointed at a tower ahead and said, see that? That is the sword tower we brought out from the secret realm last time. After coming back, it was placed here. The 4 exclaimed in amazement. So after that tower was brought out, it was placed here. The tall tower ahead is called the Cultivation Tower. The flow of time inside is 100 times faster than in the outside world. In other words, 100 days spent inside equals only 1 day outside. What? A time flow ratio of 1 to 100? Brother Ning, are you sure you didn't misspeak? No, it's exactly like that. They were so shocked they could not speak. While their hearts were being shaken, they were also filled with envy. Brother Ning, the foundation of your Wanfa sect is way too deep, isn't it? You actually even have a divine tower like this. Taoist Ning, then what is the tower on the right? Oh, that is the challenge tower. It is for disciples to hone their cultivation arts and martial skills. The more they heard, the more envious they became. They even started to have thoughts of leaving their own sects and joining Wanfa sect. Inside the sect master hall, Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue slowly opened their eyes. Many problems they had once had with their cultivation arts were now resolved. The 2 quickly stood up and bowed to Lu Chun. Many thanks for the generous hospitality, sect master of Wanfa sect. No need to be so polite. It was only a cup of tea. Please have some spirit fruit as well, Lu Chun said. The 2 looked at the flat peaches on the plate and knew at once that these were definitely extraordinary items as well. They each picked up a small slice piece and put it into their mouths. With just one bite entering their stomachs, rich life energy flowed through their entire bodies. The 2 exchanged another glance. Just one bite had actually increased their lifespan by dozens of years. Neither of them cared about restraint anymore and began eating bite after bite. The 2 of you, the Heavenly Demon Sect, has already been destroyed by me. But if I remember correctly, there's also a sect called Blazing Fire Sect that cooperated with the Heavenly Demon Sect in the secret realm last time, right? Lu Chun said, what? Sect Master, you're saying the Heavenly Demon Sect was destroyed by your sect? The 2 looked as if they had heard something unbelievable. Yes. What about it? And no, nothing. It's just that for the past 2 days, everyone has been talking about which force destroyed the Heavenly Demon Sect. We didn't expect it was your sect that made the move. Last time in the secret realm, they hunted my 2 disciples and several prodigies. A few days ago, they even sent people to the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty to scheme against my disciple. The Heavenly Demon Sect was practically lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death. On top of that, after I arrived at Yuta City and discovered that the Heavenly Demon Sect was collecting the blood essence of cultivators, I knew this sect was 100% a demonic sect. So I wiped it out. So that's how it is. Sect Master, the Blazing Fire Sect is indeed very close to the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the 2 sects often cooperate. They also target us at every turn. My Hundred Flowers Valley has already joined forces with Tianyin Sect. After paying a visit to your sect, we plan to make a move against the Blazing Fire Sect, Lu Lanxue replied. Very good. Do you want my sect to send people to help? Sect Master, there is no need to trouble your sect to take action. Now that the Heavenly Demon Sect has already been destroyed, our 2 sects alone are enough to wipe out this Blazing Fire Sect. Very good. The Blazing Fire Sect dared to cooperate with a demonic sect. A sect like that deserves to die. At this moment, A ring appeared in each of Meng Tianhua's and Lu Lanchua's hands. Both of them felt a little embarrassed, thinking that the things inside the rings were probably not even as precious as a single cup of tea from the other party and were truly difficult to present. "What's wrong with the two of you?" Lu Chen asked. Meng Tianhua gathered his courage and said, "Sect Master, the things inside these rings are our sect's gifts of thanks to your sect." "That's right, Sect Master. Although the items are ordinary, they're already the best our sects can offer. We hope Sect Master will not dislike them." Lu Lanchua said, "You two are too polite. Elder Shun, accept them." "Sect Master, we have disturbed you quite a bit this time, so we will return first to discuss the timing of our attack on the Blazing Fire sect. We will come visit your sect again another day," Lu Lanchua said. "Very well. Elder Shun, see our guests out." After Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanchua led their disciples out of Wanfa sect, both of them finally let out long breaths of relief. Elder Meng, the sect master of Wanfa sect, gives off far too much pressure. In front of him, we were like ants. Elder Lu, my legs are still shaking right now. The eyes of Wanfa sect master were like an abyss, too mysterious and too terrifying. "Good thing we are on friendly terms with him," Meng Tianhua said. "And another thing, aside from the disciples, I couldn't see through the cultivation of a single elder inside Wanfa sect. Every one of them had powerful auras. Any random one of them was stronger than the ancestor of my Tianyan sect. And the environment inside the sect is something even Holy Lands are far, far inferior to. Indeed, it was like an immortal realm inside. Cultivating there for one day would match half a month outside." Lu Lanchua said, "Elder Meng, we gain a lot from this trip. Not only did our lifespans increase by several hundred years, those 2 cups of tea were simply too precious. Once we go back and digest what we gained, we'll be able to break through into the Saint realm." But when they thought of how the two of them had acted in the hall, just now like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, they felt deeply ashamed. When Lu Lanchua recalled how she had just wolfed down the flat peaches, her face turned red. Kanwu province, inside a small tea house in Wuzhou City, a group of diners were hotly discussing major events under heaven. "Hey, did you hear? A few days ago, everyone in Huang family village outside the city vanished overnight. Even the children weren't spared." "No way. Where did you hear that? Who would have the guts to kill an entire village? Aren't they afraid of being hunted down by the righteous sects for such cruelty? How could it not be true? This matter is already spreading everywhere. And those dead people didn't have many external wounds on them. Their corpses were shriveled up like their souls had been sucked away. Fellow Taoist, is it really as bizarre as you say?" "Absolutely true. My sister-in-law told me all this in bed last night. She's from Huang family village." "Fellow Taoist, could your sister-in-law come over to my place tonight too and tell me the details?" "Get lost. My sister-in-law is a respectable woman. It's not just Huang family village. Several small sects have had similar things happen too. The way they died was about the same as what you described." At that moment, someone from the next table also chimed in. "Sigh. These really are troubled times. Who says they aren't? Everyone should be more careful lately." At this moment, inside the Myriad Methods sect, an outer sect disciple was kneeling in the outer sect elders hall, crying out, "Great elder, please uphold justice for this disciple. If there's something to say, get up and speak slowly. Wailing like this is improper." Jiang Ba said in a deep voice, "Great elder, it's like this. The day before yesterday, this disciple returned to his village to visit his parents, but what I saw when I got back was the corpses of several hundred villagers. I checked how they died. It looked like their souls and essence blood had been extracted. This must have been done by evil cultivators. Yesterday, when this disciple went to track down the murderer, I discovered that it wasn't just our Huang family village. Some other small villages and small sects had suffered the same slaughter. This disciple truly had no other choice and could only return to ask the sect for help. From what you're saying, it really does sound somewhat like the methods of evil cultivators. Go back first and wait for news. I'll go ask the sect master for instructions." This disciple thanks great elder. Inside the sect master's main hall, Lu Chun listened carefully to Jiang Ba's report. After thinking for a while, he said, "Elder Jiang Ba, let's arrange it like this. Go instruct the mission hall to release some bounty missions targeting evil cultivators. It just so happens that the disciples can take this opportunity to go down the mountain and gain some experience. Staying in seclusion and cultivating for too long is not good for their growth either. Have the disciples form teams for training and send several elders to protect them in secret. Many of our disciples have only been cultivating for a short time, and both their strength and experience are still rather weak. But remember this well. Unless it is a life or death situation, the elders absolutely must not step in to help. You can also go to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and inquire about information. See what evil cultivator forces or well-known evil cultivators there are in the eastern region. Sect Master is wise. This subordinate knows how to handle it now. All right, go take care of it." After Jiang Ba returned to the outer sect, he immediately gathered the elders to discuss the specific plan. Half a day later, the mission hall had posted a large number of reward missions. A crowd of disciples surrounded the mission hall so tightly that not even water could pass through. Hey, senior brothers and senior sisters, don't push, don't push. I'll read it out loud for everyone. One disciple shouted loudly. The disciples who couldn't squeeze and all quieted down and listened to him read. Recently, multiple incidents of personnel from small sects and villages being slaughtered have occurred in Kangwu province. Judging from the manner of death, it was very likely done by evil cultivators. First, 1-star mission. Go down the mountain and search for clues about evil cultivators. Reward for completing the mission. 50,000 contribution points. Recommended team size, 3 to 5 people. Second, 2-star mission. If the culprit's identity can be confirmed, the reward is 200,000 contribution points. Recommended team size, 5 to 10 people. Third, also a 2-star mission. Discover evil cultivators and kill them. Reward standards are as follows. Chi refining evil cultivators, 5,000 contribution points. Foundation establishment, 10,000 contribution points. Golden core, 50,000 contribution points. Purple mansion, 100,000 contribution points. Fourth, 3-star mission. Eradicate an evil cultivator sect or force. Reward, 1 million contribution points. When the disciples heard these tempting contribution values, every one of them stared wide-eyed. Soon after, the scene fell into chaos as everyone scrambled to accept missions. At this time, Jiangba stepped forward and said, "Quiet. Accept missions according to your ability, and you must act in teams. The same mission may be jointly accepted by multiple squads. When carrying out missions, be sure to pay attention to safety." "We understand. Many thanks for great elder's reminder." Everyone immediately saluted Jiangba. Then the many disciples began forming teams, and after accepting missions, they headed down the mountain. "Kunkin, did you hear? Evil cultivators have been causing trouble in Kangwu province lately, and the mission hall has already released related missions. How could our two brothers possibly miss something this important?" Mage said, "Brother Mage is right. Come on, let's go accept missions right now." Kunkin replied. After returning from the secret realm, the two of them had been hiding in the cultivation tower the whole time, and now both had already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Evil Moon sect, which was also located in Kangwu province, a group of people were chatting and laughing. "Sect Master, this time we collected quite a few souls and also refined a huge amount of essence blood. With these, our Evil Moon sect will definitely be able to refine many blood soul pills, and our strength will surely rise to another level." "Ha ha, everyone quiet. This time we made quite a lot of commotion, so it's inevitable that it will attract the attention of other sections. Therefore, from now on, we must be even more careful in how we act. Once we're discovered, we'll all die." Sect Master speaks wisely. "Elders, don't forget that in our Kangwu province, there is also the powerful Myriad Method sect. Therefore, we must be cautious in everything. Elders, have the disciples under you keep a low profile for a while. Don't make any more moves against villages and small sections. Just target lone rogue cultivators instead," the Evil Moon Sect Master instructed. "We obey the Sect Master's order." Inside the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. "Pavilion Master Lu, has the batch of resources our sect ordered from your pavilion a few days ago arrived?" Inside the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Jiangba was sitting across from Lu Yi, sipping tea as he asked. "Your sect ordered 2,000 spiritual garments this time, along with various spiritual herbs and medicines. The Wuzhou branch doesn't have enough stock, so we already transferred goods from the main pavilion. The shipment should currently be on its way. Please ask Elder Jiangba to wait patiently for another 2 days. No rush, Pavilion Master Lu. I didn't come this time to press for the shipment, but because there's something I'd like to ask you about." "Oh, what matter could require Elder Jiang to personally make a trip? Please go ahead and explain. As long as the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can help, we will certainly do our utmost," Lu Yi said. "Pavilion Master Lu, Kangwu province has not been peaceful lately. You've probably heard about it too, right? I personally went to investigate this matter, and it was indeed the work of evil cultivators. The villages of disciples from 2 sects have already been massacred. I want to ask you, what evil cultivator sects or forces are there in the eastern region, or what notorious rogue evil cultivators are there?" Jiangba asked. Kangwu province has indeed been thrown into panic lately. However, there aren't many evil cultivator forces in the eastern region. Our people once found that the Heavenly Demon sect had done similar things before, but the Heavenly Demon sect has already been destroyed. "Oh, the Heavenly Demon sect you mentioned was already wiped out by our Sect Master a few days ago. According to Sect Master, the Heavenly Demon sect was a genuine demonic sect through and through. They treated cultivators as blood food, sucked their essence blood, and cultivated demonic arts." "What? The Heavenly Demon sect was destroyed by your sect?" Lu Yi stood up in shock. "Pavilion Master Lu, there's no need to make such a fuss. It was only a tiny Heavenly Demon sect. My apologies, Elder Jiang. I misspoke just now. Let's talk about the matter at hand instead. There is also a Netherworld cult secretly doing similar things, but the Netherworld cult is only a second-rate force, so it likely doesn't have the ability to create such a huge disturbance. There is, however, a sect called the Evil Moon sect. Its conduct is not very clean either, and this sect is located right here in Kangwu province. The Evil Moon Sect is a first-rate sect. I suspect this incident in Kanwu province was their doing. Oh, if Pavilion Master Lu puts it that way, then this Evil Moon Sect is indeed highly suspicious. It's in Kanwu province and also has the strength to do such a thing. It is indeed suspicious. It's said that the techniques cultivated by this sect are all evil arts, Lu Yi continued. Then many thanks to Pavilion Master Lu for informing me. I'll go take a good look at this Evil Moon Sect, so I'll take my leave first. Alright, in 2 days, I will personally deliver the supplies to your sect. Alright, then I'll trouble Pavilion Master Lu. No trouble at all, Elder Jiang. I'll see you out. After seeing Jiangba off, Lu Yi returned to the attic. I didn't expect the one that destroyed the Heavenly Demon Sect to really be the Myriad Dharma Sect. The ancestor told me to investigate what happened in the Eastern Domain recently, and he also said Imperial might appear in the Eastern Domain twice. From the looks of it, it's very likely the Myriad Dharma Sect. That 10,000 Zhonglong sword abyss in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even a great sage couldn't possibly leave behind such violent sword chi. The force that showed Imperial might is definitely the Myriad Dharma Sect without a doubt. Lu Yi murmured to herself. Uncle Wang, send this news back to the main pavilion immediately. Tell my father the Myriad Dharma Sect should be the sect that showed Imperial might twice. Yes, Mississippi. I'll deliver the message right away. Inside the main hall of Tianyin Sect, after hearing Meng Tianhua and his 2 disciples recount what they had seen and heard, the group of elders all fell into stunned silence. The Tianyin Sect Master on the high seat spoke. Elders, tell me what you all think of this Myriad Dharma Sect. Sect Master, the Myriad Dharma Sect is far too mysterious and powerful. They wiped out the Heavenly Demon Sect just like that. And according to Elder Meng, not a single elder in the Myriad Dharma Sect could be seen through. Even the ones guarding the mountain gate had a stronger aura than our ancestor. I estimate the Myriad Dharma Sect must be a hidden seclusion sect. Only a hidden seclusion sect can explain all those cultivation-supporting towers inside the Myriad Dharma Sect, the first elder analyzed. The first elder is right. Our Tianyin sect absolutely must not miss the chance to be on good terms with the Myriad Dharma Sect. Since the Myriad Dharma Sect asked about the Blazing Fire Sect, we should join hand with 100 Flowers Valley and destroy the Blazing Fire Sect as soon as possible, the second elder said. The other elders nodded in agreement one after another. We really do need to wipe out the Blazing Fire Sect as soon as possible. Good. First Elder and Elder Meng, the 2 of you set out for 100 Flowers Valley immediately and discuss the timing of the attack on the Blazing Fire Sect, the Tianyin Sect Master instructed. At 100 Flowers Valley, all the elders with real authority had been summoned by Lu Lanxue to 100 Flowers Hall today. On the high seat sat Hua Ruashi in a light purple dress. No golden hairpin adorned her hair. Only 2 first-blooming white plum blossoms were tucked into it. Dew gathered on the petals and slid down along her jet black hair. Behind her, thousands upon thousands of flowers bloomed in competition, yet not a single one could steal even a fraction of her beauty. She was so beautiful, she seemed not of the mortal world. She was Hua Ruashi, Valley Master of 100 Flowers Valley. At this moment, she was listening to Lu Lanxue and 2 disciples report their findings. Though her face was calm as still water, her heart was already filled with shock. Elder Lu, was the Heavenly Demon Sect really destroyed by the Myriad Dharma Sect? Hua Ruashi asked. Valley Master, this should be true. The Myriad Dharma Sect is simply too powerful. The aura of any random elder inside is incomparably strong. Even what? Hua Ruashi pressed. Even the people guarding the sect are stronger than the ancestor of our 100 Flowers Valley, Lu Lanxue said. What did you say? Hua Ruashi shot to her feet at once. The other elders were also startled, some of them hardly daring to believe it. Valley Master, senior sisters, it's true. I saw all of this with my own eyes. The towers were also personally seen by the 2 disciples. The inside of the Myriad Dharma Sect is like an immortal paradise, so beautiful it makes people not want to leave. Elder Meng of Tianyin Sect and I both suspect the Myriad Dharma Sect is a hidden seclusion sect that only recently emerged to take in disciples. Also, the things the Myriad Dharma Sect Master used to receive Elder Meng and me. I hadn't even heard of them before, much less seen them. That peach, Elder Meng and I each ate half of one, and our lifespans increased by 500 years. Most importantly, there was that cup of tea. One sip made my mind clear. After finishing a cup, I entered a state of enlightenment, and many parts of my cultivation art that I hadn't understood before all became clear. The more Hua Ruashi listened, the more alarmed she became. What you drank should have been the legendary enlightenment tea. This kind of tea can let people enter enlightenment. There are records of it in the library of our 100 Flowers Valley. This tea is even more precious than saint medicine. It belongs to the highest grade spiritual roots. If it appeared in the world, even great emperors would fight over it. The last enlightenment tea plant was destroyed over 10,000 years ago because of such fighting, and the enlightenment tea tree has never appeared again since then. Elder Lu, you are truly blessed to have encountered such a chance. After hearing what Lu Lanxue said, everyone present believed 80 to 90% of it. Xuanhuang and the elders would be lying if they said they weren't envious. They all wished it had been them who went to the Myriad Dharma sect. Valley Master, senior sisters, I have a bold idea, but the risk is also great. However, if it succeeds, our 100 Flowers Valley will definitely rise to a higher level, Lu Lanxue said. Hearing this, the Valley Master and the elders all became somewhat unsettled. Elder Lu, just say whatever it is directly. That's right, Elder Lu. Hurry and tell us your idea. Elder Zereo also urged. Elder Lu, just say it. As long as it's good for 100 Flowers Valley, I'll consider it, Xuanhuang said. Valley Master, senior sisters, since the Myriad Dharma sect brought up the matter of the Blazing Fire sect and Tianyin sect, and we also promised we would destroy the Blazing Fire sect as soon as possible, then the urgent priority should be to first join forces with Tianyin sect and wipe out the Blazing Fire sect. Elder Lu, even if you didn't say it, we would destroy the Blazing Fire sect as soon as possible. But what does that have to do with the rise of our 100 Flowers Valley? Elder Zereo asked. I want to hand over all the resources obtained from destroying the Blazing Fire sect to the Myriad Dharma sect, and use those resources to submit to the Myriad Dharma sect, letting our 100 Flowers Valley become an affiliated force of the Myriad Dharma sect. Lu Lanxue, what did you say? In an instant, everyone stood up. Lu Lanxue, what exactly are your intentions? You went to the Myriad Dharma sect once, and now you dare scheme against 100 Flowers Valley like this. Zereo shouted angrily. The other elders also yelled one after another. Lu Lanxue, for shame. We've been good sisters for so many years, and I never thought you were this kind of person. For the sake of your years of dedication, get out of 100 Flowers Valley right now. We don't want traitors here. Enough. Silence. Xuanhuang shouted loudly. Only after the Valley Master spoke did everyone sit back down, still full of indignation. Faced with the accusations, Lu Lanxue offered no explanation at all, because she knew this was exactly what would happen after saying such words. Elder Lu, why did you say something like that? Xuanhuang asked in confusion as well. Lu Lanxue had always worked diligently for 100 Flowers Valley, so there was no way she would do something that betrayed it. Valley Master, the development of 100 Flowers Valley has stagnated for generations, and every woman in our 100 Flowers Valley is beautiful as a flower. When outside forces and sects see us, they all want to seize us by force. Look at Elder Mu 30 years ago. Someone from a minor imperial dynasty in Central Continent took a liking to her, and we didn't even have the ability to resist. We could only watch helplessly as Elder Mu was taken away. Elder Mu didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. If she dared die, her entire clan would be buried with her. And you too, Valley Master. Every time you go out, you have to wear a veil. With beauty like yours, if people discovered it, I'm afraid not even your bones would be left after they were done with you. None of us in 100 Flowers Valley want to become men's playthings, but we are too weak. After Lu Lanxue said this, all the elders fell silent, because she had spoken to the deepest part of their hearts. Even Xuanhuang was struck at her sore spot. How could she not want 100 Flowers Valley to grow strong? Valley Master, senior sisters, the Myriad Dharma sect is our opportunity. It is the only way for our 100 Flowers Valley to rise. So what if we become affiliated with the Myriad Dharma sect? With such a powerful backing, who would dare touch our 100 Flowers Valley? Besides, as long as we do our work well for the Myriad Dharma sect, anything they casually give us would be a great opportunity for us. When I went to visit the Myriad Dharma sect, despite how powerful they were still very polite to me and the disciples. They weren't arrogant or overbearing, nor did they make things difficult for us. To put it bluntly, the inheritances and treasures of our 100 Flowers Valley may not even catch their eye. Anything from a Myriad Dharma sect is beyond our reach. After hearing Lu Lanxue's words, everyone fell even deeper into silence. They felt Lu Lanxue was right, but they were still unwilling to become an affiliated force of the Myriad Dharma sect. Xuanhuang, however, had already been persuaded by Lu Lanxue, but for such a major matter, she definitely could not decide on her own. She had to discuss it with the ancestor. Elders, discuss what Elder Lu said among yourselves. Valley Master, what Elder Lu said make a lot of sense, but I'm afraid the Myriad Dharma sect might take a fancy to us. After all, none of us look bad. I'm afraid that after becoming affiliated with the Myriad Dharma sect, we'd be walking right into the tiger's den. Great Elder, you haven't been to the Myriad Dharma sect. Once you go there, you won't think that way anymore. Being favored by an elder of the Myriad Dharma sect is your blessing, being able to cultivate in a place like a fairyland. To be honest, I wish the Myriad Dharma sect would take a greater liking to people from our 100 Flowers Valley, so that we could be tied to the Myriad Dharma sect even more deeply, Lu Lanxue said. Elder Lu, is the Myriad Dharma sect really as good as you say? Xuanhuang asked. Valley Master, absolutely true. I'm even worried that our 100 Flowers Valley might submit too slowly and let the Tianyin sect get there first. I need to discuss this matter with the ancestor and see what she thinks about it. No need. I heard everything you said. At this moment, a beautiful woman slowly walked out from the rear of the main hall. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone hurriedly bowed in salute. Sit down. I already know what Lanxue said. If the Myriad Dharma sect really is, as Xuanhuang described, then it truly is a fortunate opportunity for our 100 Flowers Valley. After we destroy the Blazing Fire sect, we'll take the Blazing Fire sect's resources and go to the Myriad Dharma sect for a look. If the Myriad Dharma sect is not suitable for us to submit to, then these resources will be treated as a gift to build friendly ties with the Myriad Dharma sect. If it truly is suitable, then we will become a subordinate force of the Myriad Dharma sect. When the time comes, I, Roshi, Elder Lu, and the Great Elder will go together, the four of us. Hearing what the ancestors said, everyone felt it made perfect sense and voiced their agreement. We will follow the ancestors' command. At this moment, a disciple walked in and reported, Valley Master, the Great Elder and Elder Ming of Tianyin sect have come to visit. They have already arrived outside the valley. Hurry and invite them in, Huarawashi instructed. Valley Master, they should have come to discuss the attack on the Yahweh sect, Lu Lanchua said from the side. Indeed. After a while, two men walked in from outside the hall. We pay our respects to Valley Master Hua, the two said in unison as they bowed. Great Elder, Elder Ming, there is no need for such courtesy. Men, bring seats, Huarawashi responded. The two men's gazes fell on Huarawashi, who wore a veil, and they could not help being amazed by her unique aura. Even with the veil covering her face, it could not conceal her moving grace. The two of you have come to my 100 Flowers Valley, this time most likely to discuss the matter of the Yahweh sect, correct? Huarawashi asked. The Great Elder and Meng Tian Hua quickly came back to their senses and said in unison, That's right. We have come this time precisely to discuss the timing of the attack on the Yahweh sect. Great Elder, in my opinion, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. Our two sects will gather outside the Yahweh sect 3 days from now. What do you two think? Hua, Roshi asked. Valley Master Hua, gathering at Yahweh sect 3 days from now is no problem for Tianyin sect. The Great Elder replied. Good. Hua Roshi continued. As for the resources obtained from this attack on the Yahweh sect, our two sects will split them equally. How about it? Good. Tianyin sect has no objections. We will handle everything as Valley Master Hua says. The Great Elder nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Come, have some tea. Xuanhuang Continent. On an ancient road somewhere, two people were walking forward slowly while concealing their auras. Kunkin, Xuanhuang Continent is so huge. Where should we go next to look for clues? The mage asked, sigh. I don't know what to do anymore either. Over the past 2 days, we've already checked those massacred villages and destroyed sects, but we still haven't found a single clue, Kunkin said with a sigh. There are so many inner and outer sect disciples in our Wanfa sect. Have there really been no clues at all these past 2 days? If there had been any major discovery, the sect token at your waist would have already notified you to assemble, Kunkin replied. Suddenly, Kunkin swept his gaze over the woods on both sides with vigilance. The mage beside him also came to an abrupt stop. The two looked at each other and said in unison, Killing intent. Before the words even fell, more than a dozen black figures dropped from the treetops. These people wore black robes with dark moon emblems embroidered along the edges, and all of them wore fang masks on their faces. Haha, 2 more medicine catalysts have arrived. One of them let out a sinister laugh. Kunkin, these people are a little strange. There's something wicked about them. Remember to leave one alive, the mage reminded in a low voice. You still want to leave one alive? Later, when we extract your souls and refine your spirits, let's see whether you'll still be so stubborn. Stop the nonsense. Attack! The ghost-masked leader shouted coldly. The ghost-masked leader threw out 3 crescent darts, and their silver gleam shot straight toward Kunkin's chest. Kunkin tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and spun aside to dodge them, while at the same time flinging out his yo-yo. It traced half an arc of light, and with 3 crisp clangs of dang dang dang, it knocked the dart shadows flying away. The mage's sleeves fluttered as 3 yellow talismans ignited without fire, turning into 3 pale golden light shields that blocked in front of him. Evil creatures, how dare you block our path? The ghost-masked men's hoarse laughter echoed through the forest as more than a dozen fang mask wearers drew short blades at the same time. The blade tips flickered with a bluish-green, poisonous light. Kunkin suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. Several dead vines wrapped in black silk burst from the earth and coiled toward his ankles like venomous snakes. It's heart-rotting vine. The mage shouted urgently and fired a flaming talisman from his fingertips. The tongues of fire instantly burned the vines apart. But more black figures were already flanking in from both sides, and the flashing blades wove together into a net of death. Kunkin, left side. The mage suddenly threw his peachwood sword to the left. The sword body surged with golden light by 3 feet, forcing back 3 ambushers. Kunkin seized the chance to spin and smash out the yo-yo, instantly stirring up sand and stones and forcing the enemies in front to retreat again and again. However, these evil moon cultists seemed not to feel pain. The moment one fell, 2 more immediately filled the gap, and the dark moon emblems glowed with a strange red light in the dusk. To prevent anyone from escaping, the mage immediately deployed the Liujiaqimen and trapped everyone inside the formation. Kunkin put away his yo-yo and unleashed War God Fist, blasting it toward the ghost-masked leader. The ghost-masked leader took out a ritual awl, black chi swirling around it, wrapped in deadly poison and resentment, and stabbed straight at Kunkin. The two attacks collided with a loud boom. The ghost-masked man's ritual all stopped at Kunkin's Dharma robe, while Kunkin's punch struck the ghost-masked man's dantian. With my Dharma robe and my barbaric war body, let alone a high-level purple mansion realm cultivator like you, even someone at the third layer of Hollow Ruin wouldn't be able to hurt me in the slightest. Kunkin said coldly. You dare cripple my cultivation, the ghost-masked man said, shocked and furious. If I didn't need to keep you alive, I would have punched you to death already, Kunkin said. He tore off the ghost-masked man's mask in one yank, revealing a face with skin so pale it looked transparent. Between this person's brows was a dark demonic seal. His shifting eyes carried a soul-hooking wickedness, as if murderous intent that could devour lives was hidden within. Speak. Who exactly are you people? Kunkin asked. We were to try to rob some wealth from passers-by. Please, fellow Taoists, let us go, the man said tremblingly. Kunkin backhanded the leader across the face and shouted angrily. Do you really think the two of us are idiots? If you still won't talk, I'll tie you to a tree. Kunkin deliberately dragged out his tone. Tie me to a tree for what? Don't do anything crazy. Only then did the leader truly start a panic. A jade bottle appeared in Kunkin's hand as he said, Not talking? If you won't talk, then I'll feed the bizarre lustful union powder in my hand to those dozen or so men, then strip off your pants. When a medicine takes effect, you beast. You're a beast. Please just kill me. You can't do this, the man cried out in terror. I'll count to 3. If you still don't speak, I'll start feeding them the medicine. 1. I'll talk. Stop counting. I'll tell you everything, the man hurriedly shouted. Speak quickly. Who are you people? We're just people from a small sect. We came out to rob a bit of cultivation resources. Fine, you still dare toy with me. Mage brother, tie him up. No, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. We're from Evil Moon Sect. I'm an executive elder of Evil Moon Sect. We came out to collect souls and essence blood. So the destruction of those small villages and small sects across Xuanhuang Continent was all done by you people, right? Kunkin pressed. The man stammered. Smack. Kunkin slapped the leader across the face again. What the hell are you MNG for? Talk. I guess so. A bunch of beasts. After saying that, Kunkin kicked the leader in the crotch. The leader let out a miserable scream and curled up into a ball, rolling on the ground in pain. Mage brother, keep them trapped in the formation for now. I'll go inform the elders and the junior brothers and sisters. This Evil Moon Sect is a first-rate sect. They have Heaven King realm experts. We can't wipe them out with just the two of us, Kunkin said. All right, go send the message. I'll watch them. The mage nodded. Just as Kunkin took out his sect token, it lit up. At the same time, the mage's sect token also lit up. After the two poured spiritual power into them, a message came from within the tokens. All disciples training outside, gather near Evil Moon Sect immediately. That's the voice of the great elder of the outer sect. Looks like the elders already found the problem long ago, the two said as they looked at each other. Then what do we do with these people? Kunkin asked. These people have committed countless evil deeds. Kill them all. What? Do you want to keep them around for the new year? The mage flung out a blazing fire talisman. The people inside the formation let out a few miserable screams before falling silent, and not long after, they turned into a pile of ashes. Southern region of Xuanhuang Continent, Soulbreak Ridge. This place was a vicious land of evil that made everyone in Xuanhuang Continent pale at the mention of it. The entire mountain range was shrouded year-round in thick, gloomy miasma, never seeing daylight, with keen winds howling without end. Deep within the mountains stood the sect grounds of Shiyue sect. The 10-tall black stone mountain gate was towering and sinister, soaked through with endless baleful aura. Above the gate, the two characters' shit had been engraved with blood-red cinnabar mixed with the essence blood of a 1,000-year cultivator, their strokes intertwined with ancient evil runes. Every moonlit night, the runes would ignite with a strange scarlet glow, as if sticky beads of blood were slowly rolling down along the strokes, the bloody stench piercing to the bone. At the peak of the mountain, the Crescent Hall, built from gloomy wood, stood aloof and solitary. It was the core, main hall of Shiyue sect. The heavy hall doors were tightly shut, and strands of pitch-black evil chi seeped endlessly from the cracks, coiling around the surroundings. On the black stone plaza, dozens of Shiyue sect core disciples sat cross-legged in meditation, fully focused on cultivation. All of them wore cold black robes, with dark moon demonic patterns embroidered on their cuffs. Their eyes were shut tight, and rolling black chi surged around their bodies. Wisps of sinister Een energy were all drawn in and poured into the crescent-shaped demonic artifacts floating above their heads. This was the first-rate evil cultivator sect that had entrenched itself in Xuanhuang Continent for 1,000 years, committed countless atrocities, and slaughtered innumerable living beings. Shiyue sect, born within the shadow of the blood moon and grown strong by essence blood and souls. Inside Crescent Hall, deathly silence hung in the air. The sect master of Shiyue sect sat on a throne piled from countless dry bones, his face dark and vicious, heavy pressure lingering around him as he asked faintly, "How was the progress on the first batch of blood soul pills?" Below him, a black-robed elder bowed with lowered head and respectfully reported, "Sect Master may rest assured. The first batch of blood soul pills will all be completed today. The day the pills are perfected will be the day Sect Master breaks through his realm, enters sainthood, and ascends to the great Tao." On the throne, the Sect Master of Xiu's sect let out a savage laugh that shook the hall. "Good. Excellent. Refine them at full speed. There must be no delay." Before his words had even fallen, the elder's expression stiffened slightly, and hesitation appeared on his face. "Why are you stammering?" The Sect Master of Xiu's sect's eyes turned cold in an instant, killing intent suddenly appearing. The elder's heart trembled, and he hurriedly dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Reporting to Sect Master, the Soul Hall has sent word that one team sent out to collect souls has had all their soul plaques shatter. They likely encountered a powerful enemy and were wiped out to the last man. Oof. I repeatedly instructed you to keep a low profile recently and restrain your movements. Yet you people refuse to learn. The Sect Master of Xiu's sect flew into a furious rage, demonic chi around him surging violently as the temperature inside the hall sharply dropped. He shouted in a deep, imposing voice, his authority towering, "Transmit my decree. Recall all disciples acting outside, seal the mountain and lock the realm, and suspend all soul and essence blood collection." "Yes, we obey." The gathered elders were as silent as cicadas in winter. Every one of them trembled as they bowed and retreated step by step, not daring to say another word. Everyone knew that this sect master was moody and unpredictable. The slightest mistake could lead to death and annihilation. At this moment, outside the outer perimeter of Soul Break Ridge, beyond the baleful chi barrier, Zhang Ba stood in the air, his robes snapping loudly in the wind, with two Xuanhuang elders standing beside him. The gazes of the three men were cold as they looked down toward the depths of Soul Break Ridge. Behind them, more than 3,000 inner and outer sect disciples of Xuanhuang stood in ordered formation, sword chi piercing the heavens, righteous energy surging, forming the ultimate opposition against the evil baleful force in the mountains. Zhang Ba's gaze was steady as he gave his orders in a deep voice. "Two elders, when the battle starts, I'll trouble you both to strike down all high-rank evil cultivators and clear out the deadly combat strength. As for the remaining low-rank fiends, leave them all to the disciples for training through battle and to sharpen their blades." The two elders nodded, their eyes sharp. "Great elder, rest assured, today we will definitely wipe out this evil sect and leave not a single fiend alive." Zhang Ba stepped through the air, his voice like a great bell as it entered every disciple's ears. "Xuanhuang disciples, hear my command. Today destroy Xiu's sect and uphold justice on behalf of heaven." "Yes, sir." 3,000 disciples answered in unison, the rolling sound waves scattering the surrounding gloom. Every one of them had blazing eyes and sky-high battle intent. Two streams of light suddenly shot through the air. The two Xuanhuang elders flashed forward, crossing a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant and landing steadily before Xiu's sect's black stone mountain gate. The Xiu disciples on gate duty saw this, and their expressions changed drastically as they shouted angrily. "Where did these madmen come from? How dare you intrude upon Xiu's sect and behave so outrageously?" The two elders remained indifferent, not even bothering to waste a word. One of them casually raised a hand and tapped lightly, spiritual light surging from his fingertip. Rumble. The 1,000-layer mountain-protecting grand array covering all of Soul Break Ridge, this massive demonic formation passed down for 1,000 years, shattered inch by inch in an instant. The demonic runes filling the sky turned to ash and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Seeing this, the Xuanhuang disciples who had long been ready to strike charged fiercely with magical treasures in hand, pouring like a tide through the mountain gate of Xiu's sect. Great upheaval struck Xiu's sect, shaking the mountaintop. Dozens of pitch-black, demonic shadows flew out through the air from all around Crescent Hall. They were all the stationed elders of Xiu's sect, each of them overflowing with fury. The white-haired elder in the lead revealed vicious light in his eyes and roared sharply. "Bold madman, you dare offend Xiu's sect. Today, we will make sure none of your corpses remain intact and bury you in Soul Break Ridge." The Xuanhuang disciples kept their formation in perfect order and instantly formed a heaven-piercing sword array. Myriad sword lights intertwined like dragons, their momentum surging across the sky, tightly surrounding the entire mountain gate of Xiu's sect so thoroughly that not even water could leak through. At the front of the formation, Kunkin and the mage fought side by side in seamless coordination. The mage held the array core, stabilizing the sword formation and directing spiritual power. Kunkin fully unleashed his tyrannical physique, his fists shaking the heavens, unstoppable in close combat. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared angrily. "Ghosts and monsters, bringing disaster to the common people. Today, my Xuanhuang will uphold justice on behalf of heaven and completely flatten this demon den that harms others." You arrogant brat. On the cliff wall, dozens of streams of black mist shot into the sky. The Shi sect elders stepped on soul-devouring bone banners and dove down wrapped in poison fog that filled the air. The silver moon demonic patterns on their black robes gave off a strange red glow beneath the setting sun as they charged down with killing force straight at Kunkin and the disciples. Seeing the demonic elders trying to bully the young with their higher cultivation and slaughter the juniors, the two Xuanhuang elders let out cold snorts. A bunch of dying ants, and you dare act so wildly. Before the words had even finished, the two of them raised their hands at the same time and stirred the power of the heavens. Vast saintly pressure came crashing down. A boundless domain spread out in an instant, imprisoning all the dozens of diving Shi elders in midair. The bodies of the evil elders stiffened, their demonic chi froze, and they could not move even the slightest bit. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. The two elders casually pressed their hands down. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of demonic powerhouses who had rampaged across Xuanhuang Continent did not even have time to let out a scream before their bodies were directly crushed through by overwhelming saint power, all turning into clouds of blood mist and scattering between heaven and earth. On the battlefield ahead, the Xuanhuang sword formation circulated smoothly, with countless sword lights weaving into an airtight, peerless sword net. The poison fog, bone blades, and demonic artifacts launched by Shi sect were instantly shredded and annihilated without a trace the moment they touched the sword light, leaving not a shred of evil chi behind. Kunkin raised his arm and shouted, his voice shaking the whole field. Junior brothers and sisters, wipe them out with everything you've got. Leave none of the demon den's remnants alive. Completely flatten Shi sect. We obey senior brother's command. 3,000 disciples shouted in unison, their battle intent surging again. The sect tokens at their waists flickered faintly. Every time they killed an evil fiend, their points skyrocketed wildly. It was like picking up priceless treasures, making them fight more and more fiercely. Sword chi, blade chi, and all kinds of magical treasures grew sharper and sharper, and the killing became faster and more ferocious. Just as the battle was being overwhelmingly crushed, a sky-filling blood-red light suddenly exploded above Crescent Hall on the mountaintop. A towering figure in a scarlet coat stepped through the air. It was none other than the sect master of Shi sect. He fiercely pointed the blood-colored jade staff in his hand. From the countless gaps in the entire black stone mountain gate, thick sticky blood suddenly seeped out at the same time. The crimson blood gathered into a monstrous blood wave, carrying endless vicious baleful force, surging and crushing down toward the Xuanhuang disciples below the mountain like a flood, its ferocity terrifying. You dare offend my Shi sect? Today, every last one of you will be buried here. At the sight of this demonic move, the mage's expression changed drastically, and he urgently shouted, Junior brothers and sisters, retreat at once. Avoid the baleful blood wave. All the Xuanhuang disciples rapidly withdrew the moment they heard this, retreating beyond the mountain gate in the blink of an eye and avoiding this deadly strike. Up in the sky, Zhang, who had been overlooking the entire battle from start to finish, wore an indifferent expression and gave a faint sneer. A mere ant, relying on nothing more than a wisp of shattered saint soul inside that jade staff, and you dare show off before me? Before his words had even fallen, Zhang's figure flashed and crossed space in an instant, appearing directly before the sect master of Shi sect. He reached out with one hand, his 5 fingers like iron clamps, and tightly gripped the man's throat. Zhang's eyes were cold as he asked in a deep voice, just now, who did you say would all be buried here? Say it again now. His neck was locked down tight, all his demonic arts completely sealed. The ultimate terror of death instantly swept through the evil moon sect master's entire body. The arrogance and ferocity from before vanished without a trace. His body trembled violently as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Senior, please spare me. I was blind and unable to recognize greatness. I was arrogant and conceited. My crimes deserve 10,000 deaths. I beg Senior to show mercy and spare my life. From this day on, the evil moon sect will submit forever and never dare disobey in the slightest. You slaughtered the common people and created boundless killing karma. An evil wretch like you is worthy of begging for mercy. Zhang's tone carried not the slightest ripple, but his killing intent was overwhelming. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched hard. Crack! A crisp explosion rang out. The evil moon sect master, whose might had shaken all of Xuanhuang Continent, had both his body and soul crushed apart on the spot, utterly annihilated, without even a wisp of remnant soul left behind. The moment the evil moon sect master died, the supreme treasure in his hand, the blood jade staff, sensed the fatal danger. Its spiritual light surged, turning into a streak of blood-red rainbow as it tried to tear through space and escape. Trying to run? Zhang let out a cold snort. The vast domain of the first layer of the Saint King realm instantly spread out and covered the heavens and earth, sealing the surrounding area completely. The blood jade staff slammed hard into the invisible spatial barrier, and was instantly sent flying back, as if it had hit a wall. Jiangba raised a hand and drew it in through the air, and the blood jade staff instantly fell into his palm. The wisp of Saint Remnant, soul hidden inside the staff, trembled in fear and let out a humble plea. Exalted One, spare my life. This junior is willing to abandon evil and turn to good, acknowledge you as my master, and serve you forever. I would not refuse even 10,000 deaths. A piece of trash full of evil aura, bringing disaster to the world and harming others, is worthy of serving me. Disgust appeared on Jiangba's face as the power of a Saint King erupted from his palm. A crisp shattering sound rang out. The supreme treasure blood jade staff broke apart inch by inch and turned to dust, and the hidden Saint Remnant soul within it was completely crushed along with it, vanishing like smoke. All top-level threats had been eliminated. The morale of the disciples below from the Myriad Dharma sect instantly surged to the limit, and they charged forward once more, flooding into every part of the sect to wipe out the remaining enemies. What the menial disciples of the Myriad Dharma sect cultivated and trained in were all emperor scriptures. Within the same level, they were invincible, and crushing evil fiends of the same realm brought them no pressure at all. The sounds of slaughter echoed throughout Soulbreaker Ridge without end. A full hour of ultimate cleansing. This evil cultivator sect, which had squatted over Xuanhuang Continent for more than 1,000 years and had nearly 10,000 disciples, was completely destroyed. From the top of the mountain ridge to the bottom, blood flowed like rivers and corpses covered the ground. Not a single evil cultivator escaped the net, thoroughly eradicating this 1,000-year calamity. Kunkin leaped down into the center of the plaza. Junior brothers and junior sisters split up and search all of Soulbreaker Ridge. Confiscate every usable cultivation resource and store it in the treasury. Destroy all demonic artifacts and all evil cultivation manuals completely. Leave nothing behind, and do not lose even the smallest treasure. Yes, senior brother Kunkin. All 3,000 disciples answered in unison and scattered in all directions, beginning the cleanup and plundering of the demon lair's foundations. The next day, when people passed by Xuanhuang Ridge, they saw that the entire place had already become ruins. Only after noticing a wooden sign standing at the entrance did they realize that the Evil Moon sect had been wiped out. The sign listed the Evil Moon sect's past crimes, and at the bottom, the signature clearly read, the Hum and Ha Generals. Some people walked into the Evil Moon sect, and after witnessing the scene before them, they all condemned the Hum and Ha Generals for their ruthless methods. The entire Evil Moon sect looked like it had been chewed apart by dogs. It was even more wrecked than ordinary ruins. Every hall had been torn down so thoroughly that not even a single broken tile remained. There was not the slightest trace left behind. When news of the Evil Moon sect's destruction spread across the entire eastern region, everyone clapped and cheered in delight. Lately, the eastern region had been gripped by fear. Now that the Evil Moon sect, which had plagued the region, had been destroyed, the sword hanging over everyone's heads had finally been removed. I really didn't expect all the evil deeds happening lately to have been done by that Evil Moon sect. The Hum and Ha Generals really did a good job wiping them out. Sigh. It's just that the people from those villages and small sects that were slaughtered suffered too much. Yeah, the Evil Moon sect cultivated evil arts. As long as it existed for even one more day, it would keep capturing people to refine souls and extract spirits. Maybe one day, we would have been the ones to suffer. I just wonder who exactly these Hum and Ha Generals are. I really want to treat them as my idols. After 2 days of spreading, the title of the Hum and Ha Generals had become known throughout the eastern region. The disciples who returned to Wanfa sect all held their heads high, full of spirit, and especially when they saw the contribution points on their sect tokens, they smiled so widely they could barely close their mouths. They only wished missions like this would come a few more times. Inside the sect master's hall, after hearing Jiangba's report, Lu Chan said, Elder Jiangba, this matter was handled well. Pass down the notice. Aside from the group of children who just entered the sect tournament will be held 1 month from now. The top 100 outer service disciples can enter the outer sect. First place will receive 1 profound spirit fruit, 2 soul spirit fruits, and 1 flat peach. Second place will receive 1 profound spirit fruit and 2 soul spirit fruits. Third place will receive 1 profound spirit fruit and 1 soul spirit fruit. Those ranked 4th to 10th will each receive 1 profound spirit fruit. The outer sect disciples will follow the same arrangement. The top 100 can enter the inner sect, and the rewards will be doubled. The top 3 inner sect disciples can be promoted to core disciples. You go notify the entire sect about this. Half an hour later, all the disciples of Wanfa sect received the news, and every one of them was so excited it was like they'd been injected with chicken blood. Haha, great. This time, I'm definitely getting into the inner sect. After finishing that mission, I finally have enough contribution points. I'm heading to the cultivation tower to go into seclusion right now. With your 5th level golden core cultivation, you still want to enter the inner sect? I'm at the 6th level of golden core, and I don't even dare think about it. How would I know if I don't try? I'm going into seclusion right now. When the time comes, just watch how I prove it to you. After hearing the news, the disciples all rushed into the cultivation tower to train, hoping to achieve good results in the tournament. Yuanzhou, at the peak of Qian Mountain, the mountain gate of the Blazing Fire sect was being tightly surrounded by two forces. The black armored sword cultivators of Tianyin sect stood in a wild goose formation, their sword light pouring down like a silver river, casting the crimson rock walls in a grim pale white. The female cultivators in pink from Hundred Flowers Valley hid within the mist, and the petal darts flying from their fingertips wove into a colorful haze. Wherever it passed, all grass and trees withered. The bronze bell in the main hall of Blazing Fire sect was shattered by sword chi, and sparks mixed with splinters of wood scattered everywhere. The Blazing Fire disciples charging out from inside the sect all wore red robes, but the flames leaping in their palms hissed within Hundred Flowers Valley's poisonous mist. Their fierce fire force was gradually neutralized by the soft and alluring flower pollen. Elder Lu, there's a gap appearing on the left flank. Meng Tianhua said. The young sect master of Tianyin sect pointed his sword to the southwest. His green steel sword swept up, sword chi several zhang high, cutting down the Blazing Fire sect protector, trying to break through, blood splashing on the spot. The Valley Master of Hundred Flowers Valley stood atop a giant lotus platform. With a light wave of her slender hand, the flower rain filling the sky suddenly turned into sharp ice spikes, shooting in unison toward the elders of Blazing Fire sect. Covered in flames, the sect master of Blazing Fire sect burst out of the main hall. His red bronze long blade split out a sea of fire waves as he roared. Sect Master Bai, Valley Master Hua, I have no grudges against either of you in the past or present. Why are you trying to destroy my Blazing Fire sect? Sect Master of Blazing Fire sect, don't you think those words are ridiculous? No grudges in the past or present. Have you forgotten how you joined forces with the Heavenly Demon sect to suppress our two sects in the past? In the Tianyuan secret realm, you joined hands with the Heavenly Demon sect to assassinate disciples from our two sections. Have you forgotten that so quickly? Bai Yuhang said. I might as well tell you, we're not the only ones who want to destroy your Blazing Fire sect. In the Tianyuan secret realm, you assassinated a personal disciple of Wanfa sect. Wanfa sect has already given the order to wipe out your entire Blazing Fire sect, Hua Roashi said. Seeing that he had been exposed, the sect master of Blazing Fire sect said no more and roared in fury. Bai Yuhang, Hua Roashi, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Today, my Blazing Fire sect will fight you to the death. Before his words had even fallen, the sect master of Blazing Fire sect burned his origin and shouted, Blazing Fire Slash. A terrifying blade, chi wrapped in flames, slashed straight at the two of them. Bai Yuhang held a black iron longsword, his dark Taoist robe whipping loudly in the fierce wind. A strand of cold light condensed at the tip of his sword. At his side, the Valley Master of Hundred Flowers Valley, Su Qingya, had specks of blood staining her plain white dress, yet the silver thread soft whip in her hand remained as supple as ever. A few crimson petals clung to the whip's tip, giving off a strange sheen in the dusk. Old thief of Blazing Fire, today is your death day. Bai Yuhang's voice boomed like a bell. His sword force suddenly turned fierce, and a curtain of frosty silver sword light pressed straight toward that terrifying blade intent. Hua Ruashi moved with light lotus steps, her figure fluttering like a butterfly. Her soft whip suddenly turned into thousands of silver threads, wrapping around the wrist, holding the blade of the sect master of Blazing Fire sect. Sect Master Bai now, she shouted sharply, and 7 petals flew from her sleeve. In midair, they transformed into sharp blades and shot straight toward the major acupoints all over the sect master of Blazing Fire sect's body. The sect master of Blazing Fire sect's face was flushed red as he swung the red bronze long blade like a raging storm. The blade chi swept up shattered stones from the ground, and when it collided with the sword curtain, it let out a piercing metallic shriek. So what if the two of you join forces? This old man's blazing flame palm can burn all under heaven, he roared, striking out with both palms. Towering flames surged upward, burning the surrounding air until it warped. Bai Yuhang seized the opportunity, his long sword striking like lightning, going straight for the vital point. Restrained by the soft whip and blocked by the petal projectiles, the sect master of Blazing Fire sect only had time to twist aside and avoid a fatal strike to the heart, but his left shoulder was already pierced through by the sword blade. The sect master of Blazing Fire sect let out a pained roar. His palm strikes became even more violent, but their structure had already fallen into disorder. Huarawashi's soft whip coiled back and wrapped around the sect master of Blazing Fire sect's neck. Bai Yuhang's sword force advanced again, and the long sword pierced through his body from the right ribs. The massive body of the sect master of Blazing Fire sect crashed to the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and venom, and in the end, only 3 words came from his mouth. I refuse. Bai Yuhang sheathed his sword, and Su Qingjue brushed the petals from the corner of her skirt. The two looked at each other, and both let out a long breath. Beneath the setting sun, the banner of Blazing Fire sect slowly fell. Sect Master, everyone from Blazing Fire sect has been dealt with. Not a single one was allowed to escape. Meng Tianhua said. You and Elder Lu go sort out all the resources of Blazing Fire Sect. 2 hours later, Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue returned, each holding a storage ring in hand. The two of them each looked toward their own Sect Master and nodded. Sect Master Bai. Now that Blazing Fire Sect has been removed, our two sects no longer have any worries behind us. In the future, we will surely grow even stronger, Hua Ruashi said softly. Ha. Valley Master Hua is right. After this matter, I hope both our sects can rise to an even higher level, Bai Yuhang replied. Then we of Hundred Flowers Valley will take our disciples back first to heal our injuries, Hua Ruashi said. All right, Valley Master Hua, take care. Sect Master, this Blazing Fire Sect was truly wealthy. We split the spirit stones and spirit herbs evenly with Hundred Flowers Valley, and we also made a copied set of Blazing Fire Sect's cultivation methods and martial techniques. Good. Once we get back, reward those who contributed. Our Tianyin sect should leave as well. Inside the Hundred Flowers Hall, Ancestor, Valley Master, the injured elders and disciples are already receiving treatment. There are no casualties for now, Lu Lanxue reported. Good. Then let's set out, the Ancestor said. Glowing clouds flowed across the sky above Hundred Flowers Valley as the four boarded a spirit boat. Looking at the sea of flowers below rapidly shrinking, Hua Ruashi quietly thought to herself, I wonder whether this visit to the Myriad Laws sect will bring fortune or disaster. If Hundred Flowers Valley becomes a vassal of the Myriad Laws sect, what price will we have to pay? If the Myriad Laws sect master takes a liking to me, how should I choose? As they spoke, the spirit boat had already arrived at the outer edge of the Xingtian mountain range. Looking up along the bluestone steps, they saw a massive sect archway towering 1,000 zhang high, with the 3 ancient seal script characters Myriad Laws sect engraved on it. Ancestor, Valley Master, flying is forbidden above the Myriad Laws sect. Let's get off the spirit boat and walk up, Lu Lanxue reminded them. By the time the 3 stepped onto the stairs, they already believed Lu Lanxue's words. Just this grand and majestic mountain gate alone was not something an ordinary sect could possess, and the spiritual energy overflowing from within the Myriad Laws sect had made the spiritual energy throughout the surrounding mountain range exceptionally dense. In front of the mountain gate, the gatekeeping elder from last time walked out. Seeing this, Lu Lanxue quickly stepped forward and bowed. Junior greets you, senior. So it's you again, little girl. No need to be so polite, haha, the elder said with a laugh. Senior, this is the ancestor of my Hundred Flowers Valley. This is our Valley Master. And this is our great elder, Lu Lanxue introduced them. The 3 of them were all secretly observing the gatekeeping elder. As expected, just as Lanxue said, this man must be a saint without question. Judging by his aura, he was at least a late-stage saint, the Hundred Flowers ancestor thought to herself. The 3 did not dare show the slightest disrespect and quickly bowed. Juniors greet you, senior. All right, get up. The sect master just sent me a voice transmission. Follow me inside, the elder said. The moment they stepped inside the sect formation, the 3 were nearly choked by the dense spiritual energy. Looking at that spiritual energy, so dense it was almost about to liquefy, the 3 were still deeply shaken inside, even though they had mentally prepared themselves. Lu Lanxue covered her mouth and snickered. Seeing their expressions, she found they were exactly the same as her own when she had first arrived. So shocked this quickly? Then won't the rest of the sect's facilities leave you even more stunned? Just like me back then, like some country bumpkin entering a city for the first time. Looking here and there, not recognizing a single thing, Lu Lanxue snickered inwardly. Sure enough, along the way, the 3 repeatedly wanted to speak but stopped themselves. Even the ancestor looked as though she had never seen the world before. After witnessing such a powerful sect, the Hundred Flowers ancestor and the Valley Master had already decided in their hearts to become a vassal of the Myriad Laws sect. As long as the conditions were not too excessive, even if they had to hand over a bit more spirit stones every year, they had to secure this vassal status. The great elder also thought to herself, just as Lanxue said, now I also wish even more disciples of the Myriad Laws sect would take a liking to the disciples of my Hundred Flowers Valley. That way, our ties with the Myriad Laws sect would become even deeper. When they saw the magnificent and imposing sect master hall, all 4 of them could not help but grow nervous. You 4 can go in by yourselves. The sect master is waiting inside, the gatekeeping elder said. The 4 walked into the sect master hall and saw Lu Chun seated upright in the main seat. A kind of majestic aura that made people unable to look directly at him radiated from his whole body, and a faint Tao rhythm flowed around him. The 4 came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed. We greet the Myriad Laws sect master. Lu Chun slowly said, no need for such courtesy. Elder Shun, serve tea to our guests. Ding. Name, Huaxin Rui. Age, 2,500 years old. Realm, Peak Saint Entry Realm. Identity, ancestor of Hundred Flowers Valley. She came this time seeking to submit to the Myriad Laws sect. Ding. Name, Hua Ruashi. Age, 630 years old. Realm, Early Saint Entry Realm. Physique, with spirit body. Identity, Valley Master of Hundred Flowers Valley. Ding. Name, Hua Mingqi. Age, 860 years old. Realm, peak Heavenly King realm. Identity, Great Elder of 100 Flowers Valley. As Lu Chan checked the information on the three of them, he smiled. So you came intending to submit to my myriad laws sect. At this time, Lu Lanxue stepped forward and said, Sect Master, this is the ancestor of my 100 Flowers Valley. This is our Valley Master, and this is our Great Elder. We came this time to report the matter of the Blazing Fire Sect to your honorable sect. Oh, tell me about it, Lu Chan said with a smile. Yes, yesterday our 100 Flowers Valley joined forces with the Tianyin sect and already wiped out the Blazing Fire Sect. Not a single person escaped. Sect Master, half of the Blazing Fire Sect's resources are here. The other half is in the Tianyin sect's hands. Back when our two sects joined forces, we agreed to split the Blazing Fire Sect's resources equally. We hope your honorable sect will not blame us. We are willing to hand over all the resources we obtain from the Blazing Fire Sect to your honorable sect. At this moment, a storage ring appeared in the 100 Flowers ancestor's hand. There's no need to hand over the resources. The fact that 100 Flowers Valley came here on its own shows some sincerity. Since you were the ones who destroyed the Blazing Fire Sect, how could my Myriad Laws sect take your resources? Lu Chun said. At this time, Huarawashi gathered her courage and stepped forward. My 100 Flowers Valley hopes to hand over these resources and become a vassal force of the Myriad Laws sect. The Myriad Laws sect is powerful. If my 100 Flowers Valley can become your vassal, we will no longer be bullied by others. We ask Sect Master to show mercy. Ding, system task issued. As the strongest Sect Master in the heavens, how could you not have any vassal forces? Please recruit 100 Flowers Valley as a vassal force. Reward for completing the task, 1 gift pack. Ding, system task issued. As the strongest man, how could the host have no maid by his side? Please recruit Huarawashi as a maid. Reward for completing the task, 1 gift pack. System, get out here. What do you mean by the second task? Don't I already have Shun Jixia by my side? Host, Shun Jixia is a sect elder, not her maid. Please complete the task as soon as possible. System, you win. Several of them nervously waited for Lu Chen's reply. The corners of Lu Chen's lips lifted slightly as he said, becoming a vassal is not difficult, but this sect also has its requirements. First, help me build a Myriad Laws city at the foot of the mountain. Second, if the Myriad Laws sect has need of it, 100 Flowers Valley must provide full assistance. Third, regularly report information about the eastern region to my sect. You should think it through carefully. You still have a chance to back out now. Once you agree to become a vassal force, betrayal will not be allowed. If you dare betray us, you will bear the consequences yourselves. Lu Chun simply did not care about the resources 100 Flowers Valley wanted to hand over, so he did not ask them to pay spirit stones or spirit herbs. The 100 Flowers ancestor and the others exchanged looks. These conditions brought some pressure, but they were not unacceptable, so they quickly nodded in agreement. My 100 Flowers Valley is willing to become a vassal force of the Myriad Laws sect and never betray it, the 100 Flowers ancestor said. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Huarawashi as he said, the Valley Master of 100 Flowers Valley has decent natural talent. From now on, stay by this sect side and be a maid. When Huarawashi heard this, her body trembled slightly. The Myriad Laws sect master really took a liking to me, and he wants to keep me by his side and toy with me day and night? She cried inwardly. I, Huarawashi, will never become a man's plaything. At this moment, the people from 100 Flowers Valley also showed hesitant expressions, unsure whether this would be fortune or disaster for their Valley Master. Seeing their reactions, Lu Chen immediately knew they had misunderstood. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and gave a few light coughs. I meant for Huarawashi to be my maid and do ordinary things like serving tea and pouring water. What exactly are all of you thinking about? Sect Master really didn't mean that. Huarawashi asked. What meaning were you thinking of? Hearing Lu Chen ask that, all 4 of them lowered their heads, blushing red with embarrassment. Lu Lanxue was the first to react. She tugged on Huarawashi's sleeve and said, Valley Master, hurry and agree. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years great opportunity. At this moment, Huarawashi's mind was in complete chaos, and she did not hear what Lu Lanxue was shouting at her at all. But when she saw Lu Chen's handsome face, especially the 3 parts coldness and 7 parts pride between his brows, she still agreed. Sect Master, I am willing to become your maid. At the side, Shun Jixia was a little unhappy, thinking to herself, does the Sect Master not like me anymore? Why does he want this woman to serve him? Lu Chen saw all of this and could only smile helplessly. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing 2 tasks at the same time. 2 reward gift packs have been placed in the system space. Lu Chen looked happily at the 2 gift packs in the space. Alright, since you've become an affiliated force of my Wanfa sect, from now on, you're one of us. Please have some tea. Lu Chen said. Lu Lanxue looked toward the enlightenment tea and the 2 plates of peaches on the offering table, then immediately signaled the others with her eyes to hurry and enjoy them. This was a rare supreme opportunity. The 3 of them instantly understood what Lu Lanxue meant. These good things had already been mentioned back in the 100 Flowers Hall. The upper sect was truly generous. It looked like Hundred Flowers Valley was really about to rise. Without another word, the group drained the tea in their cups in one gulp. After the enlightenment tea entered their stomachs, they all felt their minds clear at the same time and immediately began circulating their cultivation techniques. The first to break through was Lu Lanxue because she had already drunk it once before. This time, she directly used the enlightenment tea to comprehend her own Tao. Her aura grew stronger and stronger, with a faint sacred aura flowing around her body. At the moment of breakthrough, with a boom, her aura spread outward, and she successfully entered the saint realm. The other three also gradually gained insight and smiled at each other. A single cup of tea could save decades of bitter cultivation. It truly lived up to being a legendary treasure. A few more cups, or another 20 years of cultivation, and I will definitely become a saint, the Hundred Flowers ancestor muttered to herself. Huarashi and the Great Elder also gained something. Both of them were only one step away from breaking through. Seeing the flat peaches on the table, naturally none of them would let such a great opportunity pass. Lu Lanxue only ate a small piece and gave the rest to the ancestor. Hua Xinrui smiled knowingly and did not stand on ceremony, because her lifespan really was running short. After seeing them finish the spirit fruit, Lu Chan casually flicked out a token, which floated in front of the Hundred Flowers ancestor. Since you are now affiliated with my Wanfa sect, you will naturally be protected by my Wanfa sect. If anything happens in the future, you can use this token to send a message to my Wanfa sect. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the Hundred Flowers ancestor immediately grabbed the token in her hand and looked at it excitedly. The front of the token had the two words Wanfa written on it, and the back had affiliate. After putting away the token, the Hundred Flowers ancestor quickly stood up and said, "Many thanks, Sect Master, for your reward. From now on, your Hundred Flowers Valley may choose 10 people to come to my sect for advanced study, but those 10 can only enjoy the benefits of handyman disciples. After those benefits are used up, if they want to enter the sect's facilities to cultivate again, they must have contribution points." Hearing this, the four of them sprang to their feet at once and shouted excitedly together, "Many thanks, Sect Master, for your reward." Seeing how excited they were, Lu Chen called out, "All right, sit down first. These are simply the benefits that should come with the advanced study slots." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the four respectfully returned to their seats. "Sect Master, may I ask if there are any requirements for building Wanfa City?" the Hundred Flowers ancestor asked. "Nothing special. Just build it bigger. Ever since my Wanfa sect came out into the world to recruit disciples, many people have gathered at the foot of the mountain, and order has become a little chaotic. Build an arena in the center of Wanfa City. Fighting is not allowed in the city. All conflicts must be resolved in the arena, and on the arena, life and death are of no concern. Use the resources from the Blazing Fire sect to build the city. If that's not enough, then your Hundred Flowers Valley will cover the rest." "Yes, Sect Master, I understand. Then we will take our leave for now and return to prepare for the construction of Wanfa City and the arrangements for the advanced study personnel." "Valley Master, then you should stay here and serve the Sect Master well. We'll go back first and prepare everything. When I came, everything was fine, so how come I can't go back now?" Hua Rashi cried out inwardly. "Sect Master, may I go see the ancestor and the others off, then come back?" "You may. Then you may all withdraw first." After leaving the Sect Master Hall, the four of them smiled at each other. Looking at the Wanfa sect, beautiful as an immortal paradise, cultivating here for one day was more effective than cultivating outside for half a month. "Elder Lu, you really are clever, thinking of such a good way to become affiliated with the Wanfa sect," Hua Rashi said. "I only had that thought after seeing how powerful the Wanfa sect is, and the people here are all easy to get along with. If it had been the kind of sect that acts tyrannically and domineeringly, I would never have dared think of it. Ancestor, the advanced study slots should go to you three, plus the 7 disciples who came out of the secret realm. Those 7 disciples are the most talented in our Hundred Flowers Valley. They are the future of Hundred Flowers Valley," Hua Rashi said. "Valley Master, absolutely not. I'm just an old woman. How can I occupy such a precious slot? Ancestor, please hear me out first. If you advance your studies in an environment like this, you'll break through to saint within a year. At that point, our Hundred Flowers Valley will have a saint. The Great Elder is also close to entering the saint realm, and Elder Lu is familiar with the elders here, so she can also give you advice when the time comes. That's why I considered you three. As for those 7 disciples, they also know several personal disciples of the Wanfa sect. I'm worried that if other elders or disciples come, they might accidentally offend someone from the upper sect. Ancestor, the Valley Master's right. At worst, after you break through to saint, you can return to sit in command of Hundred Flowers Valley. The Great Elder and I will also work hard to cultivate and do more tasks for the upper sect to earn contribution points, so we can enter the cultivation tower. In this cultivation environment, I'm confident I can break through to saint within 5 years. By then, we'll be able to free up 3 slots and let others come to the upper sect for advanced study." "All right, we'll do as you say. Just thinking that Hundred Flowers Valley will have 4 saints by then." Hua Xinrui gave a radiant smile. Lu Chan was lying back in a comfortable recliner with his eyes closed. Beside him, Shun Jixia asked listlessly, "Sect Master, do you dislike me now?" "Huh, How could I dislike you? Don't overthink it. Then why did you recruit a maidservant? Is it because you think I'm clumsy? I saw how hard you work usually, and I didn't want you doing trivial tasks like pouring tea and water. You're the person I trust the most, so usually you should help me pass along messages or handle other important matters. Luchan was talking complete nonsense. Besides, all these trivial things you do for me every day are affecting your cultivation. Jiang Yu and Elder Jiang Dao, who were with you, have already broken through to Saint King, so you should also break through as soon as possible. Whenever you have nothing to do, just pick some enlightenment tea and drink it yourself. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Shun Jixua's cheeks turned red. So the sect master had done this because he cared about her and was worried about her. She instantly smiled knowingly. Seeing Shun Jixua's expression, Lu Chen thought helplessly to himself, "Sigh, women really are the most complicated creatures in the world." System, open the 2 gift packs. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 4 red character summoning cards. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a myriad treasury sword cannon, containing 3,000 sword Daos, great Dao level sword arts. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 ton each of artifact refining materials and formation materials. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 pairs each of stockings in various colors. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 sets each of all kinds of martial clothing and miniskirts. System, get out here. What the hell are those last 2 rewards? Ding, host, now that you have a beautiful maidservant, how could her clothing be lacking? Don't act spoiled after getting a bargain, host. System, you've got some nerve. Sect master, did something happen? Seeing how indignant the sect master looked, Shun Jixua asked, "Nothing. I just thought of some unhappy things from the past." "Oh, maybe sect master's been too tired lately. I'll massage your shoulders." "Alright, your skills are the best." System, put the artifact refining and formation materials into the treasury. Ding, the materials have been placed in storage. System, help me extract the myriad treasury sword cannon. Ding, extracting cultivation technique. Boom, countless sword Dao laws poured into Lu Chen's mind. Even though Lu Chen was already at the late Great Emperor stage, his mind still felt a faint swelling pain, and sword chi surrounded his body. Seeing that the sect master's aura had grown stronger again, Shun Jixua, who had been massaging him, also stopped. Half a quarter of an hour later. Ding, the myriad treasury sword cannon has reached minor mastery. Sect master, you've become stronger again. Shun Jixua looked at Lu Chen with a face full of worship. Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Isn't that perfectly normal?" System, use the 4 red character summoning cards. Ding, summoning characters, congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 formation masters and 2 talisman masters. Boom, the space above the myriad Dharma sect trembled slightly as 4 figures radiating terrifying auras tore through the void and slowly stepped out. Imperial might coiled around all 4 of them, and their pressure swept across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. The old monsters scattered throughout the continent once again turned their gaze toward the myriad Dharma sect, their faces showing a hint of numbness. Why is it the eastern region again? What exactly happened in the eastern region? A group of old monsters muttered to themselves. Let's wait for news from the eastern region first. Sigh, truly troubled times. Just as Huarawashi's group of 4 arrived at the mountain gate of the myriad Dharma sect, they all raised their heads to look at the sky at the same time. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from those 4 figures, even their Dao hearts became slightly unstable. Old ancestor, what realm are they in? How can the pressure they're giving off be this terrifying? Huarawasi asked. I don't know either, but they are definitely stronger than Saint Kings. There's no need to be afraid. These are just a few elders of our myriad Dharma sect coming out of seclusion. The gatekeeping elder said. What? These 4 terrifying mighty figures are elders of the upper sect who have come out of seclusion. Don't make such a fuss. My myriad Dharma sect is even stronger than you imagine. Many thanks for elders' guidance. The 4 of them bowed together. Huarawashi felt that the myriad Dharma sect was even more unfathomable than she had imagined. So she said, Old ancestor, you must have myriad Dharma city built as soon as possible. Huashinrei secretly thought to herself, Ruashi, you absolutely must serve the sect master well, understand? You have to hold on tight to this thigh, even if you have to sacrifice a bit of your beauty. If I were younger by 1,000 or 800 years, I want to offer myself too. If Lu Chen knew what Hua Xinrui was thinking, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. Old ancestor, I understand. Be careful on your way back. After watching the 3 of them leave, Huakrawashi hurried back to the sect master hall. Another 4 of our elders have come out of seclusion. So amazing. Having already gone through this once, the disciples of the myriad Dharma sect were no longer surprised the second time. Lu Yi, who had just arrived at the outer edge of the Shengtian mountain range, also witnessed this scene. She smiled faintly and secretly thought, as expected of the myriad Dharma sect, now that I've seen it with my own eyes, and with this being the 3rd time already, the sect foundation is probably even deeper than some imperial clans and imperial sects in Central Continent. As soon as Huarawashi returned to the sect master hall, she saw those 4 terrifying elders from earlier kneeling on one knee and saluting the sect master. Seeing this scene, She secretly swore in her heart that she would serve the sect master well. Your subordinate Feng Dao greets sect master. Your subordinate Feng Fa greets sect master. Your subordinate Fa Zheng greets sect master. Your subordinate Fau greets sect master. MHM rise. Lu Chun looked at the 3 men and 1 woman before him. All of them were at the peak Quasi-Emperor realm, and he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. From now on, you will serve as core elders. Go familiarize yourselves with the current sect first. Yes, sect master. Greetings, sect master, Huarawashi said softly. You're back. Come help me make tea, and take off your veil while you're at it. Yes, sect master. Huarawashi gently removed her veil, revealing that breathtakingly beautiful face. When Lu Chun saw that face, he could not help but take a few more glances. He secretly thought, she really is beautiful enough. No wonder the system had her become my maid. Not bad either. Having a beauty served me every day. You look good. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Huarawashi's cheeks instantly flushed red with embarrassment. This is for you. From now on, wear these clothes. A spatial ring floated in front of Huarawashi. There are even special sect clothes for maids. Huarawashi bit her lip lightly and reached out to take the ring. Open it when you go back tonight. Lu Chun thought to himself that if she opened it now, both of them would be embarrassed. He could not afford to lose that kind of face. At that moment, Lu Chun received a voice transmission from Jiangba, sect master. Pavilion Master Lu of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion requests an audience. Let her come in. A moment later, Lu Yi arrived at the Sect Master Hall with an old woman behind her. As soon as the two saw Lu Chun, they hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Sect Master of the Myriad Dharma Sect. Pavilion Master Lu, no need for formalities. Are you here to deliver supplies again this time? Yes, Sect Master. The clothing, spirit herbs, and spirit medicines your sect ordered a few days ago have all been prepared. As Lu Yi spoke, a storage ring flew in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun glanced at Huarawashi, and she tactfully stepped forward and took the ring. Why does that woman look a little familiar? Lu Yi secretly wondered. As sect master, I wonder if these resources can also be exchanged for those peaches from last time? Lu Yi stammered, looking somewhat guilty. The peaches from last time that could increase lifespan were unbelievably precious, while the resources she had brought were nothing more than ordinary cultivation supplies from the Xuanhuang Continent. But for the sake of the lifespans of several old ancestors, she still worked up the courage to ask. Yes, but I have 2 small requests. As long as Pavilion Master Lu agrees, it will be fine. Upon hearing that, Lu Yi said excitedly, Please speak, Sect Master. As long as it is something my Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can do, it won't be a problem. It's simple. First, I plan to build a massive Myriad Dharma city at the foot of the mountain. In the future, your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion headquarters in the eastern region will need to move to Myriad Dharma City. Second, I have already arranged for 100 Flowers Valley to handle the construction of the city, but with such a huge city, I'm afraid 100 Flowers Valley may be too busy to manage it all. Your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will need to assist from the side with the city's construction. Sect Master, my Heavenly Treasure Pavilion agrees to both requests. Lu Yi was overjoyed. She secretly thought, these aren't even real requests at all. The Myriad Dharma sect will definitely become the ruler of the eastern region, and Myriad Dharma City will surely become the most prosperous place in the eastern region. Even if the Myriad Dharma sect didn't say anything, I would have taken the initiative to move here. If I came too late, even the good spots might already be taken. Since we're joining in the city's construction now, it's the perfect chance to pick a good location. As for the second matter, that's even easier for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. We have plenty of money and manpower. Good. Later, go discuss it with the people from 100 Flowers Valley. They know the city construction plan. Build the city as quickly as possible. Ruashi, notify your people from 100 Flowers Valley and tell them about this. Okay, Sect Master. Huarawashi was blooming with joy inside. With Heavenly Treasure Pavilion helping, 100 Flowers Valley would be under much less pressure. Oh, so this overly beautiful woman is from 100 Flowers Valley. But who is she? She looks so familiar, but I just can't remember. Lu Yi thought to herself. Congratulations, Sect Master. With seniors like the Hum and Ha generals protecting the common people, it truly is a blessing for the eastern region. Lu Yi said. The Hum and Ha generals? What Hum and Ha generals? Lu Chen asked. What? Could it be that the Hum and Ha generals are not elders of your sect? Sect Master, Elder Jiangba once came to me, and I told him that the culprit was most likely the Evil Moon sect. The next day, the Evil Moon sect was destroyed. After the sect was exterminated, a sign was even set up listing all the crimes the Evil Moon sect had committed, and the signature left on the sign was Hum and Ha generals. Could it be that the Evil Moon sect wasn't destroyed by your sect? Lu Yi asked softly. It was destroyed by my sect, but none of my sect's elders are called the Hum and Ha generals, Lu Chan said. Then maybe I got it wrong. If they're not elders, then they should be disciples of your sect. Lu Yi smiled awkwardly. Lu Chan was also somewhat speechless, thinking it must be those 2 jokers giving themselves a name like that. At that moment, Kunkin and Mage, who were cultivating inside the cultivation tower, both sneezed at the same time. Who was it? Who exactly is talking behind our backs? Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll twist your head off and use it like a ball. Just then, Jiang Dao delivered 2 flat peaches. Greetings, Sect Master. Sect Master, here are the flat peaches you wanted. MHM. Give them to Pavilion Master Lu, Lu Chen instructed. After receiving the flat peaches, Lu Yi quickly thanked him. Many thanks, Sect Master. Many thanks, Elder. Sect Master, then we'll take our leave first. We'll come visit the Sect Master again next time. All right, you may all leave, Lu Chen said. Outside the mountain gate of the Myriad Dharma sect. Miss, this Myriad Dharma sect is very strong. Even the ones guarding the mountain gate are the same as me, peak saints. The one who just delivered the flat peaches should be a saint king. There are many elders inside whose realms I can't see through at all, especially that sect master of the Myriad Dharma sect. Just one look at him felt as though my whole being had fallen into an abyss. 2. Terrifying. And 2. It probably won't be long before this place changes its name to the Myriad Dharma Imperial Sect, so we absolutely must build a good relationship with them. Yes, Mississippi. That night, after returning to her residence, Huarashi had just been about to sit down and cultivate when she remembered the ring the sect master had given her. She wanted to see what was inside. Curious, Huarashi sent her divine sense into the ring. The next second, a wave of heat flared across her cheeks. Inside a hidden compartment lay several pieces of clothing she had never seen before. A bright pink ultra-short skirt that barely covered the tops of her thighs, black stockings gleaming with a moist sheen, and a white-made outfit trimmed with lace. Its neckline cut just right, and its skirt hem folded into playful pleats. She hurriedly withdrew her divine sense, her heart pounding against her chest like a drum. These clothes were even more revealing than her closest inner garments, especially that pair of black stockings as thin as cicada wings. Just imagining herself wearing them made her scalp tingle. Her fingertips unconsciously twisted at her sleeve cuff, and the tips of her ears turned so red they looked ready to bleed, even her neck taking on a blush. I could never wear something this revealing, she murmured softly, yet her mind uncontrollably conjured the image of herself putting on the maid outfit, the skirt swaying up with her movements. In embarrassment and annoyance, she stomped her foot, remembering the sect master's order that she was to wear these clothes from now on. Huarashi grew so anxious that she spun in circles on the spot. In one motion, she took out all the clothes from the storage ring and piled them across the entire room. Looking at those revealing outfits, she did not know what to do for a moment. Then suddenly, she noticed a small pile of secretary outfits that were comparatively less revealing. That was already the greatest extent she could accept. Huarashi tried on the secretary outfit and found that it actually looked pretty good, but with everything below her thighs exposed, she still found it a little hard to accept. But on second thought, this was already the most conservative among all those clothes. The sect master collected so many revealing outfits. Could he be a huge pervert? The more Huarashi thought about it, the redder her cheeks became. Early the next morning, Huarashi walked up to Lu Chen with a flushed face, twisting awkwardly, her legs pressed tightly together, afraid of exposing herself. Looking at her like this, Lu Chen could not help wanting to laugh. But when he saw Huarashi's curvy figure paired with that breathtakingly beautiful face, even Lu Chen could not help swallowing. Not bad, but you're still missing a pair of glasses and a pair of high heels, Lu Chen said. Sect Master, what glasses? What high heels? What are those? Huarashi asked. Huarashi thought to herself. The sect master is not about to give me something strange again, is he? This is so embarrassing. It's nothing. Just focus on making tea properly. Lu Chen looked at the pair of full headlights on Huarashi's chest and her perky hips, and his mood was especially good today. Inside the 100 Flowers Hall, Hua Xinrui sat in the high seat and announced, "Today, I declare that our 100 Flowers Valley has officially become an affiliated force of the Myriad Dharma Sect. Old ancestor, are we really going to become an affiliated force of the Myriad Dharma Sect?" Hearing the old ancestor say this, the second elder Zhiyao felt very uneasy. Zhiyao, I know what you're thinking. Our 100 Flowers Valley is a sect with tens of thousands of years of history, so suddenly becoming someone else's affiliated force is indeed hard to accept. But I want to tell you that this is a great opportunity for our 100 Flowers Valley. The power of the Myriad Dharma Sect is beyond your imagination. From now on, our 100 Flowers Valley also has someone to rely on, Hua Xinrui said. There are 3 things I'm about to say next. Everyone must do their utmost to handle them well. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed, Hua Xinrui said sternly. First, summon our 100 Flowers Valley's 2 affiliated forces, the Mountain Sword Sect and the Black Tiger Gang. Have all of them relocate to Myriad Dharma City and take responsibility for the city's construction as well as its future defense work. Mengqi, you, and Zhiyao will handle this matter. Second, Zhiyao, for now on you will be responsible for supervising the construction of Myriad Dharma City as well as the city's future administrative affairs. Zhiyao, don't worry. The Valley Master sent me a message last night saying that the Sect Master has already arranged for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to assist us in building the city. Their people will be waiting for us in Myriad Dharma City. Third, the Upper Sect has given our 100 Flowers Valley 10 advanced study slots. The spots have already been decided. They are for me, the Great Elder, Elder Lu, and the 7 disciples who came out of the secret realm. third elder, from now on, you will remain behind to guard 100 Flowers Valley. After Hua Xinrui issued this series of orders, aside from the two who had already known beforehand, the other elders were all somewhat stunned. Old Ancestor, are you saying the Myriad Dharma sect wants us to build a city? Second elder Ji Yao asked. That's right. After you and Meng Qi move the people of the Mountain Sword sect and the Black Tiger gang over, you will be in charge of supervising the city's construction. You must make sure Myriad Dharma City is built well. After it is completed, you will be responsible for managing it. Understand, Old Ancestor, Ji Yao said. Old Ancestor, I have an idea, Lu Lanchu said. What idea? Let's hear it. I want to move the entire 100 Flowers Valley to the vicinity of the upper sect. The spiritual energy there is several degrees richer than ours, and currently the entire Xuanhuang Continent does not have a single first-rate or super first-rate force there. So it would be perfect for 100 Flowers Valley to move over. On top of that, being close to the upper sect means that if anything happens, our 100 Flowers Valley can request support from them at any time. Right now, 100 Flowers Valley is still a bit too far from the upper sect. Even traveling at the fastest speed would still take more than one day. Old Ancestor, I think Elder Lu makes a good point. After moving there, the benefits would be enormous, and it would also make it easier for us to manage Myriad Dharma City. The Great Elder was the first to step forward in support. The other elders grew more and more confused as they listened. They had been discussing things just fine, so how had it suddenly become a matter of relocating the whole sect too? Lan Xue makes a good point. Moving there really does bring many benefits. Then we shall relocate the entire 100 Flowers Valley to the Shengtian mountain range. Great Elder and Second Elder set out immediately for the Mountain Sword sect and the Black Tiger gang. Gather all the remaining people and relocate the entire 100 Flowers Valley with me. Without waiting for the others to react, Hua Xinrui directly gave the order. That day, the entire 100 Flowers Valley became busy. Inside the Mountain Sword sect, Hua Mengqi sat high on the throne and said, Sect Master Wu, before today ends, gather everyone in your sect. Pack up everything and move out. Tomorrow, follow me to the Shengtian mountain range. Great Elder, why? Are you telling me to move the Mountain Sword sect to the Shengtian mountain range? If I tell you to do it, then do it. Why so many questions? Remember, this time is an opportunity for your Mountain Sword sect. The moment Sect Master Wu heard the word opportunity, he instantly perked up. Yes, Great Elder. I'll call everyone back right away. The same thing also happened in the Black Tiger gang. The next day, more than 100,000 people from 100 Flowers Valley, the Mountain Sword sect, and the Black Tiger gang all set out toward the Shengtian mountain range. Such a huge commotion also alarmed some sects, especially the Tianyin sect. After hearing the news, Bai Yuhang also looked completely baffled. What exactly is this Hua Ruashi doing? Why is she being so mysterious? Men, send someone to 100 Flowers Valley to find out what happened. Yes, Sect Master. I'll handle it right away. 2 days later, at the outer area of the Shengtian mountain range, nearly 500,000 people had gathered there. Wang Bo walked up to Hua Xinrui and asked, Could you be a fellow Taoist from 100 Flowers Valley? That's right. Are you a fellow Taoist from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Precisely. These people were also brought in by our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Together with the people from 100 Flowers Valley, it will be enough. Afterward, the two began discussing the construction of the giant city. For cultivators with cultivation, building a giant city was far too easy. Inside the Tianyin sect's main hall, what did you say? The entire 100 Flowers Valley moved away. Bai Yuhang's face was full of shock, completely unable to believe it. Yes, Sect Master. Everything was moved away. By the time I arrived at 100 Flowers Valley, the place was already completely empty. I also found out that even 100 Flowers Valley's two affiliated forces had moved away. I heard they all moved to the Shengtian mountain range. The Shengtian mountain range? The Myriad Dharma sect. Bai Yuhang suddenly snapped away. This definitely has something to do with the Myriad Dharma sect. Well done, Hua Ruashi. You actually secretly cooperated with the Myriad Dharma sect and did not even bring me along. No, I have to personally make a trip to the Shengtian mountain range. What exactly is Baiwa Valley doing? Why did they suddenly decide to build a giant city here? I have to go to Baiwa Valley and get a clear answer. Bai Yuhang muttered to himself. Bai Yuhang had already been observing the area around Wanfa City for 7 days and discovered that hundreds of thousands of people were building the city. He also noticed that Baiwa Valley was constructing a new sect residence nearby. Over the past few days, quite a few forces had sent scouts to gather information. Inside the new Baiwa Valley, Old Ancestor, the sect residence you chose is truly excellent. The spiritual energy is even a bit denser than before, and it's not far from either Wanfa sect or Wanfa City, the Great Elder said. Meng Qi, how is the construction of Wanfa City going now? Hua Xinrui asked. Old Ancestor, it will all be finished in 2 more days. They're doing the final touches now. Very good. In 2 days, make arrangements for the disciples going for advanced study to accompany me to the upper sect. We'll also report the matter of Wanfa City to the sect master. At that moment, a disciple came to report. Old Ancestor, sect master by Tianyin sect requests an audience. So, why has he come knocking on our door? Let him in. Looking at the brand new Baiwa Valley, Xuanhuang was full of confusion. The original Baiwa Valley had been perfectly fine, so why relocate? A moment later, this junior greets Senior Hua. You're too polite. Sect Master Bai, what brings you to Baiwa Valley so suddenly today? This is our new residence, and it's still a bit messy, so please don't take offense. Senior Hua, you give this junior too much credit. A few days ago, I heard that Baiwa Valley was relocating, and I thought something had happened, so I came specifically to take a look. Many thanks for Sect Master Bai's concern. Our Baiwa Valley has already become an affiliated force of Wanfa Sect, and we are also responsible for building Wanfa City, so we simply moved the sect here as well. What? Your Baiwa Valley has become an affiliated force of Wanfa Sect. Bai Yuhang was deeply shaken inside. He never expected Baiwa Valley to have made such a bold decision. No wonder they were both relocating the sect and building a city. Now everything made sense. Sect Master Bai, you heard correctly. Our Baiwa Valley really has become an affiliated force of Wanfa Sect. Since we need to manage Wanfa City, we moved the sect here too. Senior Hua, your Baiwa Valley truly has courage. This junior admires it. Sect Master Bai, our Baiwa Valley is also taking a gamble. Senior Hua, as long as Baiwa Valley is fine, that's all that matters. Then this junior will take his leave first. Our two sects should keep in closer contact in the future. Don't worry. The relationship between our two sects is the same as before. Nothing has changed. Mengshi, see Sect Master Bai out. Hey, fellow Taoist, did you hear? A giant city has been built on the outer edge of the Shengtian mountain range. I heard it's an affiliated city of Wanfa Sect. Heard? I want to see it a few days ago. In a few days, I'm planning to buy a house there. Why, fellow Taoist? It's a new city. What if it ends up with no one there in the future? What do you know? Wanfa Sect may be called a sect, but who doesn't know it's stronger than a holy land? To be precise, it should be called Wanfa Holy Land. It's one of the strongest sects in the eastern region. Do you really think it'll lack people? Right, fellow Taoist, you're absolutely right. I'm going there to get a house too. The guests at the neighboring table were enlightened as well. That's right, one of the strongest sects in the eastern region. In the future, houses in this city might really become impossible to get. No, I need to prepare enough spirit stones and get a few units too. At this time, throughout the eastern region, many forces had already sent people to prepare to settle in Wanfa City, so that in the future they would have a foothold there when gathering information. 2 days later, Hua Xinrui brought Hua Mengqi, Lu Lanxue, and 7 disciples into the sect master hall. We greet the sect master. No need for excessive courtesy, Lu Chen said. When they looked up and saw Hua Ruoshi beside Lu Chen, everyone from Baiwa Valley froze. Is that the Valley Master? Why is she wearing such strange clothes? And they're so revealing too. It's truly too embarrassing. Seeing everyone staring at her, Hua Ruoshi couldn't help becoming awkward and wanted to hide off to the side. Inside, she thought, this is so embarrassing. They all saw me like this. How am I supposed to face anyone in the future? Not bad, Valley Master. You've already started using a honey trap to tempt the sect master. Nicely done. Hua Xinrui thought excitedly to herself. Snapping back to herself, Hua Xinrui said, Sect Master, these 10 people are our current advanced study slots. That's fine. Ruoshi, later take the people from Baiwa Valley to register their identity tokens as advanced study disciples and arrange their residences. Yes, Sect Master. Ruoshi understands. Sect Master, Wanfa City has already been fully built. Right now, only the city formation remains to be set up, Hua Xinrui said. Very good. I'll arrange for 2 people to handle the formation shortly. I will send an elder to garrison the city. Remember, the shops in Wanfa City are for rent only, not for sale. The monthly rent will be used for the city's expenses. 3 days from now, Wanfa City will officially open, Lu Chen said. Fajing, Fayu, come to the hall at once, Lu Chen transmitted with his voice. After receiving the message, the 2 quickly flew toward the sect master hall. Yes, sect master. I have already moved Baiwa Valley's 2 affiliated forces into Wanfa City. In the future, there will be no shortage of guards and patrol personnel within the city, Hua Xinrui said. At that moment, 2 people walked into the hall. Greetings, sect master. We wonder why sect master summoned us. Fajing, Fayu, go to the treasury right now and take some formation materials, then head to Wanfa City below the mountain to help set up the formation. Yes, sect master. We'll handle it right away. All right, all of you may withdraw now. Valley Master, your clothes. Lu Lanxue asked. The sect master rewarded them to me, Hua Ruoshi said with a red face. Valley Master is truly blessed, Lu Lanxue said, covering her mouth as she giggled. Several disciples followed behind Hua Ruoshi, chattering as they looked around Wanfa Sect. This is great. Cultivating here, I'll break through to the Dongshu realm very soon. Hey look, how come we've never seen those women before? Wow, they're all so beautiful. You don't know? Know what? I just came out of the cultivation tower. Senior brother, hurry and tell me. Who are they? They're disciples from Baiwa Valley. I heard they came to our Wanfa sect for advanced study. Baiwa Valley? Advanced study? What exactly is going on? So you don't know. Baiwa Valley has already become an affiliated force of our Wanfa sect. And they even built Wanfa City below the mountain. That's great. From now on, we can get closer to the junior sisters from Baiwa Valley. A group of Xuanhuang sect disciples stared at the disciples of Baiwa Valley, practically drooling. After arriving at the advanced study courtyard, Huarashi instructed the disciples, "The environment here is so good, so you absolutely must not slack off. Usually, when you have nothing to do, you can go out with the Great Elder and Elder Lu to do the missions issued by the Sect Master and earn contribution points for cultivation. Valley Master, rest assured, we know that this opportunity is a heaven-sent blessing for us. We will definitely cultivate diligently and not fail the Valley Master's high expectations," Zhu Cixin said. "Old ancestor, then please cultivate here at ease. If anything comes up, you can send me a message. I'll return to the Sect Master's side first," Huarashi said. "All right, go on. Don't keep the Sect Master waiting too long," Hua Xinrui said with a smiling expression. At this moment, above Wanfa City, Fajing stood in midair. 7 bronze talisman plaques flew out from his sleeve and transformed into a Big Dipper 7-star formation in the empty space below. Holding a jade tablet, Fayu tapped lightly, and the hidden 360 formation nodes beneath the city foundation lit up at the same time with a dim blue glow, flickering like dormant stars. Fayu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his figure drifted like willow fluff to the city lord's mansion. The instant he inserted the jade tablet into the ground, the entire corner tower unexpectedly gave off a glazed radiance, channeling the sluggish spiritual energy into a circulating ring. One worked inside, one outside. Fajing used the talisman plaques to stabilize the foundation of the formation, while Fayu used the jade tablet to guide the spirit veins. As the final seal entered the green jade steel before the city lord's mansion, the entire Wanfa city suddenly gave a light tremble. Complex spirit patterns appeared on the city walls, moving and intertwining like living things. A faint golden light barrier enveloped the whole city, and runes slowly flowed across its surface, as if drawing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the veins of this giant city. Zareo within the city watched all this, utterly shaken inside. To be able to set up such a grand formation in just 1 hour, just how high were these two people's attainments and formations? As the formation activated, the spiritual energy throughout all of Wanfa City began to grow denser as well. Fa Zheng and Fa Yu came to Jiao and said, "These two are the formation command tokens for controlling Wanfa City and the City Lord's Mansion. Take them. Many thanks to you two seniors for helping." Jiao hurriedly bowed. "No need to be so polite. This matter is settled, so we'll be heading back first. Farewell, seniors." Inside the imperial palace of the Tianyu dynasty, a young man sat upright in the seat of honor, leisurely sipping tea, with an old man standing behind him. At this moment, Emperor Li hurried into the hall and quickly bowed. "I did not know an honored guest had arrived. I hope you will not take offense, honored guest." The young man did not even raise his head. He continued staring at the teacup in his hand and slowly asked, "What has happened in the eastern region recently? Tell me everything you know." "Some things really have happened in the eastern region, and they all have to do with one sect," Emperor Li replied. "Oh, let's hear it." "This sect is called the Wanfa sect." It was as if they suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As soon as they emerged, they acted overbearingly. First they destroyed the Xiantian sword sect and the Qingtian Holy Land. Then they came to my dynasty to break off an engagement. After that, they went and destroyed the Heavenly Demon sect. Young master, this Wanfa sect is extremely powerful. They should have a Saint King level expert backing them. When they came to my dynasty to break off the engagement, that person defeated my family's saint ancestor with a single move. Later, they even killed the 2 saints of the Heavenly Demon sect. I hope young master will not rashly provoke this Wanfa sect," Emperor Li added. "Interesting. A mere eastern region actually has a Saint King realm existence. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to this Wanfa sect." "Young master, recently the Wanfa sect also built a Wanfa city, and will officially open tomorrow," Emperor Li said. "Very good. Uncle Amo, we'll go take a look at Wanfa city tomorrow, and then meet this Wanfa sect as well." "You may leave," the young man said to Emperor Li. "Yes, young master," Emperor Li answered, then turned and withdrew. At that moment, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Emperor Li's mouth, and he thought inwardly, "Wanfa sect, just wait. You killed my 2 sons. If I do not avenge this hatred, I swear I am not human." As it turned out, just moments ago, these two had barged straight into the palace. A terrifying pressure instantly covered the entire imperial palace and directly demanded to see the emperor. That was how the scene just now had come to be. "Young master, that emperor clearly wants to use us and have us deal with the Wanfa sect," Uncle Imo softly reminded him from the side. "It doesn't matter. Whether he said it or not, we were going to Wanfa sect anyway. My father sent me to investigate the eastern region, and everything is connected to this Wanfa sect. It seems this Wanfa sect is quite strong. If we can bring them under our Shao family's command, they'll be a great help to the family in the future. Young master is wise. This old man admires you." At this moment, 2 women walked in through the doorway. "This servant greets young master." His Majesty instructed the two of us to come serve young master tonight. Haha, this emperor really knows how to handle things. Not bad. Come over and massage my shoulders. Yes, young master. The two women lightly walked to the young master's side. Their jade-like hands gently rested on his shoulders and slowly began kneading them. The other one gently started massaging his legs. The young master comfortably closed his eyes and enjoyed the service. Uncle Imo smiled faintly and tactfully walked out of the room. Early the next morning, Xuanhuang City officially opened today. The city gates were already packed with people, and everyone was curiously looking over this giant city. Profound runes flowed and shone upon the gates. At this time, Xiao walked to the city gate and said, "Today, Xuanhuang City is opening. If you need to purchase courtyards or shops inside the city, please go to the city lord's mansion to make transactions. One more thing. All fighting is forbidden inside the city. If two sides have a conflict, please go to the arena in the center of the city. Once you step onto the arena, life and death are your own responsibility." Xiao's voice spread into everyone's ears. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the city. Sect Master Wu, open the gates, Xiao said. The gates opened, and everyone rushed in. The streets inside were broad, with shops lining both sides, though many storefronts still had no tenants. In the central plaza, a massive Dharma wheel slowly turned, scattering countless rays of glowing light. Among the crowd were young cultivators fresh out of the gate, curiously looking around, and old cultivators tempered by countless hardships, stroking their long beards with sharp glints flashing in their eyes. Hawking cries, laughter, and the sounds of magic artifacts colliding intertwined together, composing Xuanhuang City's first movement of prosperity. At this moment, every inch of Xuanhuang City was brimming with vigorous life. Countless cultivators, carrying dreams and expectations, gathered here together to witness the birth of this legendary city. The place with the most people was the city lord's mansion. Every faction wanted to buy shops and houses, afraid that if they came late, all the good locations would be gone. What? The shops aren't for sale? Then why did your Xuanhuang City build all these shops? Someone suddenly shouted. Fellow Taoist, our shops truly are not for sale, but they can be rented. Houses and large courtyards can be bought. At this moment, Shaoli was standing at the city gate, looking over Xuanhuang City and thinking this city was built quite well. It's qualified to become a subordinate of my Shao family. Young master, do not be careless. The formation of this giant city is very strong. Even I can't quite see through it. Uncle Imo said, interesting. Come, let's go inside and take a look. It wasn't just the Shao family. Quite a few forces from Central Continent had, like Shao Li, traced all the information they gathered back to the Xuanhuang sect, and all of them had now arrived in Xuanhuang City. At present, a small number of shops in the city had already opened for business. They were all opened by people from the Black Tiger Gang and the Mountain Sword sect. Inside a tavern, an old man and two young people were looking at the Tianbao pavilion across from them. The three were people from the Guiyuan Sword Pavilion who had come from Central Continent. Elder Jianxi, Xuanhuang City only opened today, but the people from Tianbao Pavilion have already opened a shop here. This Tianbao Pavilion should have dealings with the Xuanhuang sect, Fu Qingran said. Junior sister is right. Tianbao Pavilion should have dealings with the Xuanhuang sect. That's the only way they could open a shop here this quickly, Yi Kong said. You two little ones are not bad. You got some insight. Sometimes you really have to admire Tianbao Pavilion's intelligence network. They've opened shops everywhere, so they can learn of anything that happens on the Xuanhuang Continent at the first possible moment. In this regard, on the entire Xuanhuang Continent, only the Qianji Tower can compare with Tianbao Pavilion, Jianxi said. Elder Jianxi, if we want to understand the situation, why don't we just go directly to the Xuanhuang sect? Wouldn't that let us learn more? Fu Qingran said, Little one, this is where you don't understand. Back when I was outside the city just now, I already sensed that the grand formation inside the city is far from simple. Anyone capable of laying down such a formation is one of those terrifying old monsters. If we go straight to their sect for no reason and probe for information, we'll definitely offend the Xuanhuang sect. Tomorrow, we can go to Tianbao Pavilion and test the waters a little, see if we can get some clues, Jianxi said. Oh, Elder Jianxi, as expected, you're still the most amazing. Elder Jianxi, look, those are people from the Huangfu family and the Yaoguang Holy Land. At this moment, several people were walking into the tea house, and both sides noticed each other at the same time. It seems the eastern region has stirred up quite a few old monsters this time. At this moment, Shaoli was in the city lord's mansion, looking down on Jiao from above and asking with a face full of contempt, You're the one in charge here? Yes. May I ask what guidance young master has? Jiao asked. Notify the person behind you, and have him come here to see me. Young master, if you're here to rent a shop or buy a courtyard, please handle it at the counter. If you're here to make trouble, please leave. Though Jiao was a little afraid inside and knew the old man opposite her was very strong, today was the day Xuanhuang City opened. There was no way she could just ignore someone coming to make trouble at their door. She believed the people the Xuanhuang sect had sent to guard the place would not let anything happen to her. Oh, interesting. A mere little city lord dares speak to me like this. Shaoli said. The master behind you is the Xuanhuang sect, right? Immediately send a message to the Xuanhuang sect master and tell him to come out and see me. Tell him people from the Shao family, an imperial clan of Central Continent, are waiting for him here. If he doesn't come, he'll bear the consequences. Shaoli let out a sinister smile as he looked at Jiao. When Jiao heard the words Central Continent and Imperial Clan, she was so frightened that sweat poured down her back. This was an Imperial Clan. If this wasn't handled properly, something huge would happen. Why, young master? Please wait a moment. I'll go notify them right away. No need to notify anyone. At this moment, a voice came from inside the city lord's manor. Hearing this voice, Jiao stopped where she was. When she saw who had come out, Jiao immediately saluted. Greetings, senior. Senior, they said they wanted to see the sect master, and they also claimed to be from the Shao family, an imperial clan from Central Continent. I already know, so you two are the ones who want to see the sect master. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the two of them and asked, Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. I can't see through him, Mo Bo said in a low voice. Oh, interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in the Xuanhuang sect. That's right. My name is Shaoli, Shao from the imperial Shao family. Tell your sect master to come out and see me. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Looking at the tense atmosphere before her, Jiao only felt her heart pound in terror, thumping like war drums. Just you two rotten trash think you're worthy of seeing the sect master? Go back to wherever you came from. Hearing this, Xiao Li's face turned frighteningly gloomy. Good, very good. On the Xuanhuang Continent, no one has ever dared refuse to give my Shao family face. Who cares whether you're from the Shao family or some other faction? If you don't leave now, then die. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was icy cold. Young master, let's leave first. This is Xuanhuang sect's territory. Mo Bo transmitted his voice. Re the first one who has ever dared threaten my Shao family. This matter won't end just like this. Just you wait. Mo Bo, let's go. Jun Xiaoyao let out a cold laugh and didn't take this matter to heart at all. He turned to Jiao and said, if you run into people like this again in the future, throw them out directly. The sect isn't as simple as you think. Don't be afraid of offending anyone. Just focus on managing Xuanhuang City well. If anything happens, the sect will back you up. I understand, senior. Jiao thought to herself. With those words from the upper sect, I can relax a lot more. People from the Shao family came too. It really was Shaoli of the Shao family. Why did he come out of the city, Lord's Manor, with such a dark face? Mo Wushang said. Maybe he got shut down. Haha. It's rare to see someone from the Shao family get humiliated. Huang Fuyin, why do you think all his top factions sent people to the eastern region to gather information? Mo Wushang. Didn't your holy lord of Yaoguang tell you the reason either? No. He only told me to come investigate what had happened recently in the eastern region, then go back after I was done. My Huangfu family is the same. For so many top factions from Central Continent to come investigate, something big must have happened, and it definitely has something to do with this Xuanhuang sect, Huang Fuyin said. Huang Fuyin, people from Tianji Tower and the Buddhist sect of the western region also arrived just now. I can understand the Buddhist sect sending people, but does Tianji Tower really need to send anyone? Couldn't their ancestor just divine what happened with a single hexagram? I don't know about that. Let's head back tomorrow and bring this information back to report. Back in the inn, Shaoli stood with his hands behind his back in front of the window. His usually stern face was now covered in a layer of frost, his jawline tightly drawn, and the darkness surging in his eyes seemed ready to spill over. Mo Bo, what cultivation is that person at the city Lord's Manor exactly? Shaoli asked. Great sage. No wonder he dared to give my Shao family so little face. So he's in the great sage realm. But so what if he's a great sage? If I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. Young master, this Xuanhuang sect is not simple. A single city can have a great sage stationed there to guard it. If we want to deal with Xuanhuang sect, we must plan for the long term. Unless what? Speak. Unless young master can borrow the Shao family guard from the family head, or spend a huge amount to hire the Tiansha Hall to act. Mo Bo said. Tiansha Hall? That's right. As long as you can afford the payment, there is no one Tiansha Hall doesn't dare kill. But if you want to hire an assassin in the great sage realm, I'm afraid you'll have to pay an astronomical price. What my Shao family lacks least is resources. I'm only afraid Tiansha Hall won't dare accept it. Tomorrow we'll return to Central Continent first, report everything here to father, and then make long-term plans. At this moment, however, the city lord's manor was lively and full of laughter. Elder Jiao, we rented out quite a few shops today. All the good locations were snapped up. Even with such expensive rent, those sects and factions didn't even blink. If they wanted to rent, they rented right away, haha. Not bad. Sect Master Wu, I'll record a merit for you. Elder Jiao, I've also sold a lot of houses on my side. Those large estates are basically all sold out. Those people really don't lack spirit stones. Right now, there's still some small courtyards and houses left. Give it a few more days, and they'll basically all be sold out too. All done very well, Guild Leader Chong. I'll also record a merit for you. Right now, just the shop rent alone is enough to maintain the city lord's manor's expenses. VE already negotiated with Tianbao Pavilion. Every month, The cultivation pills they provide to our City Lord's Manor will be at a 20% discount. From now on, neither you nor the people below you will lack cultivation resources anymore. But you must make sure to instruct the people below properly, not to slack off. Otherwise, if the upper sect blames us, no one will be able to save us. The two said excitedly, worry, Elder Xiao. We'll pass all this down. Early the next morning, inside Tianbao Pavilion's VIP room, 3 people were leisurely drinking tea. Lu Yi pushed the door open and entered. When she saw the person in the lead, she immediately stepped forward and gave a light salute. Yi greets Senior Jianqi. Long time no see. Little sister Qingran and senior brother Yikong. Girl Lu, no need for formalities. Yi, it really has been a long time since we last met. Ever since you came to the eastern region, we haven't seen each other for several years. This was all arranged by the family. You know too, once our Lu family disciples reach a certain age, they're all sent out to manage shops. My aunt is doing well at Sword Pavilion, right? She hasn't returned to the Lu family in such a long time. Elder Lu has been in seclusion these past few years. Your aunt is practically a cultivation maniac, Jianqi said. That really is the kind of person she is. Lu Yi smiled faintly and asked, Senior Jianqi also came to investigate information about Wanfa sect? Girl Lu, as expected, you're clever. Nothing can be hidden from you. Senior Jianqi flatters me. Yesterday, I saw people from the Huangfu family, Yaowang Holy Land, Tianji Tower, and the Shao family, as well as you, Senior. Even the Buddhist sects from the western region sent people, so I guessed all of you came for Wanfa sect. Girl Lu, can you tell me about this Wanfa sect? Senior Jianqi, forgive me, but I can't say too much. But there's one thing I can tell you, and that is that you must never become enemies with Wanfa sect. That's all I can say. Girl Lu, is this Wanfa sect really as formidable as you say? Although Jianqi was shocked inwardly, his expression remained calm and unruffled. Very strong, very strong. I never expected the eastern region to have sect like this. Jianqi muttered to himself. A lot of people are guessing that Wanfa sect is a hidden world sect that only recently emerged to take in disciples, Lu Yi said. A hidden world sect? Then it really is somewhat unfathomable. The more Fu Qingran and Yi Kong listened from the side, the more shocked they became. This Wanfa sect is actually this terrifying? Yesterday, I also saw Shao Li of the Shao family enter the City Lord's Manor, then come out with a dark face. Judging by the Shao family's usual style, they definitely won't let this matter go just like that. They definitely still have a next move. We can just wait and watch the show, Lu Yi said. Haha, indeed, with the Shao family's temper, they definitely won't let it go easily. Girl Lu, many thanks for telling this old man all this today. Senior is too polite, Lu Yi said. Girl Lu, then we won't disturb you any longer. We're heading back to Central Continent now to report the news here, so we'll take our leave, Jianqi said. Take care, Senior Jianqi. In the hall of the sect master of the Myriad Dharma sect, after listening to Jun Xiaoyao's report, Lu Chun curled his lips slightly and said, interesting. Looks like this Shao family has no small ambitions. If he behaves himself, that's one thing. But if he dares to make any little moves, I don't mind wiping out an imperial clan for fun. Hua Ruoshi, dressed in secretary attire and making tea at the side, heard Lu Chen's words and her hand holding the teapot trembled slightly. She thought to herself that a powerful imperial clan was being spoken of as something to destroy for fun. Just how unfathomable was this sect master strength? She did not dare think any further. Elder Jun, Lu Chun continued. You elders at the peak of the Great Saint Realm should also break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm as soon as possible. You could take turns guarding Myriad Dharma City. Those who are free should all come back and enter seclusion to cultivate. Jun Xiaoyao bowed and replied, Sect Master, rest assured, quite a few of us are already at half-step Quasi-Emperor. Given a bit more time, we will be able to break through into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Very good. Lu Chen nodded. Then you may withdraw first. Suddenly, a crack rang out, the sound of a teacup shattering. Hua Ruoshi froze in shock, waves crashing through her heart. What? Quasi-Emperor? And quite a few people. These elders are actually all half-step Quasi-Emperors. Seeing Hua Ruoshi standing there in a daze, Lu Chun gave a light cough. Hua Ruoshi snapped back to her senses and only then noticed the spilled tea and broken cup on the floor. She quickly dropped to her knees and said in fear, Sect Master, I'm sorry. This servant was clumsy and broke the teacup. Please punish me, Sect Master. All right, just be more careful next time, Lu Chun said flatly. System, open my personal panel. Ding. Name, Lu Chun. Age, 23 years old. Cultivation, late stage Great Emperor realm. Physique, innate divine demon body. Cultivation method, divine demon art. Martial skill, myriad treasury sword cannon. Weapon, world-ending sword, extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Disciples, Ning Tian, supreme bone. Ning Yun, double pupils. Mu Qingsheng, reincarnation body. Looking at the information on the panel, Lu Chun smiled in satisfaction. Southern region. Outer area of the Demon Beast Forest. In the Demon Beast Forest, shrouded in morning mist, The young Ling Yunji tightly gripped the hilt of the iron sword on his back, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. Rotten leaves under his feet gave off faint rustling sounds. Vines all around coiled around giant trees like poisonous snakes, and the air was filled with a damp, fishy sweet smell. He had come here to temper himself, and, on the way, search for spiritual herbs to raise his cultivation, but he had not expected to run into a third-rank red-eyed demon wolf. The demon beast lunged out fiercely from behind an ancient tree, its foul wind almost freezing the air. Ling Yun's pupils shrank sharply. In the instant he rolled to the side, the wolf's claws had already torn through the robe on his left shoulder, blood splattering on a bark as rough as bluestone. He spun and drew his sword. The bronze blade traced a half-arc of cold light through the dimness, yet only cut off a tuft of gray-black wolf fur. The red-eyed demon wolf lowered its body, saliva dripping from sharp fangs, its amber vertical pupils filled with savage brutality. The boy gasped heavily, his left hand pressing tightly over his bleeding wound, his knuckles turning white from force. He knew exactly how dangerous this third-rank demon beast was. If he delayed any longer, there would only be death waiting for him. He had no choice but to use the most precious breaking rank talisman on him for a sliver of hope to survive. The wolf's howl shook the branches and leaves into rustling. The demon wolf pounced again, its stench rushing straight at his face. Not retreating, but advancing instead. Ling Yunji used the momentum of his charge to duck low and slide forward, his sword edge grazing the wolf's belly and drawing a spray of blood. The intense pain drove the demon wolf completely mad, and its long tail lashed toward the boy's back like a steel whip. Ling Yun was struck until his blood and qi churned, and a fishy sweetness surged into his throat. Enduring the dizziness by force, he stabbed his sword into the ground with a backhand to steady himself, while pulling out the last talisman from his chest. The bloody maw of the red-eyed demon wolf was already right before him. He suddenly slapped the talisman onto the flat of the sword and shouted. The talisman paper, flashing with golden light, instantly burned to ashes, and sword qi abruptly surged by 3 inches. The boy exhausted the last strand of spiritual power in his body and pushed his sword forward horizontally. The blade pierced straight into the demon wolf's left eye with perfect accuracy. A shrill scream echoed through the forest. After crashing through several small trees, the red-eyed demon wolf fell to the ground with a heavy thud, and the red light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Ling Yunji collapsed onto the ground and let out a long breath, his whole body already soaked in cold sweat, blood still pouring from the wound on his left shoulder. Looking at the demon wolf's gradually cooling corpse, he only then realized that the clothes on his back had long since been stuck together by cold sweat and bloodstains. Ling Yun slowly sat up, just about to meditate and heal his injuries, when he felt a pair of eyes in the distance staring fixedly at him. Sensing something wrong, Ling Yun suddenly turned to look, and there was another red-eyed demon wolf. Over his heart sank. This one and the one just now were probably a pair. I'm badly injured now, and I've already used up my talismans. I refuse to accept this. I still haven't proven myself yet. Far away in the eastern region, Lu Chun was currently reclining leisurely on a lounge chair, while Huaruashi gently massaged his shoulders from behind. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out by his ear, and Lu Chun sat upright at once. Ding! System mission issued. Go to the southern region Demon Beast Forest to take a disciple. This person is currently in mortal danger. Please head to the Demon Beast Forest as soon as possible to accept a disciple. Mission reward for completion. 1 disciple recruitment gift pack. Take a disciple. Lu Chun raised a brow. The system wants me to take another disciple again? My 4th disciple is finally about to appear. Not bad. Sect Master, what's wrong? Did I just press too hard? Huaruashi asked with concern. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Chun waved his hand. I'm going out now to take in a disciple. Before his words had even fallen, Lu Chun casually tore open the space before him and stepped inside. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the location guided by the system. Lu Chun floated in midair and saw the badly injured boy below, as well as a demon beast approaching him step by step. Watching the red-eyed demon wolf press closer and closer, Ling Yunji tightened his grip on the iron sword in his hand and shouted angrily, Beast, I'll fight you to the end. Just as he was about to charge forward, a gentle voice suddenly rang out. Young man, I have seen countless people, and for what I see, your bones are extraordinary. You have pride, talent, and an uncommon heart. Are you willing to take me as your master and ascend to the heavens in a single step with me? Hearing this sudden voice, both the red-eyed demon wolf and Ling Yun stopped and looked toward Lu Chun, standing in midair. The red-eyed demon wolf warily sized up this human who had appeared out of nowhere. Finding that it could not see through him at all, it began to back away step by step. Ling Yunji came back to his senses and quickly bowed respectfully to Lu Chun. This junior, Ling Yunji, greets you, senior. Not bad. Lu Chun nodded. System, check Ling Yun's information. Ding. Name, Ling Yunji. Cultivation, 1st layer of qi refining. Age, 18 years old. Physique, Taishu, sword body, unawakened. Potential, 10 stars. Background, second son of the Ling family head in the southern region. Because the Taishu sword body requires devouring a massive amount of spiritual chi to awaken, he was mistakenly thought by his clansmen to have a useless body and was mocked by his own clan. Later, the Ling family head drove him and his mother out of the Ling family. Not long ago, after his mother passed away from illness, he came alone to the demon beast forest to train and seek spiritual herbs to break through in cultivation. Looking at Ling Yun's information, Lu Chun thought to himself, another child with a pitiful background. Well, are you willing to take me as your master? Lu Chun asked. Ling Yunji gave a bitter smile. I was born with a useless body, so how could I have extraordinary bones? Senior, could it be that you made a mistake? Not some useless body, Lu Chun corrected. You possess the Taishu sword body. Among the many physiques across the myriad heavens and worlds, your Taishu sword body is enough to rank in the top 20. Senior, you're really not lying to me? Taishu sword body. A trace of hope flashed through Ling Yun's eyes. No wonder I've always had an inexplicable sense of closeness to the sword. What would I gain by lying to you? Lu Chun asked in return. Then, this junior is willing to take senior as master. Your disciple Ling Yunji greets master. As he spoke, Ling Yun immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The disciple recruitment gift pack has been issued to the system space. Rise, my disciple. Lu Chun landed in front of Ling Yun and said, do you still have any unfulfilled wishes in the southern region? Master, ever since my mother passed away from illness, I no longer have any ties in the southern region. Good. Then come back to the sect with me now. Master, that red-eyed demon wolf still hasn't been dealt with. Ling Yun turned his head as he spoke and looked back, but there was no sign of any demon wolf at all. It had already run off without a trace. Lu Chun smiled and said, let's go. Lu Chun casually tore open the space in front of him and walked in with Ling Yunji. When Lu Chun reappeared with Ling Yun, they were already back at the pavilion beside the sect master's hall. Ling Yun nervously looked around at this unfamiliar place that was beautiful like an immortal realm. The spiritual energy here was so dense it was almost about to turn into rain and dew. Seeing that the sect master had gone out for only a short while and brought back a young boy, Huashi also curiously looked him over. Lu Chun sat back down in his recliner and said to Ling Yun, our sect is called the Myriad Dharma Sect. Above you, there is 1 senior brother and 2 senior sisters. You are my 4th disciple, and also the 4th direct disciple of the Myriad Dharma Sect. Yes, disciple will remember it. Ling Yun replied respectfully. Huashi immediately understood. So this boy was the sect master's 4th disciple. No wonder the sect master had personally brought him back. Ling Yun, come here. I will help you awaken your Taishu sword body. Yes, master. When Ling Yun heard that his sword body was about to be awakened and thought that he could become a heaven's pride in the future instead of the useless body everyone mocked, his face instantly filled with excitement, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. Lu Chun lightly tapped the space between Ling Yun's brows, and an incomparably vast energy instantly surged into Ling Yun's body. The Taishu sword body slumbering within Ling Yun was like a desert receiving long-awaited rain, frantically devouring this energy. A moment later, monstrous sword intent burst out like a tsunami. With a hum, the cry of a sword rang out from within Ling Yun's body, and above his head appeared a giant, illusory sword. This was the resonance belonging to the sword body. Huashi stared from the side, dumbfounded. This talent physique was way too shocking. No wonder he had been accepted as the sect master's disciple. He really was a monster. As the sword body completely awakened, that giant, illusory sword slowly merged into Ling Yun's body. Then Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. He knelt before Lu Chun once more and said solemnly, many thanks, master, for your grace of remaking me. All right, get up. Don't kneel at every turn. Ruashi, take Ling Yun to get familiar with the sect, then bring him to the technique hall to choose cultivation methods. Yes, sect master. Direct disciple Ling, please come with me, Ruashi said. Oh, right. You should also go into the technique hall. As my maid, being too weak won't do. Ruashi excitedly bowed deeply to Lu Chun. This servant thanks the sect master. When Ruashi bent down, the curves of her chest were fully revealed. Lu Chun glanced once, then quickly looked away. When Ruashi brought Ling Yun to the front of the technique hall, both of them were deeply shocked by the grand hall and the domineering couplet, and neither spoke for a long time. You must be the sect master's maid and the 4th direct disciple, right? At that moment, Jiang Yu's voice rang out. Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, the two came back to their senses and quickly saluted. Ruashi greets Elder Jiang. This disciple greets Elder Jiang, Ling Yun also called out. No need for so much courtesy. The sect master already sent me a voice transmission just now. After you two go in, there's no need to search for cultivation methods or martial skills. You only need to sit down and quietly comprehend. Jiang Yu said, many thanks for Elder's guidance. All right, you may both go in. When the two entered the technique hall, and saw that the inside resembled a vast starry sky filled with countless stars, they finally understood what Elder Xuanhuang meant by no need to search for cultivation methods. The two immediately sat down and began comprehending the techniques. A short while later, when they looked at the two balls of light in their hands, they each immediately used divine sense to inspect their own techniques. Ling Yun sent his divine sense into the ball of light and discovered that inside were two immortal grade techniques, the Taishu Sword Art and the Divine Ability Void Slash. Taishu Sword Art, taking Taishu as the Tao, absorbing the vastness of the heavens. Its sword moves are formless. Its intent follows the void, suppressing the world with sword intent. When the sword is drawn, it can split the heavens and sever the sun and moon, like heavenly punishment descending, unmatched by all. Divine Ability Void Slash. One sword strike can shatter space, and it can also strike across space, making it impossible to guard against. Ling Yun thought to himself that he truly had worshipped an incredible master. Seeing the myriad things rejuvenation art and the vegetation art in her own hands, both of them emperor-grade techniques, Huaraoshi's breathing became a little hurried. These were far stronger than the techniques of Hundred Flowers Valley, where she had originally belonged. The western region, a grand and solemn temple, stood amid mountains on all sides. Its golden roof shone brilliantly. Layer upon layer of Buddhist halls stretched out, and trails of incense smoke curled upward into the air. On both sides of the temple gate crouched a majestic stone lion, as if guarding this pure land. Upon stepping inside, one could hear the low and lingering chanting of the monks. Each sound entered the ears, as if it could cleanse the soul. Faint Buddhist tones drifted through the air. At this moment, in the Mahavira hall, a high monk wearing a golden kasaya was sitting cross-legged on a meditation cushion with his eyes closed, contemplating the Tao. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, a trace of concern flashing through them, and muttered, "An unusual aura is surging in the east. I fear something major is about to happen." Amiba, Abbot, news has come back from the eastern region. Everything that has happened there recently is related to something called the Myriad Dharma Sect. Abbot, this Myriad Dharma Sect recently destroyed several top-tier sects and one holy land, and also built a Myriad Dharma city. Amiba, how is it that I have never heard of this Myriad Dharma Sect before? The abbot asked. Abbot, this Myriad Dharma Sect is a newly risen sect. Many people believe it is a hidden world sect and has always been extremely mysterious. The monk at the side reported respectfully. Another monk said, Abbot, the eastern region has always been the place where our myriad Buddha temple spreads the faith. We cannot allow this rising sect to develop as it pleases. Once the Myriad Dharma Sect becomes the ruler of the eastern region, it will be difficult for us to spread the Dharma there. The abbot slowly stood up, a trace of resolve flashing in his eyes. Pass down my decree. Send experts from the temple to the eastern region. Investigate this Myriad Dharma Sect carefully for me, and at the same time, secretly hinder the development of the Myriad Dharma Sect. Yes, abbot. The monks accepted the order and left. At the same time, inside the study of the Shao family head in Central Continent, Shaoli was reporting the events of the eastern region to the family head, Shao Ding. Father, this Myriad Dharma Sect strength in the eastern region is fairly decent. They have cultivators in the Great Saint Realm, so I wanted to bring them under the Shao family's command. But that Myriad Dharma Sect simply didn't put our Shao family in their eyes at all. I only wanted to pay a visit to their sect master, but they said, what kind of thing is your Emperor Clan Shao family? Are you even worthy of seeing our sect master? They even told me to get lost immediately, or they would kill your son. If we dare make a move, they would wipe out the Shao family. What nerve! Myriad Dharma Sect. How dare you look down on my Shao family like this? It has been a very long time since anyone dared speak to our Shao family in this way. Shao Ding shouted angrily. Don't worry, this matter will not end like this. You all may leave first. I will report this matter to the ancestor. After speaking, he turned and headed toward the forbidden grounds. Upon arriving there, Shao Ding straightened his clothes, then gave a respectful bow and said, Ancestor, Shao Ding requests an audience. The 12 ancient bronze lamps before the stone gate flickered between bright and dim. With a creak, the heavy stone gate slowly opened a crack, and an ancient aura rushed toward him. Shao Ding held his breath and focused, then slowly walked in. He saw an old man not far from the entrance, eyes closed, with faint white mist lingering around his body. Come in. The hoarse voice seemed to come from ancient times. Behind him, the stone gate slammed shut, cutting off all the noise of the outside world. Shao Ding greets Third Ancestor. What matter brings you here to seek this ancestor? Third Ancestor. News has come back from the eastern region. Oh, speak. Third Ancestor. Everything that has happened in the eastern region recently is related to a sect called the Myriad Dharma Sect. The moment this sect emerged, it destroyed several sects and one holy land. Not long ago, it even opened its mountain to recruit disciples. Myriad Dharma Sect? I have lived this long. How is it that I have never heard of this sect? Third Ancestor. Many people say the Myriad Dharma Sect is a hidden world sect. It only emerged recently. Seeing that the Myriad Dharma Sect had decent strength, my son Shaoli wanted to pay a visit and see if he could learn more. In the end, he could not even enter their mountain gate. Even after Shao Li named our Shao family, the other side still said, "What is your Shao family?" The Shao family is not qualified to see our sect master. If you keep making trouble, we will wipe out your Shao family. Boom. The entire space was shrouded in a terrifying aura, and the temperature plummeted. The sect that has just emerged dares speak of wiping out my Shao family? Even if you have 3 Quasi-Emperors, before an Emperor clan, you are still ants. It seems my Shao family has been peaceful for too long. Some people have already forgotten about my Shao family. You immediately arrange for someone to send a message to the Myriad Dharma sect. Either become the Shao family's dog, or die. Yes, this junior will obey third ancestor's command. Inside the branch hall of the Tiansha Hall, dim candles flickered, illuminating the mottled bloodstains on the 4 walls. Mo Bo's withered fingers lightly tapped the ebony table. The talismans scattered across the tabletop moved on their own without wind, faintly revealing the afterimage of the 4 words, Master of the Myriad Dharma sect. I wonder what kind of cultivation the distinguished guest speaks of regarding the Master of the Myriad Dharma sect. His strength is unknown, but there is a great sage within the Myriad Dharma sect, Mo Bo said. A hand wearing a bronze ghost mask reached out from behind the curtain. Its fingernails carried a bluish-black tint, and a hoarse voice responded. Mo Bo pushed over a storage ring and said. The ghost-masked man's withered fingers brushed across the ring's surface, producing a rustling, scraping sound as he said, 3 great sage-level enforcers. This ring, plus 3,000 your blood ginsengs and 1 soul-congealing jade marrow. That's acceptable, but for the rest, bring the head in exchange after the job is done, Mo Bo said. The ghost-masked man took the ring and put it on his hand. In 3 days, bring the remaining resources and collect the head. The curtain stirred without wind, and his entire figure had already vanished into the depths of the shadows, leaving behind only the faint trace of a bloody smell. On a solitary peak, the Tiansha Hall headquarters, forged from black stone, resembled a dormant giant beast. The roof was covered in dark cyan glazed tiles, reflecting a cold gleam beneath the gloomy sky. The ferocious beast head statues on the flying eaves seemed to roar soundlessly. The hall doors were 2 giant ebony doors over 10 feet thick. 9-headed serpent patterns coiled around the bronze rings with lifelike detail. Above the doorway hung the 3 ancient seal script characters Tiansha Hall, the strokes seeming carved in blood and giving off a bone-piercing chill. Inside the Tiansha Hall headquarters, the ghost-masked man knelt on one knee and spoke toward the darkness. We just received a mission from the Shao family. Hall Master. Assassinate the Master of the Myriad Dharma sect in the eastern region. His strength is unknown. It is known that there is one great sage in the sect. The Shao family demands the mission be completed within 3 days. This subordinate asks for 50 million spirit crystals, and after the mission is completed, an additional 3,000 your blood ginsengs and 1 soul-congealing jade marrow. A cold, sinister voice came from within the hall. 3 great sage-level enforcers turned into 3 black shadows and appeared inside the hall, immediately kneeling toward the darkness on one knee. You 3 all heard that? In 3 days, bring back the head, the hall master said. After receiving the order, the 3 great sage-level enforcers quickly rose and vanished from the great hall like ghosts. The ghost-masked man also silently withdrew. The lands of Central Continent. Jianzhou City was named for the sword. In the center of the city stood a blue-black profound stone sword monument rising from the ground, more than 30 feet tall. Not a single word was carved on the monument, yet it seemed as if endless sword intent flowed through it. Every day, when dawn first broke, countless sword cultivators gathered here. Some sat, some stood, and with condensed chi at their fingertips, they traced streaks of afterimage-like sword marks, trying to comprehend the true essence of the sword from this wordless sword monument. Sword chi intertwined before the monument, sometimes like fine rain nourishing all things, sometimes like raging waves crashing against the shore, to the point that even the drifting clouds in the sky were cut into scattered shreds. Outside the city, a giant sword pierced straight into the heavens. That was the highest peak in Jianzhou. Amid the swirling clouds at the summit, the flying eaves and bracket structures of Xuanhuang Sword Pavilion could be vaguely seen. The entire mountain was made of green stone, seamless from the foot to the tip, as though it were a giant sword forged by heaven itself. Its blade split apart the clouds, its hilt was buried deep in the earth, and the entire mountain gave off an incomparably sharp aura. It was said that the pavilion housed ancient sword scriptures. Only a true prodigy of the sword path could ascend to the top of this sword peak and behold the true face of the sword pavilion. The sword monument and the sword peak faced each other from afar. One stood in the city, drawing countless people to comprehend. The other hid peerless secret cannons in the clouds. Together, they forged Jianzhou's illustrious reputation as the sword heart under heaven. The people of the city had long grown used to the sword hum at dawn and the shifting clouds above the peak. They said that even the wind in Jianzhou carried 3 parts sword intent. Guiyuan Sword Pavilion was hidden above the clouds, with all kinds of buildings carved into the thousand-ridge stone cliff peak. Above the main hall entrance, the 4 ancient seal script characters Guan Sword Pavilion were inscribed on the lintel, the brushwork vigorous and forceful, faintly carrying the feeling of sword chi crisscrossing through the air. Jian Qi, what did you gain from your trip to the eastern region this time? The sword master of Guiyuan asked with a smile. So Jian Qi told the sword master of Guiyuan everything he had seen and heard on this trip, and also relayed what Lu Yi had told him. I didn't expect Tianbao Pavilion to be this capable, building a good relationship with the Myriad Dharma sect this early. Then, Jian Qi, what do you think of this Myriad Dharma sect? The sword master of Guiyuan asked. Senior brother, the Myriad Dharma sect gives me only one feeling, and that is mystery. We don't know what the Myriad Dharma sect wants to do right now. As soon as it appeared in the world, it wiped out several forces. And on the day I was in Myriad Dharma City, I sensed an aura in the city even stronger than mine. It should have been someone of Myriad Dharma sect sent to guard the city, Jian Qi said. Oh, stronger than you? Then at the very least, that would be late-stage great sage, right? The sword master of Guiyuan asked. Senior brother, I think that girl Lu was right. The Xiao family definitely won't let this rest. We can wait and observe for now, or we can ask Elder Tianji to make a divination, Jian Qi said. No rush. Let's watch first. I think this Myriad Buddha temple is even more interesting. 10,000 years ago, it became the overlord of the Western region. After digesting the Western region, during these past 1 to 2,000 years, they've started laying out plans in the Eastern region again. I think they and the Myriad Dharma sect will inevitably come into conflict sooner or later, the sword master of Guiyuan said. After receiving the news, the other major forces also chose to wait and observe, especially Tianji Tower, which directly withdrew all its personnel from the Eastern region back to Central Continent. At midnight, 3 days later, 3 black shadows in the Shantian mountain range slid along the cliff face like ghosts. The white-boned bats embroidered on their dark robes appeared and disappeared under the moonlight. They were the 3 great sage assassins sent by Tian Shahal. Lu Chan quietly watched all of this and transmitted his voice. Chu Feng, catch the 3 rats outside and interrogate them. Just as the leading Haisha had taken out a formation breaking all, his fingertips not yet touching the light barrier of the formation. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. The 3 men were instantly shocked and turned to look. They saw a man smiling at them. The fact that the other party could appear behind them without making a sound left only one thought in their minds. Chu Feng's black iron battle ruler slammed heavily onto the ground, shaking the 3 assassins until their chi and blood churned and their great sage origin nearly collapsed. Chu Feng brought out the immortal binding rope and wrapped it around the 3 men's collarbones. Haisha roared as he summoned his life-bound demonic weapon, only to have it smashed to pieces with one strike of the ruler. Even his soul let out a mournful cry under the pressure of the Quasi-Emperor weapon battle ruler. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 3 great sage assassins had already had their cultivation crippled and were thrown in front of the sect master hall like dead dogs. Lu Chen's voice carried unquestionable pressure. Haisha clenched his teeth. Oh, so much backbone. Elder Chu Feng, search their souls and see who they are and what they came to my Myriad Dharma sect for, Haisha said through gritted teeth. Chu Feng closed his eyes and placed both hands directly on the heads of 2 of them. A moment later, the 2 slumped to the ground, dazed and out of their minds. Then he searched the soul of the remaining one as well. Sect master, all 3 had prohibitions placed on their souls. I couldn't get too many useful clues, but from the scattered memories, I learned that they come from a force called Tian Shahal. Lu Chun said. In truth, Lu Chun had already checked the information of the 3 through the system, and knew they were assassins from Tian Shahal. The soul search was mainly to find out who the mastermind behind them was. Ding, system mission issued. Tian Shahal dared to assassinate the host. Please destroy the entire Tian Shahal. Mission completion reward. 1 gift package. The system released a new mission again. Now, that was kind of interesting. No rush dealing with the mission first. Lu Chan said with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. For this period of time, I want to see who jumps around the most. Once all those monsters and freaks crawl out, I'll clean them all up in one go. Alright, I still have a disciple recruitment gift pack I haven't opened yet. System, open the disciple recruitment grand gift pack. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 1 sect master robe. It can freely change shape, size, and color, is immune to water and fire, and can withstand a full force strike from a peak great emperor. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 1 myriad Law's Secret Realm, available for disciples from Foundation Establishment Realm to True Person Realm to train in. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 4 red character summon cards. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining Emperor level Formation Mastery at Perfection level, Emperor level Artifact, Refining Mastery at Perfection level. Not bad. These rewards are pretty practical. Lu Chen took out the robe and changed into it. Dressed in flowing white robes, paired with his handsome appearance, he truly matched the saying, a gentleman as jade upon the road, unmatched in all the world. System, place the secret realm to the southeast of the sect. Ding! Placing secret realm. System, use the 4 red character summon cards. This time, remember to suppress the phenomena when the 4 elders appear. Every time the commotion is this big, How are those monsters and freaks supposed to show themselves easily? Understood, host. Ding, summoning characters. In the depths of Myriad Law's sect, 4 figures slowly walked out. Chu Tian, Chu Feng, Feng Jui, and the others sensed an aura of the same origin, so they did not pay much attention. After the 4 came out, they flew straight toward the sect master hall. Your subordinate Zhan Wuji greets sect master. Your subordinate Lei Wanjun greets sect master. Your subordinate Li Songming greets sect master. Your subordinate Gu Jintian greets sect master. MHM, all of you rise. Go report to the core elders and first familiarize yourselves with the sect's affairs. Yes, sect master. System, use the max level formation and artifact refining. Being now in use. Lu Chan closed his eyes, and countless pieces of Emperor-level formation knowledge and artifact refining knowledge flooded into his mind. When Lu Chan opened his eyes again, he had already become a formation master and an artifact refiner. At the Tiansha headquarters, a black shadow rapidly flew toward the main hall. After entering the hall, the shadow directly dropped to its knees and cried out anxiously. Hall master, bad news. The soul plaques of the 3 great black fiend offerings have all shattered. From the darkness came an icy voice. What did you say? The soul plaques of the 3 great black fiend offerings have all shattered. The black shadow repeated in a trembling voice. The Tiansha Hall Master suddenly emerged from the darkness, a terrifying aura radiating from his body, and the temperature inside the hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Curse you, Xiao family. You actually fed me false intelligence and caused me to lose 3 great saints all at once. The Hall Master roared in fury, his voice shaking the hall until it buzzed. The black shadow trembled in fear, lowering his head and not daring to look directly at the Hall Master. Myriad Law's sect? What nerve? They dared kill 3 of my offerings. It seems the vicious reputation of my Tiansha Hall in the eastern region still isn't loud enough. I'll remember this grudge. Once I finish dealing with the Xiao family's matter, I will definitely exterminate your entire Myriad Law's sect, leaving not a single one alive. Immediately send people to notify the Xiao family and make them compensate for this loss, the Tiansha Hall Master ordered angrily. The next day, 2 old men came straight to the Shangtian mountain range. Looking at the mountain gate of Myriad Law's sect, greedy smiles appeared on their faces. Not bad. Judging from how magnificent this mountain gate is, this Myriad Law's sect must be very wealthy. Xiao 13, no matter how wealthy Myriad Law's sect is, it is still property in our Xiao family's pocket. The resources inside are only being kept for us temporarily. Ha ha, Old 12 is right. This Myriad Law's sect has a bit of strength, and it already dares not to put our Xiao family in its eyes. They were simply courting death. When the 2 arrived before the mountain gate of Myriad Law's sect, the gatekeeping elder was also sizing them up. Oh, Myriad Law's sect is quite tactful. They actually sent someone out to receive us. Not bad. He's even a peak saint. May I ask who you 2 are? The gatekeeping elder asked. Listen carefully. We are from the Imperial Clan Xiao family. Take us to see your sect master. Let them in. Lu Chen's voice rang in the gatekeeping elder's ears through voice transmission. The reason he let them in was mainly because Lu Chen really wanted to know what exactly the Xiao family was trying to do. Hearing the sect master's transmission, the gatekeeping elder did not dare delay and immediately said, You 2, please follow me. Now that the Myriad Law's sect master has seen our Xiao family arrive, he finally knows to be afraid? Where's that arrogant and unruly attitude from before? He still dared not to put our Xiao family in his eyes? Bah! Xiao 13 said disdainfully. After the 2 stepped into Myriad Law's sect, their eyes were immediately drawn to the scene before them, filled with greed, and they burst into excited laughter. Old 12, this Myriad Law sect is even richer than we imagined. It won't be long before everything here belongs to our Xiao family. Along the way, the 2 kept examining all kinds of things around them. Many of them were things they had never even seen before. Old 12, we absolutely have to dig up the spirit veins here later. And those towers too. The Tao aura flowing around them is extraordinary to glance. They're definitely no ordinary objects. We have to move all of them back to our Xiao family. When they reached the front of the Sect Master Hall, the 2 ignored everyone else around them and walked straight in without even waiting for an announcement, completely treating the place like their own home. When they saw more than a dozen people seated inside the hall, the 2 were slightly startled, but they still did not take any of them seriously and directly found chairs to sit down. Looking at Lu Chun with contempt on their faces, they asked, You're the Sect Master of Myriad Law's sect? Their tone carried open mockery. You 2 are from the Xiao family? What business do you have in my Myriad Law sect? Lu Chun asked with a smile as he looked at them. That's right, we are elders of the Xiao family. A few days ago, wasn't it your Myriad Law sect that said our Xiao family was nothing? You even threatened to kill our young master Shaoli? Who gave your Myriad Law's sect the nerve to be so bold? Xiao 13 demanded. Do you know that no one on the Xuanhuang Continent has dared speak to our Xiao family like that for a very long time? The last people who dared speak to our Xiao family that way already have grass growing high on their graves. Xiao 12 added from the side with a sinister tone. Everyone in the hall looked at the two with smiles on their faces and did not get angry. Oh. Lu Chen also looked at the two with a smile and asked, then according to your Shao family, what do you want to do now? Our ancestor has spoken. Your myriad laws sect either dies or becomes dogs for our Shao family. The two said as they looked at Lu Chen with savage grins. If you become dogs for our Shao family, we can spare your lives. But from now on, if our Shao family tells you to die, then you can only die. Understand? Shao 12 added. Also, our Shao family wants those towers outside. Our Shao family wants the spirit veins here too. Our Shao family also wants those things in your back mountain, giving off all kinds of fruit fragrance and medicinal fragrance. And that maidservant beside you, I want her too. Haha, Shao 13 said, pointing at Hua Ruoshi. Looking at Hua Ruoshi's heavenly beautiful face and fiery figure, Shao 13 kept swallowing his saliva. When Hua Ruoshi heard that, fury blazed in her heart, and she angrily rebuked. You two shameless lechers. Oh, she's even got a bit of temper? In a moment, I'll make you cry out even louder. Huh. Shao 13 laughed lewdly. Lu Chen did not want to listen to any more of their nonsense, so he gave Chu Feng a look. Seeing the sect master's signal, Chu Feng immediately understood his meaning, and the emperor's might from his body instantly crushed down on the two. Right after that, Chu Tian, Feng Jui, Chu Yun, Zhang Wuji, and the others also released their own emperor's might, all of it pressing down on the two. Terrifying emperor's might came crashing toward them, like Mount Tai crushing down. The two did not even have a chance to resist before they were directly pressed to the ground by the emperor's might. Every bone in their body shattered, and their internal organs were crushed to pieces as well. The two struggled to speak, their voices trembling. Quasi-Emperors? They're all Quasi-Emperors? A full 12. It's over, my Shao family is in danger. At this moment, they no longer had even a trace of the arrogance and tyranny from before. Seniors, sect master, everything we said just now was a joke. The main reason we came was to apologize to you. Shao Li offended you, and after we return, we'll tie him up and deliver him to your honored sect. Please spare our lives. Abolish their cultivation, lock both of them up, and don't let the Shao family learn of their deaths too quickly, Lu Chen said. Hearing this, Chu Feng and the others were a little confused. Sect Master, why not just kill them directly? Chu Feng asked. Sect Master, I want to loosen up a bit. This Shao family is too arrogant. We might as well wipe them out directly. Feng Jui said. Yeah, Sect Master, wipe out the Shao family. My hands are already getting itchy. The elders all stood up one after another, looking eager to give it a try. Hua Ruoshi was already staring in stunned silence. These elders were actually all Quasi-Emperors? No wonder the sect master said last time that if the Shao family dared to pull any tricks, he would wipe out an emperor clan for fun. So he really did have the ability to destroy an emperor clan as if it were a toy. Alright, wait a little longer. I want to see who else will jump out. Then we'll deal with them all together, Lu Chen said. Lock the two of them up first. Hearing the sect master say this, everyone could only agree. Send someone to Tianbao Pavilion to ask Pavilion Master Lu and have her provide detailed information on the Heavenly Fiend Hall and the Shao family, Lu Chen instructed. Inside Tianbao Pavilion's VIP room, Elder Jiang, did you come to our Tianbao Pavilion today to purchase supplies? Or is there something else? Lu Yi asked softly as she poured tea for Jiangba. Pavilion Master Lu, I came today mainly to ask you about some information. Oh, Elder Jiang, if there's anything you want to know, just ask. I will tell you everything I know. Good. I want to ask Pavilion Master Lu if you know about the Tiansha Hall and the Shao family of the Imperial clan. Of course I know them. Elder Jiang, could it be that they have offended your sect? Then please tell me about them in detail, Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Yi realized that her question just now had been somewhat abrupt, so she explained, this Tiansha Hall has existed in Central Continent for a long time. It is an assassin organization with a notorious reputation, and it acts viciously. Almost no force dares to provoke them. They claim that as long as the payment is enough, there is no one they don't dare kill. Over the years, many people don't even know where their headquarters is, but in the eyes of top forces like ours, Tiansha Hall's hiding place is no secret. I once heard the old ancestors say that they seem to be hiding in a small blessed realm. As for the Shao family of the Imperial clan, one of their ancestors once produced a great emperor. Although the Shao family currently has no living great emperor, they still retain an imperial weapon. The strength gap between a family with an imperial weapon and one without is enormous. As for how many old ancestors they still have alive, no one knows. The Shao family has always acted domineeringly, so they have made quite a few enemies. Thank you for telling me, Pavilion Master Lu, Jiangba said. No need to be polite, Elder Jiang. Then I'll take my leave first. Take care, Elder Jiang, Lu Yi said. After Jiangba left, Lu Yi muttered to herself, could it be that Wanfa sect is going to make a move against the Shao family? No, that doesn't seem right. Then why would they also ask about Tiansha Hall? Could it be that Tiansha Hall also offended Wanfa sect? Interesting. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Senior Brother Jichin, a disciple sent word that the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty has a grudge against Wanfa sect. Why don't we take the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty in as a subordinate force and use them for ourselves? Amiba, Junior Brother Chingguan, That's a good suggestion. Then let's make a trip to the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty first. After saying that, Jiechen and Xuanhuang tore open the space in front of them and stepped inside. Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. Emperor Li was sitting in his study with a face full of worry. He had originally thought those two experts could deal with Wanfa sect, but so much time had passed, and there was still no news at all. At this moment, Jiechen and Xuanhuang, who had arrived at the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty, directly ignored the palace formations. With a flash, they appeared outside Emperor Li's study. Hearing the voice outside, Emperor Li looked out curiously. When he saw two monks appear at the doorway, he was instantly startled. "Why you two are?" Emperor Li asked, his voice trembling a little. "Benefactor, there's no need to be so nervous. The two of us have come to deliver you a fortunate opportunity." And Jiechen said, "A fortunate opportunity? May I ask who you two are?" "Benefactor, won't you invite us in a sit and talk in detail?" "Amiba. Oh, two masters, please come in quickly," Emperor Li said hurriedly. After the three sat down, Jiechen spoke. "Benefactor, the two of us are from Wanfo Temple in the Western region. We came today, mainly to deliver you a fortunate opportunity." "Western region? Wanfo Temple. Wanfo Temple? The overlord of the Western region. Wanfo Temple? You two masters are from Wanfo Temple of the Western region?" Emperor Li asked, both nervous and excited. "That's right. We are indeed from Wanfo Temple. Amiba." This junior greets the two masters. This junior was rude just now. No need for formalities. "Benefactor, I heard someone say that you have some grudge against that Wanfa sect. Is that true?" Xuan asked. "Master, to be honest with you, both of my sons did indeed die at the hands of Wanfa sect. My Tianyu Imperial Dynasty is weak, and I know revenge is hopeless." "Sigh, Benefactor, how about we make a deal?" "A deal? What deal?" "Master, please explain." "Benefactor, we join hands to deal with Wanfa sect. After it is done, our Wanfo Temple can also help your Tianyu Imperial Dynasty become the overlord of the Eastern region." Hearing the words, overlord of the Eastern region, Emperor Li's breathing became a little hurried. "And Master, is what you're saying true?" "Of course. Benefactor, monks do not speak falsehoods." "Amiba. Then Master, what condition must our Tianyu Imperial Dynasty pay?" Emperor Li asked. "Benefactor, you are wise. The condition is simple. Tianyu Imperial Dynasty must become a subordinate force of our Wanfo Temple. After your Tianyu Imperial Dynasty becomes the overlord of the Eastern region, you must help us spread the Buddhist Dharma in the Eastern region. At that time, we will also establish several branch temples in the Eastern region." Emperor Li pondered for a moment, then said, "Two masters, I alone cannot decide a matter like becoming a vassal. Please wait a moment, two masters. I will go ask for the opinions of my family's two old ancestors right now. Please do as you wish, Benefactor." Amiba. Emperor Li arrived at the entrance to the forbidden ground and directly knelt on the ground, shouting, "This unfilial descendant seeks an audience with the two old ancestors." The two people inside the forbidden ground opened their eyes and looked outside. One of them said, "What is this useless thing here for again?" The stone door slowly opened. One old ancestor looked at Emperor Li, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, "What is it this time?" "Two old ancestors, people from the Western region's overlord, Wanfo Temple, have come. They say they want to join us in dealing with Wanfa sect." "What did you say?" "The Western region's overlord, Wanfo Temple." The two old ancestors looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. "That's true, old ancestors. The two masters are still in my study right now. Come, take us to meet the two masters." "Old ancestors, please don't be in such a hurry. Listen to me first." The two masters said that if they join forces with us against Wanfa sect, then after Wanfa sect is destroyed, they will help us become the overlord of the Eastern region. But the condition is that our Tianyu Imperial Dynasty must become their vassal force and help them spread the Buddhist Dharma in the Eastern region. "What did you say? Become their vassal?" "No, absolutely not. If that's the case, what face will we have to meet our forefathers in the future?" One old ancestor said agitatedly. Second brother, don't be so hasty. I think it's acceptable. Once we become vassals, it means we'll have backing. The price we have to pay is nothing more than helping them spread their teachings and build a few Buddhist temples. In the future, we will be the overlord of the Eastern region, the other old ancestor said slowly. Besides, we can also take revenge for the injuries Wanfa sect inflicted on us last time. Hearing the great ancestor say this, Emperor Li quickly echoed, "Old ancestor is wise." "Fine. Since you've said so, we'll listen to you," the second ancestor said. "Get up and take us to meet the two masters." "Two old ancestors, please follow me," Emperor Li said excitedly in his heart. When they arrived in the study, Emperor Li and the two old ancestors all bowed and said, "We greet the two masters." The two Imperial Dynasty old ancestors sensed the vast Buddhist aura on Jiechen and Xuanhuang and sighed inwardly. As expected of people from an overlord level force, they really are powerful. Their determination to submit became even firmer. "No need for formalities, benefactors." "Amiba, two masters. Our Tianyu Imperial Dynasty is willing to become a vassal force of Wanfo Temple." "Good, very good." "Amiba, Benefactors, does Xuanhuang Sect have any industries or mineral lands? Two masters, as far as we know, Xuanhuang Sect seems not to have those things. They only have one Xuanhuang city. Recently, they also seem to have taken in a vassal force called 100 Flowers Valley. Is that so? Then there are too few targets we can go after. Master, the Kangwu province where Xuanhuang Sect is located is the territory of my Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. Can we directly make a move on Xuanhuang City and take Xuanhuang City back directly? Emperor Li said. Benefactor, your method is not bad, but taking it back directly might lead to a direct war with Xuanhuang Sect, and now is not yet the time for war. We can make plans bit by bit around Xuanhuang City. Master is wise. Central Continent. With a smile on his face, Mo Bo walked into the branch of the Tiansha Hall and asked, "Did you bring me the head I wanted?" "You still want a head?" The masked man's voice was hoarse, filled with obvious anger. Mo Bo put away his smile and asked, "What do you mean?" "So you failed." "We failed because of the false information you provided. This time, your Shao family must compensate my Tiansha Hall for its losses," the masked man shouted angrily. "I provided false information? How did I provide false information?" Mo Bo shot back. "Because you said the Xuanhuang Sect only had one great sage, and this time our Tiansha Hall lost 3 great sage realm experts. Do you know how many resources it takes to raise one great sage? Answer me." The masked man stared straight into Mo Bo's eyes as he asked. Faced with this question, Mo Bo felt somewhat guilty and did not dare meet the masked man's gaze. "So, the Xuanhuang Sect has more than one great sage?" Mo Bo asked, "What do you think? If there were only one, how could they have killed my 3 chief offerings? Even if they were outmatched, they could have escaped at any time. Even against 5 great sages, it would not necessarily have been possible to keep my 3 chief offerings there," the masked man retorted. "This failure is entirely your Shao family's problem. We will not be returning the spirit crystals from last time, and your Shao family must also compensate our Tiansha Hall with 50 million spirit crystals, plus those few items we mentioned last time." "Fine, I'll pay. But I didn't bring that many spirit crystals. I only brought soul condensation, jade marrow, and 3,000-year blood ginsengs. I'll bring the remaining spirit crystals to you tomorrow," Mo Bo said. "That works." Mo Bo tossed down a ring and turned to leave. After returning to the Shao family, Mo Bo immediately went to Shao Li's cave dwelling. "Young master, Tiansha Hall failed." "What did you say? They still managed to fail like that? What kind of trash are the people in Tiansha Hall?" Shao Li asked with a dark expression. "Young master, the main reason was that there was a problem with the intelligence we provided, which caused the mission to fail. This time, Tiansha Hall sent 3 great sages, but all of them were killed by the Xuanhuang Sect. That means the Xuanhuang Sect has more than one great sage?" "Yes, young master. If there had only been one great sage, it would have been impossible to kill 3 great sages. Based on the intelligence we gave them, the Xuanhuang Sect only had one great sage. So Tiansha Hall is demanding 50 million spirit crystals in compensation," Mo Bo said. "What? The mission failed, and they still want us to pay? Tiansha Hall is going too far." Shao Li raged. "Young master, after all, it was our faulty intelligence that caused them to lose 3 great sages. If we refuse to pay, I'm afraid the people from Tiansha Hall will be watching you every day whenever you go out in the future," Mo Bo advised. Hearing Mo Bo's words, Shao Li thought about how he might be watched or assassinated every day whenever he went out in the future. After thinking for a moment, he still decided to pay the compensation. He did not want to be targeted in the future. "Fine, I'll pay. Since it failed, we'll just wait for news from Father's side now. Father has already sent people to the Xuanhuang Sect." "Yes, young master, Eastern region." An army of 10,000 was slowly approaching Xuanhuang City. Seeing this army, the crowd immediately began whispering among themselves. "That's the army of the Tianyu dynasty, right? It really is the Tianyu dynasty's army. Didn't you see the words Tianyu on the Great Banner? Damn, how dare they?" Last time, the Xuanhuang Sect already broke off the engagement with them once, and this time they directly sent an army over. They're trying to stir up trouble. Broke off the engagement? Fellow Taoist, how come I didn't know the Tianyu dynasty got its engagement broken off? How do you know? Of course I know. I live in the Tianyu Imperial City and have a few connections in the court. The reason you don't know is because the Tianyu dynasty blocked the news. Then is the Tianyu dynasty sending an army this time to attack the Xuanhuang Sect? What are you thinking? They want to attack the Xuanhuang Sect with just these 10,000 men? They're probably here to cause trouble in Xuanhuang City. At this moment, Xiao also stepped onto the city wall and looked at the army not far away, feeling somewhat puzzled, not knowing what the Tianyu dynasty was up to. The current Xiao was not afraid of anyone. Last night, the Valley Master had already sent word telling her to make sure to guard Xuanhuang City well, and not to be afraid no matter what happened. The upper sect was extremely powerful. Yesterday, the Valley Master had personally seen 12 Quasi-Emperors. As for how much hidden strength the upper sect still had, no one knew. At the time, Jiao had listened to the Valley Master describe all of this as if hearing some heavenly scripture, but after thinking about it later, she understood why the upper sect had not taken some so-called imperial clan like the Shao family seriously. Who goes there below? How dare you bring an army to my Xuanhuang City? Jiao shouted loudly. I am Great General Xuanhuang of the Tianyu Dynasty. I have come this time to take over the defense of Wanfa City. Tell your people to withdraw at once and let my army take over everything here. Jiao let out a cold laugh and said, Take over the defense of Wanfa City? The Tianyu Dynasty sure has a big mouth. It's not your place to point fingers at Wanfa City. Great General Xuanhuang's face sank. You're from Hundred Flowers Valley, aren't you? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. This place has always been the territory of my Tianyu Dynasty. You built a city here without reporting it to our dynasty first. Now that the city has already been built, our dynasty will not pursue the matter, but the city's defense should naturally be taken over by our dynasty. Just as both sides were at swords drawn and bows bent, suddenly, space was torn open, and more than a dozen monks stepped out from within. Every one of them was surrounded by radiant Buddhist light, with faint Buddhist chants lingering around them, and together they declared, Ba. This female benefactor, I think this great general makes sense. You build a city on someone else's land. Not only do they not blame you, they even kindly tried to persuade you. They only want to take over the city defense. You should naturally yield. Ba. Jiachin said, Damn, the Tianyu Dynasty and these monks are so shameless, so utterly shameless. But the way they put it, it almost sounds a little reasonable, huh? I knew it. Where else would the Tianyu Dynasty get the confidence to send troops to Wanfa City? So they have the support of these monks. Looks like there'll be a good show this time. Fellow Taoist, do you think they'll actually start fighting? The moment Yao heard such shameless words, her anger instantly flared, and she cursed furiously. You bunch of shameless bald donkeys. Instead of staying in your temple and chanting scriptures properly, you came to my Wanfa City to run wild. Since when was it your turn to interfere in the affairs of my Wanfa City? When the people from Myriad Buddha Temple heard someone call them bald donkeys, they also shouted angrily, You vicious woman, what a foul mouth you have. Let's see if I don't tear that filthy mouth of yours apart. Ah, stop. Jiachin raised a hand and stopped everyone. Ba, what a sin, what a sin. Female benefactor, be careful that disaster comes from your mouth. We're only speaking reason, nothing more. Female benefactor, you should still give up the city defense. Ba, bald donkey, so what if I don't? Wherever you came from, roll back there. Jiao cursed. Female benefactor, your words have gone too far. Let me help your valley master teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Jiachin raised his hand and attacked Jiao. This palm strike carried powerful Buddhist force, crashing toward Jiao like a force that could split bamboo. At this critical moment, a figure flashed out like a ghost. It was Jun Xiaoyao. He casually raised a hand and blocked it, dissolving Jiachin's attack into nothing. Jiao was not afraid at all. Even if Senior Jun had not acted, she still had control over the city's grand formation. Jun Xiaoyao looked coldly at Jiachin and the others and said, People of the Buddhist sect, instead of cultivating yourselves properly, you come here to stir up conflict. You truly disgrace the bearing of the Buddhist sect. Jiachin's face changed. He had not expected someone to suddenly step in and stop him. Who are you, sir? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Ba. Jun Xiaoyao let out a cold laugh. I am Jun Xiaoyao, an inner sect elder of the Wanfa sect. At this moment, Great General Xuanhuang of the Tianyu Dynasty also stepped forward. Jun Xiaoyao, don't think you can protect Wanfa City. Today, the Tianyu Dynasty is taking over this city's defense no matter what. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned sharp. A bunch of ants dare bark madly in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flung out a streak of sword chi. Seeing that terrifying sword chi slashing toward him, the great general immediately shouted, Master, save me. Jiachin instantly flashed in front of Xuanhuang, casually formed a hand seal, and shouted, Indestructible Vajra Body. That streak of sword chi slammed fiercely into Jiachin's indestructible Vajra Body. With a loud boom, Jiachin was shaken back again and again, blood rising into his mouth, but he forcibly swallowed it back down. Jiachin's face was full of shock. He had not expected Jun Xiaoyao's sword chi to be so sharp. Jun Xiaoyao gave a cold snort and was just about to make another move. At this moment, a beam of Buddhist light suddenly descended from the sky, and an old monk draped in a golden kasaya slowly appeared. Ba. Benefactor Jun, where mercy can be shown, spare them, the old monk said with his palms pressed together. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Who are you? The old monk smiled and said, This old monk is Master Xuanji of Wanfo Temple. I have come this time to resolve this dispute. The Tianyu Imperial Dynasty and the Wanfa sect should not have come into conflict in the first place. I hope Benefactor Jun can give this old monk some face. Within the Myriad Dharma sect, Chu Feng was restless in the sect master hall, pacing anxiously in circles. Sect master, why won't you let us make a move? They've already come knocking at our door. Chu Feng asked, wait a little longer. Suddenly, Lu Chun smiled. The moment he saw monk Xuanji appear, he finally figured out where these monks came from. Ding, system mission issued. The Dishao Shao clan, Myriad Buddha Temple, and Heavenly Fiend Hall dared to provoke the Myriad Dharma sect. Please destroy these 3 forces. Mission completion reward, 1 super gift pack. A super gift pack? The previous ones were all just gift packs. System, did you combine the earlier Heavenly Fiend Hall mission into this too? Lu Qin said. Yes, host. Elder Chufeng, Elder Jui, the two of you could go now. Deal with all the monks and generals. Hearing this, excitement appeared on Chu Feng and Feng Jui's faces, and they responded in unison. Yes, Sect Master. Wait a second. Lei Wanjun hurriedly spoke up. Elder Jui, you're such a beautiful woman. A scene like fighting and killing really doesn't suit you. Why not let me do it in your place? Get lost. I've had itchy hands for this for so long, and you still want to steal my job? Lei Wanjun shrank his neck and instantly didn't dare make sound. This woman was really wild, not someone easy to mess with. Inside Myriad Dharma City, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Xuanji with a sneer on his face and said, Xuanji, right? If I give you face, I'll call you master. If I don't, you're just a dead bald donkey. You were the ones who started trouble, and now you're the ones who want peace. How could there be such a good deal in this world? Benefactor Jun, will vengeance upon vengeance ever end? Your killing intent is too heavy. I think you have affinity with my Buddhist path. Why not join my Buddhist sect? Master Xuanji said. You dead bald donkey, your head must have gotten caught in a door for you to say something like that, right? Jun Xiaoyao cursed without the slightest courtesy. Benefactor Jun, then what do you want? Do you intend to go to war with my myriad Buddha temple? What a sin, what a sin. At that moment, two more figures appeared in the sky above Myriad Dharma City, one man and one woman. When Jun Xiaoyao saw them, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. Elder Chu, Elder Feng. Elder Jun, there's no need to be so polite. Jiao looked at the two of them, his face full of excitement. Anyone who could make Elder Jun this courteous had to be an important figure of the Myriad Dharma sect. Chu Feng and Feng Jui's gazes landed on Xuanji, Jiechen, Qingguan, and the others. Chu Feng asked, so it's you bald donkeys who came to make trouble in my Myriad Dharma City? Jun Xiaoyao was at the peak of Great Saint, the same realm as him, but he still couldn't see through these two at all. So he quickly said, two benefactors, what happened just now was entirely a misunderstanding. We'll leave immediately now. We will no longer take part in this matter, Xuanji said. Elder Jun, go deal with all those generals, Feng Jui instructed. You want to leave? Too late. Imperial might spread from Chu Feng's body, instantly sealing off the surrounding space. Inside the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Lu Yi and the others looked at the terrifying Imperial might radiating from Chu Feng and Feng Jui, and smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths as they murmured. These people really don't know whether they're dead or alive. You two are actually Quasi-Emperors, Xuanji shouted. Jiechen and Qingguan also began to panic. Two benefactors. Are you really going to become irreconcilable enemies with our myriad Buddha temple? Xuanji hurriedly asked. Bald donkey, you sure talk a lot of nonsense. First I'll kill you, then I'll go wipe out that whatever myriad Buddha temple of yours. Run, Xuanji shouted. Marshal Uncle Xuanji, we can't open space. Jiechen said anxiously. Damn it, the space has been sealed. Right then, Chu Feng swung the black iron battle ruler in his hand. Ruler Qi crisscrossed, and in an instant, several monks were slain beneath the ruler. Feng Jui let out a sharp cry, and blazing phoenix flames burned all around her. Wherever the flames passed, several monks were devoured one after another, turning into ashes before they could even let out a scream. Seeing this, Monk Xuanji hurriedly shouted to Jiechen and Qingguan, Quick, form the array. The few of them immediately formed seals with both hands and chanted, With mercy as shield, with heart as law, condense for me. A massive Buddhist light gathered into a shield of light. Chu Feng gave a great shout and used the power of a quasi-emperor, driving the black iron battle ruler straight into the Buddhist light. Feng Jui was not to be outdone either. Her phoenix fire transformed into a gigantic phoenix and crashed toward the Buddhist light. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Buddhist light shattered. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the scene returned to calm. Xuanji, Jiechen, and Qingguan had all died on the spot. Elder Chu Feng, next time, can you let me handle a small scene like this? It really wasn't satisfying at all. It ended in an instant. Feng Jui said, still wanting more. Elder Feng, don't worry. We'll have plenty to do next. Myriad Buddha Temple, Shao Clan, Heavenly Fiend Hall. Are you really afraid there won't be any fights to have? Chu Feng looked at Jiao and instructed, I'll leave the rest to you. Let the soldiers kneeling on the ground go. Killing them all would affect the sect's reputation. Yes, senior. I'll handle it properly. Jiao was so nervous his palms were sweating. Elder Feng, let's head back to the sect first. The sect master may have other arrangements. As soon as the two left, the surrounding crowd immediately started discussing among themselves. Damn, did you hear that just now? Those two mighty experts are Quasi-Emperors. The Myriad Dharma sect has Quasi-Emperors. So the Myriad Dharma sect is this strong. The Heavenly Edict dynasty is done for next. They actually dared make a move against the Myriad Dharma sect. What Myriad Dharma sect? You should change it to Myriad Dharma Emperor sect now. Dao's friend, you're right. I misspoke just now. Sigh. I wonder when the Myriad Dharma Emperor sect will open its gates to accept disciples again. No, after this battle, The great name of the myriad Dharma Emperor sect will definitely spread across the entire continent. If I wait any longer, the houses here will definitely become even more sought after. I'm going to buy a 3-bedroom, 1 living room place right now and wait for it to appreciate. Hey, Taoist friend, you really are smart. Wait for me. I'm going to buy one too. Inside the artifact refining hall of the myriad Dharma sect, Lu Chun stared at the heaven-burning furnace in the center. At this moment, the chaos mother gold inside the furnace was burning fiercely. The mother gold gradually melted in the divine flames, turning into a pool of liquid metal flowing with starlight. Countless ancient runes formed in Lu Chun's hands, deeply fusing with the mother gold. As time passed, the liquid metal began to take shape, and the outline of an ancient, unadorned longsword slowly emerged. On the sword body were dragons and phoenixes in auspicious harmony, the sun and moon shining together, and countless chains of laws wrapped around it, giving off an aura that could suppress the ages. Elder Jui, drip your blood onto the sword body, then separate out a strand of your soul. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Feng Jui looked excited. Without another word, she dripped her blood onto it, then separated out a strand of her soul and fused it into the sword. Today, with Phoenix blood, I sharpen your edge. With Phoenix soul, I forge your spirit. Lu Chun said. Buzz, the long sword let out a clear hum. In an instant, every sword in the entire myriad Dharma sect bowed toward the direction of the artifact refining hall. What exactly happened? Why are all our swords trembling toward the direction of the artifact refining hall? The disciples were all baffled. 10,000 swords submit. At this moment, an emperor weapon had descended into the world. Feng Jui looked at this emperor weapon and couldn't put it down. She asked, Sect Master, is this emperor weapon really for me? Could it be that Elder Jui doesn't want it? Lu Chun asked with a smile. Yes, I want it. Without another word, Feng Jui stored the sword in her storage ring. The other elders all revealed envious expressions. Sect Master, could you also help refine my black iron battle ruler? Chu Feng looked at Lu Chun with a face full of anticipation. Sure. All of you, take out your treasures, Lu Chun said. Next, Lu Chun successively refined all the magic treasures of these Quasi-Emperor elders into emperor weapons. Even with late-stage, great emperor cultivation, Lu Chun still ended up covered in sweat. Refining emperor weapons consumed far too much spiritual power. After returning to the sect master hall, Lu Chun drank several cups of enlightenment tea in a row before he slowly recovered. Now, all 12 Quasi-Emperor peak elders each held an emperor weapon. Not bad. Watching the sect grow stronger and stronger really gave him a sense of accomplishment. The abbot's eyes went wide with rage. His hands clenched into fists, and a chilling aura spread from his body as he shouted in a deep voice, immediately summoned back every elder and disciple who is outside the temple. The abbot's voice was like a great bell, making the surrounding air buzz and tremble. None of the monks dared delay. They all accepted the order and hurried off, and the entire temple instantly became busy. At the same time, the abbot brought several Dharma protector elders with him and rushed to the place where the soul plaques were stored. Staring at the shattered soul plaques scattered across the floor, his face darkened like the sky before a storm. Who is so bold as to dare lay hands on so many eminent monks of my Wanfo temple? The abbot said through gritted teeth. Investigate. Go investigate it for me right now. Senior brother abbot, didn't junior brother Xuanji and the others go to the eastern region to make arrangements? This matter may be related to Wanfazong. I'm willing to go investigate personally. Amitba. Junior brother Huaning, I'll trouble you to make the trip yourself. Inside the sect master hall, Lu Chun sat high in the sect master's seat, his gaze sweeping over the elders below. Mu Qingsheng was among them as well. All the elders had expressions that clearly showed their eagerness to fight, and they all looked toward Lu Chun. Qingsheng, is there anyone in your family whom you trust more and whose talent is decent? Lu Chun asked. After thinking for a moment, Mu Qingsheng answered, Master, I have a cousin named Mu Wanga. His talent is fairly good, and he is currently at the Golden Core realm. What is he like as a person? Lu Chun continued. He's pretty decent. He has always taken good care of the younger brothers and sisters in the family. What is it, Master? Is something the matter? Your master plans to destroy the Tianyu imperial dynasty. But after the dynasty is destroyed, with such a vast territory left unmanaged, chaos will inevitably break out. When that happens, it is still the common people who will suffer. So, your master wants to choose someone from your family to inherit this imperial dynasty. Disciple thanks master on my brother's behalf. But you must tell your brother that after becoming emperor, he must be diligent in government and care for the people, doing more to benefit the common folk. Any unreasonable policies must be corrected in time. If any noble families dare jump out in opposition, my Wanfazong will help him eliminate them. But if he neglects state affairs, indulges in debauchery, and imposes harsh taxes and exploitation, I do not mind replacing the emperor again. Lu Chun instructed. Disciple understands. I will definitely make sure to remind my brother. Elder Mo Wentian, Elder Lin Jingming, Elder Lu Qingfeng. The three of you bring Qingsheng with you and take responsibility for exterminating all members of the Tianyu imperial dynasty's royal family. along with everyone related to this matter. Yes, we will obey the sect master's command. After the four accepted the order and left, Luchan took out a dark yellow scroll from his ring. The entire scroll flowed with profound ancient runes and floated in midair. On the imperial decree, Luchan wrote, "By decree, the Shao family has provoked my Xuanhuang without cause. Today, my Xuanhuang shall carry the great emperor's decree and exterminate the Shao family." At the end of the decree, Luchan wrote the word kill. Then he infused one of his attacks into that word. Looking at the words on the decree, Nangong Yuan asked in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, is this a great emperor's decree?" Hearing Nangong Yuan's words, Luchan smiled but did not answer. After coming out of the secret realm and recovering during this period of time, Nangong Yuan's cultivation had already returned to the first level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Elder Chu Feng, Elder Feng Jui, Elder Chu Tian, the three of you take my decree and go exterminate the Shao family. Yes, Sect Master. Chu Feng accepted the decree with a face full of smiles. After the three left, Luchan continued, Elder Chu Yun, Elder Gu Jinshan, Daoist friend Feng Dao, Elder Fai, Elder Nangong Yuan, the five of you go exterminate the Tian Shahal. Yes, we will obey the sect master's order. Then Luchan looked at the five remaining elders. Elder Li Tsangming, Elder Lei Wanjun, Elder Zhan Wuji, Elder Fengfa, Elder Faiyu, the five of you go exterminate Wanfo Temple. Watching one order after another being given in the hall, Huaruashi was deeply shaken. When Nangong Yuan said that what the sect master had taken out was a great emperor's decree, her eyes widened even more, and stormy waves surged in her heart. A great emperor's decree was a legendary object said to possess supreme authority and power. Whoever held it was like receiving the will of the great emperor himself. Wherever it pointed could be destroyed. Only now did she truly realize what kind of terrifying confidence and strength this young sect master before her possessed. So he was actually the legendary great emperor. Mu Qingsheng and the other three looked down over the Tianyu imperial dynasty below. Inside the imperial palace, Emperor Li was discussing asking Wanfo Temple for reinforcements with the two old ancestors, completely unaware that disaster was about to descend. Mo Wentian's eyes were icy. With a wave of his sleeve, a sharp spell shot toward the grand formation protecting the palace. Unable to withstand such a fierce blow, the formation shattered with a thunderous crash. The entire palace instantly shook violently. Emperor Li and the two old ancestors shot to their feet in alarm. Before they could even react, Mo Wentian had already appeared before them like a ghost. "Who are you, to dare trespass into my Tianyu imperial dynasty?" Emperor Li shouted, sounding fierce on the outside but afraid within. "I am from Wanfazong. By order of the sect master, I have come to exterminate your Tianyu royal family." Mo Wentian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked first. Vast spiritual power transformed into blade after blade and slashed toward the three of them. The two old ancestors hurriedly summoned magic treasures to block, but the treasures shattered the instant they came into contact with the attack, and the blade struck the three of them hard. Emperor Li was cut directly in half and died on the spot, while the two old ancestors were left on their last breaths. Mo Wentian casually sent out two more attacks, and the two old ancestors of the Tianyu imperial dynasty also died. Lu Qingfeng and Lin Jingming then brought Mu Qingsheng to begin clearing out the royal family members inside the palace. Wherever they passed, enemies fell one after another, and for a time, the entire palace was filled with deafening sounds of slaughter. Everyone in the imperial city looked toward the direction of the palace, all guessing what exactly had happened. Some court officials had already more or less guessed the truth, and knew that Wanfazong's revenge had likely arrived. Back then, some officials had strongly opposed sending troops against Wanfazong, but Emperor Li had refused to listen, and that was what led to today's disaster. After the time it takes one stick of incense to burn, the entire palace fell quiet. All the princes, princesses, royal clan members, and some guards loyal to the royal family had already been killed. The remaining palace maids, eunuchs, and soldiers all knelt on the ground, trembling. Mo Wentian stepped into the sky above the imperial city and declared domineeringly, "For today and tomorrow, no one is allowed to leave the imperial city by even one step. Tomorrow, all officials must attend court on time. Whoever disobeys will die." His voice spread throughout the entire imperial city, and every single person heard it clearly. On that day, the whole imperial city was filled with panic. After landing on the ground, Mo Wentian said, "Personal disciple Mu, let's go to your residence first." At this moment, in the Mu residence, Mu Lungji was already standing at the entrance waiting. When he saw Mu Qingsheng, a smile immediately spread across his face, and he stepped forward and said, "Good daughter, you've finally come back." "Father." Mu Qingsheng only responded faintly. Junior Mu Lungji greets the three seniors. "MHM, let's go in. Send someone to call your family's Mu Wanga over," Mo Wentian said. "Mu Wanga? May I ask, senior, what business do you have with Wanga?" "If I tell you to go, then go." Yes, I'll go right away," Mu Lungji quickly answered. Personal disciple Mu, your father seems a bit too driven by profit. Elders, my father has always been like this. If he were truly good, then back then he would not have sent me away for that little bit of profit. Mu Qingsheng replied with a bitter smile. Come, I'll take you inside. Inside the main hall of the Mu residence, Mo Wentian sat in the seat of honor. At this time, Mu Longji walked in with Mu Wanga. Seniors, this is Wanga. Wanga, why aren't you quickly greeting the seniors? This junior, Wanga, greets the three seniors. Mo Wentian sized Mu Wanga up. Seeing his sharp brows, bright eyes, and striking appearance, he nodded inwardly. Not bad indeed. Rise. Do you know why you were called here? This junior is dull-witted and does not know. Please enlighten me, senior. The main reason is that personal disciple Mu strongly recommended you before the great sect master. Now that the Tianyu imperial dynasty has already been destroyed by us, a nation cannot be without a ruler for even one day. Therefore, you will sit on the imperial throne. Senior, what did you say? You want me to become emperor? I can't do it, and I don't even know how to govern a country. Mu Wanga cried out in shock. When the Mu family elders heard that Mu Wanga was going to become emperor, their faces immediately filled with excitement, and they quickly said, Wanga, how can you let down the senior's painstaking goodwill? If you don't understand, you can learn. That's right. Our Mu family has many people who serve as officials and govern the country. Teaching you how to be emperor would be far too easy. Mo Wentian naturally understood what these people were thinking. So he said, after Wanga ascends the throne, don't think about sidelining him. You just need to assist him well. The sect master has given an order. First, be diligent in governance and care for the people. Second, revise unreasonable policies. Third, no neglecting state affairs, indulging in debauchery, or imposing harsh taxes and exploitative levies. If you are a foolish ruler, our sect master wouldn't mind replacing you with another one. As long as you do your job well as emperor, our Myriad Dharma sect will not interfere too much. Cousin Wanga, why aren't you thanking Elder Mo yet? Mu Qingsheng hurriedly gave her cousin a look. This junior thanks the three seniors. I will definitely work hard to accomplish everything the seniors have said. Very good. We can discuss some things tomorrow at court. Patriarch Mu, send people to tidy up the imperial palace. Central Continent. Chu Feng and the other two stepped out of the void, the pressure of Quasi-Emperors on their bodies completely undisguised, directly blanketing the entire Central Continent. Sensing these several powerful Quasi-Emperor auras, every force in the Central Continent turned their eyes toward the three of them, their hearts full of confusion, not knowing what exactly had happened. Three unfamiliar Quasi-Emperors? Who exactly are they? All sides began making guesses. Although several top forces vaguely guessed they might be those Quasi-Emperors from Wanfa sect, they still could not understand why they had descended upon the Central Continent. Chu Feng released his divine sense, instantly covering every corner of the Central Continent. Then he gave a faint smile and said, Found it. Let's go. The three turned into three streams of light and sped toward the Shao family. When they arrived above the Shao family, the three released terrifying auras, and pressure crashed down like Mount Tai pressing overhead. The entire Shao family was quickly engulfed by this force, and everyone felt suffocated. The Shao family immediately fell into panic. The Shao family elders forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts. The great elder braced himself and stepped forward, asking in a trembling voice, Three Quasi-Emperor seniors, may I ask why you have come to my Shao family? A cold sneer curled at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. Your Shao family sure is impressive. A few days ago, you actually dared go to my Wanfa sect to provoke us, and even one of my Wanfa sect to become your Shao family's dog. Who gave your Shao family the guts to do that? Only then did the people hidden around them understand that these people had come to hold the Shao family accountable. The ancestors of the major forces hiding in the shadows muttered to themselves, so these three really are from Wanfa sect. What the Shao family did was indeed too overbearing, trying to make a Quasi-Emperor force submit to them and be their dog. No wonder they came knocking at their door. After hearing Chu Feng's words, the great elder was left speechless for a moment. He did not dare say anything harsh in front of several Quasi-Emperors. Suddenly, 5 ancestors flew out from the Shao family's minor world, facing Chu Feng, Feng Jui, and Chu Tian from afar. The 5 Shao family ancestors sensed the auras released by the three, and their expressions immediately turned grave. 3 peak Quasi-Emperors. The first ancestor of the Shao family spoke and asked, Why have the 3 of you come to my Shao family? You asked while knowing the answer. What the Shao family has done. Don't tell me you don't know it yourselves. Feng Jui responded coldly. Then what do you want? With just the 3 of you, you think you can start a war against my Shao family? A trace of disdainful mockery appeared on the first ancestor's face. The other ancestors also smiled one after another, thinking to themselves, so what if they're 3 peak Quasi-Emperors? What can they possibly do to our Shao family? Chu Feng looked at the 5 of them, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. I hope you'll still be able to smile in a moment. After saying that, he took out a scroll from the void. The instant the scroll appeared, it released 5-colored light, and a terrifying emperor's might faintly emerged. No one present understood why Xuanhuang had taken out this scroll or what use it had. Only some old monsters who had lived for countless years vaguely had a guess in their hearts, but they did not dare think in that direction. Immediately after, Xuanhuang slowly unfolded the scroll and loudly declared, "The Shao family provoked my Wanfa sect for no reason. Today, my Wanfa sect comes carrying this sect's great emperor decree to exterminate the entire Shao family." Then Xuanhuang threw the decree into the sky. Boom! What? A great emperor decree? The old monsters were all trembling in fear. "S over. The Shao family is completely finished this time. Wanfa sect actually has a great emperor decree. Could it be?" The many forces still did not understand the function of the scroll. They only saw that it released a terrifying aura that made their hearts tremble. Not good. It's a great emperor decree. The first ancestor of the Shao family's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Quick, activate the family grand formation immediately." At once, he took out a painting scroll and unfurled it. In the painting was an old man with a blade at his waist, his back facing all living beings. The 5 ancestors immediately poured their magic power into the scroll. The decree in the sky erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the entire central continent. The character emerged from the scroll. Killing intent filled heaven and earth, and a massive directly suppressed the entire Shao family from above. The Shao family painting also released terrifying emperor's might. Suddenly, the old man in the painting extended a giant hand that covered the heavens. Wherever it passed, space shattered and laws collapsed. Crashing fiercely into the character shot out by the decree in the sky. With a loud explosion, the entire central continent shook several times from the strike, and everything within several hundred kilometers of the Shao family turned to dust. The giant hand shattered, and the painting scroll also exploded apart, yet the character did not stop in the slightest and continued, descending toward the Shao family. Not good. The ancestor's portrait shattered. Seeing this, the first ancestor of the Shao family hurriedly took out the Shao family's emperor weapon, the Baoang blade, and poured the full power of his late-stage quasi-emperor cultivation into it, slashing viciously at the character. A terrifying, enormous blade intent shot into the sky. The other 4 ancestors also brought out their own quasi-emperor weapons and attacked the character together. However, the moment those attacks touched the character, they instantly shattered. Even that horrifying slash containing the power of an emperor weapon could not withstand the divine might of the great emperor decree. The character still descended steadily. "Quick, form a defensive array." The first ancestor of the Shao family roared. The 5 Shao family ancestors quickly formed an array, and a massive shield enveloped the 5 of them. But how terrifying was the great emperor killing intent contained within that character. The moment it touched the array, it was like molten iron being poured onto thin ice, and the array instantly cracked apart inch by inch. The Shao family members stared in horror at the gradually approaching character, their hearts filled with despair. Just as the character was about to crush everything, suddenly, a mysterious light shot into the sky from the distance and flew toward the Shao family at an incredible speed. A figure could vaguely be seen within the light. It was actually a mysterious expert. This man wore a black robe and a mask, and his whole body emitted a heart-palpitating aura. He waved his hand, and a vast force surged out, barely stopping the descent of the character. Seeing this, the Shao family felt as though they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, and a trace of hope reignited in their eyes. Xuanhuang frowned. Actually a half-step great emperor. He had not expected someone like this to appear at the critical moment. The decree had already broken the strike from the other side's great emperor ancestor portrait and annihilated several of their attacks, so its remaining power was not much to begin with. Now a half-step great emperor had appeared as well. Xuanhuang and the other 2 coldly stared at the mysterious man. Xuanhuang asked, "Are you certain you want to interfere in the Shao family's matter today? Once you interfere, it will mean undying enmity with my Wanfa sect." At the same time, the 3 of them also took out their emperor weapons. Everyone watching the battle turned their eyes toward this suddenly appeared mysterious man, all speculating about his identity and why he had come out at this moment to protect the Shao family. A hoarse voice rang out. 3 Daoist friends. The Shao family was indeed at fault this time. On behalf of the Shao family, I am willing to offer half of the Shao family's resources as compensation. I ask the 3 Daoist friends to show mercy and spare the Shao family this once. So what you're saying is, you're determined to handle this matter and become undying enemies with my Wanfa sect. Xuanhuang pressed. "Daoist friend, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of Wanfa sect. I only wish to value peace," the mysterious man replied. At this moment, a massive Dharma body suddenly appeared within the great emperor decree, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. What this Dharma body released was true emperor's might, spreading across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Anyone who sensed this aura, whether quasi-emperor or ordinary cultivator, could not help but tremble all over. This is a great emperor? A legendary great emperor. All those watching the battle bowed toward this Dharma body. At this moment, A wave of respectful voices sounded throughout the entire central continent at the same time. We greet the great emperor. When Xuanhuang and the other two saw this Dharma body, they all dropped to one knee and respectfully said, "We greet Sect Master." Lu Qin's Dharma body glanced at them, then ignored them and said, at this moment, everyone in the Shao family was terrified to the extreme, their faces full of despair. They had actually provoked a living great emperor of the current age. Sect Master, we are incompetent. Even now, we have failed to take down the Shao family, Feng Jui said with a bow. Lu Qin paid no attention to Feng Jui. His gaze turned toward the masked man, and he asked, "So you're the one who wants undying enmity with my Wanfa sect?" Hearing Lu Qin's icy voice, the masked man's whole body trembled, and he said shakily, "Great Emperor, I absolutely have no intention of becoming your enemy, Senior. It's only because the Shao family once showed me kindness that I came out to ask these 3 Daoist friends to spare the Shao family once. Leave everything on you behind, and I'll spare your life," Lu Qin said flatly. "Yes, Great Emperor." The masked man didn't dare hesitate in the slightest and immediately handed over his storage ring and all his magic treasures and emperor weapons. With a trace of unwillingness, the masked man glanced at the Shao family before turning and leaving. Lu Qin's Dharma body turned toward the 5 Shao family ancestors and asked, "So it was you who wanted my Wanfa sect to be the Shao family's dog?" Faced with Lu Qin's questioning, the 5 ancestors, who were already struggling to hold on, were filled with regret and despair. They regretted ever listening to the family head and offending a present-day great emperor. The Shao family's first ancestor hurriedly said, "Great Emperor, this matter was indeed our Shao family's fault. We only beg that you spare some of the innocent members of the Shao family." At this point, the Shao family's ancestors only hoped they could leave behind some bloodline for the family. "For the sake of your Shao family's ancestors, who fought the foreign demon race 100,000 years ago and shed blood for the Xuanhuang Continent, those below the true person realm may be spared," Lu Qin said slowly. Lu Qin wasn't worried at all that the Shao family would seek revenge in the future. With the system, even if he gave the Shao family 1,000,000 years, they would still have no chance of revenge. Then Lu Qin said no more and pointed a finger. A gigantic finger descended from the sky, and the 5 ancestors, who had already been barely holding on, were instantly crushed into blood mist. Even their souls failed to escape. Even the Shao family's mountain-protecting grand formation was directly pierced through by this finger. The Shao family's 5 ancestors had fallen. Lu Qin looked at Xuanhuang and the other 2 and instructed, "Kill without mercy anyone above the true person realm. Afterward, remember to sort through and collect the resources." After saying that, his Dharma body dispersed. "Yes, we respectfully send off Sect Master." Xuanhuang and the other 2 exchanged a glance and stopped hesitating, charging straight into the Shao family. 3 terrifying quasi-emperor pressures covered the entire area. In an instant, killing cries shook the whole Shao family, and blood continuously splattered, staining the land beneath their feet red. Those Shao family disciples who usually acted tyrannically had no power to resist before the 3 Quasi-Emperors and fell one after another. In just a short while, the enormous Shao family no longer had any life left, aside from the disciples below the true person realm who escaped. Xuanhuang put away his black iron battle ruler and headed toward the place where the resources were stored. After Feng Jui and Chu Tiandai finished eliminating all resistance, they also arrived at the treasure vault. Inside, brilliant light shone everywhere. The accumulation of over 100,000 years had left heavenly materials, earthly treasures, magic treasures, and medicinal pills piled up like mountains. The 3 quickly got to work and took all of these resources for themselves. In the distance, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a masked man who had escaped earlier, now returned. His eyes were cold as he kept staring at Xu Feng's group. The masked man muttered to himself, "Damn it, that thing fell into the hands of the Wanfa sect. It'll be even harder to get it back in the future." He was wary that Xu Feng's group might still have hidden trump cards, so he could only watch helplessly as they took everything away. Just after Xu Feng's group finished gathering the resources, 5 more terrifying quasi-emperor pressures suddenly appeared in the sky. The onlookers all turned their eyes toward these 5 unfamiliar quasi-emperors. After sensing the familiar auras, Xu Feng's group smiled at each other and said, "The Shao family has been destroyed. Let's go help them out." With a flash, Xu Feng's group appeared beside the 5 and said, "5 elders, the Shao family has already been wiped out. Let's go destroy the Tiansha Hall too. The sooner we settle everything, the sooner we can return to the sect to drink tea and cultivate." The 5 looked at each other and smiled. Good thing I held back. For more at peak Quasi-Emperor and 1 at early Quasi-Emperor. Just what kind of person is the Wanfa sect's sect master to be this terrifying? The masked man thought in shock. The onlookers had already gone numb after witnessing this scene. A whole group of Quasi-Emperors. Just how strong was the Wanfa sect? Their sect master was a present-day great emperor, and with so many Quasi-Emperors too, the current Wanfa sect was probably already the #1 force on the Xuanhuang Continent, right? Tianji ancestor looked at everything before him with lingering fear and secretly rejoiced. Back then, I really must have been tired of living to dare deduce a great emperor. Even now, when he thought back on it, he still felt a wave of fear. His back had long since been soaked in cold sweat. The pavilion master of Tianbao Pavilion immediately sent a voice transmission with orders. At once, arranged for 2 great sage realm elders to head to the eastern region. Once they arrive, everything will be under the young lady's command. Make sure the young lady builds good relations with the Wanfa sect. The master of Guiyuan Sword swallowed hard and thought to himself, that girl Lu was right back then. We absolutely must not offend the Wanfa sect. Just look at the Xiao family now. This Wanfa sect is simply too terrifying. I better go back into seclusion and cultivate. The ancestors of several other forces also sent voice transmissions to warn their disciples. In the future, do not provoke anyone from the Wanfa sect. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the sect. Hey, why do you think 5 Quasi-Emperors from the Wanfa sect came here? They're not going to sink Central Continent, are they? What are you thinking? The great emperor just now even spared the Xiao family's juniors. So how could he randomly slaughter innocents? That makes sense too. Do you think it's possible some other force also offended the Wanfa sect? Who knows? Just keep watching and we'll find out. At this moment, the Hall Master of Tiansha Hall had already cursed the Xiao family's ancestors for 18 generations and was hiding in his own minor world, trembling. Those damned Xiao family people, harming others and themselves. Fine if they wanted to die, but they even had to drag my Tiansha Hall down with them. Damn, truly damned. The Hall Master of Tiansha Hall cursed furiously. Meanwhile, the 8 Quasi-Emperors were searching the Tiansha Hall's headquarters. Suddenly, FAU looked toward a mountain range where space was faintly fluctuating and said, "Found it." Following the direction FAU pointed, the others all smiled as well and said, "Then let's go." The group sped toward that mountain range and instantly arrived at the place where space was fluctuating. FAU formed hand seals with both hands, and a powerful force blasted toward the point of spatial fluctuation, forcibly opening the entrance to the minor world. The people inside Tiansha Hall looked at the group that had suddenly appeared in terror. Their legs went weak, and they nearly collapsed to the ground. The Hall Master of Tiansha Hall hurriedly begged for mercy. "Seniors, spare my life. Don't kill me. Back then, it was the Xiao family that wanted to kill your sect master. It has nothing to do with me," he shouted himself hoarse. Chu Feng let out a cold laugh. "Do you think you're still qualified to beg for mercy?" Before his words had even finished, Chu Feng was the first to strike. The Black Iron Battle Ruler smashed toward the Hall Master of Tiansha Hall with terrifying power. The Hall Master of Tiansha Hall wanted to dodge, but found that his body wouldn't obey him at all. The other Quasi-Emperors also made their moves one after another, and all kinds of powerful spells swept toward the rest of Tiansha Hall. Under the combined assault of the group, the Hall Master of Tiansha Hall had no power to resist at all. After letting out a miserable scream, he was blasted into blood mist. "There are actually 2 more old fellows sleeping," FAU said. Then 8 peak Quasi-Emperor attacks, infused with the power of Emperor weapons, struck directly at 2 coffins. From inside the coffins, 2 furious voices rang out. "Who is it? Who dares disturb this ancestor's sleep?" Clearly, they had sensed the terrifying aura outside. However, before they had even finished speaking, the 8 attacks landed directly on the coffins. The 2 people inside, along with the coffins, instantly exploded into dust. Tiansha ancestor had fallen. After that, the group began searching through the minor world and took away all of Tiansha Hall's resources as well. At this point, Tiansha Hall was completely destroyed. Once the news spread, people finally understood that the Wanfa sect had come to eradicate Tiansha Hall. Great! That assassin organization has always been notorious. So many people were angry but dared not speak out. Now it's finally been destroyed. What happened today shook the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Countless forces wanted to go visit the Wanfa sect, while everyone in Hundred Flowers Valley was all smiles. Their choice back then had truly been the right one. But at this moment, Tian Xingyu was filled with regret. Why hadn't he chosen to become a subordinate force of the Wanfa sect back then? Sai, the western region, 1 hour earlier. Inside Wanfo Temple, a solemn and majestic atmosphere rushed over them. Incense smoke curled through the temple, and chanting echoed in the air. In the Mahavira Hall, Buddha statues wore kind and compassionate expressions, radiating a peaceful and benevolent glow. The eminent monks in the temple were holding scriptures and chanting, their Buddhist voices drifting faintly. Suddenly, a steady set of footsteps came from outside the hall. The abbot had his eyes closed as he recited sutras, a faint Buddhist light surrounding his body. Sensing someone entering, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp as a torch. Seeing that it was junior brother Xuanhuang returning, he signaled everyone to pause their chanting. "Amipa, junior brother Xuanhuang, why have you returned so quickly? Did you come back after gathering information from the eastern region?" Xuanhuang greets senior brother Abbot Amitba. "Senior brother Abbot, there is news. Actually, there was no need to investigate. The matter has already spread throughout the entire eastern region. After I went over and learned the full course of events, I immediately rushed back. Amitba, senior brother Xuanhuang, quickly tell us, How exactly did senior brother Xuanji and nephew, disciple Jichin pass away? The eminent monks all turned to Huaining and waited for his answer. Amipa. Junior brother Xuanji and the others were indeed killed by Xuanfazong. Outrageous. So it really was Xuanfazong. Senior brother Abbot, let us gather the temple's experts at once and kill our way to Xuanfazong. Amipa. Junior brothers, first let junior brother Huaining finish explaining how junior brother Xuanji was killed. Then we can discuss what to do next. Junior brother Huaining, continue, the abbot said. Yes, senior brother Abbot. After nephew, disciple Jiechin, and the others went to the eastern region, they found the Tianyu imperial dynasty, which had grievances with Xuanfazong, and cooperated with them. As for the exact terms they discussed, I do not know. My guess is that they most likely wanted the Tianyu imperial dynasty to become our vassal. Nephew, disciple Jiechin, and the others' first step was to directly seize Xuanfazong's newly built Wanfa city. That very day, he had the Tianyu imperial dynasty send troops there and demand that Wanfa city hand over control of the city's defenses on the grounds that Wanfa city belonged to the territory of the Tianyu imperial dynasty. Nephew, disciple Jiechin's move was likely meant to cut off Xuanfazong's development. After that, Xuanfazong directly sent out 2 Quasi-Emperors and wiped out everyone our Wanfo temple had sent to the eastern region, along with several generals of the Tianyu imperial dynasty. When I returned, I saw that the Tianyu imperial dynasty had already been destroyed by people sent by Xuanfazong, Amitba. Outrageous. We merely told them to hand over the city's defenses, and they should have obediently done so. Yet they dared to kill people from our Wanfo temple. They truly deserve death, Amitba. The eminent monks all spoke in anger and indignation. Sai, Jiechin, and the others were still too impatient. The moment they arrived in the eastern region, they directly tried to seize Xuanfazong's territory, Amitba, the abbot side. Junior brother Huaining, you said the Tianyu imperial dynasty has already been destroyed. Then we also need to make preparations. Since we have already offended Xuanfazong, we must be on guard. I fear they may make a move against our Wanfo temple, Amitba. If they dare come, then we will destroy them. It will be the perfect chance to avenge senior brother Xuanji, Amitba. Ah, junior brothers, you must not underestimate the other side. Senior brother Abbot is absolutely right. Xuanfazong does have quasi-emperor experts after all. Our Wanfo temple cannot help but be on guard. Amitba, Huaining said. Suddenly, everyone in Wanfo temple was alarmed by the terrifying sounds of battle coming from the direction of Central Continent. That is great Emperor Will, and 2 of them at that. What happened in Central Continent, the abbot said. Not long after, a terrifying imperial pressure spread out. When Lu Chan said, the Shao family wants Xuanfazong to be their dog. That great emperor's voice spread across the entire Xuanhuang Continent, and the monks inside Wanfo temple were so frightened that their legs trembled. That is Xuanfazong's great emperor? We're finished. The abbot murmured in terror. Everyone, hear my order. Recall all disciples outside immediately. Wanfo temple has decided to seal the mountain for 10,000 years. The abbot's order reached everyone's ears. No one dared delay in the slightest and immediately moved into action. But just as they stepped out of the Mahavira Hall, 5 terrifying figures tore through space in the sky and arrived. Lei Wanjun, Zhan Wuji, and the other 3 looked at the incense-filled Wanfo temple below and said, this is the place. Seeing this, the abbot forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, walked up before the 5 of them, pressed his palms together, and said in a trembling voice, Amitba, honored guests, now that you have come to Wanfo temple, may I ask what business brings you here? Lei Wanjun let out a cold snort. You asked while knowing the answer. Your Wanfo temple sent people to the eastern region to oppose our Xuanfazong and even try to seize Wanfa city. How should this debt be settled? Cold sweat poured down the abbot's forehead as he hurriedly said, it was our Wanfo temple disciples who acted rashly. We are willing to shut our doors and reflect on our faults for 10,000 years. We only ask that Xuanfazong show mercy. Zhan Wuji said disdainfully, do you think it's a little too late to say all this now? Just as the atmosphere became tense to the extreme, a streak of Buddhist light suddenly shot out from within the temple and transformed into a massive Buddhist pagoda, protecting everyone in Wanfo temple within it. Immediately after, 3 Buddhas flew out from inside the pagoda. When the monks saw this, they realized it was the temple's Buddhas taking action. The abbot was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward. Greetings, 3 grand patriarchs. The 3 Buddhas did not look at them. They went directly before Lei Wanjuan's group of 5, first pressing their palms together in salute as they said, Amitba. Greetings, 5 benefactors. 5 benefactors. Our Wanfo temple was indeed in the wrong in this matter. As the saying goes, when will vengeance upon vengeance ever end? Our Wanfo temple is willing to offer compensation. Besides, you have already killed quite a few people from our Wanfo temple. Why not turn a major matter into a minor one and let it end here? What do you all think, benefactors? Lei Wanjun said, bald donkey, if we wipe all of you out, then there won't be any vengeance upon vengeance. 5 benefactors. Why must you be so aggressive? Amitba. To you people from Wanfo temple, the ones who were aggressive first? Who was it that sent people to my Wanfa city? If we didn't have the strength, wouldn't we have been wiped out by you instead? A bunch of damn bald donkeys, truly shameless. Xuanhuang said. Li Tsangming stepped forward and said, why waste words with these damn bald donkeys? Attack. The moment the 5 of them all took out imperial weapons, the expressions of the 3 Buddhas changed drastically. They knew today's battle could no longer be avoided, so they spoke to the abbot, quickly activate the Buddhist grand formation. The 3 Buddhas immediately circulated their own Buddhist divine abilities, and Buddhist light burst from around their bodies. The leading Buddha transformed into a gigantic golden Dharma wheel and spun as it charged toward Lei Wanjun and Xuanhuang. Sanskrit characters flickered across the Dharma wheel, releasing powerful Buddhist force. Lei Wanjun was not about to be outdone either. He took out his Thunder Battle Spear and unleashed supreme thunder arts. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with overwhelming thunder. Xuanhuang held his battle blade and slashed out with a single strike, the blade light tearing through space like a bolt of silk. The thunder arts and blade light crashed fiercely into the golden Dharma wheel, producing a deafening explosion. In an instant, the entire Dharma wheel was covered in cracks and lost its brilliance. The Buddha was violently sent flying into the formation, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He had already been seriously wounded from a single blow. The moment Fa Zheng made his move, he turned the entire space around Wanfo Temple into a grand formation, trapping everyone inside. Feng Faji formed seals with both hands, and streams of black runes flew out like sharp arrows toward the other 2 Buddhas. As for Li Tsangming, he moved like a ghost and instantly appeared behind one of the Buddhas. His hand shot out like iron claws and directly grabbed the Buddha's back. The Buddha tried to struggle, only to find his body restrained by a powerful force, unable to move at all. Li Tsangming suddenly exerted force and violently hurled the Buddha toward a distant mountain peak. The mountain instantly collapsed, and the Buddha crashed heavily to the ground, his aura faint and weak. Seeing this, the other Buddha was overcome with grief and fury. He muttered something under his breath, and the Buddhist light around his body suddenly intensified several times over, transforming into a giant sword of light that slashed toward Li Tsangming. Li Tsangming let out a cold laugh. He neither dodged nor avoided it, and directly raised his palm to meet the sword of light. When the sword struck his hand, it only sent sparks flying and failed to injure him in the slightest. At this moment, the Buddhist grand formation of Wanfo Temple flickered with light, as though making one final struggle. The abbot was extremely anxious within the formation, yet powerless to do anything. Meanwhile, Lei Wanjun and the others continued launching attacks, intending to completely destroy Wanfo Temple and wipe out this group of monks who did not know the meaning of death. For a time, lights flashed across the sky and energy spilled everywhere. Protected beneath the Buddhist pagoda, the monks of Wanfo Temple watched the battle nervously. The abbot's brows were tightly furrowed, his heart full of worry. At this moment, the 3 Buddhas of Wanfo Temple were all heavily injured. The 3 of them had fear on their faces as they stared at the 5 people opposite them. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Lei Wanjun's mouth. Lightning flickered around the battle spear in his hand. Your Wanfo Temple usually puts on such a dignified and righteous front, but looking at you today, you're nothing more than this. The 3 Buddhas exchanged glances. Enduring the pain, they pressed their palms together and began chanting a spell. In an instant, a massive golden Buddha Dharma body appeared above Wanfo Temple, trying to block the attacks of the 5. However, how could Lei Wanjun and the others be stopped so easily? Lei Wanjun struck first. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket crashed toward the golden Buddha body, and cracks instantly spread across it. Xuanhuang and Li Tsangming followed right after, and 2 terrifying attacks fell, shattering the Buddha body on the spot. With the golden body destroyed, the 3 Buddhas spat out another mouthful of blood, their eyes filled with despair. Li Tsangming said, stop dragging this out. Attack together. The 5 exchanged a glance, and 5 overwhelmingly powerful divine abilities fell at the same time from different directions. Looking at the 5 terrifying divine abilities rushing toward them, the 3 Buddhas were filled with despair, but they did not give up. At this critical moment, they actually burned their own origin at the same time. At once, dazzling light erupted from their bodies, and their auras surged sharply. Each of them used a secret technique to gather together the power unleashed by burning their origin, forming a massive golden barrier. The barrier shone brilliantly, as if it could resist all attacks in the world. The attacks of the 5 slammed viciously into the golden barrier, erupting in a deafening roar, and the entire Wanfo Temple shook violently. Cracks appeared across the golden barrier and spread rapidly. With a sharp crack, the barrier completely shattered. The faces of the 3 Buddhas turned even paler. They were already on the verge of death, and blood had soaked through their monk robes. Burning their origin had caused them enormous damage, and their lives were rapidly slipping away. Witnessing this tragic battle, every monk inside Wanfo Temple was overwhelmed with grief. Abbot, let us out. Even if I die, I'll bite a piece of flesh off them. Yeah, Abbot, let us go out and fight them. Amiba, all of you, shut up, the abbot shouted loudly. Stay inside the temple and do not go out and throw your lives away for nothing. The three Buddhas lying on the ground struggled to sit up cross-legged. Suddenly, a trace of smile appeared on their faces, but their bodies began swelling little by little. Then the three of them instantly flew toward Lei Wanjun's group of 5. Lei Wanjun smiled disdainfully. Want to self-destruct? Interesting. The 5 attacked again at the same time, and their strikes landed viciously on the 3 Buddhas. Their bodies could not withstand such powerful attacks and exploded instantly. The 3 great Buddhas of Xuanhuang Temple had fallen. Seeing the deaths of the 3 grandmasters, the more than 100,000 eminent monks and disciples inside Xuanhuang Temple all glared at Lei Wanjun's group of 5 with hatred on their faces. Stop looking. You're next, Lei Wanjun said. Fa Zheng glanced at Xuanhuang Temple's mountain-protecting grand array and smiled faintly. If the 5 of us join forces and attack one array core, the grand array will naturally shatter. Immediately, the 5 wielded their emperor weapons and smashed fiercely at the same array core. The grand array collapsed at once. The abbot pressed his palms together, recited a Buddhist invocation, and shouted, "Disciples of my Xuanhuang Temple, we would rather die than submit." As soon as his words fell, he charged at Lei Wanjun and the others first, with more than 100,000 monks following close behind. The scene was like a surging flood, and its momentum was astonishing. Lei Wanjun and the others exchanged glances and joined hands to attack again. In an instant, all kinds of divine ability lights flashed, and screams rang out endlessly within Xuanhuang Temple. Although the monks were brave, the gap in strength between them and the 5 was far too great, and people kept falling. The abbot of Xuanhuang Temple led 300 eminent monks to form the myriad Buddhas returning to the source formation. Their 16-foot golden bodies released countless rays of light. However, under the Quasi-Emperor level pressure, deep as an abyss and vast as the sea, spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread across the surface of the golden bodies. The abbot chanted the Buddha's name and poured the cultivation of his entire life into the grand array as he met Zhang Wuji head-on. Holding his emperor weapon, Zhang Wuji slashed viciously at the grand array, and a massive blade light came crashing down. Under this slash, the ancient Bodhi tree was cut in half at the waist. The 1,000-year meditation halls were reduced to powder, and even the stone Buddha at the temple gate that had stood suppressing for 800 years was split into 2. Inside the grand array, the abbot and the 300 eminent monks and elders could not withstand the power of that blade light, and their bodies exploded one after another. The abbot of Xuanhuang Temple had fallen. The remaining eminent monks and disciples of Xuanhuang Temple all chose to self-destruct their physical bodies, yet they could not even get close to the 5. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the entire Xuanhuang Temple had turned into ruins. Blood flowed like a river, like a living hell. Xuanhuang Temple had been destroyed. Lei Wanjun's group of 5 remained expressionless as they quickly gathered Xuanhuang Temple's resources. When they arrived at the treasury, all of them smiled. These deeply established powers really were rich. Within Wanfa sect, in the Shengtian mountain range, Lu Chan was lying on a rocking chair, while Hua Ruoshi massaged his shoulders with a face full of admiration. Today, Hua Ruoshi had deliberately put on a nurse outfit. At first, her face had been flushed with embarrassment, but after seeing that the sect master liked it, she became more and more open with it. Fortunately, Lu Chun was a great emperor with extremely strong self-control. Otherwise, he really might have had trouble holding back. Lu Chun suddenly opened his eyes, looked toward the mountain gate, and smiled. Reback. A moment later, 8 figures appeared before Lu Chun and dropped to one knee. We greet the sect master. Rise. You've all worked hard this time, Lu Chun said. It wasn't hard. We haven't fought to our heart's content yet. It'd be great if this happened a few more times, Feng Zhu replied. Sect master, the Shao family and the Tiansha Hall are seriously too rich. Every one of our rings is almost full. Ha! Chu Feng said with a laugh. Well done. The 8 of you can each pick a few things you like. Hearing this, excited expressions appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly said, Thank you for the reward, Sect Master. Sect Master, we found a strange item in the Shao family treasury. I can't quite make sense of it, Chu Feng said. Chu Feng immediately took out a box from his ring and handed it to Lu Chun. Lu Chun opened the box. Inside was a token. He took it out and examined it carefully, discovering that the material of the token was very special, unlike anything produced on the Xuanhuang Continent. On the front of the token, there is only the single character engraved. System, check what this token is. Ding. Host, this is an ascension token, forged from ordinary immortal material. It is used for the ascension path, created by certain immortal realm forces through great magical power. Quasi-Emperors or great emperors who possess the token can challenge the ascension path. Although there are various opportunities on the ascension path, in reality, it is a conspiracy by certain upper realm forces to harvest the lower realm's fortune. System, why do the people in the immortal realm do this? Host, the resources in the immortal realm are also limited. Some forces do not wish for too many people to become immortals. So the immortal realm is just as cruel. When I get there, I'll definitely wipe these people out, Xuanhuang said. Host, then you should work hard. For now, leave the token with me. All of you go rest first and prepare well for the Sect competition 3 days from now. Yes, Sect Master. Ding, congratulations, host. You have destroyed the Shao family, Tiansha Hall, and Wanfo Temple, successfully completed the mission, and been rewarded with 1 super gift pack, which has been placed in the system space. Wanfo Temple had finally been destroyed, and Xuanhuang was very satisfied with that. He had been watching the battle in the western region the whole time, just now. In his previous life on Blue Star, Xuanhuang had already hated the Buddhist sect very much. Those monks sold tickets and incense offerings at high prices, and services like consecration, blessings, and rites for the dead all had clearly marked prices. It was practically open robbery, yet people willingly opened their wallets and let them take what they wanted. A few sweet words were enough to turn someone into a gullible sucker. There were also all kinds of eminent monks driving luxury cars, going in and out of upscale restaurants, and keeping women outside. In ancient times, the Buddhist sect also enjoyed privileges, such as exemption from land tax and poll tax. Whenever troubled times came, they shut their mountain gates to avoid disaster, and when peaceful and prosperous times arrived, they came out again with slick words and smiling faces. They constantly spoke of our Buddha's compassion, but in reality, these monks committed the most evil deeds. They did nothing and still got to enjoy wealth and glory. So Xuanhuang did not have the slightest favorable impression of monks. Watching the 5 elders kill more than 100,000 Buddhist disciples, he felt not the slightest guilt. System, open the super gift pack. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 1 level 3 sect construction card. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 5 top-grade spirit veins. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received access to open the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower. Time flow ratio 1 to 200. Note, only those of the Dongshu realm may enter the 2nd floor. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 4 purple character summon cards and 10 red character summon cards. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 1 realm advancement card. Raises 1 minor realm with no side effects whatsoever. Not bad. The system is pretty generous this time. System, help me unlock access to the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower. Ding, access to the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower has been unlocked. System, use the level 3 sect construction card and the 5 top-grade spirit veins. Xuanhuang instructed. Ding, using the level 3 sect construction card, placing the top-grade spirit veins. Suddenly, Xuanhuang stood up and pointed at the void with a deliberately dramatic gesture. At once, the entire sect began to shake and rumble. Huarawashi at his side was startled too, not understanding what the sect master was doing. Actually, all of this was for Huarawashi beside him to see. Otherwise, if he kept lying there while claiming he was remodeling the sect, it would look a bit too exaggerated. This sect master is remodeling the sect. No one needs to panic. Xuanhuang's voice spread to every corner of the sect. When the disciples heard that the sect master was remodeling the sect, they all ran out to see the changes for themselves. The sect master is really incredible. He actually has the means to overturn heaven and earth. The moment that disciple finished speaking, he got slapped. What kind of nonsense is that? The sect master is a legendary great emperor. How could he not be incredible? They saw the originally flat sect grounds begin to rise, while waves of spirit vein power surged. The 8 main peaks gradually rose from the earth, forming up around the main peak as their center. Clouds and mist drifted between the mountains, making the place look like an immortal realm. Beneath the main peak were still the Elders' Hall and the Mission Hall, and farther down were the inner and outer sect areas, along with the Miscellaneous Duties Division. All the disciples were dumbstruck, their faces full of shock. More than 5,000 disciples looked at the completely renewed sect, and a sense of pride rose naturally in their hearts. All of them felt honored to have joined such a sect. Brother F.A., the sect's spiritual energy seems even denser now, and the sect's territory has expanded a lot too, Xuanhuang said. Yeah, Xuanhuang, the sect master's methods are just too powerful. When will I ever be like the sect master? If she sighed. Brother F.A., don't be too greedy. If us 2 brothers could have 70 or 80% of the sect master's strength, we'd already be able to walk sideways, Xuanhuang said. Huaxin and a few disciples from Hundred Flowers Valley were already too shocked to speak, simply immersed in the changes to the sect. Could the sect master be the reincarnation of an immortal? I've never even heard of such methods. Good thing I made the wise choice back then. Now, the Valley Master is also a favored person by the sect master's side. Huaxin felt delighted inside. Huarawashi also widened her eyes, and the admiration she felt for Xuanhuang grew even stronger. He remodeled such a huge sect just like that. Looking at the 8 mountains that were 1/3 shorter than the main peak, then looking at the majestic main peak, it was truly a spectacular sight. Xuanhuang also looked at this magnificent scene and secretly rejoiced. This sect construction card and those top-grade spirit veins really are amazing. After sitting back down, Xuanhuang said to the system, use the cultivation advancement card. Ding, using cultivation card. Boom. Vast energy poured into Lu Chen's emperor body. Laws roared around him. Dao aura circulated, and the energy nourished his divine soul while strengthening his meridians, bones, and flesh. Seeing such terrifying phenomena appear around the sect master, Huarawashi felt that the sect master seemed to have become even stronger. A moment later, Lu Chun withdrew the phenomena spilling from his body. Feeling the changes within himself, he confidently believed that he was now invincible in the Great Emperor realm. Even a peak Great Emperor could be defeated in an instant with ease. He was extremely satisfied with that. System, use the 10 red character summon cards and the 4 purple character summon cards. Ding. Summoning characters. The Myriad Dharma sect had only just calmed down when strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the sky once more. By now, the many disciples were already starting to feel numb to it today. The space above their heads was suddenly torn open, and figures stepped out one after another. There were 7 men and 3 women in total, all releasing terrifying Quasi-Emperor pressure. After glancing in the direction of the main peak, they all flew toward it. Another 10 mighty experts have emerged in our sect. Our sect is just too strong. Being able to join a sect like this is the greatest blessing of our lives. No, tonight I absolutely have to go to Yihong House in Myriad Dharma City to celebrate this historic moment for the sect. Can you take me with you? Sure, then we'll go as a team tonight. The disciples laughed loudly and proudly. Just as those words fell, the space in the sky suddenly fluctuated even more violently than before. Space was torn open into a huge rift, and a jade-like foot stepped out first. Then a woman slowly emerged. Laws circled around the woman, and countless auspicious lights formed into a phoenix carriage. She stood in midair, her figure aloof and peerless. Her emperor's might was as deep as the abyss and as vast as the sea, spreading across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Her phoenix eyes opened slightly, filled with a domineering aura that looked down on the world and ruled over all living things. The woman spoke. Qingyao reflects the starry river. Lingshu treads across the myriad worlds. I am a Lingshu female emperor of the Myriad Dharma sect. The Lingshu female emperor's voice spread across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. A female emperor? This is our Myriad Dharma sect's female emperor. More than 5,000 disciples and elders all saluted the female emperor in the sky and said in unison, "We pay our respects to the Lingshu female emperor." This disciple pays respects to the Lingshu female emperor. Our Lingshu female emperor is so beautiful, so domineering. Countless disciples looked up at the female emperor in the sky with faces full of worship. Suddenly, the space in the sky rippled once again, and this time there were 3 rifts. Then 3 figures tore through space and stepped out. The 3 men likewise had emperor's might as deep as the abyss and as vast as the sea, spreading across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. One man spoke, "With one's strength, I suppress the universe. In the ancient ages, I alone am revered. I am the Huanggu Great Emperor of the Myriad Dharma sect." Another man spoke, "A 3-foot azure blade stretches across eternity. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, all bow beneath my sword. I am the Guqin Sword Emperor of the Myriad Dharma sect." The final man also spoke, "With one slash, mountains and rivers break. With one slash, stars shatter. When my blade emerges, the world is shocked. When my blade is sheathed, the myriad worlds fall silent. I am the Liaqiong Blade Emperor of the Myriad Dharma sect." The voices of the 3 great emperors likewise spread across the Xuanhuang Continent, and everyone heard them clearly. Just like before, the elders and disciples of the Myriad Dharma sect bowed and paid respects to the 3 great emperors. The 4 of them paid no attention to the crowd's discussion and flew straight toward the sect master's peak. All 14 of them bowed to Lu Chun and said, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Looking at the 4 peak great emperor experts before him, along with 10 peak quasi-emperor experts, Lu Chun was overjoyed inside. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Mem, all of you may rise. With you here, the sect has become even stronger. From today onward, the sect will have 8 additional peaks. Lingshu female emperor, you will be the peak master of Lingshu Peak, with 3 quasi-emperor female elders assisting you. Lingshu peak master will be responsible for recruiting female disciples. Guqin Sword Emperor, you will be the peak master of Wenjian Peak, with 3 quasi-emperor elders assisting you. Liaqiong Blade Emperor, you will be the peak master of Lidao Peak, with 3 quasi-emperor elders assisting you. Huanggu Great Emperor, you will be the peak master of Body Peak, also with 3 quasi-emperor elders assisting you. Re still short 2 elders. You may go to the core elders hall and choose 2 quasi-emperors to join you. Yes, sect master. We will definitely not fail the sect master's expectations. The main peak will be called Myriad Dharma Peak. As for Zhu Dao Peak, Xuanfu Peak, Huanjin Peak, and Dandao Peak, no peak masters will be appointed there for now. The people originally in charge of the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Refining Hall, Formation Hall, and Talisman Hall will serve as elders. Ruashi, go inform everyone now. Also, in addition, notify the elder guarding the cultivation tower that the second floor of the cultivation tower has now been opened. Anyone who wants to enter the second floor must have reached the Dongshu realm, and the contribution points required to enter the second floor are doubled. What? The time flow on the second floor of the cultivation tower is 1 to 200. Huarawashi was both shocked and delighted inside. If that's the case, then I'll be able to become a saint very soon. How long has it even been since I came to the Myriad Dharma sect? And I'm already at the middle stage of saint entry now. The sect master competition will be in 3 days. You should all go down first, familiarize yourselves with the sect, and make your preparations. Lu Chun said. Sai, the strength of the Wanfa sect really was beyond expectations. They gained another 4 great emperors and 10 peak quasi-emperor experts. They already had 13 known quasi-emperors before, and now, with these 10 newly advanced quasi-emperors, plus a total of 5 great emperors, it looks like there is absolutely no hope for that ascension token from the Wanfa sect anymore. Not only did I fail to get the ascension token, I even lost all the treasures I had accumulated over the years. Sai, damn it. That's right. This person was the masked man who rescued the Shao family yesterday. Huangfu family's grand patriarch, a half-step great emperor expert. His purpose in rescuing the Shao family was to obtain that ascension token. Inside the Tianbao pavilion, the pavilion master was discussing matters with several old ancestors in the ancestral grounds. Lu Bai, make a personal trip to the Wanfa sect. Remember to bring some proper gifts when you visit. Old ancestor, I understand what to do, Lu Bai responded. I never expected the Wanfa Emperor Sect Foundation to be this deep. They actually have 5 great emperors, the Grand Patriarch said with emotion. The Shao family had already hidden themselves deeply enough. Yet who would have thought they still had the great emperors were left behind by the Shao family great emperor from back then? Even so, they were still destroyed. If the Wanfa sect master had not considered that the Shao family's ancestor once contributed and shed blood for the Xuanhuang Continent, the Shao family probably really would have been exterminated, the third ancestor of Tianzong Pavilion said. Yeah, old third is right. The current Wanfa Emperor sect can truly be called the strongest force on the Xuanhuang Continent, the second ancestor added. And according to the news that Girl Yi sent back, Wanfo Temple was destroyed because they took the initiative to provoke the Wanfa sect. They even cooperated with a force called the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty and sent troops directly to seize Wanfa City. Only then did the Wanfa sect directly send people to destroy Wanfo Temple, Lu Bai added. They wiped out 3 emperor-level forces on the Xuanhuang Continent in one stroke. That's truly terrifying. Fortunately, that Girl Yi had good judgment and realized early on that the Wanfa sect was not simple, so she befriended them in advance, the Grand Patriarch said. Within the Guiyuan Sword Pavilion, Swordmaster, you and Jianxi should go find the Tianbao Pavilion Master and visit the Wanfa Emperor sect together. Tianbao Pavilion has some ties with the Wanfa Emperor sect, so with them leading the way, your visit will be more convenient. Aside from the Huangfu family, the other forces of Central Continent had all already sent people to visit the Wanfa sect. Even the old man Tianji, who had suffered backlash from his divinations before, sent the Tower Master to apologize. Northern Region. Inside the Northern Ming Ice Divine Palace, the only overlord of the Northern Region, a group of elders, the Palace Master, and 3 old ancestors were discussing the matter of the Wanfa sect in a main hall. The old woman at the head spoke. Everyone, I searched through all the records in the palace and could not find any record whatsoever about the Wanfa sect. It is as if this sect had never appeared in the river of history at all. Old ancestor, that's impossible. The Wanfa sect has 5 great emperors and a whole group of quasi-emperors. Without a foundation of at least over 100 to 200,000 years, it would be impossible to cultivate so many experts. Their foundation may even go back even farther, Palace Master Bing Xuanji said. The 3 old ancestors and the female elders all nodded in agreement. Forget the 5 great emperors. Even that group of quasi-emperors alone was not something an ordinary emperor-level force could cultivate. Their Northern Ming Ice Divine Palace was also a quasi-emperor-level force. The resources consumed by just their 3 quasi-emperor ancestors were already enormous. Thinking of the whole group of quasi-emperors in the Wanfa sect, everyone could not help but feel a bit of fear and despair in their hearts. Our Northern Ming Ice Divine Palace has always had little contact with the outside world. Everyone, this time, let the Palace Master, the Saintess, and the Great Elder go together to visit the Wanfa Emperor sect. Xuanji, you must remember to build a good relationship with the Wanfa sect, the old ancestor instructed. Old ancestor, rest assured. I know the proper measure. The 3 of us will set out tomorrow, Bing Xuanji replied. Inside the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. No, it can no longer be called the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty now. It had already been renamed the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty. Mu Wang sat on the dragon throne, while a group of ministers below knelt there in fear and trembling, terrified that if those few above were displeased, they would lose their lives. You can all get up. Don't be afraid. I don't eat people. The first to speak was not Mu Wang, but Imo Wentian. Only after hearing that did everyone slowly rise. From now on, all of you are to sign this soul contract. After signing it, As long as you properly assist the emperor in building the new imperial dynasty, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you, Mo Wentian said. When everyone heard that they had to sign a soul contract, every one of their expressions turned extremely ugly. Mo Wentian did not care whether they were willing or not. With a casual wave of his hand, a soul contract appeared in front of each minister. The contract's contents were very simple. Assist the emperor in establishing the new dynasty and harbor no disloyalty. Those who violated it would be struck down by heaven and earth and never reincarnate for all eternity. Even Mu Lengji and Mu Jingxing had one in front of them. Mo Wentian was worried that the Mu family would sideline this young new emperor and turn the entire imperial dynasty into a complete mess. Especially after meeting Mu Lengji in person, he trusted him even less. Forced by Mo Wentian's pressure, everyone signed the contract unwillingly. I hope you can govern the imperial dynasty well and care more for the common people, Mo Wentian said as he looked at Mu Wanga. Senior, I understand. I will work hard. Qingqing has also already relayed your sect master's words to me. Wanga would not dare forget them. Good. You're a pretty good child. I think highly of you. Mo Wentian turned to the ministers again and said, if the new emperor pushes any new policies or national strategies, and any aristocratic family dares to obstruct them, I'll be the first to wipe out their entire clan. Understood. Senior, we understand. Everyone replied with bows. At this moment, Mu Qingqiang was in the residence, keeping her mother company. Mother, these are the 3 peaches of immortality I brought back from the sect. Hurry and eat them. Silly child, something this precious should be kept for yourself, Yin Shuhan said. Mother, there are lots of these in the sect. If I want to eat them, I can go get them anytime. Eat all 3. Don't let father see them when he comes back. Yin Shuhan knew that her daughter held resentment toward her father, so she said nothing more. Back then, she had tried to persuade her husband too, but he simply would not listen. Under Mu Qingqing's gaze, Yin Shuhan ate the 3 peaches of immortality. Her lifespan instantly increased by 3,000 years. Her late purple mansion cultivation directly rose to the 3rd level of the hollow void realm, and even her appearance became much younger. Seeing her mother's changes, Mu Qingqiang smiled from the bottom of her heart. Mother, take these pills. They're all top grade, with some ranging from the hollow void realm to the true person realm. Don't tell anyone. Keep them for your own use. Qingqiang, if you take things from the sect like this, won't your sect master blame you? Yin Shuhan asked worriedly. Mother, don't worry. There are lots of these pills in the sect. Normally, whenever we use them up, we just go straight to the pill hall to get more. Master treats every one of his disciples very well. That's good. Remember to cultivate properly and repay your master well in the future, understand? I know, Mother. Once the elders finish dealing with the affairs of the court, I'll be returning to the sect. If anything happens, remember to send me a message. When I have time, I'll come back to visit you too. All right. Now that Mother has someone like you to rely on, no one will ever dare bully me again. Some people can't even flatter me fast enough. Mother and daughter looked at each other and smiled. Within Wanfa's sect, Lu Chun, who was dozing on a recliner, was suddenly startled awake by a voice. A little girl at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm appeared before him, riding a divine beast at the 4th layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm. She opened her mouth and said, Master, I'm out of seclusion. I saw they build a new city outside the sect. Can you take me out to play? You just came out of seclusion, and tomorrow is the sect tournament. As the sect's eldest senior sister, you must participate tomorrow, so don't go out for now, Lu Chen replied. Please, Master, I'll just go out and play for a little while, then I'll come right back. Little Ning Yin hugged Lu Chen's leg and acted spoiled. Lu Chen was a little helpless against this little girl. He pinched her chubby cheek and said with a smile, Ruashi, take her out for a walk. Remember, don't let her run around. Bring her back after 2 or 3 hours of play. This little baby is the sect's eldest senior sister? Hua Ruashi carefully looked Ning Yin over and was so shocked her mouth fell open. What? Such a tiny little girl is actually at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Sure enough, anyone who can become the sect's eldest senior sister really isn't simple. Yes. Sect Master, Hua Ruashi responded. Thank you, Master. Hee. Little Ning Yin turned to the divine beast. Little Ho, make yourself smaller, so I can carry you. Lu Ho let out an AO, and its body shrank to the size of a puppy before jumping straight into little Ning Yun's arms. Looking at this person and beast, these 2 little babies, Lu Chun felt helpless once again. By now, these 2 little fellows were practically inseparable. They ate, drank, played, and had fun together. Even when little Ning Yun went into seclusion, she would carry Lu Ho with her into the cultivation tower. After walking only a few steps, little Ning Yun looked at Hua Ruashi and asked, Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Ning's direct disciple. I am the sect master's new maidservant. My name is Hua Ruashi. Then I'll call you Sister Ruashi. Little Ning Yun curiously looked her over. Why are you wearing such strange clothes? And why are you showing so much flesh? At little Ning Yun's reminder, Hua Ruashi instantly blushed red with embarrassment and hurriedly said, Ning's direct disciple, wait for me a moment. I'll go change into another outfit. Hua Ruashi walked to the side. With a thought, a streak of spiritual light swept over her whole body, and in the blink of an eye, she had changed into a proper women's long dress. Then she took out a communication token and instructed, Zereo, immediately arrange for an elder familiar with Wanfa City to meet me and a little ancestor at the city gate. Huarashi returned to little Ning Yun's side and said, Ning's direct disciple, let's go. In Wanfa City, Zereo received the Valley Master's message. Little ancestor? Since when did 100 Flowers Valley gain a little ancestor? After thinking about it, she did not dare be the slightest bit negligent and immediately arranged for 5th Elder to wait at the city gate. When she saw that not far from the gate, the Valley Master was walking over with a little girl, Xuanhuang hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully saluted. Greetings, Valley Master. MHM, take us around the city. The three of them entered the city together. Before them were bustling streets, with an endless stream of pedestrians. Compared to when it was first built, today's Wanfa City had already become one of the most prosperous cities in the eastern region. Sister Ruashi, walk faster. There are so many things here. Little Ningyun urged excitedly. Following behind, Xuanhuang quietly asked, Valley Master, who is this little girl? 5th Elder, this is the Sect Master's direct disciple, the eldest senior sister of Wanfa Sect, Ruashi answered. What? This little girl is Wanfa Sect's eldest senior sister? Xuanhuang's face was full of shock. Valley Master, are you mistaken? Judging from her bone age, she's at most 4 years old, right? There is no mistake. Let's hurry and catch up. She's Wanfa Sect's little ancestor. If anything happens to her, none of us can bear the responsibility. Hearing the Valley Master say that, Xuanhuang's heart trembled, and she immediately quickened her pace to catch up. Little Ning Yun skipped and bounced ahead, her eyes full of wonder. One moment, she was looking at the little trinkets by the roadside, and the next she was drawn to the snack stalls along the street. Suddenly, a stall selling sugar figurines came into view, and the colorful sugar figures made it impossible for her to move her feet. She pointed at a strangely shaped sugar figure and said, Sister Ruashi, I want that sugar figurine. Ruashi smiled and paid with spirit stones, then handed the sugar figurine to little Ning Yun. Sister Ruashi, is there anything else fun over there? Ruashi looked at 5th Elder, signaling with her eyes. You absolutely must coax this little ancestor well today. Xuanhuang showed a troubled expression. Suddenly, she remembered that there was an auction at Tianbao Pavilion at noon today, so she suggested, there's an auction at Tianbao Pavilion at noon. Our city lord's manor just happens to have an invitation. Want to take a look? What's an auction? Is it fun? Little Ning Yun asked curiously. Ning's direct disciple. An auction is a place to buy and sell things. Whoever offers the highest price for an item gets to buy it. Little Ning Yun looked at her storage ring, which was filled with top-grade spirit stones, spirit fruits, and medicinal pills, and said confidently, Okay, then let's go take a look too. I have spirit stones. So the group headed together toward Tianbao Pavilion. At this time, several special guests had arrived at the city lord's manor. The leader appeared gentle and respectful on the surface, but inside he hid malice, and his eyes flickered with a cold gleam like a venomous snake's. Behind him followed 2 old men, as well as a woman with a haggard face. The woman wore luxurious cloud brocade robes and exquisite pearl jewelry. Yet even so, it could not hide the paleness of her complexion. Hearing that an old friend had come to visit, Zereo came out from the back hall. Before she even took a seat, she saw 2 familiar faces. The woman wearing the luxurious cloud brocade had just stood up, seemingly wanting to rush forward and embrace her old friend, but was stopped by a look from the man beside her. Zereo also noticed this scene. Seeing an old acquaintance, she felt joy in her heart, but still forcibly held it back. The moment she came out, she recognized the 2 of them. The woman was Elder Mu Shui, who had been forcibly taken away back then, and that man was precisely the one who had taken a fancy to Elder Mu and brought her away. Looking at Mu Shui's pale face and her timid, submissive appearance, Zereo had already guessed part of the reason. The man stood up, smiling with only his skin and not his flesh, and said, Elder Zereo, today I brought Mu Shui back to 100 Flowers Valley to see you all. I didn't expect you to have moved here. We had to ask around all the way before we found this place, huh? A young master Sia. If you have something to say today, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush, Zereo said flatly. Ha, Elder Zereo, no matter what, you could say I'm half a member of 100 Flowers Valley. The man changed the topic. I heard that 100 Flowers Valley has now become a subsidiary force of the Wanfa Imperial Sect and is also managing Wanfa City. Do you think you could arrange a few positions so that our great Qi dynasty can also participate in the management of Wanfa City? It would be even better if you could introduce us to the sect master of the Imperial Sect. Don't worry, I won't treat 100 Flowers Valley unfairly. After speaking, he took out a storage ring and sent it flying towards Zereo. Today, Zereo had truly seen what shamelessness meant. Back then, he had forcibly taken away an elder of 100 Flowers Valley, and now he still had the nerve to say he was one of 100 Flowers Valley's people. Zereo pushed the storage ring back and said, Young Master Xia, the management of Wanfa City is arranged by the upper sect. It is not something we of 100 Flowers Valley can decide. As for meeting the sect master, That is even less easy. I've been here this long and have never once seen the sect master myself. After hearing this, the man gave Mu Shui a look. Mu Shui stepped forward trembling, her voice weak as she said, Zereo, why you see? Can you help us? Mu Shui, I truly can't make the decision on this matter. How about this? You first return to the inn, and I'll report this matter to the Valley Master first. Thank you. After saying that, Mu Shui stepped forward and hugged Zereo. In that unintentional-looking moment, she slipped a small note into Zereo's hand. Then we'll wait for good news from Elder Zereo, Mu Shui said. After the group left, Zereo unfolded the note. There were only 5 words on it. Save me and my daughter. At this time, in Tianbao Pavilion's auction, Huarawashi and the others were seated in VIP room number 1. After hearing that this little girl was the direct disciple of Wanfa Sect's sect master, the people of Tianbao Pavilion had arranged for them to stay in the best room, room number 1. Suddenly, Huarawashi's communication token lit up. Seeing that it was a message from Zereo, she immediately opened it and listened. After hearing the message, Huarawashi's expression turned gloomy. Seeing the Valley Master's face full of anger, Yu Lianshuang asked, Valley Master, did something happen? It's nothing major, Huarawashi said slowly. It's that elder Mu from before. Today, she came to Wanfa City together with that young Master Xie. The moment young Master Xie arrived, he said he wanted to take part in managing Wanfa City, and he also wanted our 100 Flowers Valley to introduce them to the sect master. Before leaving, Elder Mu slipped a note to Zereo. It said, Save me and my daughter. How dare the great Qi Imperial Dynasty do this? Yu Lianshuang said angrily. Back then, they directly took Mu Shui away and even used the lives of Mu Shui's entire clan to threaten her. Anyone with half a brain could tell that once Mu Shui went there, she definitely wouldn't have it easy. It's only because the mother and daughter are living badly now that they came to us for help. The moment she heard the words save people, little Ning Yun's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, Who are we saving? Where are we going to save them? I want to go too. Ning's personal disciple, don't be in such a hurry. Let's finish attending the auction first. Huaruashi comforted her. The auction hall was packed with people, with no empty seats in sight. Major factions had all arrived, and quite a few of them had come to visit the Wanfa sect and joined this auction along the way. At this moment, a female auctioneer slowly walked out onto the central stage. She cleared her throat and said in a bright voice, Honored guests, today is the first auction our Tianbao Pavilion is holding in Wanfa City. For this occasion, we have specially prepared many rare treasures, and we hope all of you will be able to win something you desire. A friendly reminder, any item you purchase may be used freely within Wanfa City, and absolutely no one would dare cause trouble here. Now, I hereby announce that this auction officially begins. Please welcome the first item. A maidservant carrying a tray immediately walked out from backstage. The tray was covered with a red cloth. When a maidservant lifted it, a jade pendant emitting a faint glow appeared before everyone's eyes. The auctioneer immediately introduced it. This is a profound crystal jade pendant, a treasure passed down from ancient times. It has the marvelous effect of calming the mind and gathering qi, and is greatly beneficial for cultivators seeking to improve their cultivation. Its starting price is 10,000 spirit stones. As soon as she finished speaking, someone below the stage impatiently started bidding. 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. The calls rose one after another, and soon someone shouted, 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. The surrounding crowd all turned their eyes toward the bidder, and many showed surprise on their faces. Just then, a somewhat sharp voice rang out. 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. The speaker was a disciple from the Daoi Holy Land, and he shot a provocative glance at the man who had bid earlier. That man frowned slightly, gritted his teeth, and shouted again, 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. Forget it. I'll let you have it, said the disciple from the Daoi Holy Land. 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. First call. 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. Second call. Is there any honored guest who wishes to raise the price? The auctioneer asked loudly. 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. Third call. Soul. Sister Ruashi, why are they fighting to buy something so ordinary? Little Ning Yan asked curiously. Huarawashi lightly pressed her forehead and explained, Ning Qinchuan, many cultivators are fairly short on cultivation resources. When they do not have enough spirit stones, they can only choose items of slightly lower quality. The truly good things are too expensive for them to bear. Oh, I understand now. Next, let us welcome today's second auction item. The red cloth was lifted, revealing a small jade bottle on the tray. The auctioneer introduced it. The second item is a 6th grade breakthrough pill. After taking this pill, there is a 50% chance it can help a cultivator break through from peak Dongshu to the true person realm. Its starting price is 50,000 spirit stones. What a great item. I bid 55,000 low-grade spirit stones. You want to take away a 6th grade breakthrough pill with just 55,000? Are you joking? I bid 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 65,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, The guests seated in the private rooms on the second and third floors seemed uninterested, merely watching quietly as the people below competed fiercely. Very soon, this 6th grade breakthrough pill was successfully won by an elder of a second-rate sect for 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. Next, please welcome the third auction item. The third auction item was brought onto the stage by a maidservant carrying a tray. After the red cloth was lifted, an ancient-looking long saber was revealed. The auctioneer introduced it. This saber is called the Shattering Void Saber, and it was once a saint artifact. Although it is now damaged, it can still display 60% of its original power. Its starting price is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. What, a saint artifact? Even if it's damaged, it's still a saint artifact. If it could be repaired, that would be a huge profit. I bid 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a big mouth. The speaker was an elder from the Tianyan sect, with a trace of disdain on his face. I bid 650,000 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone's attention instantly focused on him, and quite a few people began whispering among themselves. The elder from the Daoi Holy Land was also unwilling to be outdone and loudly declared, 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Just then, in VIP room number 1 on the 3rd floor, Ruashi, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was cold and firm. I bid 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Sister Ruashi, why are you buying that broken saber? When we get back to the sect, I'll have Elder Tsong Li and Elder Tsong Ji forge you an even better saber. Little Ningyun said in confusion. Yu Lianchuang watched from the side and thought to herself, this little ancestor really is absurdly rich. Ning Qinchuan, forging magical artifacts in the sect requires contribution points, and I do not have that many contribution points. So I want to buy this Shattering Void Saber, bring it back to the sect, and ask the elders to try repairing it. After that, it can be kept for 100 Flowers Valley to use, Ruashi explained. That's fine. After I go back, I'll ask Elder Tsong to help fix this saber. I guarantee it won't cost any contribution points at all, Little Ningyun said, patting her chest. Ruashi was secretly delighted. It seemed that currying favor with this little ancestor really had been a wise move. Within the sect, aside from the sect master, she seemed to have found another new path. Everyone turned their eyes toward VIP room number 1 on the 3rd floor. Even the people in the other rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors were no exception, and all of them were somewhat puzzled. Someone able to sit in room number 1 had to have an extremely noble status. So why would such a person be interested in a damaged saint artifact like this? The elder from the Daoi Holy Land gritted his teeth, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, but in the end gave up on raising the bid further. 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. First call. 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Second call. 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Third call. Sold. The auctioneer declared with one final strike. Not long after, the Shattering Void Saber was delivered to room number 1. After Ruashi paid the spirit stones, the saber officially belonged to 100 Flowers Valley. Please welcome the 4th item. 2 burly men carried a huge object on the stage. The auctioneer lifted the red cloth covering it and introduced it. Everyone, please look. This is a source stone we happened to discover in the southern region. We detected a faint life fluctuation within this source stone, but we cannot determine exactly what it is. It may be a demonic beast of the 3rd or 4th rank, or it may be an 8th rank or 9th rank demon king, or it may even be an even more powerful existence. The starting price of this source stone is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Lu Ho and Little Ning Yun's arms suddenly began to grow restless. It twisted its body excitedly and stared fixedly at the source stone below, because it sensed the aura of its own kind from within it. Seeing the Little Ho in her arms staring so excitedly at that big stone, Little Ning Yun also became interested. Her pupils suddenly changed, revealing the appearance of double pupils. Dao charm flowed within her eyes, and a terrifying power of laws spread out, even causing the space before her to distort slightly. She stared intently at that source stone like this. A moment later, Little Ningyun lowered her head and asked, Little Ho, do you want to buy that egg down there? Little Ho nodded excitedly at Little Ningyun again and again, indicating that it wanted to buy it. Ruashi and Yu Lianchuang, meanwhile, looked at Little Ningyun with blank expressions, not understanding why she was talking to herself while facing the little demonic beast in her arms. Sister Ruashi, I want to buy that egg down there, Little Ningyun said, raising her head. An egg? Ning Qinchuan, that thing below is called a source stone, not an egg, Ruashi corrected her. It is an egg. Help me buy it, Little Ningyun insisted. Ning Qinchuan, I didn't bring that many spirit stones, Ruashi said awkwardly, a faint blush appearing on her face. I have some. Little Ningyun directly took out a huge pile of top-grade spirit stones from her storage ring, then took out 3 profound spirit fruits from among them, handing one each to Ruashi and Yu Lianchuang, and asked, Is this enough? If it isn't, I still have a lot more here. It's enough. This huge pile on the ground is all top-grade spirit stones. Ruashi and Yu Lianchuang were both somewhat shocked. Then good, let's eat spirit fruits together. The fruits here taste really bad, little Ningyan said. Huarawashi had seen profound spirit fruits in the sect before and was still able to remain calm. But when Yu Lianshuang saw the massive spiritual energy contained within the profound spirit fruit, she became overjoyed and quickly thanked her. Many thank for the reward. Ning Qinshuan. At this moment, inside the auction hall, I bid 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice came from one of the private rooms on the second floor. 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Another private room immediately called out a price as well. At this time, a bid also rang out from private room number 9 on the third floor. 5 million low-grade spirit stones. What? 5 million. The many cultivators from small factions on the first floor instantly erupted. The second floor only bid up to 2 million, and now it jumped by 3 million in one go. The resources of these major factions are just too terrifying. 10 million. Huarawashi's voice came from private room number 1. What? 10 million. Everyone looked toward private room number 1 on the third floor in shock. Just who is sitting in private room number 1? That's way too extravagant. The other side just opened at 5 million, and he directly doubled it to 10 million. If I had 10 million low-grade spirit stones, I'd just lie flat for the rest of my life. Fellow Taoist, stop daydreaming and just watch the show properly. Just then, a voice came from private room number 9 on the third floor, the one that had just bid 5 million. Interesting, 15 million. 20 million. Before the words from private room number 9 had even fully fallen, private room number 1 once again gave a new bid. At this time, the person in private room number 9 said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoist in private room number 1, I am from the Great Qi Imperial Dynasty of Central Continent. I like this source stone very much. I hope fellow Taoist can part with it. Upon hearing the words Great Qi Imperial Dynasty, the anger in Huarawashi's heart grew even stronger, and she directly replied, So you're threatening me? Fellow Taoist, that is not my intention. If you insist on understanding it that way, then I have no choice. If you say it is, then it is. 22 million. 30 million. Almost the instant the other party finished speaking, private room number 1 once again called out a new price. Very good. I hope fellow Taoist will be able to smoothly take this source stone out of Myriad Law City when the time comes. I yield this source stone to you. The voice from private room number 9 carried a trace of barely noticeable coldness. Lu Yi looked in the direction of private room number 9 from the side, a sneer curling at the corner of her lips, and thought to herself, You'd better not court death. 30 million. First call. 30 million. Second call. Is there anyone else bidding higher? 30 million. Third call sold. Congratulations to private room number 1 for successfully obtaining this source stone. Next is the 5th item up for auction. The auctioneer slowly lifted the red cloth, and an ancient-looking jade slip appeared before everyone's eyes. Please take a look, everyone. This is the 5th item in this auction, a saint cultivation technique. This jade slip for the technique is a one-time use item. You only need to press it to your forehead to use it. The starting bid is 5 million low-grade spirit stones. The moment those words came out, all the faction representatives on the first floor were stunned. A saint cultivation technique. This was a supreme method said to let a person touch the saint realm. Its value was impossible to measure. The bidders below instantly erupted into an uproar, pair after pair of eager eyes locking tightly onto the technique on the stage. My Tianyin sect bids 6 million low-grade spirit stones. Someone was the first to shout out a bid. 6,500,000. Another voice rang out, unwilling to be outdone. The price shot upward all the way, and the competition was exceptionally fierce. In contrast, the people seated in the private rooms on the second and third floors seemed uninterested, merely watching quietly as the major factions on the first floor competed. Meanwhile, inside private room number 1, Huarawasi and the others were focused on that source stone. Lu Ho in particular was circling around it, carefully inspecting it. Little Ho, once we get back to the sect, we can ask Master to take the egg out. After saying that, little Ning Yun directly put the source stone into her storage space. How can disciple Ning not even tell the difference between an egg and a stone? Sigh, kids really have seen too little. Yu Lianshuang sighed inwardly. Just as the bidding for the saint cultivation technique on the first floor reached a fever pitch, a cold voice suddenly came from private room number 2, 8 million low-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the noise on the first floor came to a screeching halt, and everyone looked up toward the second floor. The speaker was Lin He, the genius disciple of Qingyu's sect in the southern region. This man had always been proud and arrogant, determined to stand at the peak of the cultivation path. Since a saint cultivation technique had appeared, he naturally did not want to miss it. Although the faction representatives on the first floor were unwilling, they also understood that their financial strength was hard to compare with those upstairs. Among them, the representative of Daoi Holy Land gritted his teeth and shouted, 8,500,000. He was betting that Qingyu sect would not pour too many resources into a single saint cultivation technique. However, Lin he let out a cold laugh. 9 million low-grade spirit stones. With that, no one on the first floor dared to make another bid. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, 9 million once, 9 million twice. Just as he was about to call it the third time, 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Everyone was shocked, and quickly looked toward the bidder. It turned out to be an elder from Tianyin's sect making the offer. Damn it. If I snatch this technique, I won't have enough spirit stones left to bid for that map later. Lin He of Qingyu's sect thought to himself. 10 million first time. 10 million second time. Is there anyone else bidding? If not, this technique will belong to this honored guest. 10 million third time sold. The elder of Tianyin's sect walked into the back with a beaming smile to hand over the spirit stones. Although this time they had practically taken out all the resources gained from wiping out Liu's sect, being able to obtain a saint-grade cultivation technique for the sect still made it more than worth it. In private room number 1, little Ning Yun, lying on the table, spoke up, so boring. It's not fun at all. Sister Ruashi, when are we going to save them? No, the sect master said, I must bring you back to the sect within 2 or 3 hours, and I also need to return to ask the sect master to save them. There is a great saint expert in the Great Qi-Imperial Dynasty. My 100 Flowers Valley is no match for them, Hua Ruashi said. Sister Ruashi, don't worry. When I go back, I'll ask Master to take action and have Master bring me to save them, little Ning Yun said. Then I thanked Disciple Ning. Fifth Elder, go back first and tell Jiao that if she wants to save Mu Shui and her daughter, only the upper sect can act. I'll return to the sect first to ask the sect master. You send people to keep an eye on that man, surnamed Xie. At this time, several items below had already completed their transactions. Then, a tray carrying a beast-hide map was brought up. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said loudly, Everyone, next is today's final item, and this one is no simple thing. This beast hide contains the map to the cave estate of a fallen great saint. If you can find the cave estate, then cultivation techniques, martial skills, all kinds of pills, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside are surely indispensable. The starting bid for this map is 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. The moment those words came out, the entire hall burst into an uproar. The value of top-grade spirit stones was far beyond that of low-grade spirit stones, and this starting price was already extremely high. Even so, many people were still eager to try, showing just how much everyone anticipated this map to the fallen great saint's cave estate. 600,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lin He of Qingyu's sect bid first. He did not want to miss this chance again. 700,000. The elder of Tianyin's sect also followed without showing any weakness. Other factions joined the bidding one after another, and the scene was extremely heated. In private room number 1, Hua, Ruashi, and the others were also watching the bidding below, but they had no interest in the map at all. After all, there was already a whole group of great saint elders in their sect, and all kinds of pills and cultivation techniques were available there as well. As long as one had enough contribution points, one could exchange for them. At this time, many forces on the second floor were actively bidding too, drawing the attention of the entire hall again. The bidding kept climbing, and the price quickly reached 1,600,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just then, a voice came from private room number 9 on the third floor. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. The whole hall was shocked. Many factions silently withdrew from the bidding. 2 million top-grade spirit stones had already exceeded the budget of quite a few sections. 2,100,000 top-grade spirit stones, Qingyu's sect said. 2,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Private room number 9 said. 2,300,000 top-grade spirit stones. If the Great Qi-Imperial Dynasty bids higher than this, then this map is yours, Qingyu's sect said. Then congratulations, fellow Taoists. My Great Qi-Imperial Dynasty doesn't want this map anymore. Xie Baiyan turned to the two old men and said, Keep an eye on the people in private room number 1. If they belong to some unimportant faction, then once they leave Myriad Method City, kill them and take their treasures. Yes, your highness. Is there anyone else bidding? 2,300,000 first time. 2,300,000 second time. 2,300,000 third time. Sold. Congratulations to the fellow Taoists below for obtaining this beast hide map. Disciple Ning, let's return to the sect. Didn't you say you wanted the sect master to look at the source stone you bought? Okay, let's go back to the sect. After we get back, I'll have master help you, little Ning Yun said. As soon as the group walked out of the private room, everyone on the third floor looked at them. Feeling everyone's gazes, Hua Ruashi paid them no attention and directly walked out of Tianbao Pavilion. At this time, Xie Baiyan was already staring blankly, completely captivated by Hua Ruashi's appearance. He thought to himself, there's actually such a beauty in this world. You too, as soon as that woman from earlier leaves the city, find a way to capture her for this prince. Hearing the little prince say that, how could the two men not understand? His lust had gone to his head again. Sigh. In one of the private rooms. Father, senior sword master and senior sword addict. That woman, just now, is the personal maid of the Myriad Method sect master, and that little girl is the sect master's direct disciple. Her status is extremely noble. I heard from Myriad Method sect disciples that this direct disciple is the little ancestor of Myriad Method sect. The sect master and the elders all dote on her greatly, Lu Yi said. That little girl truly is no simple character. As expected of someone who could become a great emperor's disciple. At 4 years old, she's already at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and her foundation is extremely solid. When I was 4, I was still tempering my body. Sigh. Comparing people really is enough to make one furious, the master of Tianbao Pavilion said. That's not just the little girl who isn't simple. The demonic beast the little girl is holding is the truly terrifying one. I can sense that if I made a move against that demonic beast, it could slap me to death with a single claw, Guiyuan Swordmaster said. Sword Addict, listening from the side, couldn't help swallowing. If even the Swordmaster could be slapped to death with one claw, then only a Quasi-Emperor could do that. Sigh. A true Emperor sect really is powerful. Its foundation is unfathomable, the master of Tianbao Pavilion said. Father, Swordmaster, I already sent the invitation card from our 2 families to Myriad Method Sect. They also agreed and said they invited our forces to go watch their sect competition together tomorrow. Very good. Tomorrow, we can go take a look at what a true Emperor sect is like. Haha. Father, it seems the people of the Great Qi Imperial Dynasty have their eyes on the sect masters made. Should we help? Liu Yi asked. No need. This is Myriad Methods sect territory. Nothing done here can escape the eyes of Myriad Methods sect. If they want to court death, then let them. Besides, with that demonic beast by her side, no one can hurt them at all. Just after they left the city gates, Ruashi noticed someone tailing them from behind. Ning, personal disciple. Hurry and run back to the sect. I'll hold them off. I've already sent a message back to the sect. Ruashi said to little Ning Yun. I'm not leaving. I want to stay and beat up the bad guys, little Ning Yun said firmly. Leave? Where do you think you can go? Be good and come with us. 2 old men in the Saint King realm suddenly appeared in front of them. Ruashi immediately shielded little Ning Yun behind her, her eyes fixed warily on the 2 elders as she thought to herself. These 2 are far too strong. I'm absolutely no match for them. Who are you people? Why are you stopping us? Ruashi demanded in a low voice. One of the old men sneered. Cut the crap. Just come with us. Before he even finished speaking, the old man directly attacked Ruashi. In the void, a gigantic palm condensed and grabbed toward Ruashi and little Ning Yun. Lu Ho, who had been in little Ning Yun's arms, suddenly jumped onto Ruashi's shoulder. It lightly swiped a paw at the space ahead, and that giant hand was instantly shattered. The expressions of the 2 Saint King elders changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock. They had never seen such bizarre power before. A tiny beast had actually dispelled their attacks so easily. What kind of monster is that? One of the old men cried out in alarm. Lu Ho let out a low roar, and a powerful Quasi-Emperor pressure spread from its body, directly forcing the 2 Saint King realm elders flat onto the ground, unable to move. Ruashi and little Ning Yun were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They had never expected Lu Ho to possess such terrifying strength. Little Ho, when did you become this amazing? How come I didn't know? Little Ning Yun asked. Lu Ho let out an AO, but in its heart it was saying, I've always been this amazing since birth. You just never noticed. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had already arrived in front of little Ning Yun and asked, Little Ning Yun, are you alright? Elder Xiaoyao, these 2 old men bullied me and Sister Ruashi, and they even wanted to capture us. Greetings, Elder Xiaoyao. What Ning personal disciple said is true. We had just come out of Wanfa City, and we're taking Ning personal disciple back to the sect when they stopped us here and tried to capture both of us, Ruashi added. Jun Xiaoyao rubbed little Ning Yun's head and smiled. It's fine as long as you're alright. He turned around, looked at the 2 men on the ground, and said coldly, So it was you 2 old bastards who wanted to capture the sect master's personal disciple of my Wanfa sect? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the 2 old men on the ground were so frightened they wet themselves. The one they had tried to capture was actually the disciple of the Wanfa sect's sect master. How tired of living did they have to be to do something this stupid? It was all that damn Prince Xie's fault. Senior, we're sorry. We only came because we were following Prince Xie's orders. He's the one who told us to capture this young lady. He took a fancy to her. Please spare us. That's right, Senior, please spare us. We'll go back into the city right now and help you kill Xie Bayan. Please let us go. You try to capture my sect's personal disciple and still want to live. Jun Xiaoyao formed a sword with 2 fingers. A brilliant flash of sword light shot out, aiming straight for the throats of the 2 Saint King elders. The light was like a meteor streaking through the dark night, carrying an unstoppable sharpness. The 2 old men were terrified out of their minds. They struggled desperately, yet could not move even a little. The sword light pierced through their necks with perfect accuracy. Blood sprayed out, their heads rolled several times across the ground, and the 2 became lifeless corpses. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze, his expression calm, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He looked at little Ning Yun and said gently, It's all right now. All the bad guys are dead. After that, he looked at Lu Ho on Ruashi's shoulder and nodded in approval, thinking to himself, the guardian divine beast of the sect really is extraordinary. Miss Ruashi, take little Ning Yun back to the sect first. I'll return to the city to handle some matters, Jun Xiaoyao said. Please wait, Elder Xiaoyao. That woman following Xie Bayan is from my Hunterflowers Valley. She's a pitiful person. I was just planning to return to the sect and request help from the sect to rescue her and her daughter. Oh, How did someone from your 100 Flowers Valley end up with him? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Elder Xiaoyao, you may not know this. So Hua Ruoshi told Jun Xiaoyao everything about Mu Shui in full detail. Oh, so something like this happened too. They found out that your 100 Flowers Valley had become a subordinate of our Wanfa sect. So they wanted to use your 100 Flowers Valley to build a connection with our Wanfa sect. How interesting. Don't worry. I won't harm that woman. Besides, the people in the city are all from your 100 Flowers Valley anyway. They'll take good care of her. Thank you very much, Elder Xiaoyao. As soon as they returned to the sect master hall, little Ning Yun ran up to Lu Chun and started complaining tearfully, rattling off a whole bunch of things. Master, you have to help Sister Ruoshi, and while you're at it, take me along to rescue them too, little Ning Yun said. Sect master, please help my 100 Flowers Valley. Hua Ruoshi immediately knelt before Lu Chun. Saving people is fake. Wanting to go out and play is the real reason, right? You're not allowed to go out again. Lu Chun pinched little Ning Yun's cheek and said with a smile, get up. I've already informed Elder Gujinshan to go with you to save them. He has already arrived at Wanfa City. When Hua Ruoshi heard that Elder Gujinshan had already arrived at Wanfa City, joy instantly spread across her face. With Elder Gujinshan taking action, Mu Shui and her daughter would definitely be rescued. Hua Ruoshi looked at Lu Chun gratefully. Thank you, Sect Master. Lu Chun knew everything that had happened to them in Wanfa City today, like the back of his hand. Ruoshi, tomorrow morning, have 300 disciples from your 100 Flowers Valley enter the sect and work as miscellaneous servants for one day. During the competition period, some sects will come to visit. Have your disciples specially handle serving tea and pouring water. The contribution points will be counted directly under your name. Yes, Sect Master. Ruoshi understands. Didn't you buy a source stone? Take it out and let your master have a look. Lu Chun smiled at little Ning Yun, thinking that anything this girl's double pupils had taken a liking to should not be bad. Oh, if master hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Hurry and help me take the egg out of the stone. As she spoke, little Ning Yun took the source stone out of her storage ring and placed it on the ground. Oh, Yunner, you're saying there's an egg inside the stone? Lu Chun asked. Yeah, just like the egg little hoe came from back then. Lu Chun could only sense an extraordinary bloodline within the source stone, but he did not know there was an egg inside. Since little Ning Yun said so, it should be some kind of demon beast. Lu Chun drew the entire source stone into his hand and carefully sensed the aura within it. Then, a strand of gentle spiritual power slowly flowed into the source stone. A faint glow began to spread across its surface, and cracks gradually appeared. Little Ning Yun's eyes widened as she stared at the source stone with a face full of anticipation. As more and more cracks appeared, the source stone split open with a bang, and an egg radiating 5-colored golden light appeared before everyone's eyes. The patterns on the egg were mysterious and complex, faintly revealing a powerful aura. What kind of demon beast egg is this? It's so special. Little Ning Yun curiously leaned closer, wanting to touch the egg. Hua Ruoshi, meanwhile, covered her mouth with both hands. Little Ning Yun had actually guessed it right. It really was an egg. Lu Chun frowned slightly. A golden egg? The bloodline of this egg is very powerful, but as for exactly what kind of demon beast it is, I really don't know at the moment. Just then, the entire egg suddenly began to shake violently, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the hall like a sponge soaking up water. It absorbed for a full half hour before it finally slowly calmed down. System, can you check what kind of demon beast egg this is? Ding. Host, unable to identify the exact species, but this egg's bloodline is very strong, only slightly weaker than Ho. What I can tell you is that this is an immortal beast egg. It should have been sent down from the immortal realm by someone. Yinner, hold out your hand. What for, master? Hold out your little hand. Lu Chun said. Little Ning Yun held her hand out in front of Lu Chun. Here, master. Lu Chun lightly cut across Ning Yun's finger, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out. Drip the blood onto the eggshell, Lu Chun instructed. Oh, after the blood dripped onto the eggshell, it was immediately absorbed by the egg. Right after that, something magical happened. The originally still egg instantly gave off a faint glow, and a soft halo wrapped around the entire egg. Little Ning Yun's eyes widened, full of curiosity and delight, as she stared fixedly at the egg. Master, it feels like I have a faint connection with this egg. If you want to be born sooner, then from now on, you need to send spiritual energy into this egg every day to nourish it, understand? MHM, I understand. Little Ning Yun said excitedly, then carefully picked up the egg as if she had obtained the most precious treasure in the world. Beside her, the little hoe was a bit unhappy and started crying out loudly, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. This was clearly getting a new favorite and forgetting the old one. In Wanfa City, inside the city lord's mansion, Xiaobayan lay on the ground like a dead dog, covered in wounds. Mushiwe, he's your daughter's father. Whether to kill him or not is your decision, Zoreo said. Kill him. This kind of beast, worse than pigs and dogs. My life was ruined by him. He threatened me with the lives of my entire clan. Fine, I endure that. I even thought about living a proper life in the royal manor, but he only treated me like a plaything. Later, I gave birth to a daughter for him, yet he never treated our mother and daughter like human beings. Every day in the royal manor, we lived worse than the servants. Those wives and concubines of his relied on their status and background to bully us every single day, and he pretended not to see it. You can't kill me. I'm your husband, and also Shuran's father. If you kill me, Xuanhuang won't have a father anymore. Father? You still have the nerve to say the word? From the day Ranner was born until now, have you fulfilled your duty as a father for even a single day? Every time Ranner was bullied, did you ever stand up for her even once? You're nothing but a beast. Xiaobai was still begging bitterly. Muxue, for the sake of our years as husband and wife, spare my life. Muxue let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with resolve. For the sake of us being husband and wife, when you used Ranner to threaten me and force me to come to 100 Flowers Valley to make connections for you, did you ever think about our bond as husband and wife? Today, I'm going to seek justice for myself and Ranner. As she spoke, she slowly drew the dagger from her waist and walked towards Xiaobai step by step. Xiaobai crawled backward in terror, dragging a trail of blood across the ground. Kill me, don't. His voice trembled. Muxue stood in front of him, raised the dagger high, and slashed down viciously. Xiaobai's head rolled off at once. Looking at the head on the ground, a trace of relief finally appeared in Muxue's eyes. Everyone witnessed this scene, and not a single person thought Muxue was cruel or heartless. Instead, they all felt that for a beast like him to die, just like this, was letting him off too easily. With a thud, Muxue dropped straight to her knees on the ground and kept kowtowing to Xuanhuang and Jun Xiaoyao as she cried out, I beg you two seniors, please save my daughter. For the rest of my life, I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. I beg you, seniors, please save my daughter. Get up. The sect master has already spoken. I will take action, Xuanhuang said. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. I will definitely serve you like an ox or a horse to repay you both. Muxue cried. No need for that. Get up and lead the way. Zereo, she's one of your 100 Flowers Valley people. Go with Elder Gu on this trip. Wanfa City still needs me here to hold the fort, Jun Xiaoyao said. Xuanhuang directly tore open the space in front of him and said, let's go. Muxue hurriedly got up and followed Xuanhuang and Zereo into the torn open space. Xuanhuang tore through space, and when he reappeared with the two of them, they had already arrived outside the imperial city of Great Qi in Central Continent. Muxue led Xuanhuang and Zereo to the front of a luxurious residence. The estate was heavily guarded, and when they saw Muxue's group, they immediately surrounded them. How dare you? This is restricted ground of the royal manor. No trespassing, one guard shouted. Muxue sneered. I am from the royal manor. Who dares stop me? The guards looked at one another, unsure what to do. Just then, the manor steward came hurrying over. The moment he saw Muxue, his face changed. You bitch, how dare you sneak back? The steward screeched. Xuanhuang frowned, raised his hand, and with a wave, the steward was blown apart on the spot by an invisible force. Seeing this, the guards all retreated, no longer daring to block them. The three of them did not spare those guards a single glance and walked straight into the royal manor, heading directly for the courtyard where the mother and daughter lived. The guards exchanged looks and said, hurry and notify the worship elders. Muxue and Zereo entered the small courtyard and opened the door, only to see a maid huddled together with a little girl of 6 or 7. The moment the little girl saw Muxue, she immediately ran into her mother's arms and wrapped both hands tightly around her. After a while, mother and daughter separated. When Muxue saw the clear slap mark on her daughter's face, her eyes turned red, and she clenched her fists tightly. Seeing the look of fury on Madame's face, the maid told her about the grievance from today. Madame, today was supposed to be the day to collect the monthly stipend. This morning, I took Miss to collect this month's stipend, and on the way we ran into the first madam. The first madam said Miss was a bastard and didn't deserve the monthly stipend. She said that from now on, Mrs. Stipend would be cut off, and she even slapped Mississippi. Zhu Xinglu, you venomous woman. I'll remember this grudge. Mother, Ranner is fine. Ranner is really fine. Mother is taking you away from this royal manor. Xiaoyan, come with us too. If you stay behind, you'll lose your life. The maid was also someone with a bitter fate. She had been suffering alongside the mother and daughter all this time. If she stayed, they definitely would not let her off. Xiaoyan, thanks madam. This is Aunt Zereo. Hello, Aunt Zereo. What a good girl. Let's go. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard gate, Zhu Xinglu came over with a group of people and surrounded them. Muxue, where are you trying to take that little bastard? You're really bold, actually daring to openly bring a wild man back with you. After hearing that, Xuanhuang frowned slightly. This woman's mouth was truly vicious. Zhu Xinglu, watch your mouth and build up some virtue for yourself. Muxue cursed. Men, seize all of them. Seeing this scene, Xuran and the maid quickly hid tightly behind Muxue. The pressure of a quasi-emperor from Xuanhuang burst forth. A group of guards could not withstand that terrifying pressure, and their bodies exploded one after another. Then he looked into the void and said, had enough watching? Xuanhuang reached a giant hand toward the void, and in the air, a huge hand of spiritual power took shape and grabbed toward it. When the few people hidden in the void saw the giant hand coming for them, cold sweat immediately broke out on them. Someone shouted, "Not good, run." But just as they were about to move, they discovered they had already been immobilized. The few of them watched in despair as the giant hand grabbed toward them. "Fellow Taoist, could you spare them this once?" Someone flew out from the depths of the imperial palace and shouted. Xuanhuang roared angrily, "Get lost." Then he threw a punch, and a terrifying fist shot straight toward the speaker. Looking at that horrifying fist, the speaker hurriedly shouted, "Boss, second brother, save me." Two more people flew out from the depths of the imperial palace and activated their respective saint artifacts to block the punch. But the moment the saint artifacts touched the fist, they were sent flying. The three of them were all blasted back into the imperial palace, crashing through who knew how many palaces before finally stopping, their life and death unknown. Seeing the three old ancestors heavily wounded and on the verge of death, the emperor cursed loudly, "Xiaobai, you rebellious son. Just where did you provoke this kind of powerhouse? When you come back, I'll personally kill you." Xuanhuang looked at the people in the air and let out a cold laugh. He clenched his giant hand, and a few of them were crushed to pieces. "Mu Shui, how do you plan to deal with these people?" Zareo asked. Looking at Zhu Xinglu, who had been beaten half to death by Zareo, as well as the other madams, Mu Shui said, "Zhu Xinglu, today you slapped my daughter again. My daughter and I have never provoked you, yet you refused to let us go and targeted us everywhere. What?" After saying that, Mu Shui viciously slapped Zhu Xinglu across the face. With a sharp smack, several teeth were knocked out. "Mu Shui, I was just joking with Shu Ran today. Please, spare me." "That's right, Mu Shui. We were only joking in the past. Please let us go." "Then why didn't you spare my mother and me back then?" "Mu Shui, we know we were wrong. Please let us go." "You know you're wrong now? Too late." Mu Shui pulled out a dagger. A flash of cold light swept by, and several heads rolled to the ground. Not bad. Decisive and ruthless, Xuanhuang praised with a smile. "Let's go." Xuanhuang tore open the space in front of them, and the five of them stepped inside. After the five left, the once majestic royal manor was now left with nothing but charred beams and scattered rubble, as if silently telling the story of that brutal slaughter. The people who saw this scene all began discussing it. Just who did Xiaobai offend? They came straight to his door and killed their way in. Didn't you see it? Even the imperial family's three old ancestors were blasted away with a single punch. They're probably already dead. Xiaobai had it coming. He was always arrogant and overbearing, and there were too many times to count when he forcefully seized female cultivators. This time, he finally kicked an iron plate. If you walk by the river often enough, your shoes are bound to get wet. Early the next morning, the entire Wanfa sect became busy. The disciples moved through every corner, sweeping courtyards and arranging utensils, striving to welcome guests from all sides in the most perfect manner. The elders stood on the martial practice ground, their gazes sweeping around as they continuously reminded the Baihua Valley disciples in charge of reception to be thorough in their etiquette. Before long, people from the various major factions arrived one after another at the mountain gate of the Wanfa sect. Leading them was Lu Yi, dressed in a flowing blue gown, graceful as an immortal. Lu Yi stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Senior. Senior, this is my father, and this is the sword master of the Guiyuan Sword Pavilion. We have come today to visit your esteemed sect, and these are the gifts we have brought. You are all too courteous. Men, escort the guests to their seats." The elder guarding the mountain gate replied. Close behind them came the Holy Lord of Yaoguang Holy Land and the Master of Tianji Tower. After they each presented their gifts, the Baihua Valley disciples quickly stepped forward to lead the way, guiding the guests to the specially arranged seating areas. The three from Baiming Ice Divine Palace, led by Bing Xuanji, looked at the magnificent sect archway and could not help but sigh. The foundation of an emperor sect truly is unfathomable. Aside from these major powers, people from the various imperial dynasties and the first and second-rate factions also submitted gifts one after another before entering the Wanfa sect. At the same time, a huge plaza inside the sect had been divided by the elders using formations into dozens of competition arenas. The formations had all been completed. The tables and chairs in every area were neatly arranged, and the surrounding area was packed with disciples of the sect who had come to watch. Everyone's faces were full of anticipation and excitement as they discussed among themselves, guessing who would take first place in this grand competition. Several elder judges stood to the side with solemn expressions, waiting for the competition to officially begin. After everyone entered the Wanfa sect, they could not help looking around in all directions, letting out exclamations of amazement from time to time, calling out in surprise here and gasping there. Looking at the Wanfa sect, beautiful as an immortal realm, even the people from the major factions were inwardly shaken. They had never seen a sect with such a profound foundation. The foundation of this Wanfa sect is way too astonishing, isn't it? Why didn't you tell me before? The master of Tianbao Pavilion said. Lu Yi revealed an awkward expression and replied, "Yes, it really is astonishing." In truth, Lu Yi herself was also quite shocked. When she came last time, it clearly had not been like this, but now the sect had completely changed. It had become even more majestic, and the spiritual energy was even denser. The sect master peak peered straight into the clouds, and the entire Xuanfa sect looked like an immortal realm. Bing Xuanji gazed at the Xuanfa sect, beautiful as a fairyland, as well as the several tall towers not far away. Her heart was filled with shock and envy. Master, the Xuanfa sect is so beautiful, and the spiritual energy is also extremely dense. This place is just like an immortal realm, Saintess Nianxi said softly. Nianxi, this is the foundation of an emperor sect. Master, why are there several hundred children over there? Does the emperor sect start taking in disciples from such a young age? Your teacher does not know either. Perhaps it is one of the ways the emperor sect trains its disciples. Several hundred children were sitting in the menial disciples area, laughing and chatting. They had long since walked out of the shadow of being captured back then. Although they did not need to participate in the sect competition today, watching the battle would still benefit their cultivation. The elders of the Xuanfa sect also made their way to their seats, one after another. The higher a person's status, the closer their seat was to the sect master's position. At this moment, Lu Chan was reclining on a rocking chair, with little Ningyan also lying in his arms. One big and one small drank the Tao comprehension tea brewed by Hua Ruashi. Beside them stood Shanji Xia, who had just come out of seclusion, glaring at Hua Ruashi with a face full of jealousy. Sectmaster, the elders have all arrived at the plaza, and those people from the various factions have all come as well. Shouldn't we head down too? Shanji Xia asked. MHM, since it's about time, let's go down, Lu Chan said. Little Ho, hurry up and shrink a bit. Hearing little Ning Yun's voice, Lu Ho let out a howl, shrank to the size of a puppy, and jumped straight into Ning Yun's arms. The four people and one beast slowly made their way toward the plaza. At this moment, the plaza was already full of elders and disciples. In the outer sect disciple area, Mu Qingcheng was instructing someone. Xiaoqing, you're the earliest to enter the sect, so don't embarrass me later. Miss, don't worry. I'm already at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm and can break through to the Hollow Void realm at any time. Ever since I went to the evolution pool twice, I feel like I've become stronger and I cultivate faster than before too. I'll definitely make it into the inner sect. That's good. Get yourself ready. I'll go back to my seat first. The two hugged and then parted. Senior brother, junior brother Yunji. Mu Qingcheng greeted the two. Hello, junior sister Qingcheng, Ning Tian said. Greetings, senior sister, Ling Yunji said. Junior brother Yunji, it's only been a while, and you're already in the Golden Core realm. Not bad. How can I compare to senior brother and senior sister? Both of you are already in the true person realm. Haha. If you have time, you can ask Master for guidance, or go to Jian Peak to seek advice from the solitary star, Sword Emperor. As soon as the words fell, the four great emperors had already descended onto their seats. Upon seeing these four great emperors, everyone immediately stood and saluted. We greet the four great emperors. MHM, no need for so much courtesy. Sit down. The Lingshu Empress is so beautiful and so domineering. I wonder when Lingshu Peak will open. I want to go to Lingshu Peak. I want to learn the sword. I want to go to Jian Peak. Kunkin, is there any peak you want to join? There really is. I want to go to the Tyrant Body Peak of the ancient desolate great emperor. What about you, brother F.A.? Not for now. I want to go to Mystic Talisman Peak, but the great emperor there still hasn't come out of seclusion. Hey, it's fine. Just wait a bit longer. Anyway, the peaks still haven't opened to take in disciples. The disciples discussed animatedly among themselves. Not far away, for figures were slowly walking toward the plaza. In front were one big and one small, with two women following behind them. Seeing the arrivals, all the elders and disciples stood and straightened their clothes. After Lu Chan sat down on the sect master's chair, everyone in the sect saluted and said, "We greet the sect master." Ning Tian and the others said, "Greetings, master." In the entire venue, only little Ning Yun did not salute, because she was already sitting together with Lu Chan on the sect master's chair. Lu Chan had the soul of a person from Blue Star, so he was not bound by so many rules. Naturally, he did not think there was anything wrong with little Ning Yun. On the contrary, this made things feel warmer. If cultivating immortality turned someone cold and emotionless, then what was even the point of cultivating immortality? No need for so much courtesy. Rise, Lu Chan said. Many thanks, sect master. At this time, the various major factions below were all secretly sizing up Lu Chan, wanting to see the face of this sect master. It was one thing not to look, but the moment they saw Lu Chan's eyes, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. The higher a person's cultivation realm, the more terrifying the scene they saw. After coming back to their senses, the people of all the factions straightened their appearances and stood to salute one after another. We greet the sect master of the Emperor sect. You also need not be so courteous. The fact that you could come to my Xuanfa sect to visit today already shows your sincerity. Wang Lin, announce the rules of the competition. Yes, sect master. Silence. First, this will be a draw system, one-on-one. Losers will all be eliminated and winners will advance. Those who get by may count it as luck. Second, it is forbidden to attack fellow disciples' dantians, eyes, or throats. Violators will be disqualified. Third, the top 100 menial disciples may enter the outer sect, the top 100 outer sect disciples may enter the inner sect, and the top 3 inner sect disciples may enter the core disciples. Now we will begin with the menial disciples. Menial disciples participating in the competition, come up now to draw lots.